Bing! Welcome to Glory of the Gods. I am the guiding sprite, Shao Rome. In an expanse of nothingness, a winged sprite appeared before Lin E. Now, we shall establish your character. Please select a race. Lin E, bewildered, opened his eyes to behold the race selection interface of Glory of the Gods. Before him lay templates for 3 distinct races: the well-proportioned humans, the stout and formidable dwarves, and the diverse Orcish tribes, comprising the mighty tiger men, the diminutive pigmen, and the enchanting foxwomen. It is worth noting that while classified as Orcish, their appearance largely resembles that of humans, albeit adorned with traits unique to their respective races. For instance, the foxwomen possess tails, while the tiger men bear the king insignia. Opting for the Orcish race carries a distinct advantage. Each tribe exhibits unique characteristics. The lion men, for example, boast formidable offensive capabilities, yet their defenses are subpar, leading most who choose this race to pursue the berserker profession. Conversely, the foxwomen possess exceptional charm abilities, though their overall strength is modest, making them predominantly suited for the priest profession. As Lin E gazed upon the character creation interface, he was momentarily taken aback. Had he not been attacked? How had he entered the game? What puzzled him further was the limited selection of only 3 races. Where were the powerful Titan race, the alluring succubi, the exquisite elves? They were all absent. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing a shiver down his spine. It seemed that during the game's open beta, only 3 races were indeed available for selection. The elf race made its debut 3 months post-launch, followed by the succubi, then the dragon men, and so forth. As this thought dawned on him, Lin E felt a tightening in his chest, murmuring in disbelief, "It shouldn't be possible." Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, Lin E trembled as he selected the human race. Once he made his choice, the sprite's voice resonated once more. "Please modify your appearance as per the prompts." With practiced ease, Lin E adjusted all his features downward by 50%, transforming into the visage of an ordinary young man. Next came the selection of his profession, and without hesitation, Lin E chose the vocation he was most familiar with, the mage. The game categorizes its professions into 5 primary paths: mage, warrior, hunter, thief, and priest. In addition, numerous hidden professions lurk within the game, which players must discover and inherit through exploration. Among these are the formidable dragon knight, the thunder mage, the guardian, and the summoner, among others. Most hidden professions are singular in nature. Thus, when the existence of hidden professions became known, the clues regarding their inheritance became immensely valuable. Countless individuals would willingly exchange fortunes, unattainable by the average person in a lifetime, for the chance to acquire a hidden profession. Lin E found himself embroiled in an unforeseen calamity due to acquiring the legacy artifact of the hidden profession, Spirit Caller. To this day, he remains perplexed as to how he abruptly arrived in this place. From his perspective, he had merely shut his eyes instinctively upon witnessing someone draw a gun aimed at him in his dormitory, only to open them again and find himself here. At that moment, the guiding spirit reiterated the previous inquiry. "Please name your character." Lin E, unable to restrain himself, swallowed hard and enunciated the 2 names that had accompanied him for 3 years: Fong and Hua. Beep. Character name unique. Creation successful. Would you like to enter the game? To his astonishment, it was indeed possible. Lin E felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly leaping from his feet, his eyes brimming with disbelief and shock. At that instant, he yearned to exit the game to validate his thoughts. However, he feared this might merely be a fleeting dream, apprehensive that leaving the game would plunge him back into the harsh reality where he lacked the strength to resist. After much hesitation, Lin E steeled himself and chose enter the game. As all preparations were complete, he felt a fleeting darkness before finding himself in a bustling square. Raising his gaze, Lin E beheld a throng of people filling the square to capacity. Countless men and women clad in simple garments crowded together, fervently discussing something, their exclamations rising and falling in a cacophony of sound. This familiar scene was reminiscent of his experience 3 years prior. It was during the public launch of the multinational collaborative MMORPG, Glory of the Gods. The memories of that day merged with the current spectacle before him. He found himself parched and breathless. Although he remained uncertain about what had transpired and the authenticity of it all, he was compelled to confront an astonishing realization. He had truly been reborn. Moreover, he had returned to the very day of the public launch of Glory of the Gods. "Hey, brother, excuse me, thank you. It's so crowded here, what should we do next? I have no idea. There isn't even a beginner's quest, what a letdown. Let's hurry and leave this place, it's too packed." Yes, let's push our way out first." While He grappled with the shock of his rebirth, the surrounding clamor suddenly filled his ears. Upon regaining his senses, he couldn't help but burst into exuberant laughter, prompting those around him to question his sanity. Once he had released his pent-up emotions, his mood gradually stabilized. Gazing at his hands, observing the world around him, and reflecting on his prior unremarkable and timid existence, he thought, if all of this is indeed real, then a glimmer of resolute determination flickered in E's eyes. Unfazed by the astonished stares of those around him, he made his way toward the outskirts of the village. Having experienced a previous public launch, he knew that this game lacked any form of beginner's guidance or strategy. Everything here was to be discovered by the players themselves. During the initial levels from 1 to 10 in the novice village, the game developers designed this phase to familiarize all newcomers with the gameplay mechanics. E's immediate objective is to ascend to level 10 swiftly, thereby departing from the novice village to the main city. There, he anticipates inheriting the legacy of the spirit summoner. Truth be told, at this moment, he harbors a desire to exit the game and check the time in the real world, to ascertain whether he has indeed been reborn. However, in the end, he hesitates. If it were a mere illusion, he would prefer to linger in this fantastical realm. In truth, he is also waiting. This game imposes restrictions on playtime. Once the designated time elapses, the system will forcibly log him off, regardless of his inclination to remain. While many players grapple with uncertainty about their next steps, has already found a secluded spot and opened his character panel. Character, Fenghua level, 1 experience to level up, 0-100 class, apprentice mage health points, 100,100 mana points, 100,100 constitution, 5 strength, 5 intelligence, 5 agility, 5 physical attack, 515 magical attack, 515 physical defense, 15 magical defense, 15 luck, 5 skills. Fireball conjures a fireball directed at a specified target, inflicting magical damage accompanied by burn damage, causing a loss of 1 health point per second for 3 seconds. Casting time, 1.5 seconds. Mana cost, 20 cooldown, 10 seconds. In this game, every player's initial attributes are identical, irrespective of their real-world height, weight, gender, or age. At least this aspect aligns with the official promotion, ensuring every player enters the game on equal footing. The subsequent development of their characters relies entirely on personal fortune and skill. The backdrop of Glory of the Gods unfolds in the continent of Rapham, where nearly 100 distinct races coexisted for generations, each residing in their own territories, with their own systems of life and survival. Although some friction occasionally arose between races, it was largely inconsequential. Overall, they coexisted peacefully for thousands of years. However, on the fateful day of the year 5001 in the creation era, an unforeseen calamity irrevocably altered the destiny of this world. The sudden emergence of the demon race sounded the clarion call for war across this tranquil and harmonious land. In the ensuing chaos wrought by the demon race's relentless slaughter, one race after another vanished from the annals of history. When the populace realized that the demon army could not be faced by any singular race, the year 5003 in the creation era witnessed the formal establishment of the Allied Anti-Demon Legion. What followed was an epic conflict, a grand war lasting a decade between the Allied Legion and the demon race. This battle resulted in catastrophic losses among the strongest of the Allied races, with dozens of races extinguished in the fray. Ultimately, the demon race, compelled by the fierce resistance of the Allied forces, was forced to retreat to their dark domain. At that time, the alliance of the 100 clans found itself unable to launch another assault on the demon realm. Thus, they resigned to a secondary course of action, uniting the remaining strength of the clans to seal the temporal passage to the demon realm. In this manner, although the Alliance achieved a final victory. The cost was exceedingly grave. After centuries of recuperation, the surviving races gradually regained some vitality. However, in the midst of this restoration, dire news arrived once more. It was unclear when it began, but from every corner of the continent of Rapham, a multitude of demonic creatures suddenly emerged, ravaging the surrounding towns. Though these creatures were not particularly powerful, the populace feared this heralded the imminent resurgence of the demon race. The diminished alliance of the 100 clans was utterly incapable of withstanding another onslaught from the demon army. Consequently, the few remaining sages among humanity were compelled to sacrifice their own lives to cast the great summoning spell, calling forth a savior from another realm to rescue this land, on the brink of falling back into chaos, and to resist the demons' impending invasion. Each player would descend upon this world in the guise of the savior. This, then, constitutes the world backdrop unveiled during the open beta of Glory of the Gods. Lin Yi currently finds himself in a novice village named Qinghe, located at the human frontier. While the majority of players are perplexed about their next course of action, only those with gaming experience rush out of the square to seek opportunities for leveling up. Regardless of the game, opting to level up at the earliest opportunity is invariably a prudent choice. Glory of the Gods adheres to this tradition in the novice village. Defeating monsters remains the sole avenue for advancement. Only upon reaching level 10 can players venture to the main city for class transition, where a plethora of quests awaits completion. Furthermore, upon reaching level 10, 2 introductory dungeons will be unlocked, a solo dungeon and a team dungeon. For crucial resources and equipment within the game, aside from world bosses and designated events, dungeons provide the optimal means for ordinary players to acquire them. As the game progresses, a saying begins to circulate. Only upon entering the main city does the game truly commence. Lin Yi, however, did not follow the throng towards the cluster of chickens outside the village. Instead, he steadily made his way deeper into the forest. Although he was a reborn individual, Lin Yi was nonetheless bound by the game's rules, compelled to level up to 10 before departing for the main city. Only by reaching the main city would he have the opportunity to acquire the hidden class that had brought him his fortune, the Spirit Summoner. What one might wonder is a Spirit Summoner. One might envision it as an enhanced version of a summoner, capable not only of calling forth creatures to fight on their behalf, but also possessing the prowess of a formidable arcane mage, wielding powerful arcane magic. Along the way, Lin Yi observed that many others shared his inclination, moving deeper into the forest and away from the crowded throngs. Suddenly, he noticed a magical rabbit that had just spawned beside him, its form shimmering with the illusion of a wooden sword. Before Lin Yi could fully comprehend the situation, the corrupted rabbit had already met a gruesome fate, its form disintegrating into a wisp of white light. The wooden sword it once bore fell to the ground beside him, but was swiftly claimed by an unseen hand, disappearing without a trace. This revelation left Lin Yi momentarily stunned. He pondered the possibility of an illusion. He noticed a spectral pair of cloth shoes materializing on another nearby, corrupted rabbit. In the blink of an eye, after being ruthlessly dispatched, the rabbit's remains were accompanied by the newly appeared shoes. A rough voice echoed nearby, exclaiming, "Loot drop! Loot drop!" Lin Yi gazed in astonishment as a burly man picked up the cloth shoes, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Subsequently, he witnessed a continuous stream of spectral equipment and materials emerging from various corrupted rabbits upon their demise. Each phantom item dropped faithfully without exception. In stark contrast, those rabbits devoid of any spectral presence left behind nothing but their empty shells. This realization ignited an unsettling premonition within Lin Yi. Contemplating the implications of such a phenomenon, he hastened his steps deeper into the forest. Nearby, a warrior with the idea "Bukuo, I want cry for my family," scoffed at Lin Yi, saying, "This kid has a death wish," bravely wandering into the territory of level 4 slimes at just level 1. Those creatures are aggressive. Beside him, a mage with the idea "Ja handsome" to the point of melting glanced at Lin Yi's ID, but dismissed it, saying, "Forget about him. The deer over there has respawned. Let's bring it over quickly. We need to reach level 2 and leave, or more players will swarm this area soon." Meanwhile, Bu Cool flexed his muscles, declaring, "All right, watch my glorious sword." With a swift motion, he struck the corrupted deer with his wooden sword, causing a levin to rise above its head. Offended, the corrupted deer retaliated with a fierce kick, striking the unprepared Veneno, Bu Cool, and sending him staggering backward. A damage notification of 31 appeared above him, and he gasped, "Such high damage." Observing this, Bingmun Saoja shook his head in disapproval, stating, "Stop messing around, this isn't the kind of MMO we used to play. I believe you could have dodged that kick," he added as he completed his spellcasting. Fireball. A blazing orb hurtled toward the corrupted deer, dealing 23, followed by 3 consecutive one-hits. Only then did Minglan Bu Ko react, sheepishly admitting, "I just didn't respond in time, it'll be more vigilant from now on." At that moment, the corrupted deer turned its wrath toward the more damaging Fun Sedaoja, who managed to roll away just in time to evade the charge. The deer quickly pivoted, intent on exacting vengeance on the human who had scorched its rear. In a timely intervention, Mingman Bu Ko shouted dramatically, "Take my invincible strike." 12 sensing a renewed tension in his core, the enchanted deer, filled with fury, pivoted its head towards the esteemed player. I Want Cry, charging forth. With vigilant awareness, I Want Cry narrowly evaded the onslaught of the enchanted deer, while the illustrious player, handsome to the core, hastily rose to initiate his spell casting. In a fleeting moment, the unfortunate enchanted deer succumbed under the synchronized efforts of the two, ultimately transforming into a wealth of experience for them both. As the creature collapsed, I Won't Cry, weary, leaned on his knees and remarked, "Is this game not astonishingly realistic? The sensation of fatigue is truly remarkable." Handsome to the core, silently reflected upon the recent battle, pondering how he exercised a bit more caution, we could have dispatched that deer with greater ease. Experiencing the palpable reality this game offered, Handsome to the core could not help but exclaim, "This game is undoubtedly a monumental marvel in the annals of human gaming history." Imagining the grandiose vision painted by the developers of an epic battle, he felt a surge of exhilaration and fervor welling within him. At that moment, Lin Yi stealthily ascended a large tree, casting his gaze upon a nearby cluster of slimes, his eyes gleaming with determination. "It shall be you," he declared, fixing his sight on a slime adorned with an illusory pair of trousers, as he began to channel a fireball spell. Chapter 2. Is this cheating, or just an advantage? For consecutive damage indicators floated above the slime's head. Enraged by the assault, the slime bounded angrily towards Lin Yi's position. However, confronted by a towering tree nearly 5 meters high, the slime's rotund body was utterly incapable of ascending to inflict harm upon Lin Yi. Left with no recourse, the slime vented its fury upon the great tree, launching attacks at it. After Lin Yi landed a few basic attacks, the cooldown for his fireball spell expired, and he cast another fireball, dealing -15 -1 damage. With just over 100 health points remaining, the slime succumbed after enduring 5 fireballs, meeting a bitter end. Surrounding its lifeless body lay a piece of whiteboard equipment, a pair of coarse cloth trousers. Lin Yi leaped down from the swaying tree and retrieved the equipment from the ground, promptly scaling another tree. As he gazed at the gear in his inventory, he found himself momentarily entranced. Coarse cloth trousers, armor quality, ordinary defense, 1 required level, 1 crafted from burlap by the villagers of Clearwater Village, utterly valueless. Lin Yi was not shocked by the trousers' attributes, but rather by his newfound ability to perceive items on monsters. The occurrence of reincarnation was already astonishing enough, and now, coupled with this ability to see through, he wondered if it was all too much to bear. In disbelief, Lin Yi sought out 3 additional slimes, all bearing the shadowy outlines of equipment. Without exception, he acquired the items and materials he beheld. Cast iron greatsword, 2-handed weapon quality, ordinary attack, 6 to 18 required level, 2 forged by the blacksmith of Clearwater Village, can be exchanged for a modest amount of copper coins. Burlap robe, armor quality, ordinary defense, 2 required level, 1 crafted from burlap by the villagers of Clearwater Village, utterly valueless. Wooden longbow, 2-handed weapon quality, ordinary attack, for it is 17 required level, 2 crafted from peach tree branches by the hunters of Clearwater Village, can be exchanged for a modest amount of copper coins. Not only did Lin Yi acquire 3 pieces of equipment, but he also successfully leveled up, perched atop a tree. His emotions were tumultuous, and a single ecstatic thought reverberated in his mind. By heavens, I am destined for greatness. Finally at level 2. He gazed at the throng of players relentlessly hacking at a demonized deer, his expression darkening. The speed at which these players arrived was astonishing. The respawn rate here was insufficient to keep up with their onslaught. "Let us move," said Mimin Shuaidiaojia, picking up a deer antler from the ground. "Move to where?" Mimin Wabuku's heart raced. The area ahead was the slime territory, filled with active level 4 monsters. Could they handle such foes? Or should they venture to the adjacent area to battle the level 3 demonized hounds? Without answering, Mimin Shuaidiaojia strode directly into the depths of the forest. Amidst the esteemed company, I refrained from shedding tears, merely trailing behind. However, after a brief interval, I gazed upon the precariously swaying trees, my expression turning to one of astonishment. Had an 18-level tempest swept through here? Ordinarily, barring some extraordinary circumstances or unique items, any damage would necessitate a 24-hour refresh period for restoration to its original state. The trees, having been assaulted by slimes, would not revert until that time had elapsed. Ding! Upon hearing that melodious sound, I instinctively understood what had transpired. An item had dropped. The two of us immediately turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing a figure descending from a tree, swiftly collecting an item from the ground. The glimmering blue light sent shockwaves through our hearts. In a setting where one could scarcely assemble a basic set of equipment, someone had already acquired a blue item. I exchanged glances with my companion, and in the next moment, he called out to the departing figure, "Brother, please wait." Lin Yi turned to face us, puzzled. "Is there something you need?" "It's you." My surprise was palpable as I recognized him. "You're still alive." Lin Yi rolled his eyes, retorting, "You're the one who should be concerned about your survival." Realizing my verbal blunder, I quickly clarified that that's not what I meant. Yet, at that moment, I was further astonished to discover, "You're already level 3? Goodness, brother. Have you taken a rocket to success?" Suddenly, my companion interjected, "Did you use the trees as cover and employ ranged magic to vanquish the slimes?" Lin Yi candidly admitted. Indeed, my companion and I were astounded, as if a portal to a new realm had been unveiled. Such tactics existed. At that point, my companion ventured to inquire, "May I boldly ask what item you just acquired?" Lin Yi paused, then shared the attributes of the freshly obtained equipment, the Talek Greatsword, a two-handed weapon of rare quality, boasting physical attack stats of 15 to 21, requiring level 3 for use, with an added attribute of strength 2. This sword, once wielded by the Master Talek, seemed to have diminished in stature, though perhaps a visit to the Azure Dragon City could facilitate an upgrade. The prospect of upgrading weapons left me breathless with excitement. Sensing my fervor, Lin Yi cautioned, "Players in their novice phase cannot attack one another." I chuckled awkwardly, "Brother, you're quite amusing. I've seen my fair share of the world. I wouldn't resort to violence over a mere item." Lin Yi did not press the matter, stating, "This item would be of no use to me. Perhaps you could purchase it." In the previous moment, the exuberant nobleman I won't cry swiftly donned a look of urgency. "Brother, name your price. I shall acquire it no matter the cost." How fortunate to encounter a wealthy heir. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi extended 5 fingers. To which I won't cry immediately responded, "Only 50,000? That seems quite reasonable. Let us proceed with the transaction." Lin Yi was taken aback. He could not have possibly meant 5,000, could he? Was it that his return to this life had narrowed his perspective? In this game, while upgrading equipment was not overly frequent, it was certainly not rare either. A piece of elementary equipment, in Lin Yi's estimation, would suffice for use until reaching the 15th level upon class transition. For beginners, its value might even multiply several times, but that would be its limit. According to market prices from his previous life, this weapon could barely fetch a few hundred coins. Lin Yi had intended to sell it at a 10-fold increase, taking into account that everyone was still a novice. However, it was evident that he had underestimated the wealthy individuals in this world. Upon sending his virtual account to the other party, Lin Yi truly grasped the meaning of affluence when he heard the notification of funds received. As he handed over the greatsword, he noticed that the two individuals were still clad in mere beginner's gear. "I have some additional equipment that you may need. If you are interested, Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, I won't cry interjected, "How much?" "I will take it all." Lin Yi stared in bemusement at this hefty figure, wondering if he had encountered the archetype of a foolish rich man. Swallowing the word gift that was on the tip of his tongue, Lin Yi first retrieved from his inventory the items that would be useful to the bulky man. I won't cry. Sturdy cloth shirt LV2, sturdy trousers LV2, deerskin gloves LV1, and board shoes LV1. Next, he presented the astonishingly handsome I won't cry with the following: withered with staff LV2, sturdy cloth shirt LV2, coarse cloth trousers LV1, leather gloves LV1, and cotton shoes LV0. The two men stared in disbelief as Lin Yi continued to produce equipment from his inventory, causing I won't cry's heart to race. Brother, did you just rob an equipment warehouse? At that moment, the handsome I won't cry also twitched his lips in astonishment, wondering if he had encountered Santa Claus. Finally, Lin Yi ceased pulling out equipment, stating, "This is all I have. As for the price, you may offer whatever you feel is fair." As he turned to leave, I won't cry called out, "Wait, let us add each other as friends. If you come across any high-quality equipment in the future, I assure you that the price will be to your satisfaction. What do you say?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment before accepting the friend's request. Just then, he heard another notification of funds received, 10,000. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. Was it possible that even the trash sold in stores could fetch such a sum? I won't cry assumed Lin Yi was dissatisfied with the price and began to explain, but Lin Yi interrupted him. I am quite pleased with this price. Lin Yi gazed sincerely at the two, proclaiming, "A pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration." They echoed in unison. It was only at this moment that Lin Yi recalled who the ID named Mingmen Shui Jiaozhao belonged to. In his previous life, there existed a rather peculiar guild. This guild, despite possessing immense wealth and resources, harbored an unwavering ambition to enter the ranks of the top 10 guilds in the Asia region. However, much to everyone's astonishment, for 3 consecutive years, regardless of their relentless efforts or their attempts to attract talent, their guild's ranking in the annual guild competition remained stubbornly at the 11th position, no more, no less. Thus, the guild became notoriously known as Mingmen Shi. If memory serves, the person before Lin Yi, Mingmen Shui Jiaozhao, was indeed the president of that guild. At that moment, Lin Yi finally comprehended why he was so generous. If it were him, he could understand. Although he recognized the individual, Lin Yi chose not to greet him and simply departed. After all, the game had just begun, and there would be ample opportunities to interact in the future. Mingmen Wabuku observed Lin Yi's departure and asked, "Brother Jia, why give him 10,000? Those items can't possibly be worth that much." Mingmen Shui Jiaozhao gazed at the unrefreshed corpses of the slimes on the ground and replied, "Adding a friend for 10,000 is not a loss." Meanwhile, after parting ways with the two, Lin Yi hurried towards the area where the level 6 demonic wild boars were located. However, on his way, he encountered a group fervently engaged in a brutal trial against a slime. What surprised Lin Yi was not the fact that someone had arrived here to hunt slimes so swiftly, but rather the familiar idea among the crowd. A segment of a long-buried memory surged into his mind, and a recognizable figure emerged from the depths of his recollection. Often, many individuals come to realize the significance of what they possess only upon losing it. The preciousness of what one has is often overlooked until the moment it is gone, leading to the painful realization of how vital those lost things were. Alas, this world offers no remedy for regret when one wishes to turn back. They are confronted with the harsh truth that some losses are irrevocable, lasting a lifetime. Before his rebirth, Lin Yi never anticipated that his own insecurities would lead him to reject another's confession. It was precisely due to this rejection that he embarked on a path from which he could never return. That memory haunted Lin Yi relentlessly until his rebirth, tormenting him day in and day out, leaving him utterly exhausted in body and spirit. Initially, he believed that such agony would accompany him throughout his life, trapping him in a cycle of regret and suffering. Yet, unexpectedly, fate granted him a chance for a fresh start. Upon seeing the familiar figure once more, a smile suddenly graced Lin Yi's face. He had intended to seek her out after logging off, but never imagined he would encounter her here. Nonetheless, Lin Yi chose not to approach her, silently slipping away from the scene. For Lin Yi, the foremost priority now is to ascend to level 10 and enter the main city, where he can acquire the heirloom of the spirit summoner. Only by continuously strengthening himself and amassing greater wealth can he swiftly extricate himself from his current predicaments. Furthermore, it is only in this manner that he will earn the right to stand by her side and protect her. Casting a deep gaze upon the silent sorceress amidst the crowd, Linny couldn't help but ponder with a hint of regret. Why did my rebirth occur on this day rather than 6 months ago? Had it been 6 months prior, I would surely have refrained from uttering those hurtful words to her. Although the damage has been done, there remains a chance for redemption. Lin Yi smiled with confidence. For all misfortunes shall be irrevocably rewritten from this moment onward. Wait for me. Chapter 3. The King in the Shadows. As Lin Yi emerged from the slime forest, he was greeted by the towering presence of a magnificent mountain. At the base of the mountain, a horde of pitch-black, level 6 enchanted wild boars scurried about, their formidable tusks glimmering ominously. Lin Yi then summoned his attribute panel, character, Fenghua level, 3 experience to level up, 45,500 occupation, junior mage health points, 160 to 160 mana points, 225 to 225 constitution, 5 strength, 5 intelligence, 25 agility, 5 physical damage, 5 to 15 magical damage, 30 to 75 physical defense, 36 magical defense, 18 luck, 5 in addition to the fireball spell. Lin Yi had acquired another skill, the Great Fireball. This advanced version of the fireball not only increased damage, but also required greater mana consumption and charging time. Moreover, Lin Yi's equipment was quite comprehensive, consisting of loose robe LV1, common, cotton pants LV0, common, sage's staff LV3, rare, leather gloves LV1, common, deerskin belt LV0, common, tattered hood LV0, common, cotton shoes LV0, common, fractured ring LV1, common, rough necklace LV2, common. The sage's staff. The first rare item Lin Yi had acquired granted an additional 5 points of intelligence, effectively enhancing his damage output as if he had leveled up. After all, each level up only awarded 5 attribute points. The remaining items were merely ordinary, thus not warranting further discussion. The appearance of 2 rare pieces from such low-level monsters as slimes had already left Lin Yi astounded. Surveying the terrain, Lin Yi sought a less populated area and gazed upon the multitude of enchanted wild boars. To him, these creatures transformed into moving treasure troves, with most of them adorned with ethereal silhouettes of equipment. However, one particular blue shimmer stood out distinctly, an item of rare quality, and a cloak at that, known for its relatively lower drop rate. Determined, Lin Yi cautiously navigated around the boar's line of sight, finding a spacious area to commence his casting of the Great Fireball. A fireball the size of a watermelon, radiating intense heat, hurtled towards the enchanted wild boar with a resounding impact. Boom. -79 -2 -2 -2 with a single spell. The enchanted wild boar's health plummeted significantly. Provoked by the human's audacity, the wild boar charged towards Lin Yi with a furious roar. Just as the boar closed in, the casting of another fireball concluded. Boom. -40 -1 -1 -1 After enduring 2 of Lin Yi's spells, the boar's health began to flicker ominously. Yet, given its speed, it was evident that the enchanted wild boar would not afford Lin Yi another opportunity to cast a spell. Just as the enchanted wild boar was about to collide with Lin Yi, he executed a seemingly casual sidestep, narrowly evading the beast's ferocious attack at the last possible moment. The boar, propelled by its own momentum, charged forward, only coming to a halt after covering a considerable distance. Enraged by what it perceived as mockery, the boar emitted an angry snort, and Lin Yi could distinctly see wisps of smoke billowing from its nostrils. However, Lin Yi remained unfazed. He had already completed the incantation for a fireball spell. With a resounding explosion, the boar let out a defiant cry of -42 -1 -1 -1 before collapsing to the ground, dropping the blue cloak that Lin Yi had observed. Cloak of Sylvie type, armor quality, rare physical defense, 12 magical defense, 15 health points, 20 required level, 3 additional attribute 1, constitution 5 additional attribute 2, when attacked. There is a 10 chance to trigger Sylvie's blessing, restoring 10 health points per second for 5 seconds. Once donned by Sylvie in her youth, this cloak had seemingly lost its former radiance over time. Gazing at this piece of equipment, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. Not only was it a remarkable dual attribute item, but it also possessed a healing property. Although the term probability seemed rather unreliable, there were instances where such chance effects could yield unexpectedly beneficial outcomes. Nevertheless, for Lin Yi, this attribute was largely inconsequential. In this game, there exists a term known as damage-free monster farming. The process by which Lin Yi had just vanquished the wild boar appeared effortless, yet it was the result of meticulous calculations. In essence, everything unfolded according to Lin Yi's anticipations. Regardless of the class, as long as one does not encounter locked-on attacks, it is generally feasible to evade skills and avoid damage through positioning or other tactics. Creatures like the wild boar, though seemingly fierce, were in fact quite clumsy. With a bit of intent, dodging their assaults was a simple task, at least for Lin Yi. Of course, this applied solely to one-on-one encounters. In scenarios involving two or more adversaries, it would be decidedly impossible for a frail mage to engage in damage-free monster farming. According to his calculations, with a full mana pool, Lin Yi could slay 4 enchanted wild boars before needing to meditate for recovery. Given the experience yielded by these boars, he realized he needed to farm a minimum of 11 to continue leveling up. With a clear objective in mind, Lin Yi embarked on his quest for experience. Thanks to his ability to see through obstacles, he was determined not to overlook the black, rotund figures wandering the hillside with equipment, allowing him to simultaneously level up and collect gear. The only drawback was that most of the items appeared to be basic gear and some inconsequential materials. As time slipped by amidst Lin Yi's relentless monster hunting, he reached level 4. Suddenly, a thought struck him. There was a thief. Moreover, this particular thief had mastered the art of stealth, leaving Lin Yi astonished. Isn't stealth a skill that can only be acquired after reaching the 10th level in the thief profession? Yet, it is astonishing that a majority of players are still at level 2, and some have already mastered stealth, even for someone like me, who has been reborn. It seems implausible to disregard such logic. Not far from Lin Yi, beside a massive boulder, a man concealed in the shadows gazed in astonishment at the figure standing amidst a pile of corrupted wild boar carcasses. While others were embroiled in a fierce struggle over a deer, this individual was effortlessly soloing level 6 monsters. If it weren't witnessed firsthand, surely no one would believe it. Fenghua? I do not recall encountering that name in other games. Could it be a pseudonymous gaming prodigy? One best left undisturbed, just as Chi-Tom prepared to quietly retreat. A voice suddenly resonated. Do not hide. Come forth. Chitam's foot, poised to take a step, halted abruptly. How could he possibly perceive me while I am in stealth? Yet, this only intensified Chitam's resolve to depart, for such acute awareness is not a trait possessed by ordinary players. This individual is undoubtedly a seasoned, god-tier player. Chi-Tom may wish to avoid any interaction, but Lin Yi had other intentions. With unwavering confidence, he proclaimed, "You must be hidden behind those 2 inconspicuous stone tablets." This truly left Chi-Tom dumbfounded. From behind the unremarkable stones emerged a slender figure. Confusion and disbelief filled Chitam's eyes as he inquired, "How did you discover me?" "Chi-Tom," Lin Yi responded, equally astonished as he gazed at the diminutive man before him. In the 3 years since the launch of Glory of the Gods, culminating in the expansion War of the Gods, who has basked in the greatest glory, it was neither the first guild leader, the demon slayer, known as Shangshi Zigui, nor the exquisitely beautiful Jing, who had soared to the top of the beauty rankings. Rather, it was this seemingly frail yet immensely powerful figure, known as the King of Shadows, Chi-Tom. Chapter 4: Encountering the Boss 3 years into the operation of Glory of the Gods. With the release of the expansion Battle of the Gods for levels 85 to 120, players were greeted with the 9th class advancement, Ascension to the Divine Realm. It was an era that forged countless legends, yet it was also a time of great chaos. As the demon race launched a massive invasion, an increasing number of elite players ventured into the Divine Realm. Legends sprang forth like mushrooms after rain, each more remarkable than the last. Among these tales, one stood out like the moon embraced by a myriad of stars. No matter how many stars there were, they could not eclipse the moon's brilliance. While all players reveled in their triumph over high-ranking demon generals, one figure quietly traversed the dense battlefield, delving deep into the demon domain. At the moment when players celebrated a hard-won victory, this individual had already succeeded in slaying the demon king, Theseus, leaving the world in awe. While players across the nations questioned the prowess of the top rogue, he proved through his might who truly reigned as the King of Shadows. The legendary figure responsible for such feats was none other than the man standing before Lin Yi, Qitong. At that time, many had contemplated assassinating the demon lord. However, regardless of how meticulously crafted their plans were or how grand their elite divine hunting parties became, the outcome was invariably disastrous. Only he had truly succeeded in this remarkable act. No one knew how he accomplished it, as everything about him, in the eyes of players, was akin to his profession, a wanderer in the shadows, elusive and enigmatic. Lin Yi could hardly fathom that he would encounter the legendary figure he once idolized. Yet, it was evident that Qitong now appeared as a fledgling apprentice, displaying naivety and inexperience in every aspect. The reason Qitong was later crowned the King of Shadows was that once he entered stealth, no one had ever detected his presence. It was precisely because he did not belong to any faction, always a singular entity. Otherwise, many would have to remain ever vigilant against the hand of death, which could strike when they least expected it. "How did you discover me?" Qitong inquired again, unable to suppress his curiosity when Lin Yi did not initially respond. This indicated that Qitong was quite concerned about being detected by Lin Yi. His question reminded Lin Yi of a phrase he had encountered in a forum. "I noticed you because, like you, I understand that this area is the best hiding spot." Lin Yi's words sent a shiver through Qitong. He suddenly felt as if enlightenment had washed over him, realizing many things he had previously overlooked. At this moment, Lin Yi continued speaking, and Qitong was compelled to extricate himself from that profound state, gazing intently at Lin Yi. In an instant, Qitong experienced an inexplicable sensation. The words that this man before him was about to utter felt crucial to him. Lin Yi, with a profound expression, remarked, "A thief in stealth can only deceive the eyes of others." He gestured towards his ears, explaining that every sound, be it the approaching footsteps or the hurried breath born of excitement, attests to one's presence. Boom. As Lin Yi spoke, Qitong felt as though something had exploded in his mind, revealing a brand new path before him. He must understand that this is glory of the gods, not your conventional online game. Stealth does not equate to complete invisibility. True stealth manifests only when one can mislead all five senses, becoming a shadowy wanderer. With that, Lin Yi chose to remain silent, aware that some matters are best left unsaid. He believed that the individual before him, given his talent, would grasp the essence of his unspoken words, considering that these insights could likely stem from his own future experiences, albeit 2 years post-game launch. Once Qitong processed Lin Yi's statements, he gazed at him in disbelief, questioning, "Why are you helping me?" To Qitong, this was their first encounter. He hadn't even inquired how he had mastered stealth, yet Lin Yi imparted such significant information. Qitong was perplexed about Lin Yi's intentions. Was it merely out of goodwill? Lin Yi chuckled at Qitong, responding, "You may find it hard to believe, but my sole intention in sharing this is to forge a friendship." However, as soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Qitong, with utmost sincerity, declared, "I believe you." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that Qitong would accept this. In all honesty, Lin Yi had expressed these sentiments partly to indulge in a sense of grandeur. Nevertheless, he was genuinely inclined to assist this elusive legend in rising swiftly. Rumors had circulated that Qitong had a frail sister in the real world who required care. Lacking any particular skills, he had exhausted his savings to purchase a gaming helmet, hoping to earn money through this game to fund her medical expenses. The veracity of this information was beyond Lin Yi's discernment. However, he was aware that although Qitong was deemed the King of Shadows, he had never harmed another player in 3 years of gameplay. For a thief, this was utterly unfathomable. Thus, it could be inferred that Qitong's heart was not malevolent. That alone was sufficient. At that moment, Lin Yi received a friend request. "Qitong." An amused smile spread across Lin Yi's face as he accepted the request. "I have some equipment here that you can utilize. Consider it a token of our first meeting." Noticing Qitong's inclination to refuse, Lin Yi did not afford him that opportunity. To truly earn money in this game, strengthening oneself is the only path. Accept it, and you may repay me once you have accumulated wealth. After a moment of hesitation, Kaidamai accepted several pieces of equipment that Lin Yi had extracted from his backpack, although she could not comprehend why this individual before her would extend such assistance. It marked the first time she experienced the warmth of humanity from someone other than her sister, a stark contrast to her accustomed solitude. Perhaps due to her infrequent interactions with others, Kaidamai cast a lingering glance at Lin Yi, uttered a brief thank you, and swiftly vanished from his sight. Lin Yi, indifferent to her departure, murmured into the air, "Do not rush to change your class after reaching level 10. First, proceed to the Xuanwu main city. Then teleport to a place called Dolan City. There, seek out a drunken man named Binox and endeavor to fulfill his tasks as best as you can. I believe he will surprise you." After imparting this guidance, Lin Yi paid no heed to whether she had heard him and instead gazed towards the mountains. The level 6 mutated wild boars no longer sufficed to meet his leveling needs, as the experience gained from monsters 3 levels higher was significantly greater. Just as he prepared to venture towards the area of level 7 mutated gray wolves, a crimson figure abruptly caught his peripheral vision. The flash of purple light sent a jolt through Lin Yi, epic equipment. Turning to behold a fully red wild boar king, he realized with astonishment that he had unexpectedly encountered a boss. Chapter 5. The boss's first kill shocking the entire network, a pair of epic purple shoes, a rare blue mage hat, 2 pieces of common equipment, along with a bottle of basic healing potion and various materials. Gazing at the spoils adorning the roasted pig, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, a pig's head is a pig's head, and its wealth is substantial." Upon observing the wild boar king's impressive health pool exceeding 1,000 points, Lin Yi felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Being well-versed in glory of the gods, he understood that as an 8th level boss, the wild boar king was far more formidable than an ordinary enchanted wild boar in terms of evasion and combat prowess. Its speed and reflexes, as well as its attack and defense capabilities, surpassed those of a typical enchanted wild boar by several folds. Should he attempt a solo challenge now? Lin Yi felt a gnawing uncertainty. He would feel much more confident if he had a fellow warrior of equal level to occasionally absorb some damage, thereby making the confrontation significantly easier. Regrettably, most of the main force was still toiling away in the level 3 reindeer region, while only a handful of the advance party had barely reached the slime area. This meant that, in the short term, no one would venture into this region to seek trouble. Of course, there was that unexpected variable, Qidong. However, Lin Yi had not genuinely considered seeking assistance, after all. There were only a few pieces of loot, and he was reluctant to share the spoils with anyone. The pressing question now was how to single-handedly bring down this rotund adversary. The stone tablet. Suddenly inspired, Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the bellowing red behemoth before him, realizing that today would not bode well for it. Without further ado, he calculated the optimal distance and began casting his fireball spell. Upon completion, a massive fireball hurtled towards the wild boar king. Boom. -83, -2, -2, -2 damage indicators floated up in succession. A reflection of Lin Yi's recent ascent to level 4, augmented by 5 points in intelligence and the acquisition of several magical gear pieces. Although the damage fell short of 100, Lin Yi was unfazed and swiftly turned to flee. The wild boar king, enraged by the audacity of a human daring to attack it, let out a furious roar and charged towards Lin Yi, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Lin Yi's minor fireball spell concluded its casting. Bang! -38, -1, -1, -1. The 2 spells barely whittled away 1/10 of the wild boar king's health, leaving Lin Yi disheartened. By this time, the wild boar king had closed the distance, and Lin Yi, standing before the stone tablet, executed a practiced roll to evade behind it. To his astonishment, the wild boar king abruptly reversed course mid-charge, brushing past Lin Yi unexpectedly. A damage notification of -80 appeared above him, prompting Lin Yi to curse under his breath. This rotund creature's damage far exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. Merely grazing against it had cost him 1/3 of his health. Had he been struck directly, he would have surely been dispatched in an instant. With little time for contemplation, Lin Yi seized the opportunity while the wild boar king momentarily paused. He immediately initiated the fireball spell once more. After a lengthy 3-second casting period, the wild boar king turned back, and once again, a critical hit damage notification emerged, filling Lin Yi with a sense of delight. 106,222. However, this is merely the beginning. Lin Yi took refuge behind two colossal stone tablets, forcing the Wild Boar King to circumvent them in its assault. Seizing the fleeting moment of the Wild Boar King's distraction, another small fireball was hurled, dealing 36,111. Due to the nature of skill casting, no other actions could be performed during the incantation. Consequently, as Lin Yi unleashed the fireball, the Wild Boar King had already closed the distance. Relying solely on his instincts honed over 3 years of gaming, Lin Yi narrowly evaded the Wild Boar King's onslaught. This evasion was nothing short of textbook-worthy. Had there been witnesses, they would surely marvel at Lin Yi's rapid reflexes. As the architect of this feat, without 3 years of gaming experience and instinctual reactions, Lin Yi would have surely succumbed to the Wild Boar King's initial charge. Given the proximity of both parties, Lin Yi had insufficient time to cast a larger fireball. He could only manage to intermittently launch small fireballs amidst his frantic dodges, gradually whittling away at the Wild Boar King's health. However, as Lin Yi's mana was depleted, he gazed at the Wild Boar King's remaining health of over 200, feeling somewhat speechless. In the game Glory of the Gods, mana recovery generally occurs in 2 ways: consuming blue potions or meditating. During combat, only a small amount of mana is restored every 5 seconds. Each small fireball requires 20 points of mana, necessitating over a minute of recovery time. To defeat the now enraged Wild Boar King, at least 6 small fireballs would need to be cast. The prolonged, intense dodging had left Lin Yi mentally exhausted. Several times, he contemplated giving up, feeling that even death would be preferable to moving another muscle. Yet, the shimmering purple glow emanating from the Wild Boar King ignited a surge of latent potential within him, compelling Lin Yi to muster the strength to evade the beast's attacks. Uncertain of how much time had passed, it felt as though he had endured a century. Suddenly, a voice broke through his drowsiness, announcing, "Congratulations, you have reached level 5 and earned 5 attribute points." Bang! Lin Yi barely had time to revel in his achievement before swiftly collecting the Wild Boar King's loot into his inventory, only to be forcibly logged out. In a novice village's slime territory, a gallant young man wielding a longsword unleashed an attack on a slime, executing a powerful strike. Bang! 19. Following the skill, the young man continued his relentless assault on the slime. Behind him, a female mage occasionally directed small fireballs at the creature. The unfortunate slime soon dissolved into a puddle of green liquid, becoming mere experience points for the duo. Suddenly, a flash of golden light flickered from the young man, leaving a woman named Shengshi Maxia speechless. To her astonishment, he had surpassed her, swiftly achieving level 3. The man known as the drunken hero of the prosperous age nonchalantly remarked, "Let us proceed. We must swiftly reach level 10 and escape this wretched place." Upon hearing this, Shengshi Maxia displayed a look of helplessness. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated in their ears. Ding! World event. The level 8 boss, the Wild Boar King, has been slain by the warrior Fenghua, liberating the village from its menace. As the first to defeat this boss, the reward is 1,000 experience points, 10 honor points, and 1 piece of epic random equipment. Upon receiving this news, even the composed drunken hero could not suppress an expletive. Damn it. An 8-level boss. Shengshi Maxia, astonished, thought, "Is this even human? We struggle to defeat a level 4 monster together, and yet someone can single-handedly take down a boss? Not only the 2 of them, but millions of players across the game's national region received this announcement simultaneously. While the World Channel was still muted, the game's built-in forum erupted with activity, as countless individuals flocked to seek the truth. Could this be the end? As everyone grappled with the shock of this sudden revelation, another world message chimed in. Ding! World event. Due to Fenghua earning honor points, the conditions have been met to update the honor rankings. Please click the rankings to view. Ding! World event. Due to Fenghua acquiring epic equipment, the conditions have been met to update the equipment rankings. Please click the rankings to view. As the notifications concluded, eager players opened the rankings and discovered that only the honor rankings and equipment rankings were illuminated. Upon accessing the honor rankings, they were met with a single line of crimson text. ID honor points rank Fenghua 10 points 1. As for the equipment rankings, 1. Heart of Fanearm LV 5, Epic Holder Fenghua 2, Skywind Boots LV 4. Epic Holder Fenghua gazing at the singularly distinguished name on the list. The entire game forum erupted in chaos. He possesses 2 pieces of epic equipment. What on earth? Just moments ago, I almost got into a brawl over a pair of cloth shoes, and this guy already has epic gear. I seriously suspect we are not playing the same game. Indeed, the officials must provide an explanation for this. Countless players spiraled into madness and speculation over this leaderboard. Who exactly is this Fenghua? Meanwhile, beneath a tree in the slime area of Clearwater Village, the esteemed I Won't Cry and Too Handsome to Be True exchanged glances. I Won't Cry could not help but swallow hard, pondering, could this person possibly be too handsome to be true? Staring at the grayed-out name among their friends, fell into a daze, realizing they had encountered a remarkable individual. If there is anyone at this moment who finds this situation unremarkable, it would likely be the crimson-eyed individual silently tormenting slimes. In response to the uproar that erupted online due to this incident, the authorities were compelled to publicly release the video of Lin Yi's duel against the Wild Boar King to quell the rising discontent. As viewers beheld the harrowing yet textbook-like maneuvers executed by Lin Yi in the video, all skeptics were rendered speechless. To the officials' astonishment, this event did not yield any negative repercussions for the game. Instead, the insights gleaned from the video revealed myriad possibilities within the game, prompting countless individuals to marvel. Is it truly possible to evade attacks in such a manner? I have learned. Such exquisite micromanaging, truly the mark of a master. Here I was, foolishly exchanging blows with that foolish deer. How naive I was. One among the crowd echoed, "You are not alone. I too have been just as foolish." This game has indeed ushered in a new era. I shall refrain from idling in forums and strive to level up, aspiring to become a master like Fenghua. Is there anyone from Nanlu Village? Let us form a team to hunt monsters together. Come, I am from Nanlu Village, currently situated in the northern part of the village. Following this tumult, the name Fenghua heralded the dawn of an illustrious legend. As the instigator of this affair, Lin Yi now sat upon his bed, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at the blazing flames dancing in his palm. What on earth? Chapter 6: The Shield of Rock Boss. I'll have a fried dough stick, a bowl of soy milk, and 2 char siu buns, please. All right. You can find a place to sit. It'll be ready shortly. Clad in beach shorts, a simple t-shirt, and a pair of flip-flops, Lin Yi casually selected an empty table to settle down. Not long after Lin Yi took his seat, 3 young individuals approached, ordering some food before sitting beside him. One of them, with bleached hair, couldn't contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "You wouldn't believe it." When we received the system prompt, it was as if time had frozen for everyone. No one moved an inch. Some even got gored by deer. Hilarious. At that moment, another slender fellow couldn't help but remark, "If it weren't for the fact that multiple countries are monitoring this game, I would almost suspect that guy was a GM." The last youthful lad chimed in with a smirk. "Exactly. I was overjoyed just to level up to level 2, while he was already taking on an 8-level boss. I'm beginning to doubt if we're even playing the same game. Watching him take down that boss was exhilarating. It sent chills down my spine," he continued. "Indeed. There were several moments when he nearly got knocked out. It was so intense that I had goosebumps. Yet, you must admit, if it weren't for his insights, we might never have realized the game could be played this way." Who could argue with that? He's the first player to achieve legendary status in this game, leaving even the veterans of established guilds envious. Moreover, on the game forum, 5 prominent guilds have already offered annual salaries in the millions to recruit him. Such a reward is akin to the highest tier for professional players. It seems like a meteoric rise, as people often say. Indeed, but it appears that this master is still unimpressed, as there has been no word from him, and no one truly knows his identity. Just then, the boss arrived, bringing their orders to the table. The bleach-haired youth promptly urged, "Enough chatter, let's eat. We need to fill up before continuing to level up. I heard that killing slimes can exploit bugs, but who knows if that's true. We should give it a try." As they dug into their meal, Lin Yi remained blissfully unaware that they were discussing him, lost in the profound changes his body had undergone. "Do you believe in the existence of wizards capable of wielding magic?" Like the sorcerers in games, effortlessly controlling spells? Most who hear such a question would likely deem the speaker insane. After all, games are merely games. How could flesh and blood in reality manipulate magic? If someone had posed this question to him before today, Lin Yi would have regarded them as delusional. Such a concept is unfathomable to any denizen of Earth. Yet, when Lin Yi was abruptly ejected from the game and awoke, he found himself in a state of confusion, feeling the flowing magic within his body. Lin Yi began to question whether he was still within the game and had not truly logged out. The sensations he experienced now were indistinguishable from those in the game. If one were to insist on identifying a difference, it would be that while casting the fireball spell in the game required a casting time, here it was instantaneous. Although Lin Yi found this to be somewhat contrary to reason and science, and even dreamlike and surreal. He reasoned that since the phenomenon of rebirth could occur to him, adding this peculiar ability seemed hardly surprising. As Lin Yi ceased to dwell on this matter, another possibility struck him. He pondered how his reality would transform once he accepted the summoner inheritance within the game. This thought brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Upon fully embracing this reality, Lin Yi found it quite agreeable. At least he no longer had to worry about his personal safety. Even if someone were to point a gun at him now, he was absolutely confident in his ability to ensure the assailant would not return. Leisurely enjoying his breakfast, Lin Yi felt no urgency to return. Generally, someone in his situation would be unable to log back into the game for 4 hours after being kicked out. So there was no rush to return. Reflecting on how an encounter with a red-skinned pig had led to this outcome, Lin Yi felt a deep sense of helplessness. When he finished his meal and stood to settle the bill, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. As the first successful global virtual MMORPG in human history, Glory of the Gods allowed players from around the world to connect simultaneously. During its 3 years of operation in his previous life, many rose to prominence within the game, crafting their own legends, while countless others fell into obscurity. Among the myriad of impressions Lin Yi retained, one stood out, a player known as the Shield of Rock, who had been remarkably composed since childhood. His lasting impact on Lin Yi was not due to any extraordinary defensive prowess, but rather because his story had sent ripples through the gaming community. As a top-tier shield warrior in the game's elite echelon, the Shield of Rock did not receive treatment commensurate with his abilities. What truly resonated with Lin Yi was the fact that he was the first and only top player to be deified across the entire network and subsequently vanished from the game on that very day. The reason for his disappearance was that he had unwittingly offended a high-ranking member of a super guild in the Asia region. In an effort to eliminate him, this individual mobilized 2 elite teams to pursue and corner him, ultimately trapping him in a canyon, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Meanwhile, the nearby resurrection point had already been occupied by guild members, poised to kill him again upon his revival, reducing him to level 0. It was crucial to note that the elite team members dispatched by this high-ranking individual were clad in top-tier equipment of the time. His demise appeared to be an unavoidable conclusion, seemingly set in stone. However, the subsequent events left everyone astounded. In a fierce assault involving 20 elite spellcasting professionals, a player known for his composure since childhood, armed solely with a shield and remarkable micro-movements, managed to withstand relentless attacks until the mana reserves of all spellcasters were completely depleted, necessitating the engagement of melee fighters. Yet, amidst the onslaught from all directions, this steadfast player not only adeptly evaded every assault but also counterattacked with unexpected ferocity, eliminating several careless assassins and causing utter disarray among his opponents. Once the footage of this spectacle was released, it sparked a wave of astonishment across the internet. No one had anticipated that a tank, often underestimated, could exhibit such extraordinary skill, and many marveled at his combat awareness, which undoubtedly placed him among the elite players. Although he ultimately succumbed in the canyon due to the relentless reinforcements from his adversaries, the astonishing awareness and formidable defensive capabilities he displayed in that battle earned him the title of the Rock-Solid Shield the very next day, symbolizing his steadfastness. On the same day, when other major guilds recognized his talent and sought to recruit him, he chose to depart the game on what could have been his most illustrious day, vanishing without a trace. Rumors circulated online that he had been pursued by a major guild, leading to his disillusionment and exit from the game. Others speculated that an incident in reality had prompted his absence from the game. Some even claimed that the guild, fearing his potential rise in the game and possible retaliation, had sought him out in real life, resulting in severe injuries that ultimately led to his demise. The authenticity of these rumors remained indeterminate. However, the rise and sudden disappearance of the most formidable tank became a significant regret within the gaming community. At the time, Lin Yi had only encountered related news reports and could not have imagined that in this new life, he would come face to face with the very individual. Whether this encounter was fated remained a mystery. You may wonder how Lin Yi recognized him. It was because this individual was one of the few who had not altered his appearance within the game. In previous reports regarding him, his in-game image had been depicted multiple times, and those representations were indistinguishable from the middle-aged man Lin Yi beheld at that moment. Brother Fong, have you given it any thought? At this juncture, a young man with yellow hair was conversing with the man. Since you've just been discharged from the army and won't find work immediately, our guild is recruiting capable members, and I believe you would be a perfect fit. If you join, not only will the guild cover the cost of the gaming headset, but you'll also receive a guaranteed monthly salary of 3,000. Additionally, if you contribute to the guild's success in the game, bonuses will be awarded separately. This arrangement would be beneficial for both you and your wife, wouldn't it? Under the persistent persuasion, Fong Jingrong's expression finally softened as he inquired, "When can I start playing?" "Brother Fong, have you finally agreed? That's wonderful. Allow me to inform you that my guild is renowned as one of the top-tier guilds in the country, known as the Temple. If you don't believe me, feel free to search online." The Temple? Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. At that moment, Huang Mao produced several documents resembling contracts and said, "Come on. Brother Fong, please sign this letter of intent first. Tomorrow, I will take you to the company for an interview, just to follow the procedure." Just as Fong Jingrong picked up the pen to sign the so-called letter of intent, a hand suddenly appeared, pressing down on the contract, stating, "You cannot sign this." Chapter 7. Lin Yi's plan. Fong Jingrong and the yellow-haired man simultaneously turned to the newcomer. The yellow-haired man, on the verge of success, was infuriated by the sudden appearance of this stranger, rising in anger to glare at Lin Yi. "Are you looking for trouble, kid?" Fong Jingrong wore a puzzled expression. He did not recognize this individual and wondered why he sought to intervene. Lin Yi regarded the yellow-haired man with a cold smile. "Yes, and what of it?" Although Lin Yi was unfamiliar with him, he harbored a deep disdain for the identity of this member of the temple. This guild was notorious for its malevolence, preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Throughout Lin Yi's 3 years of gaming before his rebirth, he had been slain numerous times by individuals from this guild. Now, encountering a member of the temple once again, Lin Yi, as an ordinary citizen, would have been no match for them, whether in the game or in real life. However, the circumstances had changed. Bolstered by his newfound confidence in his abilities, he regarded this petty thug with indifference. More crucially, he did not wish to see the weary-looking man before him repeat the mistakes of the past, as it had been these very members of the temple who had relentlessly pursued him in his youth. In response to Lin Yi's provocation, the yellow-haired man, with a face full of fury, decisively struck out, "I'll teach you to mind your own business." He swung a powerful fist towards Lin Yi, who, unexpectedly, was unprepared for such an abrupt attack. Fong Jingrong, taken aback, shouted, "Be careful." But it was too late to intervene. As the yellow-haired man attacked, Lin Yi remained unfazed, lifting his foot to deliver a kick to the thug's chest. The yellow-haired man, confident he could take down Lin Yi with a single blow, was unprepared for the latter's astonishing speed. As the kick approached, he felt a sudden constriction and let out a muffled grunt, stumbling back several steps before regaining his footing. At that moment, Lin Yi spoke, "While I'm in a good mood, you would do well to avoid making a fool of yourself and leave." Though merely a level 5 mage in attributes, in the realm of reality, dealing with a lackey like the yellow-haired man was hardly challenging for Lin Yi. Given the arrogance of those from the temple, it was only a matter of time before he would confront them in the game. Realizing Lin Yi was no ordinary opponent, the yellow-haired man, though internally intimidated, maintained an outwardly fierce demeanor. "You've got guts, kid. We'll see about that." However, before departing, he did not forget his purpose. Addressing Fong Jingrong, "Brother Fong, take care of things on your end. Let me know when you've signed, and I'll get in touch later. Once the yellow-haired man had made his hasty exit, Lin Yi took a seat before the bewildered Fang Zhengrong. I suppose you're wondering why I prevented you from signing? Fang Zhengrong shrugged, indicating, since you know, just tell me why. Lin Yi chuckled softly, because our objectives align. Fang Zhengrong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What? In Fang Zhengrong's consciousness, he merely regarded himself as a recently discharged veteran, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of gaming. While it was somewhat understandable that Huang Mao sought him out for a game, the presence of this individual, with the same intention, left Fang Zhengrong perplexed. Was there truly such a shortage of players in this game? Seemingly aware of Fang Zhengrong's confusion, Lin Yi straightforwardly stated, I wish to form my own team within the game. I recently learned of your background as a Special Forces veteran. Hence I extend an invitation for you to join us. As for remuneration, the initial monthly salary will be 5,000. Should the team's profits flourish, bonuses will be additional. What do you think? 5,000. Upon hearing this figure, Fang Zhengrong was momentarily taken aback. Could the game be so lucrative? Or was this merely a ruse? Lin Yi found a hint of amusement in his thoughts while thoroughly comprehending Fang Zhengrong's current bewilderment. For many, a monthly salary of 5,000 may not seem substantial. Yet for individuals lacking specialized skills, it represented the pinnacle of their earning potential. The prospect of earning such a high salary, along with bonuses, simply by playing a game was indeed astonishing to Fang Zhengrong. Regarding the game's profitability, Lin Yi refrained from elaborating. Much like how he could never fathom why some would spend tens of thousands on a single piece of equipment. Certain realities could only be grasped once one personally engaged with the domain. To alleviate any doubts of deception, Lin Yi, under Fang Zhengrong's skeptical gaze, transferred a sum of 10,000 yuan into his account. This includes 5,000 as your advance salary and another 5,000 intended for purchasing a gaming helmet. As he spoke, Lin Yi added Fang Zhengrong's contact information and shared his in-game name, instructing him to reach out once he reached level 10. After conveying this, Lin Yi rose and departed, leaving Fang Zhengrong in a state of incredulity. After recovering from his astonishment, Fang Zhengrong called out to Lin Yi, who was already distanced. Aren't you worried I might abscond with the money? Lin Yi did not halt nor respond, seemingly indifferent to the inquiry. For Lin Yi, a sum of 10,000 yuan was undoubtedly significant prior to his rebirth. However, in his current existence, as a future top-tier tank warrior, monetary value held little sway. Although Lin Yi could not predict whether he would once again traverse that path due to his interventions, life itself is but a grand gamble, is it not? Only someone with 3 years of gaming experience could truly appreciate that Glory of the Gods is unequivocally a game centered around teamwork. Whether in fixed teams or random groups, whether delving into dungeons or participating in large-scale events, the essence of collaboration permeated the journey from the initial 5-person squad to 10 and eventually to 50. Thus, in order to advance further within the game, Lin Yi had to meticulously plan for his team in advance. Qizhong was the first individual Lin Yi sought to cultivate, while the stable and composed Ji was the second, for during dungeon expeditions, an exemplary tank is indispensable, a crucial presence within any team. Fang Zhengrong returned home, clutching 10,000 yuan and a heart laden with trepidation. To his surprise, the door was opened by a stunning woman. Few could have anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded man would be blessed with such a beautiful wife. Qinping gazed at her husband, perplexed, wondering why he had returned so early in the morning. Fang Zhengrong remained silent, sinking into the sofa as he lit one cigarette after another. Weren't you supposed to be job hunting? Qinping remarked, moving to the window to let in fresh air and dispel the smoke, her irritation evident. Fang Zhengrong, I'm carrying your child. Do you wish to suffocate both of us? Only then did Fang Zhengrong recall his wife's pregnancy, hastily extinguishing the cigarette and apologizing. I'm sorry, Ping. I was lost in thought and completely forgot. Qinping retrieved a mask from the drawer, donning it before sitting beside him. What transpired? I've never seen you so distracted before. Thus, Fang Zhengrong recounted the events of the previous night. Qinping was taken aback. You received 10,000 without doing anything? How is that even possible? Her confusion deepened. He didn't even have you sign a contract. Isn't he afraid you might abscond with the money? Fang Zhengrong shared her bewilderment. Is it really possible to earn that much from gaming? setting aside the 10,000 if it's genuine. A monthly salary of 5,000 is far superior to the 3,000 offered by a security job. Chen Ping regarded the man she had chosen, whom her family did not approve of. So what are you suggesting? Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Zhengrong declared, I will reserve a gaming helmet first thing tomorrow morning. Regardless of the circumstances, having accepted the money, I must at least give it a try. At that moment, Chen Ping interjected, you really need to purchase it, after all. There is no contract. You know how much that 10,000 means to our family. Before she could finish, Fang Zhengrong impatiently interrupted, even if I have to beg. I will not accept such ill-gotten gains. Please refrain from suggesting such things in the future. Regardless, I will attempt to play. If it proves unsuitable, I shall return to that security company. With that, he strode towards the study. Chen Ping, seated on the sofa, felt no anger towards Fang Zhengrong's abruptness. Instead, admiration flickered in her eyes as she gazed at his retreating figure, pride swelling within her heart. This is my man. Although their current life was far from ideal, Chen Ping remained steadfast in her belief in the man she had chosen. Some might argue that such blind trust is foolish, however. She believed that as long as one harbors hope, the clouds will eventually part to reveal the moon. At the very least, he was striving for their future, for their family, and that was enough. At that moment, the sudden sound of a cup shattering echoed through the study, leaving Chen Ping in a state of shock as she rushed over. What happened, Ronggu? Fang Zhengrong stared in astonishment at the overwhelming discussions on the official forum of Glory of the Gods, hastily opening his phone. A single message contained but 2 words. Fenghua. Chapter 8. The worries of Xia Haidang on the gentle slope of Qing Shui village, where the enchanted wild boars roamed. A female warrior named Huan Cheng Xingxing, wielding a wooden shield, was deflecting the onslaught of a charging boar while conversing. Sister Wei Wei, do you believe that Feng Hua might be the Tianci of unifying the world? Nearby, a skilled archer named Huan Cheng Qianmenyu, deftly targeting the boar, responded. You might be onto something. There are indeed similarities between Feng Hua and Tianci. As she spoke, she continued to unleash her attacks with remarkable precision. After all, Tianci had held the title of the top ranger in unifying the world for 4 consecutive years, and emulating Feng Hua's prowess should not be overly challenging for him. Moreover, he, like us, was among the first to enter this game, Huan Cheng Xingxing added excitedly. Be careful. Just as Huan Cheng Xingxing became distracted by her conversation, the enchanted wild boar unexpectedly veered in her direction. In the split second before she was about to be knocked back or even slain, a massive fireball whizzed past her, striking the boar with a resounding impact. The creature collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust at Huan Cheng Xingxing's feet. At that moment, a female mage named Huan Cheng Xia Haidang approached Huan Cheng Xingxing, a look of reproach on her face. If it hadn't been for that critical hit, do you realize you could have perished? As our guild's primary shield warrior, such a mistake is beneath you. I'm truly sorry, Sister Haidang. I promise to be more cautious next time, Huan Cheng Xingxing replied, sheepishly sticking out her tongue and standing awkwardly aside. Suddenly, the archer Huan Cheng Qianmenyu exclaimed, Sister Haidang, look, an item has dropped. At that moment, Huan Cheng Xia Haidang noticed a glimmer of blue light. It was blue equipment, and moreover, a weapon. Without pausing to admonish Huan Cheng Xingxing, she stepped forward to collect it. It was a longbow. Huan Cheng Xingxing was immediately captivated, gasping in surprise. Yet, upon realizing it was a bow, her expression turned to one of disappointment. Why couldn't it be a shield? Even a sword would suffice. Woe is me. As Huan Cheng Xia Haidang picked up the weapon and shared its attributes, she announced, exquisite longbow weapon quality, rare physical attack, 16 to 28 additional attributes, constitution, for accuracy, 2 required level, for additional effect, increases critical hit chance by 6, a longbow meticulously crafted by an experienced hunter, possessing considerable value. Oh mine, Huan Cheng Qianmenyu exclaimed, elated. Without hesitation, Huan Cheng Xia Haidang handed the weapon over to Qianmenyu, saying, it's a fine piece, it's yours. In the enchanting realm of the Illusion City, Qianmenyu swiftly changed her equipment, reveling in the faint azure glow emanating from her longbow. A wave of exhilaration washed over her, inexplicably. Acquiring a rare-grade item in this game felt even more thrilling than obtaining a divine-grade artifact in Unity of the World. Xingxing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at the magnificent weapon, exclaiming its impressive design. Xia Haidang, with a deep sense of understanding, remarked, "Perhaps this is the allure of glory of the gods. In the past, our online gaming experiences, no matter how realistic, were merely orchestrated by manipulated data. Unlike this game, where everything immerses us in a tangible world, allowing us to embody another self in this alternate universe." Xingxing eagerly chimed in, "Indeed, I wish I could remain in the game forever." Yet, Qianmin, you couldn't help but interject, longing one to change our circumstances. Each player is limited to 14 hours online per day, and soon we must log off. Xia Haiding chuckled softly. It is said that soon game pods will be released, which would eliminate any time constraints. Really? That is wonderful, she exclaimed, observing the exuberance of her companions. Now, let us continue hunting monsters. We must strive to reach level 10 before logging off tomorrow, and then gather all our sisters to discuss the establishment of our guild. At that moment, determination radiated from Xia Haidang's delicate features. This time, I want everyone to know that our ice and snow illusion city is not inferior to any other. Sister Haidang, will we still refrain from recruiting men this time? The question had lingered in Xia Haidang's thoughts for some time. Having established the ice and snow illusion city for several years, she recalled its prominence even before the advent of Glory of the Gods. In the long-standing game Unity of the River, this all-female guild had secured a significant position on the power rankings. However, despite this success, Xia Haidang had to concede that there remained a considerable gap between her guild and the veteran gaming guilds. Glory of the Gods diverged from other conventional online games. Adhering to her principle of accepting only female players could potentially hinder growth opportunities in the early stages. After all, in this novel gaming ecosystem, even minor missteps could widen the chasm between her guild and the leading established guilds. It was evident that gaming was predominantly a male stronghold. Maintaining her principle of recruiting solely female players could severely restrict the future development of the guild. Yet, deep down, Xia Haidang was reluctant to welcome male players, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. Contemplating this dilemma, she sighed, "It's still early for establishing the guild. After we log off today, I will consult Wei Wei and see what she thinks." Sister Haidang, if Wei Wei agrees, would you consider bringing Tianxi on board for this celestial gift? It is none other than the revered deity long admired by the stars. Since the moment the star first encountered the game unifying the Jianghu, she has been captivated by his unparalleled PK skills. It is said that this individual is also a strikingly handsome gentleman in reality. The mere thought of being in the same guild as him sends the heart of the Illusion City star racing. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the charming figure truly is the deity himself. The feasibility of this matter hinges upon the sentiments of Illusion City's Xia Haidang. After all, the fact that the deity has publicly declared his affection for her guild leader and ardently pursued her is among the rare pieces of gossip that have stirred the entire game community. Moreover, within the Ice and Snow Illusion City Guild, both the Star and Qianmin, you are aware that the deity is acquainted with their guild leader in real life. However, the extent of their familiarity remains a mystery. It appears that their leader is rather reluctant to speak of him, as she has scarcely offered any commentary about this individual. Nonetheless, both are cognizant that if their guild leader were to personally extend an invitation, it is highly likely that the deity would not decline. Observing the two in their gossiping demeanor, Illusion City's Xia Haidang could not help but adopt a stern expression, focusing intently on monster farming. If anyone utters another word of nonsense, do not blame me for enforcing the guild regulations. Let us proceed. I will draw the monsters with a fireball. Be prepared to take over. Illusion City's Qianmin Yu confidently waved his rare longbow, declaring, "With this in hand, my attack power has at least doubled. I believe our leveling speed should see a significant boost." Illusion City's Xia Haidang remained silent, already commencing her incantation for the fireball spell. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Fang Zhengrong, Lin Yi returned directly to his rental apartment and indulged in a rejuvenating slumber. Upon re-entering the game, Lin Yi was greeted by a blazing fireball hurtling towards him, emanating intense energy. Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening?" Chapter 9. It's all a misunderstanding. As the game launched, it faced an unexpected attack. If you were in this situation, what would your initial reaction be? In games like Glory of the Gods, instances of players lying in wait at logout locations to ambush their opponents upon their return are quite commonplace. As Lin Yi had witnessed numerous times during his 3-year gaming odyssey in his previous life. Consequently, unless faced with unforeseen circumstances, few players would choose to log out in the wilderness. Countless players had previously reported concerns about the online protection mechanisms to the developers. Yet the official response was merely, the game is monitored continuously by AR intelligence, and changes to the game rules would only be made under the most dire circumstances. As a result, the matter was quickly shelved, and players could only strive to avoid logging out in the wild. More importantly, one must not allow their adversaries to discover their logout locations. For no one relishes the prospect of losing a level or randomly dropping their gear or items as a consequence. This was merely the early phase of the game, and Lin Yi found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend how someone knew of his logout position and lay in wait for him. However, recognizing that the newcomer bore ill intentions, Lin Yi was not one to shy away from confrontation. Although killing was prohibited in the novice village, the sensation of being attacked still lingered. Few would enjoy being assaulted without cause. At the instant a fireball hurtled towards him, Lin Yi deftly sidestepped the attack, swiftly equipping a standard longsword from his backpack and charging towards the source of the fireball. Under the astonished gazes of Xia Haitang and her companions, the sharp blade was now poised against Xia Haitang's alabaster neck. "Why are you attacking me?" Lin Yi demanded, although a mage wielding a sword could only inflict minimal damage. In a situation where killing was not an option, only a sword could evoke a sufficient degree of pain. Lin Yi was far too astute to brandish his staff in such a confrontation, hence his immediate choice of weapon. Xia Haitang, taken aback, flushed with indignation. "I was about to ask you why you appeared there." At that moment, Xingxing, regaining her composure, pointed behind Lin Yi. "Quick, get out of the way." It turned out that the fireball Lin Yi had narrowly evaded moments ago had found its mark, as a wild boar charged towards them with ferocity. Sensing the commotion behind him, Lin Yi had no time to ponder further. He swiftly switched to his staff, stepping back just as the boar barreled past him. In a state of shock and disbelief, Xingxing and Qianmin you could only watch as the beast collided with the true instigator, Xia Haidang, with a resounding crash. -126. Striking a significant blow to her health and leaving her pale with fright. Heavy strike. -41. Xingxing retaliated, bringing her shield down forcefully upon the boar's head, triggering a 1-second stun effect. In that fleeting moment of the boar's immobilization, Qianmin Yu unleashed his attack. Wind arrow. -86. In that fleeting moment, Xia Haitang had swiftly retreated to a safe zone, while Lin Yi's fireball incantation had completed its casting. With a resounding boom, damage figures appeared. -97, -1, -1, -1. The wild boar, previously charging towards the stars, was suddenly drawn to Lin Yi, its eyes aflame with fury. Lin Yi adeptly evaded the boar's assault, and with another fireball spell ready, inflicted -91, -1, -1, -1. Under the bewildered gazes of the three, Lin Yi effortlessly dispatched the enraged boar with just a few strikes. He was indeed a prodigy. Xingxing was the first to recognize Lin Yi, exclaiming loudly. Qianmin Yu quickly followed suit, her face a mask of astonishment. It truly was him. At this moment, Xia Haitang had regained her composure from the earlier chaos, her expression seething with anger. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yi looked at the three women, his face reflecting equal perplexity. "Was it not you who attacked me first? And yet you questioned my intentions? You attacked us?" Xia Haitang was momentarily taken aback by his words, a mix of disbelief and indignation washing over her. This stranger had startled her and nearly caused her demise at the hands of the wild boar. Yet, he had the audacity to accuse her of initiating the confrontation. Was he feigning innocence? Fuming, Xia Haitang pointed at the boar's lifeless body. "Our target, was it? Who would have anticipated your sudden appearance? What makes you think you were so significant that we would attack you? How could such shamelessness exist in this world? He is a prodigious deity." Xingxing interjected softly from the side. Upon hearing this, Xia Haitang's anger surged anew, and she shot a fierce glare at Xingxing. "You have a penchant for meddling." Xing Xing quickly fell silent, though her gaze remained fixated on Lin Yi. He was far more handsome in reality than in the videos. Reflecting on his fluid evasion earlier, she realized she had begun to harbor a fondness for this unexpected deity. After Xia Haitong's outburst and recalling the recent events, Lin Yi suddenly felt as though he might have indeed misinterpreted the situation. However, he couldn't help but think how coincidental it all was. If it was merely a misunderstanding, perhaps they could simply let it go? Let it go? Xia Haitong's eyes widened in disbelief, exasperation evident in her voice. Am I to simply accept being struck by the wild boar? Lin Yi, feeling helpless, replied, What would you have me do? Barely had he finished speaking when Xia Haitong promptly declared, It's simple. Take us with you to level up. Absolutely not. Lin Yi decisively rejected Xia Haitong's request. What nonsense. He was focused on reaching level 10 and entering the main city. He had no intention of being burdened by 3 additional players. Not 1, let alone 3. The 3 women were left dumbfounded by his unyielding refusal. After all, they were 3 stunning beauties. Ignoring the astonishment on Xia Haitong's face, Lin Yi simply stated, Choose another. Qianmen Yu and Xing Xing exchanged glances, bewildered. Could it be that a self-sufficient woman was rejected by a man? Xia Haitong narrowed her eyes, questioning, Why not? Do you think we would hold you back? Lin Yi, unfazed by the situation, nodded in agreement, indeed, changed to someone else. You, Xia Haitong exclaimed in frustration. A true master exuded such an aura, even in rejection. Xia Haitong cast a glance at Qianmen Yu, who believed she had whispered discreetly. Qianmen Yu, mimicking the stars, promptly closed her mouth. Hurry up, I have matters to attend to, Lin Yi urged, displaying a hint of impatience. Taking a deep breath, Xia Haitong proposed another condition. You may upgrade without us, but you must join my guild. Your guild? Contrary to Lin Yi's confusion, Qianmen Yu and Xing Xing quickly covered their mouths, astonished, accompanied by a touch of delight. If they could be in the same guild as such a formidable master, it would be a splendid tale to share upon returning to school. After all, who is currently the most popular figure online? It is undoubtedly the newly risen master, Fenghua. Speculations regarding Fenghua's identity have never ceased. So far, apart from the 3 of them, no one else had encountered the legendary Fenghua. Under the expectant gazes of the trio, Lin Yi suddenly recalled who this woman before him truly was, the founder and president of the Ice and Snow Fantasy Guild, the formidable Xia Haitong. In a past life, the renowned female guild, Ice and Snow Fantasy, was a super guild that countless handsome men aspired to join, although its ranking later declined. Its allure lay in the abundance of beautiful women within. After all, a guild where 90 of its members are stunning women must be irresistible to most men. Seemingly anxious about facing another rejection from Lin Yi, Xia Haitong couldn't help but remind him, My guild is called Ice and Snow Fantasy. You must have heard of it. Lin Yi understood this well. It resonated like thunder in his mind. Xia Haitong felt a surge of joy. Are you agreeing? At that moment, Xing Xing began to fantasize about the awe-inspiring scene that would ensue when she boasted about having the master Fenghua in her guild at school. However, the next moment, Lin Yi, still expressionless, declined once more. No. What? The 3 women were once again bewildered. Xia Haitong never imagined she would be rejected by the same man twice in one day. Twice. Observing the dazed expressions of the 3, Lin Yi contemplated for a moment and decided, Forget it, you need not say anything further. Consider these pieces of equipment as compensation. Before the stunned trio could regain their composure, they witnessed Lin Yi pulling out various items from his backpack and tossing them onto the ground. A level 4 ordinary emerald staff, a level 3 ordinary iron sword, a level 2 ordinary oak shield, and level 1 ordinary soft boots. The equipment is here. You may choose what you can use shortly. After discarding several items suitable for the 3, Lin Yi turned and departed. The reason for this action is that the ordinary equipment takes up considerable space in the backpack, and Lin Yi is too lazy to return to the village to deal with it. By handing it over to them as compensation, he achieves a dual purpose. Furthermore, while examining the backpack, Lin Yi unexpectedly discovered an additional piece of epic equipment within. What on earth? Was there not only one piece of epic gear on that pig? With no time to ponder this anomaly, Lin Yi felt compelled to leave swiftly, driven by the presence of these 2 epic items. The scene of Lin Yi generously retrieving the equipment from his backpack appeared dreamlike to the three observers. Qian Minyu mused. Could this fellow be the system's chosen harbinger of wealth? Meanwhile, Xing Xing, with a look of infatuation, remarked, I believe I have already developed feelings for him. In contrast to Xing Xing and Qian Minyu, Xia Haidang felt indignant about being rejected by him twice, declaring, I shall remember you. Chapter 10. The arrival of the mysterious girl. The Heart of Compassion item. Accessories quality. Epic binding upon acquisition. Magical attack. 10 to 10 magical defense. 5 required level. 5 unique additional attribute 1. Reduces casting time of all magical skills by 50. Additional attribute 2. Restores 5 of actual damage dealt to the target as health. Additional attribute 3. Passive can resist a single fatal blow. Cooldown 24 hours. Additional attribute 4. Intelligence 15. Lin Yi gazed in astonishment at the exquisite equipment nestled within his backpack. 4 extraordinary additional attributes adorned this rare, epic accessory, which boasted an exceedingly low drop rate. Preoccupied with thoughts of leveling up, Lin Yi had yet to explore the forums, and with the world channel still inactive, he remained oblivious to the news of the boss's first kill. To Lin Yi, the instinctive belief that such a world-first achievement would elude him was palpable. Throughout his 3 years of gaming, he had merely existed as one of the beleaguered low-tier gold farmers. Could it possibly have been dropped by that pig? The thought sparked a wave of uncontainable joy within him. While the inherent attributes of the equipment might be negligible, the 4 additional attributes were extraordinary, with any single one of them being a coveted boon. The benefit of having casting time is self-evident. While the lifesteal attribute would undoubtedly become one of the most sought-after features among players in this game, even if it were a subpar item, possessing just one such attribute would render it a treasure on the market, commanding exorbitant prices. After all, with this attribute in hand, one could save a considerable sum on health potions while significantly enhancing efficiency in monster hunting and boss battles. Lin Yi could hardly fathom that he had acquired this equipment even before leaving the novice village. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret that the attribute was not related to mana restoration, given that the monsters in the novice village typically possessed low attributes. Lin Yi could almost engage in combat without taking damage, rendering this remarkable attribute somewhat superfluous at present. The subsequent attributes, whether the single instance of damage immunity or the impressive boost of 15 intelligence, left him in awe. Truly, as a unique item, these 4 attributes combined would remain invaluable even in the later stages of the game. Tianfeng Boots item. Footwear quality. Epic magical attack. 25 to 31 physical defense. 23 magical defense. 15 agility. For constitution, 3 intelligence. 3 required level. 5 additional attribute 1. Agility 3 additional attribute 2 10 chance to trigger a 50 movement speed increase for 3 seconds when attacked. Lin Yi was somewhat speechless at the prospect of an additional 7 points in agility. Was the intent to transform a mage into a rogue? However, upon reflection, he realized that heightened agility would allow for swifter and more fluid evasive maneuvers, leading him to accept this change with grace. As Lin Yi donned the 2 pieces of equipment, his attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Character. Fenghua level. 5 experience to level up. 1050 1200 profession. Junior mage health points. 210 mana points. 365 constitution. 8 strength. 5 intelligence. 43 agility. 12 physical damage. 7 to 21 magical damage. 86 to 179 physical defense. 61 magical defense. 39 luck. 5 honor points. 10 with nearly 200 points in magical damage. Lin Yi was undoubtedly unparalleled in this novice village. However, upon noticing the additional honor points, he was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the boss he had just defeated. Lin Yi surmised that this must be the reward for achieving the first kill. In the game, honor points are typically earned by completing specific tasks, and defeating a wild boss is one of the pathways to acquire them. The significance of honor points lies in their use during open battlefields, where players can exchange them at the military supply station for powerful green sets or to upgrade their ranks. Nonetheless, these matters felt distant for Lin Yi, who was not particularly concerned at the moment. Once everything was prepared, Linny set off toward the location of the higher level, level 7 enchanted Grey Wolf. With the enhancement of these two epic pieces of equipment, Linny felt increasingly confident about reaching level 10 by the end of the day. He planned to head to the main city the following morning to acquire the Summoner's Legacy item. At that moment, Lin Yi's communicator suddenly chimed. "Handsome brother?" Upon connecting, Lin Yi inquired, "What is it?" In a spacious area, the renowned player, Handsome Brother, sat on the ground and directly addressed Lin Yi. "Brother, would you be interested in joining my guild?" "Not interested." "Don't be so quick to decline. Listen to what I have to say. If you join my guild, I will offer you the position of elder. Not only will you have no responsibilities, but you will also enjoy the highest benefits within the guild. Additionally, I will provide you with a monthly stipend of 50,000 real currency. What do you think?" Beside Handsome Brother, the player I Won't Cry wore a look of disbelief, never anticipating that the guild leader would extend such a generous offer to someone he had only met once. This was undoubtedly the first time in the many years he had followed Handsome Brother that such a situation had arisen. It was evident that Handsome Brother held a sincere regard for Lin Yi. However, much to their surprise, upon hearing the recruitment proposal, Lin Yi promptly declined without hesitation, stating, "I'm sorry, please look for someone else." With that, he ended the communication. Handsome Brother and I Won't Cry exchanged bewildered glances. Is he really that temperamental? Is that 11? Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Although this guild had a reputable name and ample resources, offering top-tier benefits, it was still a guild among many. However, for her reborn self, there is currently no intention to join any guild. Several hours later, within a luxurious villa located in the affluent district of Bahai City. In a room imbued with the essence of youth, a girl clad in pajamas is reclining on a broad and comfortable bed, adorned with the latest and most popular gaming headset. Perhaps due to the privacy of her own room, her attire is quite revealing, exposing large areas of her fair skin. Her long, slender legs are particularly striking, with loose shorts leaving her delicate skin below the thighs on full display, inviting contemplation. At that moment, the girl suddenly stirred and then slowly sat up. Removing the gaming headset, a look of frustration spread across Mu Lingshue's exquisitely delicate face. Throughout her years of gaming, it was the first time someone had dared to reject her not once, but twice in succession. Since the establishment of the Ice and Snow Fantasy City Guild, she had always been the one to decline others, when had it turned into others rejecting her. Moreover, it was the same person, which was even more infuriating. Having done so consecutively, Mu Lingxue was certain that had she proposed a third request at that moment, that scoundrel would have rejected her once again. A belief she held with unwavering conviction. Taking a deep breath, her modest bosom rose and fell with the rhythm of her breathing. Despite the passage of half a day, Mu Lingxue still felt quite vexed, infuriating indeed. Just then, a knock echoed at her door. "Xiaoxue, have you logged out of the game?" Mu Lingxue quickly replied, "I'm already out. Just give me a moment. I'll be right there." In the living room of the villa, another girl of equally exquisite demeanor addressed Mu Lingxue. "Xiaoxue, I've roughly calculated, and it seems our guild's funds are insufficient for us to develop in this game like we did in Unified Jianghu. Not only that, but for the guild's upcoming plans, we may need to consider downsizing." Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxue furrowed her brows. Wasn't there a budget established before we even entered? How could we be so far off? Chen Wei, reclining on the sofa, remarked thoughtfully, "You should have gained some understanding of this game's prospects by now. We must admit, we have significantly underestimated its potential from the very beginning." At that moment, Chen Wei sat up and opened a spreadsheet on her computer for Mu Lingxue to see. "I logged out of the game half an hour earlier today and came across this." Mu Lingxue gazed at the data on the spreadsheet, her expression grave. Chen Wei continued to explain, "The top 10 established guilds have received nearly $1 billion in funding from major consortiums, with the prestigious ones reaching as high as $2 billion. While we received $5 million. Mu Lingxue responded with indignation. "The Dalton family only provided $5 million? What can we even accomplish with that?" Chen Wei felt a sense of helplessness. This was the outcome of her arduous efforts. It was reported that the Dalton family had already transferred the majority of their funds to the Temple Guild. Mu Lingxue set aside her computer and declared, "Let us return the money. We shall not accept charity." Taken aback by her words, Chinwei responded, if that is the case, our current funds might not last even a month, let alone support future developments. The reality is that nearly all players have flocked to this game, rendering unifying the Jianghu incapable of generating any profit for us. In other words, we are entirely devoid of a financial source. Are you still certain you wish to return it? Yes. Mu Lingxue stood and descended the staircase, asserting, I will find a way to address the funding issue. The operations of the guild will remain unchanged. Just as Mu Lingxue was about to ascend, Chinwei's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and answered, Hello, is it showing? You're back? That's wonderful. Please come directly over. At the international airport in Binhai City, a stunningly beautiful girl, dressed elegantly, walked through the terminal with her suitcase, attracting the attention of both men and women alike. She seemed accustomed to such admiration, showing no concern. Standing at the airport's exit, she removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of enchanting eyes. Supporting her luggage, she gazed into the distance, while a hint of nostalgia and sadness flickered in her expressive eyes. Binhai City. I have returned once more. How have you been? Chapter 11 The First Tenant Ding. Level up. Congratulations on reaching level 10. In a marshland. Lenny glanced at the time, finally achieving level 10 just before being forcibly logged out. Just as he prepared to return to the novice village to teleport to the main city, darkness suddenly enveloped him, awakening in confusion in his bed. Lenny let out a resigned smile. Being forcibly logged out twice in merely 2 days was quite the experience. At the moment Lenny was ejected from the game, the previously tranquil World channel erupted with a flurry of Crimson System notifications. World event. Congratulations to player Fenghua for being the first to reach level 10. Reward, 20 honor points. A random epic equipment, 2,000 experience. World event. Congratulations to player Fenghua for triggering the main city system. Reward, 10 honor points. The 4 major cities of the Huaxia region are now open. Qinglong City, Baihu City, Zhuke City, and Xuanwu City. Players may select one city to transfer upon reaching level 10. All players in the Huaxia region were once again astonished by these 2 system notifications. And the game was abuzz with excitement, as countless individuals questioned their own hearing. While most were still at levels 4 or 5, someone had astonishingly reached level 10. The forums within the game erupted once more, with everyone eagerly typing away. Is this Birdman cheating? How could he level up so quickly? Who is this Fenghua? I've never heard of him before. My goodness, our guild leader has an 8-man team helping him grind, and he is only at level 7. Is the gap really that vast? This guy is destined for greatness. Which guild is he from, to be this formidable? I want to know how he levels up. I'm only at level 4, sob. I'm at level 3, am I proud of that? Ugh, go hunt some deer, don't embarrass yourself here. At this moment, a large number of players, forced offline due to time constraints, flooded into the forums to fervently discuss Fenghua's astonishing feats. Opinions varied from skepticism to shock, and sentiments of awe were abundant. Just when one might think the excitement had peaked, the pinned post in the forum, synchronized with the World channel, was again inundated with a bright red headline. World event. Congratulations to player Fenghua for triggering the dungeon system. Reward, 10 honor points. The personal beginner dungeon trial grounds is now open. Level restriction, 10. The first team dungeon jungle mystery is also now open. Level restriction, 10. World event. Congratulations to player Fenghua for completing the world achievement. World's fastest. Reward, 50 honor points. Title, World's fastest. World event. Congratulations to player Fenghua for triggering the Huaxia region's level leaderboard. Players may click to check the rankings. Level leaderboard. Player level rank Fenghua 10-1 Min. Unable to contain his astonishment, rested his chin upon his hand, exclaiming, Is it not delightful to be human? Must one strive to become a deity? The illustrious figure gazed solemnly at the vibrant crimson characters, pondering their ostentatious display. This must be the customary practice of the Grand Masters, remarked Qihong. Amidst the frenzy of countless individuals captivated by the name Fenghua, many were equally drawn to the revelations contained within the system announcements. Information regarding the 4 principal cities was promptly uploaded to the forums by the officials, igniting yet another wave of fervent discussion. Concurrently, details concerning 2 new dungeons also emerged. Some were astonished, others skeptical, Yet a greater number brimmed with excitement at the prospect of exploring the unknown, regardless of their varying mindsets. None could hinder Feng Hua from once again astonishing the entire internet. I hope this Feng Hua sees this. I am the president of the AOC Sacred Hall Guild, and I hold your abilities in high regard. I aspire to collaborate with you in this game to achieve greatness together. Detailed benefits can be discussed, one message read. Another chimed in, nonsense about discussions. I am from the Luotian Guild, and if you are willing to join us, a direct annual salary of 1 million plus 10 types of benefits await you. Yet another offered, join our Tiandel Alliance, and we shall appoint you as vice president immediately. Awaiting your response. Soon, the forums were inundated with a fervor for recruitment. Whether renowned or obscure, nearly every guild seized the opportunity to extend enticing invitations to Feng Hua. Observing the official forum, which boasted an online presence in the millions, countless individuals lamented from the depths of their hearts. How many years has it been since a game has sparked such nationwide discourse? Glory of the Gods had achieved this feat. As the instigator of this phenomenon, Lenny found himself momentarily transfixed, inspecting his own body, only to be astonished to discover that he could indeed synchronize his attributes with the game. At level 10, Lenny had mastered all the skills of a novice mage. And in reality, he possessed these skills as well. Were it not for his modest rented space, Lenny would have eagerly tested what it would be like to unleash a fire blast in the real world. Casting a glance at the electronic clock, he mused, she should be arriving soon. In anticipation of this meeting, Lenny had taken the trouble to shower and don clean attire. Once he had tidied up, Lenny grasped the only valuable item in his room, the gaming helmet, and stood at the threshold, gazing at the dimly lit abode he had inhabited for nearly a decade. After a prolonged moment, the door was slowly closed behind him, and Lenny turned, vanishing into the corridor. Mr. Gua, would you reconsider? Mu Lingxue implored, gazing at the holographic figure before her with a sense of resignation. Upon receiving yet another refusal, she despondently terminated the communication device. Still not in agreement? Chen Wei observed the striking woman, who exuded an aura of strength to outsiders, with a sympathetic expression. At that moment, only weariness and helplessness graced her visage. Although everyone held high hopes for the game's prospects, they were skeptical about the future of their guild. With a wry smile, Mu Lingxue sank onto her bed and turned to Chen Wei. Is there something you wish to discuss? Under normal circumstances, Chen Wei would not be found in her own room. Based on Mu Lingxue's understanding of her dear friend, Chen Wei's presence at this moment likely indicated some important matter. Chen Wei nodded and said, someone wants to rent the room downstairs. Would you like to take a look? Mu Lingxue was taken aback by her words. So soon? It had been less than 2 hours since she decided to rent out those 2 rooms. Chen Wei smiled mysteriously. Go take a look. There's a surprise in store for you. What do you mean? Mu Lingxue asked, filled with curiosity as she descended to the first floor. Upon seeing the tall figure standing in the center of the living room, a sense of familiarity surged within her, yet she could not recall the identity of this figure. However, when the person turned around, a delicate face came into view, causing Mu Lingxue's mouth to fall agape, and she stammered out a name she had never anticipated. Xiaoying. Mu Lingxue joyfully rushed down the stairs and embraced the young woman warmly. When did you come back? Why didn't you let me know in advance? I could have picked you up. Zhang Xining, looking at her, couldn't help but smile charmingly. I came to see you. Didn't I? With the appearance of her friend, the earlier unease evaporated instantly. Mu Lingxue cheerfully inquired, did you have a good time on your trip? Not too bad. Zhang Xining replied, not too bad. Mu Lingxue scrutinized her best friend with concern. You've lost weight, but you seem more spirited. She then asked, you're not leaving again after coming back, are you? Zhang Xining playfully winked. If I have no place to stay, I might leave tonight. Mu Lingxue immediately understood. Since our beautiful Zhang has spoken, how could I possibly let you sleep on the streets? She pointed to the 2 vacant rooms on the first floor. Choose whichever you like. Stay as long as you want. Zhang Xining giggled. You're so good to me. After all, we've grown up together wearing the same dress. Mu Lingxue said with a hint of pride. I'm not like that foul. But she abruptly stopped, glancing cautiously at Zhang Xining. Aha, just remember. Everything I have is yours. No need to be polite. Seeing Mu Lingxue's worried expression, Zhang Xining comforted her. Don't worry about me. I've come to terms with it. Since he chose this path, I respect his decision as long as he is happy. At that moment, Mu Lingshue's smile faltered. It's best that you've come to terms with it. The world is full of men. Even if he has gone, you will surely meet someone more suited for you, right? It's a pity I don't know who that might be. Otherwise, I would teach him a lesson on your behalf, Mu Lingxue lamented. And you, keeping everything so secret from me. Zhang Xining smiled, seemingly disinterested in continuing the current topic, and instead brought up another matter. By the way, do you play Glory of the Gods? Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxue immediately perked up. Of course I do. How could I possibly miss out on such a groundbreaking game? Really? That is wonderful. We can play together from now on. Mu Lingxue continued. Well, I've been a bit bored and played it for a while. I found it quite enjoyable. I actually came here for this very reason. Haha. I tried to get you to play with me before, but you wouldn't. Now it seems we can finally embark on an epic gaming adventure together. At that moment, Qinwei approached, saying, All right, Inger has just arrived. Let her rest for a bit. Seeing Qinwei come over, Zhang Xining called out, Sister Weiwei. Due to their age difference, Qinwei was often regarded as an elder sister. In truth, she genuinely cared for the two as if they were her own younger sisters, fostering a bond that resembled sisterhood amidst their friendship. Mu Lingxue suddenly realized, Yes, you should go take a shower and catch some sleep. When you wake up, we can celebrate with a late-night snack. Zhang Xining felt a bit tired. All right, I'll head off then. Go on quickly, Mu Lingxue urged. Zhang Xining nodded and returned to her room. Mu Lingxue turned to Qinwei. When did you find out about this? How dare you keep it from me? Qinwei shot her a playful glance. I only just found out myself. Just then, Qinwei's phone rang unexpectedly. Hello? May I ask who was calling? Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Please hold on for a moment. I'll be right out. Mu Lingxue inquired. What is going on? Qinwei looked at her with a teasing expression. It appears we have an investor at our doorstep. Chapter 12. I have arrived as the investor that Wei Jie spoke of you? Mu Lingxue gazed incredulously at the newcomer. Are you certain it is him, Wei Wei? It must be, right? Qinwei directed her attention to the man clad in inexpensive attire. What you mentioned over the phone was genuine. Mu Lingxue, perplexed, inquired. What did you say? An investment of 50 million for your guild, to help you navigate through the current difficulties. What? Mu Lingxue thought she must have misheard. Did you say 50 million? Although she refrained from voicing her thoughts, her expression unmistakably conveyed her disbelief. How could someone dressed in clothes that barely totaled 100 yuan propose to invest 50 million in their guild? Had she not retained her composure? She might have been compelled to dismiss him outright. Observing the reactions of the two women, Linny understood their skepticism but felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, his appearance hardly suggested affluence, not merely unconvincing. Mu Lingxue even questioned whether she was facing a con artist. Linny retorted, Do you think I am jesting? The reason for his presence here was rooted in a woman he had once wronged. In his previous life, it was his heartless rejection and the cruel words he uttered that led her to be introduced to another man by her family shortly thereafter. It was that man's arrival that precipitated the tragedies that followed. As an orphan, Lin Yi had never imagined that his actions could inflict such suffering upon her. His cowardice had ultimately led to grave consequences. If there were one desire that Lin Yi harbored upon his rebirth, it was to ensure she would never endure even the slightest harm again. His words caused Qinwei and Mu Lingxue to exchange glances. At that moment, Lin Yi continued. You could draft a contract. Within 3 days, I shall transfer the funds to your account. Should I fail to do so? You may report me to the authorities or pursue legal action, whichever you prefer. Furthermore, I will not interfere in any decisions made by your guild. My only stipulation is that I may reside with you. Of course, I shall pay rent. Unable to contain her curiosity, Mu Lingxue inquired. May I ask what your motive is for this? 50 million is an astounding amount, and your conditions are rather peculiar, merely to stay in your own residence. Are you harboring ulterior motives? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Could you perhaps consider a different condition? Do you fear I might have designs upon you? Linny couldn't help but chuckle at her apprehension. Do you truly believe that with today's technological advancements, I would be foolish enough to engage in wrongdoing in this upscale district of Beihai City? Just as Mu Lingxue was about to say something, Qinwei spoke first. I can agree to your stay, but we must establish 3 rules. Your activity areas will be limited to your room and the living room. Should you overstep these boundaries, we will promptly ask you to leave. Can you comply? Lenny replied, "Of course, that's not an issue." His primary intention for being here was merely to be closer to her, and honestly, he had never truly contemplated the concerns that occupied their minds. However, reflecting on the resolute rejection he had given her 6 months prior, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Perhaps he was the last person she wished to see now. Fortunately, Lenny could distinctly sense that the familiar aura was likely sleeping peacefully. It was precisely due to the synchronization with the game's attributes that Lin Yi's senses had been greatly heightened. Furthermore, he observed that upon inheriting the abilities and attributes of the game's character, his personality seemed to undergo a significant transformation. Miss Wei. Mu Lingxue looked at Qin Wei in astonishment, never expecting that Qin Wei, who harbored a greater disdain for men than herself, would agree to let him stay. Do you truly believe what he says? Qin Wei pondered thoughtfully. I trust my intuition. Additionally, we are in dire need of this financial support. All right. Since you have said so, I shall no longer insist. Given their years of friendship, Mu Lingxue had great faith in Qin Wei's instincts. An additional factor that swayed Mu Lingxue's decision was the recent series of rejections from investors, which compelled her to adopt a trial-and-error approach and sign a contract worth 50 million with Lin Yi. With the freshly signed contract in hand, Lin Yi stated, I will transfer the 50 million to your account within the next few days. Mu Lingxue acknowledged this and added, I will ensure you do not suffer any losses. This 50 million will be considered your investment capital, and once the guild becomes profitable, I will distribute dividends according to your shares. Lin Yi was indifferent to this arrangement, replying, You can handle that as you see fit. I have no preference. Mu Lingxue rolled her eyes in response. Was he so affluent that he had no use for such a vast sum? 50 million was not a trivial amount. With that money, one could purchase an entire villa. Yet, despite her grievances, Mu Lingxue couldn't help but reflect. If every investor were as agreeable as he, they would surely be the most favored by those seeking investment. After all, no decision-maker enjoys being scrutinized and criticized from behind. Once the formalities were concluded, Mu Lingxue pointed to a room on the first floor, saying, This single room is yours. It comes with its own bathroom and balcony, and all necessary furniture and appliances are included. Given your status as an investor, I will charge you 5,000 a month, which includes property management fees and other miscellaneous expenses. Payment will be required every 6 months. Is that acceptable? Lin Yi had no objections and promptly paid the 30,000 in rent. Then Mu Lingxue took Lin Yi to see the living room and the kitchen. Aside from your room, these are the only 2 areas you may freely enter. Everything else is off limits. Should I catch you trespassing even once? I regret to inform you that, despite any monetary offer you might present, I would unhesitatingly escort you out. Do you understand? Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly, acknowledging her words. Understood. Moreover, Mu Lingxue pointed towards the closed door of Zhang Xining's room. That room is occupied by my close friend. You are strictly forbidden from disturbing her. Not even in jest. Please refrain from making excessive noise, and under no circumstances are you allowed to bring anyone here, not even for a brief respite. Lin Yi observed Mu Lingxue, who was speaking fervently, and inquired, Is there anything else? Mu Lingxue paused. No, that's all for now. I may add more later if I think of anything. Lin Yi chuckled wryly. I live alone. I won't be a bother to you, rest assured. Let us hope it remains that way. With the matter settled, and considering that Zhang Xining might be sleeping, Mu Lingxue led Qin Wei back upstairs. However, upon returning to her room, Mu Lingxue couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. How did he know there was a vacant room here? At that moment, Lin Yi stood at his door, gazing at the closed entrance. Even through the thick barrier, he could sense the familiar aura emanating from beyond. Listening to the steady rhythm of her breathing, he suddenly smiled. Xining, it's been a while. Chapter 13. An unexpected passion. It is unclear how much time has passed. But when Zhang Xining finally awoke from her slumber, the lights outside the floor-to-ceiling window had begun to twinkle. Perhaps it was the comfort of her familiar surroundings that allowed Zhang Xining to enjoy a peaceful sleep for the first time in half a year, free from the tormenting shadows of that loathsome figure. Although she maintained a facade of ease in front of Mu Lingxue, the anguish in her heart was indescribable. When one invests genuine affection in another, it is hardly a simple matter of letting go. For over 6 months, Zhang Xining had made every effort to move on. Yet she had never truly relinquished her feelings. Whenever she found a moment of respite, that figure would reappear like a relentless specter, depriving her of tranquility. As if to remind her of his existence, causing both torment and helplessness. While she felt a twinge of nostalgia for the first dream where he did not invade her thoughts, perhaps this was indeed a promising beginning. Keep going, Xining. You can thrive even without him. After a moment of self-encouragement, Zhang Xining freshened up and stepped outside. In the living room, Mu Lingxue sprang up from the sofa upon seeing her emerge. Finally awake. Let us go celebrate your triumph with some late-night snacks. Zhang Xining noticed another door firmly shut. Have you rented out that room? The question stemmed from the fact that Mu Lingxue typically left the door open, especially when unoccupied, for ventilation. The closed door led Zhang Xining to surmise that someone must indeed be residing within. Mu Lingxue was about to explain, due to certain circumstances. I've rented that room to a man. He doesn't seem like a bad person, but do be cautious. If he bothers you in any way, just let me know, and I will have him thrown out. Unintentionally or not, Mu Lingxue's voice rose, as if directed at someone in particular. This elicited a wry smile from Lin Yi, who stood behind the door. For a fleeting moment, he yearned to rush out and embrace the figure he had longed for day and night. Yet, fully aware of his own transgressions, he ultimately lacked the courage to confront her. Perhaps it was fear that held him back. Lin Yi dreaded her rejection and feared losing the only opportunity to be under the same roof as her. As he felt their departure, he helplessly collapsed onto his bed. He had thought he could face everything with composure, but when the moment arrived, he discovered just how terrified he was of loss. It was in this moment of profound self-reproach and regret that he truly grasped the cruelty of his initial rejection. How much pain had she endured in confronting the heartlessness he had feigned? In the depths of his remorse, time slipped away unnoticed, and before he knew it, midnight had arrived. Upon re-entering the game, Lin Yi finally found a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. It appears that the most effective form of escapism is indeed the diversion of attention. In a few days, game pods will be available for purchase, allowing players the luxury of logging into the game without the constraints of time. Utilizing a game pod for access means there are no limits, as the nutrient solution within is more than sufficient to sustain an adult's energy expenditure for an entire day. While engaged in gameplay, the nutrient pod simultaneously exercises the body's functions, akin to regular physical activity. Thus, even if one were to immerse themselves in the game for 3 consecutive days and nights, they would not encounter the physiological issues typically associated with prolonged inactivity. When Lin Yi reappeared in Qingshui village, a colossal portal stood majestically in the village square, radiating an otherworldly glow. This was indeed the gateway to the 4 principal cities. As Lin Yi approached the portal, preparing to venture into the main city, an unexpected sound of gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd. Moments later, a cacophony of deafening exclamations followed. Oh my goodness, is that who I think it is? Fenghua. It's the great Fenghua. It truly is the great Fenghua. Pinch me, I must be dreaming. The incessant cries left Lin Yi bewildered. Do you know me? At that moment, a female priest suddenly appeared before him, her face alight with anticipation. Great Fenghua, would you help me level up? I can be your girlfriend in real life. Cohabitation is also an option. Before Lin Yi could comprehend the situation, a female warrior immediately shoved the priest aside. Step away. The great Fenghua is mine. No, he is mine. I'm willing to pay for him to level me up. I'll offer 1,000 for a single level. What? Where did this beggar come from? I'll pay 10,000 for a level, plus a night together. Goodness, are women this bold nowadays? As Lin Yi observed the chaotic scene of female players, he was not the only one stunned. Even the male players around him were turning red with envy. Who needs assistance? I'll level you up for just 100. With a shout, someone recognized a lucrative opportunity, calling out from the outskirts of the crowd. I'll help level up for free. I just want companionship to keep warm. Any beautiful ladies looking to team up? As Lin Yi surveyed the frenzied surroundings, his mind raced with confusion. Who could explain this bizarre situation to him? Were it not for the game's prohibition against overly intimate interactions without consent, he would have no doubt been torn apart by the throngs of ardent women surrounding him. Excuse me, make way. Given the sea of women around him, Lin Yi, fearing a misunderstanding by the system, found it impossible to navigate through the enthusiastic crowd, leaving him utterly perplexed. When did he become so renowned? Just then, a woman suddenly appeared, grasping Lin Yi's arm and pulling him away. What the hell? Who dares to steal my husband? Hurry, stop her. I cannot let her take away my great one. At that moment, the figure holding Lin Yi suddenly spoke, inquiring about his destination. Lin Yi, unable to ponder further, yearned to swiftly extricate himself from the clutches of the frenzied women and reach the teleportation array at the center of the square. Very well, follow me, she replied. Despite her petite stature, this girl, a priest by profession, possessed considerable strength. She deftly maneuvered through the throng of women obstructing their path, ultimately guiding Lin Yi to the vicinity of the teleportation portal. Gratefully, Lin Yi expressed, "Thank you." With a playful giggle, she responded, "No need for thanks." As Lin Yi stood within the boundaries of the teleportation array, he promptly made his selection to teleport. Please choose your destination city: Zuke City, Xuanwu City, Qinlong City. Baihu City. After selecting Qinlong City, he couldn't resist glancing back at the figure that had liberated him from his sea of suffering. The ID displayed was the Laughing Frog, leaving Lin Yi momentarily stunned. Chapter 14. The fastest in the world, the Cheerful Frog. Renowned as one of the top 10 healers in the national realm from her previous life, also holds the distinguished title of the 10th beauty on the national beauty list. Had it not been for her tender age, one might speculate that her ranking would have soared even higher. It is said that she is as exquisite as a porcelain doll, embodying the quintessential charm that captivates all who encounter her. What leaves a profound impression on Lin Yi, however, is not her remarkable healing abilities or her astonishing beauty, but rather her elusive and masterful thieving skills. Indeed, this priest possesses the coveted stealth techniques typically aspired to by rogues. No one can fathom why a priest would harbor such a skill. While it is common for a rogue's theft abilities to be limited to humanoid NPCs or monsters, hers are not confined in such a manner. She can pilfer from players as well. Alarmingly, her success rate in thievery has left even a notorious villain, known for targeting female players, in despair. She is the sole individual capable of robbing a high-level player to the extent that they dare not venture outside with their gear. It is difficult to imagine that a girl of such beauty, representing a sacred profession as a priest, has been clandestinely bestowed with the moniker of ghostly thief. Whether to laugh or cry in light of such a situation remains uncertain. After all, possessing a title recognized by the entire gaming community symbolizes unparalleled honor, something for which countless players yearn. Unfortunately, such universally acknowledged titles are exceedingly rare. As Lin Yi emerged from the teleportation array in Qinlong City, a sudden pang of anxiety struck him. Clenching his empty hands, he lamented, "No way." The last time he was so astounded was due to the character Chi Hong. Now it was this cheerful frog. Were these two players utilizing some sort of cheat? How could such disruptive skills emerge so early in the game? It was evident that someone was intentionally overlooking his presence. At that very moment, in a secluded corner of Chishui village, two girls were drooling over the shared equipment attributes displayed on the public screen. Wise One's staff, weapon quality, rare magic attack, 17 to 21 required level. 3 additional attributes. Intelligence for this staff, once belonging to a sage who passed through Qingshui village, carries significant value. A female mage, named Don't Call Me Potato, expressed her apprehension. Sister Xiao AI, you stole the weapon belonging to the great Fenghua. Do you think you will come seeking revenge? Beside her, a girl clad in a simple linen robe voiced her uncertainty. You shooting tea, right? I say, Sister Xiao AI, your audacity is astonishing. To dare steal from the great Fenghua without considering the consequences? After the initial shock wore off, the cheerful frog gradually regained her composure. Consequences? I can always return it later. What can he possibly do to me in the game? As the conversation unfolded, the cheerful frog hastily donned its weaponry, a hint of pride adorning its small face. Remarkably, it felt quite adept wielding the gear. Don't Call Me Potato rolled its eyes. This is a weapon of a master. How could it not be easy to handle? How about, could you let me try it too? No way. The cheerful frog quickly clutched the equipment to its chest, fearing that its companion might attempt to snatch it away, leaving Don't Call Me Potato exasperated. How stingy. It teased playfully. By the way, Potato, what were you about to say? Suddenly, Don't Call Me Potato glared fiercely. Don't you dare, you little rascal. Oh, I forgot. I forgot. The cheerful frog quickly apologized. My dear, whom were you just mentioning? Go away. Annoying. It was only then that Don't Call Me Potato recalled the matter at hand. Stamping its feet in urgency, hurry up and log off. My sister said your brother will be home tonight. Upon hearing this, the cheerful frog's expression shifted. Oh no, didn't he say he wouldn't be back tonight? I can't talk to you right now, Potato. I need to log off. See you tomorrow. With that, it hastily clicked to disconnect. Watching the cheerful frog's figure gradually fade into the ether, Don't Call Me Potato exclaimed in frustration. Ah, don't you dare call me Potato. Hey Potato, what are you doing here? Let's level up together. Bang. Standing beside the teleportation array in the heart of Qinglong City, Lin Yi couldn't help but marvel at the unusual tranquility enveloping the place. As one of the 4 main cities in the Huaxia region, this city would soon become bustling with activity as players reached level 10, given that the surrounding area was teeming with monsters of levels 10 to 20. Coupled with 2 significant dungeons located just outside the city, it wouldn't be long before Qinglong City would shed its current desolation. At this moment, apart from Lin Yi, the only inhabitants of Qinglong City were the numerous NPCs, each engaged in their own pursuits. Endowed with a unique form of intelligence, it was said that in the game Glory of the Gods, every NPC is an entirely independent entity, each granted a distinct life and wisdom by the system. The developers had once stated that one would never find 2 identical NPCs within the game. Even though seemingly identical soldiers possess their own independent thoughts and fully realized life experiences. At such times, one couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of the computational algorithms required to achieve such an astonishing feat. This also meant that when an NPC perished, it would be irrevocably erased from this world. Of course, this did not include those humanoid monsters that respawned repeatedly. At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly discovered that his backpack contained an additional item, a piece of equipment emanating a violet glow, the Judgment Pearl, sealed. This extraordinary weapon boasted an epic quality with magical attack power ranging from 26 to 51, magical defense from 1 to 10, a critical damage increase of 20, and an accuracy of 5. It required a minimum level of 10 to use. Its additional attributes included an intelligence boost of 20, a 30 chance to trigger a lifesteal effect when attacking, converting 10 of the damage dealt into his own health, and a 10 magical damage bonus against players with red names. It was said to be a divine treasure lost on this continent during the era when the Radiant Divine Court collaborated with the myriad races to fend off the demonic invasion. However, it appeared to be sealed by some force, long stripped of its former glory. Unsealing progress. 0. Lin Yi stared in astonishment at this piece of equipment in his backpack, wondering when he had acquired it. Could it be that a bug had occurred in the game? Having logged off immediately after reaching level 10, he remained unaware of the sensation he had caused in the game world. This equipment was, in fact, a reward randomly bestowed by the system upon his first ascension to level 10. Regardless of whether this was a system error, Lin Yi had already experienced enough peculiarities, so he welcomed this occurrence. He recalled that after being forcibly logged out during a boss fight, he had also mysteriously acquired an epic piece of equipment. Was there a connection between the 2 events? Seeing that this item was classified as a special weapon, Lin Yi was quite surprised. No wonder he was unable to equip it. It was well known that this game featured numerous hidden classes, and such special weapons were exclusive to those hidden professions. If his conjecture was correct, this pearl in his backpack belonged to a magic-oriented hidden class. Lin Yi pondered whether a spirit caller could utilize it. If so, that would be splendid. If not, it would be a tremendous shame to forfeit those enticing attributes that made his mouth water. If the addition of an epic-level item left Lin Yi astounded, then the moment he discovered, unbeknownst to him, that he possessed a gleaming title was truly astonishing. To hold such a radiant title signified at least a unique rank at the district level. Title: the fastest in the world. As the first player globally to reach level 10, the title of fastest in the world rightfully belonged to him. Additional attribute: 100 affinity with all NPCs. In this game, titles were undoubtedly one of the most challenging special rewards to attain, and they uniquely increased affinity with NPCs. As the mid-game commenced, countless players went to great lengths to earn a title. Yet, Lin Yi, despite possessing a coveted world-class title that many would envy, wore an expression of disdain and helplessness. Regardless of whether others might misconstrue his intentions, he had no intention of flaunting such a title. That would be far too embarrassing. Just then, his communicator suddenly buzzed. Handsome to the core? Lenny glanced at the game time, a hint of amusement appearing on his face, just as he was about to seek you out. Chapter 15. A transaction of 50 million. I gazed at the dashing figure beside me, a member of a prestigious lineage, who wore an expression of uncertainty. President, he inquired, do you believe he will agree to join our guild? The nobleman replied, regardless of whether he will or not, we must make an effort. At that moment, his communicator abruptly crackled to life, revealing Lin Yi's voice. What is it that you seek from me? With sincerity, the nobleman expressed, I wish to revisit our previous discussion. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join my guild. The terms are entirely negotiable. I will not contest them. What do you think? Lenny responded. Let us set that aside for now. I have something to discuss with you. Are you interested in transitioning to a hidden class, the Infernal Mage? The nobleman appeared perplexed. What is that? Lenny sighed, realizing he had overlooked the fact that everyone was still grinding away in the novice village, with no hints from the officials to guide them. Thus, he briefly explained the concept of hidden classes. As the nobleman absorbed Lin Yi's description, his eyes began to sparkle with excitement. So, apart from our conventional 5 primary classes, we can also acquire unique class inheritances? Precisely, Lenny affirmed. Distinctive, unconventional, and standing out from the crowd. These traits have always been the aspirations of the affluent, regardless of the actual potency of the hidden class. The mere notion of possessing such a singular vocational attribute captivated the nobleman's entire attention. After years of gaming, he had never yearned for anything as fervently as he did now. The game Glory of the Gods had undeniably become a global sensation, and the officials had previously indicated that, as the game progressed, a unified global server was merely a matter of time. To step onto the world stage and bask in the admiration of players worldwide would be an unparalleled honor. But how could one ascend to such heights of glory? There was no more straightforward method than to gain power. With years of gaming experience, the nobleman could easily foresee that the hidden class Lenny mentioned would undoubtedly become a staple among top players in the future. Possessing a hidden class signified a step closer to becoming a top-tier player who would not relish taking a shortcut. Furthermore, as the president of a guild, wielding formidable strength would undeniably be advantageous for both himself and his guild. The nobleman was not naive enough to believe that Lin Yi had merely mentioned this hidden class to inform him of its existence. Speak plainly, what is your intent? Though he could not see Lin Yi, he sensed an urgency in the nobleman's words. Engaging with intelligent individuals often required subtlety. They would grasp the underlying message on their own. Without further ado, Lin Yi stated, to acquire information regarding the inheritance of the Infernal Mage, it will cost 50 million. 50 million. The esteemed figure, known for his unparalleled charm, was momentarily taken aback. His astonishment did not stem from the exorbitant price quoted by Feng Hua, but rather from the unexpected revelation that such a figure actually possessed information regarding the inheritance of a hidden profession. Regaining his composure, he refrained from questioning the veracity of Feng Hua's words and instead inquired directly about the motive behind this disclosure. Why tell me? The answer was simple, because I require funds. Lin Yi's audacity in signing a contract worth 50 million with Mu Lingxue was underpinned by his advanced strategy. To be candid, that price is considered modest for the later stages of the game. As the game progresses, any clue pertaining to a hidden profession could fetch offers exceeding 100 million from affluent individuals. Thus, 30 million is merely a starting bid. However, in the early stages, when players are still unfamiliar with the game, proposing such a high figure of 50 million left Lin Yi feeling somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, he had prepared himself for the possibility of rejection. After all, he possessed various means to extract funds from the wealthy. To Lin Yi's surprise, the charming figure simply asked a single question and promptly agreed. This unexpected response left Lin Yi somewhat astounded. Aren't you concerned that I might be deceiving you? The esteemed figure merely chuckled in response. In my eyes, the name Feng Hua alone is worth 50 million. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. When had his name become so valuable? Regardless of the truth behind the esteemed figure's statement, this trust compelled Lin Yi to ensure that his guild would not suffer the same fate as before, becoming a source of ridicule in the eyes of others. Subsequently, Lin Yi divulged the inheritance clues related to the hidden profession Infernal Sorcerer to the esteemed figure, and the 50 million was swiftly transferred. Witnessing such decisiveness from the esteemed figure elevated his standing in Lin Yi's eyes. Truly, the first tycoon and glory of the gods. Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder what this esteemed figure did in real life to spend money so liberally. Once Fenghua ended the communication, the esteemed figure's companion was left in a state of shock. Did he just secure a divine artifact? 50 million. Divine artifact? Recalling Lin Yi's earlier description of the hidden profession, the esteemed figure mused, if what he said is true, this item is likely far more valuable than a divine artifact. He then turned his attention to the multitude of enchanted gray wolves surrounding them. Wasu, how many members do we have in our guild at Clearwater Village? The companion hesitated. There should be a dozen or so. Gather them all. I need to level up to 10 as swiftly as possible. The upgrade compensation will remain as it has been. Report to Old Mo. Understood. Without further questioning, the companion activated the communicator to summon the members. Gazing at the 50 million in his account, Lin Yi experienced a fleeting moment of disbelief. Even when accounting for the money he had spent over decades in his previous life, he had likely never possessed such a sum. However, it has now been attained with such ease. It is worth noting that the Infernal Sovereign, this hidden profession, was something I had obtained in my previous life with remarkable flair. Yet, that was a matter to unfold 6 months later. At present, I have merely expedited this occurrence by half a year. Due to the uniqueness of hidden professions, which are typically singular and exceptional, many individuals, upon inheriting such a profession, cannot resist the urge to showcase their transition process, unperturbed by the potential repercussions of exposure. It was from these self-revelatory posts that Lin Yi gleaned his insights. Should the charming figure from my past become aware of this, I wonder if he would be so distressed as to cough up blood? Lin Yi chuckled softly. Now that the financial matters have been resolved, it is time to pursue the inheritance of my hidden profession. As one of the 4 principal cities in the Huaxia region, Qinglong City is an enormous metropolis capable of accommodating millions of players concurrently without feeling congested. It is said that within these 4 major cities, there are nearly 1 million NPCs, which gives one a glimpse into the vastness of this grand city. A common characteristic shared by Qinglong City and the other 3 major cities is their division into 3 primary zones: the commercial district, the professional district, and the residential district. The commercial district serves as a space for player transactions, featuring establishments such as auction houses, blacksmiths, and apothecaries. The professional district is where players can undergo class transitions, and it is also the area that offers the most quests, with the Mercenary Guild prominently situated here. Meanwhile, the residential district is dedicated to the acquisition of life skills, which will gradually be occupied by various guilds establishing their offices, as it is the only zone offering housing for rent or sale. Lin Yi's destination on this journey is none other than the professional district, the Mage Guild. Chapter 16. Inheritance. O esteemed warrior, have you been summoned by the god of magic to pursue the traces she once left behind, and to comprehend the profound depths of magic? As Lin Yi stepped into the Mage Guild, an elderly figure clad in a robe threaded with gold and wearing a hood approached him with inquiries. The influence of the NPC's affinity was vividly displayed at this moment. Typically, this old man exuded an air of aloofness, characterized by a demeanor that was indifferent to others. He would respond only minimally to inquiries. However, due to the enhancement from affinity, coupled with Lin Yi fulfilling the requirements for a class transition, he was prompted to engage in conversation. At this point, many might discern the significance of this phenomenon. Affinity is undoubtedly one of the rarest attributes in the game. Players generally categorize their quest acquisition into 2 types. One involves visiting the Mercenary Guild to accept tasks corresponding to their level, while the other entails actively engaging with NPCs, which may trigger situational or even hidden quests. Yet, once one possesses sufficient affinity, as one passes by a particular NPC bearing a task that meets their criteria, the NPC will initiate dialogue without the player needing to utter a word. Is it not exhilarating? Often, players find themselves aware of an NPC possessing a quest. Yet despite their attempts at conversation, they are unable to activate the quest's narrative. However, with an affinity boost, the likelihood of triggering a quest increases significantly. When affinity reaches a certain threshold, rare hidden quests may even present themselves unbidden. This is precisely why, in the latter stages of the game, countless elite players vie fiercely for various prestigious titles. Observing the old man's eccentric appearance, Lenny chose to disregard him and walked past. With the opportunity to select the hidden class of summoner, he had no intention of wasting time transitioning into an ordinary elementalist. Within the grand hall of the Mage Guild, numerous elegantly attired mage mentors diligently fulfilled their respective roles, some overseeing class transitions, others issuing quests, and some enhancing skills. Yet, in a corner of the hall, there stood a figure strikingly out of place. A ragged old man leaned against a massive floor-to-ceiling window, his expression a blend of despondency and sorrow. This man was none other than Lin's intended target, the legendary figure from the era of the Alliance against the Demon, Bailey Karuna. Had Lenny not acquired this information from a hidden quest, one might never draw a connection between this unkempt elder and the legendary hero of the Alliance. After all, those who survived that tumultuous period are now renowned as formidable titans. Many had once speculated that this individual's identity was far from ordinary, perhaps concealing some significant special task. Yet, no matter the efforts employed by others, none could elicit so much as a glance from him. As time passed, this unique NPC within the Mage Guild gradually faded from the player's awareness, only to be rediscovered by Lin after he completed a hidden quest. The presence of such an individual in the Grand Hall of the Mage Guild was not without reason. After all, these mages were notoriously known for their extreme cleanliness. Should any player, untidy and disheveled, dare to enter, they could be summarily expelled from the guild or, in more severe cases, face instant annihilation. Approaching the elder with a solemn demeanor, Lenny spoke, "Esteemed Lord Bailey Kaluna, I wish to follow in your footsteps and inherit the immortal will of the god Karsar, to confront the destroyer emerging from the netherworld and safeguard the faith and peace of the world's people." After uttering these words, Lenny hesitated momentarily, letting out a soft sigh. Ultimately, he resolutely retrieved a burning fruit, recently acquired from a goblin alchemist, and consumed it in one swift motion. As the fruit descended into his stomach, a wave of intense heat surged through him. At that moment, a series of forced damage notifications appeared above his head. -1, -1, -1. Beads of sweat poured down Lin Yi's forehead, the burning sensation relentlessly stimulating his nerves. Despite having endured such torment once before, the pain was still excruciating. Lin Yi had contemplated lowering his pain threshold, but after a failed attempt, he realized an undeniable truth. The process necessitated that his pain system be set to 100 to trigger the ensuing narrative and obtain the summoner inheritance. At level 10, Lenny possessed over 380 health points, and with a loss of 1 point per second, he would need to endure for at least 6 more minutes before his health was fully depleted. Fortunately, he had changed his equipment beforehand, sparing him further agony. Reflecting on this, a smile of relief crossed Lin Yi's face. After all, having once been over level 70 in his previous life, he had boasted thousands of health points. That had been a pain so intense it nearly rendered him numb, almost causing him to be ejected from the game for system anomalies. Compared to that experience, this felt trivial. It was likely that even the programmers could not have anticipated that this hidden profession would remain undiscovered until Lin Yi reached level 70. However, what surprised Lin Yi was that when his health dipped below half, the melancholic elder finally spoke. Perhaps due to his long silence, his voice emerged hoarse and grating. "As the first chosen one to have undergone trials, I believe you will fulfill the god Karsar's mandate. Carrying the will of Karsar, embark once more on the path of demon slaying, and protect the continent of Rapham from the onslaught of demons." As he spoke, the disheveled old man suddenly waved his hand, and Lenny felt a lightness in his body as his health was instantly restored. Simultaneously, the scene before him began to shift dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Lenny found himself surrounded by a world of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. In the next moment, Lenny almost blurted out, "The ancient battlefield where the alliance of 100 races resisted the demonic army." Under the dimly lit sky, The atmosphere was drenched in a sanguine hue. Countless corpses of humans and monstrous beings were piled upon this land, narrating the brutality of this battle like a hellish realm of Azura. Just then, a deafening roar reverberated from afar. In Lin Yi's line of sight, the area was completely dominated by the ominous creatures of the demon horde. As Lin Yi was seized by terror, the ground trembled violently. A furious roar emerged from behind him. Lin Yi turned to behold a colossal figure breaking free from the earth. As this being fully emerged, it unfurled a pair of immense wings and soared into the air. In that instant, a phrase surfaced in Lin Yi's mind to describe this gigantic creature. It overshadowed the sun. The Abyssal Dragon. Lin Yi uttered this chilling name with certainty. He distinctly remembered the tragic fate of more than a dozen top-tier players, including the renowned drunkard of the prosperous era, who were annihilated by the dragon's breath during the update of the War of the Gods expansion. At that time, it was said that if given a choice, one would prefer to confront the Lord of the Demon Realm rather than face the Abyssal Dragon in the Fallen God Mountains. For the despair felt when confronting the dragon was utterly overwhelming. At this moment, Lin Yi realized that behind him stood an innumerable assembly of the alliance of 100 races, including familiar faces of humans, elves, orcs, succubi, dwarves, and goblins, as well as strange and unfamiliar other races. As expected, what Lin Yi beheld was indeed the scene of the alliance of 100 races battling against the demonic army. However, in the next instant, a sight unfolded that moved Lin Yi profoundly. A woman resembling a human stood suspended in the void, and astonishingly, the fearsome abyssal dragon lowered its proud head before her. Even more astonishing was the thunderous chant that erupted from the ranks of the alliance of 100 races. The glory of the god of Karsar shall ultimately illuminate the land. Then, the woman reached out to caress the head of the abyssal dragon, while her other delicate hand pointed towards the distant, bloodthirsty demonic army, commanding kill. Chapter 17. Sword pointing to the first kill of the instance, do you inherit the will of the god Cassus, fighting to safeguard the peace of the Rapham continent? Lin Yi, filled with fervor, recalled the scene he had just witnessed, his face flushed. At this moment, he found himself incapable of contemplating why such phenomena had not manifested in his previous life. Gazing upon the tattered figure of the elder before him, Lin Yi resolutely replied, I am willing. A burst of golden light radiated from Lin Yi's form, and in the next instant, he eagerly opened his attributes panel. Character, Wind Elegance level, 10 experience to level up, 2041 6000 class, Junior Summoner health points, 490 mana points, 610 constitution, 21 strength, 11 intelligence, 107 agility, 16 accuracy, 5 physical damage, 26 to 59 magical damage, 147 to 254 physical defense, 117 magical defense, 89 luck, 5 honor points, 100. The original skills had been replaced by new ones. Summoning technique. Active, randomly summon a creature from the netherworld to fight on your behalf, with the summoned entity not exceeding 3 levels below the summoner. The summons persist unless they perish or the summoner voluntarily dismisses them. Skill cost, 500 mana. Cooldown, 24 hours. Arcane Missile. Active, launch an arcane attack on a designated target, inflicting arcane damage. Skill cost, 50 mana. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Instantaneous movement. Active, appear instantly at a designated location within a range of 3 yards. Skill cost, 68 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Arcane Explosion. Active, inflict 45 to 67 area damage to a target within 2 yards. Skill cost, 150 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Arcane Mastery. Passive, the casting time for all arcane spells is reduced to 0. Upon seeing the final passive skill, Lin Yi's eyes brightened. It truly was instantaneous. What surprised him even more was that he had directly completed the inheritance rather than merely acquiring an inheritance tome. However, this perplexity did not linger long, as Lin Yi soon dismissed it, considering it merely a consequence of the affinity at that moment. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Yi promptly opened his backpack. The instant he beheld a gem radiating a purple aura, suspended before him, his spirit sword, akin to savoring a refreshing glass of ice water on a sweltering day. He had not anticipated this gem to be a rare non-handheld weapon. At that moment, the gem floated before Lin Yi, following him wherever he went. How magnificent! Just as Lin Yi was about to depart from the Mage Guild to test his skills, he unexpectedly encountered a man who appeared to be there for a job change. Lin Yi surmised that someone would reach level 10 today, but he did not expect it to be so soon. Nevertheless, this was not a concern for Lin Yi. As he prepared to leave, he was suddenly called out by the man. Wind Elegance? Lin Yi turned around and focused his gaze, recognizing the Temple Madman. Upon realizing the identity of the newcomer, Lin Yi's body stiffened momentarily. The Temple Madman regarded the prominent figure before him with keen interest. Do you know me? The name of the Temple Madman is widely known, albeit notorious. The president of the Temple Madman, is a name that resonates like thunder. Lin Yi could scarcely believe he would encounter this individual here. Sensing the fleeting disdain in Lin Yi's eyes, the Temple Madman chuckled. It seems my reputation precedes me. And not in a favorable light. He continued without preamble. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my temple as an elder. What say you? After scrutinizing the Temple Madman deeply, Lin Yi replied with measured composure, I appreciate your regard, President Madman. But I shall refrain from ascending to the lofty heights of your grand temple. Farewell. With that, Lin Yi turned to leave. The Temple Madman made no attempt to dissuade him, instead observing Lin Yi's departure with a contemplative expression. After a moment, the Temple Madman searched his contacts for a male priest named Temple Brute. Please investigate the origins of this illustrious figure. In a novice village, a mage approached and inquired, Is there an issue, strategist? The male priest, known as Temple Brute, replied, Nothing of concern. Continue your monster farming. Help me reach level 10 swiftly. The president intends to secure the first kill of the initial dungeon today. The mage said no more, promptly organizing a few individuals to commence monster farming. Temple Brute, upon receiving the Temple Madman's message, understood the implications. It appeared the president was poised to take action against this rising star. Meanwhile, at the Warrior Guild in Black Turtle City, Shengshi Drunken Master, recently having completed his class transition, addressed the core members of his guild before 10 o'clock today. Shengshi Super Milk, Blood Butcher, and Solitary North City, I expect you three to elevate yourselves to level 10 by any means necessary. The first team dungeon's first kill must belong to our Shengshi dynasty. Is that clear? Shengshi Super Milk, Apprentice Priest, responded, At our current pace, I have no issue. However, boss, the aristocratic faction is aggressively courting our elite members, and several brothers have already been lured away with enticing offers. Should we address this? Shengshi Blood Butcher, Apprentice Warrior, added, The aristocrats are openly poaching in our Lunan village square. These wealthy second-generation heirs are insufferable, brazenly disrupting the market. I know several elite members are tempted. Shengshi Solitary North City, Apprentice Rogue, remarked, What is there to manage? Let those who wish to leave do so. They are ungrateful wolves. I have long found that group of elites displeasing. They have forgotten their place with a bit of strength. It is an opportune moment to cleanse our ranks of those with divided loyalties. Shengshi Moxia, Apprentice Mage, concurred with Solitary North City. It is indeed time for our elite team to undergo a transformation. Currently, Glory of the Gods is unlike any previous online games. To achieve success within this game, we must unite as one and present a formidable front. I believe that quality over quantity is paramount. Shengshi Zuegue, Apprentice Warrior, let us proceed as Beijing suggested. Ignore the rest. As long as our core members remain, even if the elite team diminishes, we can always cultivate new talent. For now, focus on leveling up quickly while I investigate the situation at the dungeon. All right, President, do you think our actions will offend everyone? On a hillside, Mingmen Wabuka gazed at Mingmen Shuijiaojia and inquired. Mingmen Shuijiaojia, observing the players fighting valiantly below, responded with a confident smile, When have we ever feared offending others? At this point, he couldn't help but reflect. Our guild has only been established for 2 years. Compared to those long-standing guilds, our foundation is indeed lacking. If we do not employ some strategies, the early stages of the game will be quite disadvantageous for us. I have heard that several major guilds are fiercely vying for the first kill of the Jungle Secret Realm dungeon. It would be remiss for us not to partake in such excitement. How much more leveling do you need? Mingmen Wabuku, I need just over a level. Mingmen Shuijiaojia pondered for a moment. recalling that Yinzhan and the others had also reached level 8 and should be able to attain level 10 today. Let us continue leveling up. Mimin Shuidiaozha instinctively opened his contact list, staring thoughtfully at the name Fenghua. After a while, he could not resist opening the chat box. Brother Feng, would you be interested in teaming up for a dungeon first kill? Standing at the entrance of the jungle's secret realm dungeon, Linny was momentarily taken aback by the message from Mimin Shuidiaozha. A first kill? I had completely forgotten about that. Dear warrior, are you certain you wish to challenge the jungle secret realm alone? Oh no, I need to think this over. Fenghua, Junior Summoner, how much are you willing to invest? Chapter 18, Exclusive, Equipment. Upon receiving Lin Yi's response, Mimin Shuidiaozha found himself momentarily perplexed. What does this mean? Lin Yi, are you not seeking the first kill of the jungle secret realm dungeon? How much are you willing to pay for this first kill? At this point, Mimin Shuidiaozha comprehended the message, though his expression was laden with astonishment. Are you saying you can assist us in securing the first kill of this dungeon? Surely, this fellow cannot be jesting with me? Lin Yi paid no heed to Mimin Shuidiaozha's skepticism, confidently asserting, as long as the price is right, I assure you that this first kill will exclusively belong to your esteemed clan. Lin Yi, recognizing the opportunity for easy profit, would not be foolish enough to turn it away. Mimin Shuidiaozha composed himself, eager to hear a figure. Name your price. As long as we achieve the first kill, I am willing to pay anything. The mere thought of delivering a resounding blow to those established guilds filled Mimin Shuidiaozha with secret delight. Remarkably, he did not entertain a single doubt regarding the veracity of Lin Yi's claim, a realization that astonished him. Meanwhile, Lin Yi found himself troubled over how much to charge. After all, it was merely the first kill of a beginner dungeon. Would asking for 100,000 be excessive? Surely not, for they had already spent several tens of thousands on equipment. As Lin Yi hesitated, pondering whether 100,000 might be too much, Mimin Shuidiaozha, growing impatient from the wait, boldly declared, how about 500,000? This is outright robbery. Even though the victim was not himself, Lin Yi felt a pang of discomfort. The realm of the affluent is indeed beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like him. Silently, Lin Yi began to delete his initial offer of just 100,000 from the input box. At that moment, Mimin Shuidiaozha added, let us make it a flat rate. 1 million. If you think this is agreeable, we can transact immediately. If not, I can increase the offer. The evils of capitalism. Lin Yi readily acquiesced, agreeing to the 1 million as proposed. Contact me after reaching level 10. This is a 5-person dungeon. You may choose whom to bring along. Mimin Shuidiaozha understood. I have transferred the funds to your account. Fenggu, please check. Fenghua. All right, I await your news. As Lin Yi concluded the communication with Mimin Shuidiaozha, he truly grasped the essence of what it means to be wealthy. Initially intending to enter the dungeon alone, he now had to abandon that notion. Given that the personal dungeon was located elsewhere, requiring considerable time to traverse, Lin Yi decided against the tedious back and forth. With time to spare, he opted to grind monsters and level up. Conveniently, the area surrounding the dungeon teemed with level 13 corrupted cloud leopards. Monsters of level 10 and above not only dropped varying amounts of currency but also had a chance to yield exclusive equipment. This exclusive equipment belonged to a special category, designated for specific wearing positions. Before the enchanted clouded leopards before him, Lin Yi immediately began to search among the group. Remarkably, it seemed that each of these leopards could drop 1 or 2 pieces of basic equipment, and occasionally, a few would yield rare blue items. However, Lin Yi paid little heed to these, until he noticed an inconspicuous figure within the leopard pack, which made his eyes light up. This one. Arcane missiles. Bang. Minus 367 such terrifying damage. It was worth noting that Lin Yi had only just reached level 10. Typically, a level 10 mage could inflict a little over 100 damage to a clouded leopard, which was already quite commendable. This extraordinary performance was undoubtedly due to the enhancements provided by his few pieces of epic gear. Suddenly attacked, the clouded leopard roared as it charged at Lin Yi. As soon as the cooldown period for his skill elapsed, arcane missiles. Bang. Minus 341, another high damage hit emerged, and the leopard's health began to dwindle into the red. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Casting instant magic was truly delightful. This was the epitome of what a mage should be. The absence of casting time allowed for greater possibilities and maneuverability in action. Just as the leopard's claws were about to strike Lin Yi, he utilized Blink, vanishing from his original spot and reappearing a short distance away. In the moment the leopard hesitated, it was struck down by yet another arcane missile, depleting its health completely. The leopard fell with a mournful cry, and around its corpse lay 2 pieces of equipment, some coins, and the item Lin Yi coveted. Gus Fong Claw's enchanted Clouded Leopard exclusive Speed 5 required level, 10 additional attribute. When using melee weapons to inflict damage on a target, there is a 30% chance to trigger a defense-ignoring tearing effect, causing 10 points of damage per second for 10 seconds. It was evident that this exclusive item was intended for melee classes. Although Lin Yi equipped it to gain an additional 5 speed, it was not entirely useless, better than nothing. He then resumed his search for nearby Clouded Leopards, but it seemed that none of them had dropped any exclusive items. The low probability of exclusive drops was clearly demonstrated. Noticing he still had several pieces of gear acquired from the novice village, and having some spare time, Lin Yi decided to continue farming monsters. This way, he could level up and gather equipment simultaneously. Over an hour later, Lin Yi not only successfully reached level 11 but also completely revamped his gear. Wise Robe LV10, Rare Sylvie's Cloak LV3, Rare Magic Pants LV5, Rare Reckoning Orb Sealed LV10, Epic Exquisite Gloves LV9, Rare Gorgeous Belt LV8, Rare Wise Hood LV10, Rare Windwalker Boots LV4, Epic Venom's Heart of Mercy LV5, Epic Ruby Necklace LV11, Common Gus Fong Claws LV10, exclusive. Just as Lin Yi was about to examine the attributes of his newly equipped items, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. There was a thief. Lin Yi retracted the attribute interface, holding his breath and concentrating. Soon, he detected a figure stealthily advancing. Perhaps Lin Yi, prior to his rebirth, was not particularly formidable in various aspects, and in terms of strength, he likely fell short of even some elite team members. However, it is essential to remember that we are still in the early stages of Glory of the Gods. Most individuals have yet to break free from the rigid paradigms of traditional online gaming. In contrast, Lin Yi possesses a wealth of experience and knowledge. Having accumulated over 3 years more than these neophytes who have just begun their journey in Glory of the Gods. Do they mistakenly believe that stealth equates to invisibility? This game, renowned for its 99 realism, reveals the folly in such thinking. Stealth merely manipulates the principles of light to deceive the human eye. It does not affect any actual change. The sounds generated while moving, the breaths taken in moments of tension, and even the rustling of the wind can all betray one's position. Undoubtedly, this rogue is a novice, naively assuming that by activating stealth, he has rendered himself undetectable. In his movements, he exhibits no awareness of the need to conceal himself, his feet crunching audibly upon the grass. Lin Yi smirked, amused by the presumption of this madness, who was blissfully unaware that he had become the prey of the yellow bird. Temple Red Fox, President, I've spotted Fenghua here. Should we take action? Temple Madman, are you confident? Temple Red Fox, humph, a mere mage, as fragile as paper in my presence. It will be a matter of moments. Temple Madman, then be cautious. I will arrive shortly. Temple Red Fox, very well. Watch how I dispatch him. Chapter 19. The villains fall victim to their own words on a grassy plain outside Qinglong City. A sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying the fragrant scent of fresh grass. Lin Yi stood amidst the overgrown weeds, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. As a glimmer of cold light appeared behind him, Lin Yi, as if guided by precise calculations, instinctively shifted to the left, narrowly evading a sharp dagger that sliced through the air before him. At that moment, a panicked face emerged in Lin Yi's view. He raised his hand toward the shadowy figure, invoking an arcane missile. Bang! A critical strike of -421 damage. A flash of white light enveloped the figure, and with a metallic chime, the dagger fell to the ground at Lin Yi's feet, silently narrating the events that had just transpired, as if to affirm that what occurred was no mere illusion. Though the sequence of events unfolded in mere seconds, it felt as if time had slowed. The temple's Red Fox emerged from the resurrection hall, still reeling from shock. How did he detect my presence? From the moment I initiated my attack to his swift counter, it was as if I were participating in a meticulously choreographed performance, leaving no room for my reaction, an efficient and decisive counterattack. Everything seemed so undeniably natural. What a terrifying awareness! What immense damage! At that moment, the temple's red fox could not help but concede. A mere assassin had been swiftly vanquished by a mage. In all his years of gaming, this was the first time he felt such profound helplessness toward another player. Truly, he was deserving of the title bestowed upon him. His renown was not merely a fade. Temple Maniac, where are you? I have arrived. Recovering from his astonishment, the temple's red fox replied, I was countered. What? Temple Maniac and Lin Yi locked eyes, astonished that an assassin had been bested by the mage before them. In the decades since establishing the temple, he had never issued a second invitation to the same individual. Temple Maniac gazed at Lin Yi. What do you say? Join my temple, and I shall offer you the position of elder. As always, Lin Yi chose to decline. I appreciate the offer, but I fear I must disappoint you. Huh? Temple Maniac laughed in fury. Do you know what fate befalls those who refuse me? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. I do. Then will you continue to refuse? Lin Yi shrugged. I wish to experience the thrill of being hunted, but... Temple Maniac's anger transformed into curiosity. But what? Lin Yi smirked. But before that, you might want to consider whether offending me is truly worth it. Humph. Temple Maniac initially dismissed the notion, then burst into laughter. You are the first to dare utter such words before me. I must commend your courage. However, I must inform you that from this moment onward, Arcane Missile. Temple Maniac stared in bewilderment at the white orb of light. You. Bang. In the Resurrection Hall, the temple's crimson fox, preparing to depart, suddenly sensed a flicker of white light behind it. As the crimson fox turned around, it caught sight of the temple's Madden emerging with a grim expression, seemingly anticipating something. The crimson fox wore an incredulous look, pondering whether it could be you. Inside the Resurrection Hall, the temple's madman roared. Fenghua, I will not let this go. Observing the madman transform into a beam of white light, Lin Yi couldn't help but smirk, remarking that villains often meet their demise through their own verbosity. Given the nature of that group, it was inevitable that he would eventually confront them. When it came to adversaries, Lin Yi had never known the meaning of leniency. Even if his name was starting to fade, he resolved to continue leveling up in peace. Jia Haidang, do you think we should strive for the first kill in the dungeon? He asked. Shield strike. Bang. -67 while managing the aggro of a demonized lizard. Huanqing Xingxing inquired of the nearby Xia Haidang. Whoosh. -124 critical hit. Huanqing Qianmin use attack followed suit, promptly adding. Everyone on the forums is debating who will achieve the first kill in this dungeon. Huanqing Xia Haidang, seizing the opportunity to unleash a magical assault, responded. Compared to the Shengshi dynasty, it's nearly impossible for us to secure this first kill, so let's not dwell on it. Huanqing Xingxing remarked. If the divine Fenghua were here, perhaps we might have a chance to attempt it. For reasons unknown, upon hearing that name, a complex array of emotions surged within Huanqing Xia Haidang. By the way, Jie Haidang, where is Brother Tianxi? Which novice village is he in? And what level is he now? We could seek his assistance. In Huanqing Xingxing's view, a top-tier player like Tianxi should have leveled up quite rapidly. Don't mention that person. Forget about the first kill and focus on leveling up, she retorted. It was unclear what transgressions the name's owner had committed against her, but it was evident that every mention of him soured her mood. With a sigh, Huanqing Xingxing observed as Huanqing Qianmin Yu once again drew a demonized lizard, prompting her to charge forward without hesitation, executing a shield strike. Through their recent experiences, most had adapted to the changes presented by this game. The current trio had developed a harmonious synergy, effectively showcasing each class's characteristics as they methodically dispatched their chosen prey. While Huanqing Xingxing managed the monster's aggro, she noticed her guild leader seemed somewhat distracted. In a hushed tone, Huanqing Xingxing asked Huanqing Qianmin Yu, what do you think the relationship is between this Tianxi and our leader? Why does she always appear so irate whenever he is mentioned? In the enchanting realm of Illusory City, Qianmin Yu deftly controlled the rhythm of her attacks against the monsters, casting cautious glances at Xia Haidang, the illustrious leader. Beyond her, who could possibly be aware of this matter? Star of Illusory City mused. I wonder, when the gifted Tianxi faces off against the illustrious mage, Who will emerge more formidable? Xia Minyu rolled her eyes in response. How can one compare a rogue to a mage? It's pointless. Indeed, she added. Now, let us refrain from further discussion lest we provoke the leader's ire. Just then, a soft sneeze echoed near the gates of Qinlong City. A strikingly handsome man rubbed his nose, pondering, is someone thinking of me? Yet, as if contemplating something else, he couldn't help but wryly remark. But it certainly can't be her. His gaze then shifted towards the direction of the officially announced dungeon, and a thrill of excitement curled at the corners of his lips. This is the world I yearn to conquer. As the player named Tian Ci stepped beyond the gates of Qinlong City and into the wild, his figure vanished at an astonishing pace until he was no longer visible. Shortly after his departure, a group of 5 approached, gazing at the magnificent landscape beyond the city. All painted their faces. Among them, a warrior wielding a massive sword bore an expression of determination. This first kill in the dungeon must belong to our illustrious dynasty. It is essential for our triumph in this game, no matter the cost. However, at that moment, a voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. Apologies. But this first kill belongs to me, the goddess of Luo. Chapter 20. The contest between the goddess of Luo and the prosperous dynasty. The name prosperous dynasty? How antiquated. Even in this era. Antiquated? Huh. Beside the drunken figure of the prosperous dynasty, a rogue revealed his form. The solitary Beiqing of the prosperous dynasty disdainfully fixed his gaze upon the lion warrior within the opposing ranks, remarking, no matter how outdated, it still ranks before your Luo god. Do not confuse your position and bite indiscriminately. At this moment, a seemingly frail man stepped forward from the Luo god's side. With a fierce expression, the Luo god's dagger glared at the solitary Beiqing. What did you say, brat? If you have the guts, let us step outside and see who is truly unaware of their own worth. Advancing boldly, the solitary Beiqing retorted, let us compete then. Do you think I fear you? The prosperous Ma Xia quickly intervened, attempting to restrain the eager Beiqing. What are you doing? Do not cause a ruckus. At that juncture, a priest named Luo god Yaonyo emerged, declaring, to prove our strength is not a matter of mere words. Silence yourselves. On the Luo god's side, apart from Luo god Lunyan, everyone seemed to fear the priest named Yunyo, obediently stepping aside and ceasing their chatter upon his utterance. Yaonyu spoke wisely. Our might cannot be conveyed through mere speech. With a smile directed at prosperous drunkenness, Luo god Lunyan continued, our wager in unified Jianghu remains unresolved. Let us condition this on the first kill of this instance. The loser will. He paused thoughtfully. Let it be 1,000 gold coins. Since the game has just commenced, none are particularly affluent. What say you? Prosperous drunkenness regarded Luo god Lunyan with a grave expression. Are you truly confident you can secure the first kill? Surely you understand the significance of gold coins to a guild in the early stages of the game. Instead of answering, Luo god Lunyan found humor in the situation, retorting, are you hesitating? A mere 1,000 gold coins is nothing. We can afford to lose that. If your prosperous dynasty cannot, consider my words unspoken. With a hint of disappointment, Luo god Lunyan cast a glance at prosperous drunkenness and turned to leave. Let us depart. As Luo god Lunyan's group made their exit, the solitary Beiqing of the prosperous dynasty appeared anxious. President. Prosperous Ma Xia shook her head at Beiqing, signaling him to remain silent. Once Luo god Lunyan reached the banks of the city moat, prosperous drunkenness finally called out, wait. It seemed Luo god Lunyan had anticipated this very moment. As soon as prosperous drunkenness spoke, he halted. Have you come to a decision? Prosperous drunkenness replied, I accept the wager on behalf of the prosperous dynasty. Seeing that prosperous drunkenness had acquiesced to the bet, a satisfied smile graced Luo god Lunyan's face. Now this is the prosperous dynasty I know. As he watched Luo god Lunyan and his companions fade into the distance, prosperous Ma Xia spoke. Monsters above level 10 will yield copper and silver coins upon defeat. 1,000 gold coins could significantly impact our guild's early development. In the midst of a prosperous era, the intoxicated hero inhaled deeply, his gaze imbued with a resolute determination as he declared, the prosperous era shall not falter. Let us proceed to the dungeon. President, why engage in this wager? In the company of Luo Shun Liunian, the enchanting Luo Shun Yao Niao suddenly inquired. As they traversed the grand avenue leading to the dungeon, Luo Shun Lionian glanced back at the distant team behind them and posed. What are your thoughts on this inebriated hero? Luo Shun Ci Dao remarked. Though we stand on opposing sides, I cannot help but admire his forthrightness. He is indeed a man of integrity. Luo Shun Guangxiao added. If we speak solely of his character, he is beyond reproach. Luo Shin Daiming interjected. Several of my sisters are his ardent admirers, which attests to his undeniable charm. Listening to the praises of the intoxicated hero, a subtle smile crept upon Luo Shin Lionian's lips. Then tell me, should they lose this wager, what do you believe the intoxicated hero would do? Luo Shinyaonya responded. He would likely arrange for gold farmers to generate wealth while simultaneously acquiring the circulating gold coins in the market. Everyone turned to Luo Shun Lionian, puzzled by the implications of his words. It was then that Luo Shin Lionian provided the final insight. Did I ever specify when the losers are to fulfill their end of the bargain? Realization dawned upon Luo Shun Yaoniao, who exclaimed, so that's it. The others, though perhaps slower to grasp the concept, soon followed suit. Luo Shin Guangxiao privately marveled. This is rather exhilarating. Nevertheless, Luo Shin Lionian cautioned. You must not let your guard down. Would you relish being perpetually referred to as second best? In unison, the group replied, we would not. Luo Shinyanya remarked. It is rumored that the deities and the proud have already arrived in the main city. I believe we should secure this first kill promptly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Luo Shinlionian concurred. Indeed, Yao Niao is correct, but we must not act blindly. Yao Niao, please share your analysis with everyone. Very well, Luo Shinyaoniao responded. According to the official information provided, the background of this jungle secret realm is as follows. The entrance was initially discovered by an adventurer, prompting the Blue Dragon City to dispatch a human officer named Octor, accompanied by a small team, to investigate. However, after 3 days without Octor's return, the city lord sent another named Catalaf to further probe, yet he too did not emerge. Following these precedents, no one was willing to venture forth again, thus establishing this as our inaugural team dungeon. Let us uncover the truth behind this secret realm. At this point, Luo Shun Yao Niao paused to allow the information to sink in. After a brief silence, he continued, based on my own judgment, the ultimate boss of this secret realm is likely to be one of the individuals named Octor or Catalaf, or perhaps even both as bosses. Upon closer examination of the information, I discerned that Octod holds the position of a captain within the Vanguard Corps, indicating that his vocation is likely that of a warrior. When the time comes, we shall proceed according to traditional strategies. The more troublesome factor is one named Kardolov. I surmise his profession may be that of a mage, though I remain uncertain of his damage output. Given our current equipment, I question whether we can withstand it. Should we falter? I advise everyone to promptly venture into personal dungeons to acquire gear, rather than squander time. Luo Shin Guangxiao interjected. Why don't we pursue the first kill in personal dungeons instead? This time, it was Luo Shin Lunyan who addressed the query regarding the blood slaughter, explaining that the first kill of this team dungeon comes with a reward for establishing a guild token. Upon hearing the words guild token, the group instantly grasped the fervor surrounding the first kill of this dungeon. Thus, it is imperative that we strive to be the first to establish a guild stronghold within the game. Meanwhile, Linny received a message from Shuidioja, Brother Feng. I have reached level 10, but regrettably, only 2 individuals in my guild will attain level 10 today. Others have been delayed by various matters and will likely not reach level 10 today. Feng Hua replied, 2 is inconsequential. I shall claim the remaining 2 slots. By the way, you need not change your class just yet, as your hidden profession is not easily obtained. Come over here first. Shuidioja, unsuspecting, responded, all right. I'll head over to find you, though she may take a bit longer to reach level 10. Feng Hua remarked, yes, I am also seeking someone. At that moment, far away in the novice village, Huan Chengxia Haidang suddenly received a friend request. P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to friends such as P.S. Yi Xiao, Ruan Meng Ren Sheng, Wei Ni Erhua, Jikenbu Xia, Permanence, and Chu Zhong for their generous recommendations. I am truly appreciative of each and every precious vote you have cast. Generally, I conduct a thorough review upon completion of my writing, and I also scrutinize it closely during the upload process. However, despite these efforts, some errors inevitably arise. And I thank those who have pointed out my mistakes and shortcomings. Thank you. Chapter 21. The Art of Summoning. Do you wish to secure the first kill of the dungeon? Xia Haitang of Illusion City stared in astonishment at the message from Fenghua. What did you mean by that? Xia Haitang, your unsolicited kindness is suspicious. You must have ulterior motives. Please, be straightforward. Lin Yi, seated upon a tree trunk, gazed at the message with exasperation. Why was he treated like a thief while merely attempting to be helpful? Fenghua, if I were to claim that I simply wish to assist you in achieving the first kill, would you believe me? After all, I am, in a sense, a stakeholder in Ice and Snow Illusion City, and it is only natural to prioritize the interests of one's own. Xia Haitang, do you truly possess such benevolence? I find that hard to believe. Upon reading Xia Haitang's response, Lin Yi could only shake his head in resignation. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not wish to reveal his identity. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Fenghua, how about this? I will help you secure the first kill for a fee of 10,000, but all items that drop from the first kill will belong to me. If you desire anything, you must pay for it. What say you? Xia Haitang's expression was one of anticipated confirmation as he glared at the dialogue box. As though confronting Fenghua himself, I knew you couldn't be so altruistic. Why must I pay for what should be free? What is wrong with people these days? Fenghua, so, will you accept the offer or not? 10,000 for a first kill, merely for the sake of a world announcement. Although reluctant, Xia Haitang reasoned that this would boost his and the guild's reputation. He gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Xia Haitang, I will. Why would I refuse? However, I still need some time to reach level 10. Fenghua, there is no rush. Just reach level 10 today and let me know when you do. After terminating the communication, Xia Haitang turned to the few companions nearby. From now on, I will draw the monsters. You all focus your firepower to help me level up as swiftly as possible. Once Xia Haitang disconnected, Lin Yi, who had intended to continue leveling up, suddenly recalled something of great importance. Summoning art. Active randomly summon a creature from the netherworld to fight on your behalf. The summoned creature's level cannot exceed the summoner's level by more than 3. The summoned creature will not disappear unless it is slain or the summoner cancels the summoning. Skill cost, 500 mana, cooldown, 24 hours. He had meant to try this upon transitioning classes, but had forgotten due to the sudden emergence of the temple fanatic. Later, he instinctively regarded himself as a mage and inadvertently overlooked this skill. What a blunder. Lin Yi jumped down from the tree and proceeded to an open area to unleash the skill. Summoning art. A hexagram-shaped magic circle materialized on the ground, radiating a brilliant light. Lin Yi instinctively closed his eyes, and when the light diminished, a small figure, about the size of a palm, adorned with wings, appeared where the magic circle had been. What on earth is this? A little person or perhaps a sprite? Lin Yi hurriedly opened the information about his summoned creature. Aphila, the summoned entity, belonged to the elemental spirit race support. Level 13. Health 800. Mana 1200. Physical attack 0 to 1. Magical attack 0 to 1. Physical defense 100 to 200. Magical defense 100 to 200. Skills possessed. Aphila's Sanctuary. When the master's health drops to 10, Aphila will provide an energy shield, absorbing all damage for the next 3 seconds. Skill cost 240 mana. Cooldown time 3 hours. Aphila's Healing instantly restores 220 health to the master and continues to restore 100 health over the next 10 seconds. Skill cost 55 mana. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Life Pact. When the master dies, Aphila will sacrifice her own life to resurrect the master. Upon seeing these 3 skills, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. He had expected to summon a companion to help him level up, but instead, he had summoned a purely supportive spirit. Judging by the skill descriptions, it was akin to having a personal healer. Although somewhat surprised, Lin Yi felt immensely satisfied, as he would increasingly undertake tasks alone. Having this supportive spirit undoubtedly provided a stronger safeguard. Furthermore, he realized that, including the Aphila's Sanctuary skill, he now possessed 2, if not 3, life-saving skills. One was the passive from the accessory Heart of Phenum's Mercy, which could withstand a fatal blow with a cooldown of 24 hours. The other was Aphila's Sanctuary, offering 3 seconds of invincibility. Additionally, the life pact was essentially equivalent to an extra life, albeit at the cost of the summoned spirit's existence. Perhaps due to being summoned by Lin Yi, the little spirit immediately cozied up to his face, nuzzling affectionately and occasionally emitting a sound akin to silver bells. "Hello, little one. It's a pleasure to meet you." Aphula seemed to comprehend Lin Yi's words, joyfully fluttering her transparent wings, dancing gracefully before him. Though these were mere numbers in a game, for some inexplicable reason, Aphula's appearance momentarily made Lin Yi feel as though this were a genuine world. No matter how hard he tried, he could not perceive Aphula as mere data. He could distinctly sense the joy emanating from Aphula's heart, though he found it somewhat incredible. Lin Yi accepted this peculiar emotion. At the very least, with Aphula by his side, the journey of leveling up would no longer seem so dull and monotonous. After reflecting on these matters, Lin Yi became contemplative about the cooldown time of the summoning technique. The skill description did not impose any limits on the number of summons. Did this imply that once the cooldown expired, he could summon again? Contemplating this, Lin Yi could not help but embrace a sense of anticipation for the morrow. With the intention of securing the first kill in the dungeon, he seized the moment to return to the city, selling his redundant whiteboard equipment at the shop, thereby acquiring over 5 gold coins. Coupled with the spoils he had gathered from slaying monsters recently, Lin Yi now possessed a modest fortune of over a dozen gold coins. Perhaps he was now the most affluent player in the game. However, this affluence was but fleeting, as Lin Yi had expended all his funds on magical potions. Initially, he had intended to purchase some health potions, but with the presence of Ifura, he had managed to save that expense. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Lin Yi resolved to forego the conventional dungeon runs, for those magical potions would soon prove invaluable. Meanwhile, as Lin Yi was acquiring magical potions, a fervent discussion erupted once more on the forum, incited by none other than him. The catalyst was the astonishing leaderboard. Honor Points Leaderboard, Rank ID Honor Points 1 Fenghua 100. Equipment Leaderboard 1, Judgment Pearl, Sealed, LV 10, Epic, Holder Fenghua 2. Heart of Phantom's Mercy LV 5, Epic, Holder Fenghua 3. Tianfeng Boots LV 4, Epic, Holder Fenghua. Level Leaderboard. Rank ID Level Class 1 Fenghua, 12 Junior Summoner, 2 Temple Madman, 10 Junior Fire Mage, 3 Drunken Master, 10 Junior Berserker, 4 Goddess of Flowing Time, 10 Junior Fire Mage, 5 Heaven's Gift, 10 Junior Thief, 6 Proud Lord, 10 Junior Fire Mage, 7 Temple Crimson Fox, 10 Junior Assassin, 8 Beitang Feng, 10 Junior Ice Mage, 9 End of an Era, 10 Junior Ice Mage, 10 Temple Yingying, 10 Junior Priest. Upon viewing this list, countless individuals were left in astonishment. Not only did the honor board showcase a singular dominance, but the equipment board was also monopolized, with the 3 epic items inciting envy among many. More significantly, the astonishing rate of leveling up was remarkable. While various guilds strained to reach level 10, others had already ascended to level 12, causing the forum to once again descend into chaos. Amidst this list, what intrigued and perplexed many was the peculiar junior summoner class. With the emergence of this unique profession, the forum once again turned its focus upon Fenghua, unleashing a new wave of fervent discourse. Ding ding ding, noble handsome, brother Feng. You've caused another uproar. Lin Yi, you are the one causing the uproar. Noble handsome, no, my brother, just look at the forum and you'll understand. P.S. Another chapter is on its way. Chapter 22, The Controversy of the Rankings, prompted by the reminder from the charmingly disheveled Shui Diuzha. Lin Yi suddenly recalled that he had not perused the forum since his reincarnation, an activity that was once one of his greatest pleasures before his rebirth. However, upon opening the forum, he was astounded to find that the number of online users had approached an astonishing 50,000. Shouldn't these individuals be engrossed in the game? Why have they all flocked to the forum? This puzzlement did not linger in Lin Yi's mind for long, for when he beheld the striking crimson titles gracing the forum, a vivid image of countless wild llamas galloping through his thoughts sprang to life. He exclaimed in disbelief. The hot topics and glory of the gods were as follows. 1. The birth of the first god-tier player, Fenghua, explosive. 2. Official announcement. The junior summoner unveils the mystique of hidden professions, explosive. 3. An analysis of the identity of the top player. Finghua, explosive. 4. Insights from Finghua, the pioneer of micro-operation limit flow, explosive. 5. Finghua, the deity's marriage proposal. Who would wish to marry such a man? Explosive. 6. Predictions for the first team dungeon's first kill, with Finghua as the center of discussion, explosive. 7. A mysterious player narrates their encounter with the game's top player, Finghua, explosive. 8. Several guilds offering millions to recruit Finghua into their upper echelons, explosive. 9. Official notice, game warehouse now open for pre-order, explosive. 10. Officials reiterate, all data regarding Finghua is normal. No signs of cheating, explosive. Lenny stared wide-eyed, nearly bowing in reverence as he absorbed the top 10 discussions. The shock he felt could hardly be described. It was utterly outrageous. When had he become so renowned? In the illustrious rankings, famously known for their staggering prices per word, 9 out of 10 entries were about him. No wonder Shui Diaozha claimed he had exploded. At this moment, Lin Yi could only marvel at the reality. This was not merely an explosion. It was a complete domination of the rankings, with a plethora of complex emotions swirling within him. Lin Yi casually clicked on one of the threads. Luo Yu Wushuang. Who on earth is this Finghua? This is utterly absurd. Being the top player is one thing. But dominating 2 lists as well? Is there no room left for the rest of us? I buried 300 tails. Exactly. I've been leveling up too. Yet I'm barely at level 6 while he's already at 12. Is he using some sort of accelerator? Don't touch your own. You might not believe it. But our guild leader has 7 people helping him farm monsters, and he's only at level 10. I'm genuinely curious how he manages to level up so rapidly on his own. Duguijian. Hey, don't be too disheartened. I've heard that he was the first to discover the slime bug for monster farming. While you were still hunting chickens and rabbits, he was already slaying slimes. Do not act against your own. By the way, does anyone here know the individual known as Finghua? Whoever provides a valid lead will be rewarded with 10,000. Dizziness Prince, just 10,000? Are you joking? Those from the AOC Guild have already announced that they will offer 500,000 for anyone who can introduce them to Finghua. Rain on Banana Leaf. Our dormitory sisters have unanimously decided to proclaim Finghua as the supreme deity of the game. Innocent little puppy, rain on Banana Leaf. Isn't that decision a bit hasty? The game has only been open for 2 days. Perhaps this lad is simply lucky? Speaking of which, do any of you sisters have boyfriends? Veteran driver, rain on Banana Leaf. Absolutely. Leave a contact, and I'll help you level up and slay monsters for divine gear. While perusing the forum, Lin Yi suddenly had a thought, cursing himself for being foolish before hastily exiting the forum. Upon returning to the game, Lin Yi quickly accessed the system settings and opted to conceal the leaderboard information. However, this action unexpectedly reignited a frenzy on the forum. This time, however, the forum erupted in laughter. Countless users flocked to a post titled, Breaking News. Breaking News. Finghua has chosen to hide information, but what does it signify? Ha ha ha, and began flooding it with comments. When Lin Yi returned to the forum, this post had skyrocketed into the top 10 trending discussions at an astonishing pace. As Lin Yi opened the post, he was immediately met with a chorus of laughter. Oh my, I'm dying of laughter. After seeing what you all said, I immediately checked the leaderboard. Ha 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 ha, this Finghua is too amusing. His actions are like trying to cover up a secret in plain sight. Enough already. I'm about to die from laughter. Ha ha ha, the great Finghua is truly hilarious. I wonder if he would cry from his own foolishness if he saw this. Regardless of whether he would or not, I certainly don't understand what he was thinking. Ha ha, staring blankly at the laughter that echoed around him. Lin Yi exited the forum once more and opened the leaderboard. Only when Lin Yi saw the leaderboard for himself did he truly grasp the source of their amusement. If the protagonist were not himself, he would likely be among the onlookers as well. Honor Point Leaderboard. Ranking ID Honor Points 1-100. Equipment Leaderboard 1. Judgment Pearl, Sealed, LV 10. Epic Holder 2. Phantom's Heart of Mercy, LV 5. Epic Holder 3. Heavenly Wind Boots, LV 4. Epic Holder. Level Leaderboard. Ranking ID Level Class 112 Junior Summoner. While all others basked in the glory of being on the leaderboard, Lin Yi chose to remain hidden. Had Lin Yi chosen to conceal himself from the very beginning, even the most curious among the crowd would have found themselves at a loss to uncover his identity. Yet, it is precisely at this moment of greatest notoriety that he opts for secrecy. Now, Even a fool would likely discern who this hidden individual is. In fact, when the leaderboard was first unveiled, the system had prompted whether to make information public for entry onto the rankings. However, Linny was forcibly ejected from the game on 2 occasions, thus forfeiting his opportunity to choose. The system, by default, opted for public disclosure. In the eyes of the onlookers, Lin Yi's actions appear nothing short of a clumsy attempt at subterfuge. It is no wonder that the audience is in fits of laughter. Xia Haitang from the Phantom City gazed at the leaderboard with a mocking expression, as if to say, "Does he take us for fools?" Meanwhile, Xingxing from Phantom City interjected, "Not at all. I find the illustrious master quite endearing." He suddenly. Qianmin Yu exclaimed, "Xingxing, what are you doing?" Quickly fend off the monster's attack. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived at the entrance of the jungle secret realm dungeon. Observing the teleportation array nestled between 2 towering trees, Luo Shenlonian instructed, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once we enter, we shall adhere to the plan we previously discussed. While it may be improbable to conquer the dungeon on our first attempt, we must strive to document every detail. Do you understand?" The group responded in unison, "Understood." "Very well, let us prepare to enter the dungeon." Just as Luo Shenlonian approached the NPC to initiate entry, a breathless voice emerged from behind the group. "Hey, wait. Do you all need any equipment? P.S. The 3rd chapter has concluded. Give yourself a little love." Chapter 23. The Controversy of Recruitment Fenghua? Luo Shenlonian gazed at the newcomer with astonishment. "What brings you here?" "No, wait." In the next moment, Luo Shenlonian realized. "What did you just say?" What an adorable little sprite!" exclaimed a female mage named Luo Shendaiming, who stood beside Luo Shenlonian. Eager to reach out and touch the creature, she was thwarted as Aphula nimbly evaded her grasp, settling instead on Lin Yi's shoulder, casting a vigilant glance at the intruder. As a girl, Luo Shendaiming could hardly contain her excitement upon witnessing this. She turned to Lin Yi and inquired, "How much for that pet?" "I wish to purchase it." "Not for sale." Linny replied without a moment's hesitation. "I'll offer 100,000. At some point, a priest named Shindianing approached, making her bid. "Humph." Linny scoffed. "Even if you offer 1,000,000,000, I would never part with it." Furious, Shindianing retorted, "You. What is all this commotion about?" Shen Shizuegui approached, somewhat taken aback. "Fenghua?" His expression indicated he did not expect to encounter Fenghua here. Then, Shang Shizuegui glanced at Lin Yi's equipment, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "No wonder you are the top player in the game. Your gear is truly envy-inducing." Compared to the equipment of those around them, Lin Yi's attire was undeniably opulent, particularly the orb levitating before him and the enchanting sprite perched on his shoulder, clinging to his neck with an alluring demeanor. "I'll offer 500,000 for it. And in return, I will ensure you a favor from my temple." Shun Dian Ying persisted, still fixated on Aphula. Yet Lin Yi shook his head once more, saying, "Some things I shall not repeat. Do not make a fool of yourself." Meanwhile, Shin Dian Kuang too laughed heartily. "Brother Feng, you are indeed a man of character. And I admire that." Brother Feng? Lin Yi thought the title sounded rather peculiar. What struck him as even stranger was the other man's demeanor. If memory served, he had only defeated this individual once. Why did he now act as if nothing had transpired? Shun Dian Kuang too intervened, stopping the furious Shun Dianing, and approached Lin Yi. "There may have been some misunderstandings between us previously. Do not take it to heart. However, I hope you will seriously consider my earlier proposal. Join my temple, and I will grant you the position of Grand Elder. I assure you, it is no empty promise." As soon as Shun Dian Kuang too finished speaking, Sheng Shi Zui Gui cut straight to the point. "Come join my Sheng Shi dynasty. Whatever conditions you desire, feel free to state them. I will not haggle." Luo Shenlonian, not to be outdone, chimed in, "I won't say much, but what my Shang Shi can offer, my Luo Shen will provide even more." Shang Shi Zuegui added, "Brother Feng should be aware of my Shang Shi dynasty, right? Joining us will ensure you are well treated, and your gaming talents will not go unnoticed." "What is so special about the Shang Shi dynasty?" Luo Shenlonian remarked with an air of indifference. "No matter how glorious it once was, it is now but a relic of the past. Here and now, people only recognize me as Luo Shen. The exchange among the group offered Lin Yi no opportunity to interject. Although their words were casual, Lin Yi sensed an undercurrent of palpable tension. Just as he contemplated declining all invitations, a hearty laughter resonated from afar. "Are you all waiting for me? What an honor it is." Lord Aosher approached, exuding an air of refined gentlemanly grace, accompanied by a retinue. As Lord Aosher drew near, he seemed to notice Lin Yi for the first time, his expression one of surprise. "Ah, so this must be our esteemed Fenghua deity." Despite it being their first encounter, Lord Aosher acted as if they were long-standing friends. "I would like to add you as a friend, yet it seems I cannot reach you. Is it possible that I lack the qualifications to be your friend?" As he spoke, Lin Yi received a friend request from Lord Aosher. Due to Lin Yi's initial settings to decline friend requests, merely searching for his name would not suffice to add him, and thus he received no prompts. Only face-to-face requests would trigger notifications. Lin Yi had heard much about Lord Aosher's enthusiastic demeanor, but this was his first personal encounter. To be honest, among the 4 guild leaders, Lord Aosher left the best impression on Lin Yi, despite the fact that the strength of the Aosher Holy Hall Guild was the weakest among them. Lin Yi accepted Lord Aosher's request and replied with a smile. "I'm simply accustomed to being solitary. It's not my intention to target anyone." At this juncture, Shangshi Zue Gue interjected, "Brother Fenghua, I urge you to consider what I mentioned earlier. After all, this is a team game. No matter how strong you are alone, your capabilities are limited. If we could join forces, it would present a different scenario altogether." Lin Yi refrained from responding directly. Instead, he preempted the others, saying, "I did not come here to join a guild, but rather to offer you assistance." "Oh." Lord Aotian, just arriving and unaware of the prior conversation, asked, "Could it be that Brother Fenghua is willing to assist us in securing the first kill? If so, what are your terms? Let us see if our Aosher Holy Hall can be fortunate enough to collaborate with you." Lin Yi shook his head, explaining, "That is not quite the case. I noticed you were about to enter a dungeon, and I happen to possess some equipment that might be of use to you during your expedition. So I thought I would inquire if you need it." This time, Lin Yi had returned to the city and purchased all the basic equipment, leaving only the rare blue gear, intending to make a substantial profit here. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Luo Lunyan recalled what Lin Yi had stated earlier. Lord Aotian was even more excited, exclaiming, "That would be splendid. Whatever you have. Our holy hall will take it all." The temple madman immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "Lord, are we to be disregarded?" Concerning the first kill of the dungeon at this moment, Luo Lunyan also had to adopt an appearance of determination. "I believe, Brother Fenghua, you could present it for everyone's consideration. Let us compete fairly, with the highest bidder prevailing, shall we?" "Agreed," replied the prosperous drunkard. Although the temple madman was displeased, he found himself without recourse. "I have no objections." In the end, Lord Aotian could only sigh. "If that is the case, I too shall remain silent." Lin Yi smiled at the crowd, having achieved the desired outcome. At this juncture, Lin Yi wasted no words and directly shared the attributes of the first piece of equipment. Thorn Shield Armor Rarity, Rare Physical Defense, 21 to 45 Magical Defense, 10 to 24 Constitution 6 Strength 2 required level. 9 additional Attribute 1, Block Chance increased by 10 additional Attribute 2, restores 150 health points upon successful block. This is a rare shield meticulously crafted by Master Wagerlon using thorny vines. It possesses remarkable defense for its tier and also features a degree of restorative capability, making it a rare gem among its kind. Upon sharing the equipment's attributes, the surrounding gasps were distinctly audible. Prosperous drunkard boldly declared, "I'll take it for 100,000. 100,000? Scoffed the temple madman. "Is this the audacity of the first guild? Huh. I from the temple offer 200,000. Lord Aotian glanced at the two, shaking his head in resignation without making a bid. Everyone turned their attention to Luo Lunyan, who smiled in response. Just as he was about to speak, a brazen voice rang out from the side. "My esteemed guild offers 300,000. P.S. Heartfelt thanks to friends such as Heartbeat Stopped, Only Watching Not Writing, Hero, Living For You, Dream Like Life, Summer Namu, P.S. Night Young Master, etc., for their recommendation votes. Thank you." Excitement is just around the corner. Stay tuned. Chapter 24. Do you call this ordinary? The crowd gazed in astonishment at the newcomer, a figure of undeniable charm. It seemed that none of them anticipated encountering this individual here. Shishir Chaunai couldn't help but mutter under his breath, miser. Although he was indifferent to the scheming ways of the noble family, he equally despised associating with them. The charming figure, seemingly unfazed by Chaunai's remark, approached Lin Yi without a hint of acknowledgement, having just shared his equipment on a public channel. Lin Yi's thorn shield was clearly visible to the charming figure from a distance. The figure glanced at the others and inquired, "Have you all decided to give up just like that?" Observing their lack of response, he could not resist reminding them, "You all came here for the first kill. If your tank possesses this shield, I believe your chances of securing the first kill would significantly increase." The madman of the temple shot a dark look at the charming figure. Enough with the nonsense. You can't possibly lack the funds for this, can you? If it weren't for your appearance, that shield might have already been in my possession. The presence of this wealthy heir from the noble family stirred resentment among the guild leaders present. They all harbored a grudge against him for having thwarted their plans with his wealth. Of course, none of those present were without their own troubles, not even the seemingly indifferent Lord Aosi. Upon hearing someone question his financial capacity, the charming figure responded without hesitation, "Let us trade. Win, brother." "Wait." Luo Xinliuan suddenly interjected, stopping the two and turning to Lin Yi. "How many shields with exceptional attributes do you have?" Feeling the scrutinizing stares around him, Lin Yi decided to be forthright. "Very well, I'll share the remaining 2 attributes. You can each decide which one to purchase." He then promptly shared the attributes of the other 2 shields from his inventory. Fine Iron Great Shield Armor Rarity, Rare Physical Defense, 18 to 32 Magical Defense, 10 to 21 Constitution 3 Strength 2 Required Level, 7 Additional Attribute 1. Constitution 2. This is standard equipment of the Qinglong City Garrison, possessing certain value. Beast Bone Shield Armor Rarity, Rare Physical Defense, 21 to 39 Magical Defense, 9 to 26 Constitution 4 Strength 3 Required Level, 10 Additional Attribute 1. Increases movement speed by 10 while in shield state. Additional Attribute 2. When health drops below 50, there is a 1 chance to reflect 100 damage. This was crafted by a dwarven blacksmith using beast bones, with limited availability, thus holding collectible value. As the attributes of the 3 shields were shared, the gazes directed at Lin Yi shifted dramatically. All present had emerged from novice villages. Yet the disparity among them was striking. Those gathered were not ordinary players, yet many of them had yet to assemble even a complete set of equipment. Lin Yi's offerings completely shattered their expectations. "It was merely a stroke of good fortune," chuckled Lin Yi, but as soon as he uttered these words, even the dashing figure couldn't help but grimace in disgust. Was this truly a matter of mere luck? I began to suspect that the system might be his father. Clearing his throat, Lin Yi promptly interrupted the daydreaming crowd. "I have only these 3 shields of note. Name your price, and the highest bidder shall prevail." The temple madman interjected, "Beast Bone Shield, 200,000. Following closely, Luo Xinliuan declared, "I offer 250,000. Infuriated, the temple madman retorted, "You." At this moment, the drunken master of the prosperous age chimed in, "Fine Iron Great Shield, 200,000. By heavens!" The temple madman nearly exploded. Did these old foxes truly calculate their budgets to a mere 200,000? Doubting his luck, the temple madman raised his bid once more. Fine Iron Great Shield, 220,000. The drunken master of the prosperous age glanced at the temple madman and quickly shifted his strategy. Beast Bone Shield, 300,000. Luo Xinliuan was caught off guard by this sudden escalation but, not overly concerned, mimicked the drunken master's tactic, stating, "Fine Iron Great Shield, 250,000. The temple madman, who had initially believed the Fine Iron Great Shield would soon be his, found himself thwarted yet again by Luo Xinliuan, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Despite being the leader of a major guild, the temple madman was entangled in numerous interests that limited his financial flexibility, especially since the game had only just launched and the guild was in dire need of resources. After weighing the pros and cons, the temple madman reluctantly conceded the contest for both shields. In a private chat, Luotian Dagger queried Luotian Lunyan, private chat, those two are exceptional. Must we truly relinquish them? Luotian Lunyan replied, private chat, although their attributes are slightly lacking, they are merely transitional equipment, unnecessary to pursue. Moreover, this is just the beginning, just wait and see. Luotian Dagger looked at his leader with surprise, but refrained from asking further questions, as all present were influential figures, and it was not his place to speak. Seeing no one else raise their bids, Linny felt a surge of satisfaction as he completed transactions with each individual. The cooperation proving fruitful. The 3 pieces of equipment were sold for a staggering 850,000, a testament to how easily this group could part with their wealth. However, Linny was aware that this was largely due to the first kill of the dungeon. Had it not been for that, these prominent guilds would not have been so fiercely competitive over such items. At that moment, Luotian Lunyan unexpectedly spoke up, bring forth any additional equipment you have. Let us not waste time on individual items. Lord Aosi sighed from the sidelines. One wonders what other extraordinary treasures might be revealed. Linny looked at the crowd. Are you all certain? The temple madman, irritated, replied, what nonsense. Do you think we cannot afford it? Linny chose to remain silent. The Faith Tree weapon rarity, rare magical attack, 21 to 34 physical attack, 10 to 10 intelligence, for required level, 9 additional attribute 1, increases target's healing by 10. Additional attribute 2, when using a recovery skill, there is a 5 chance to trigger a critical hit, restoring health 2. It is said that this weapon is crafted from the branches of the life tree of the elven race. Perhaps you could take it to the elven forest to seek Elder Sylvanas for authentication. When Linny first shared the attributes of this weapon, the handsome and dashing figure could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, 500,000. I'll buy it for 500,000. Linny smiled at him. No rush. This is just the beginning. Indeed, merely the commencement. It seems that the fates of the gods have deemed Linny to possess more than just those 3 shields. Yet none could have anticipated that his initial offering would be such a bombshell. Ever since learning about this prestigious guild, the figure of the godly flow of time harbored a deep-seated disdain for this wealthy heir. Those who artificially inflate prices deserve to be condemned. What surprised the flow of time even more, or rather, what caught everyone off guard, was Linny's subsequent revelation of equipment. Fire Element Staff Weapon Rarity, Rare Magical Attack, 21 to 46 Physical Attack, 9 to 18 Magical Defense, 0 to 10 Intelligence, 5 Accuracy, 3 Required Level, 10 Additional Attribute 1, when using magical attacks on a target. Inflicts a burning effect that causes the target to lose 20 health points per second for 10 seconds, uninterruptible. Additional Attribute 2, when health drops below 5. Generates a temporary magical shield that absorbs damage up to 20 of current health, lasting 3 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Additional Attribute 3, when casting fire magic. Damage is increased by 5. It is said that this weapon was once wielded by the youthful fire elemental mage, Aclando. However, as time passed, the weapon has lost the luster of its former glory. Upon the unveiling of this equipment, the fire mage, Flow of Time, immediately declared, I'll take it for 500,000. Yet, right beside the intoxicated reveler, the spirited Moxa screamed, I'll personally offer 600,000. At that moment, even the arrogant Lord could not suppress his desire, but upon witnessing Moxa's determined posture, he weighed his options and ultimately chose to withdraw. Had the price remained at 300,000 or 400,000, perhaps he would have endured the pain of purchase, but with the bidding escalating to 600,000. Did these people not feel a pinch in their pockets? However, what none anticipated was that beside the temple madman, the enchanting Yingying spoke up, 70,000. You. Moxa glared at Yingying, seething with anger. Yingying defiantly returned the glare. What? Do you wish to fight? At this moment, Flow of Time calmly interjected, 80,000. To be honest, Linny had initially anticipated that this exceptional 3-attribute fire element staff would command a high price, but he never imagined it would soar to 80,000. 80,000 in-game currency for a mere level 10 piece of equipment. It is no wonder that this group of affluent players can make such a purchase without a blink of an eye. Were it my own fortune, even with boundless wealth, I could never commit to such an extravagant expense. Yet, What astonished Lin even more was the audacity of the player Mimin Shuidiaozha, who had the gall to demand 1 million. Lo Shenlunyin glared at Mimin Shuidiaozha, indignation evident in her expression. Are you intent on provoking me? Lo Shen? Mimin Shuidiaozha scoffed dismissively at her. Spare me the theatrics. Show me the money. If you can outbid this price, it's yours. One must understand that his impending job change would grant him the hidden class of Flame Prison Mage, a title that undoubtedly signifies a mastery of fire magic. This staff would be of considerable benefit to him. Though it pained him to part with such a sum, acquiring satisfactory equipment rendered that discomfort trivial. Furthermore, the equipment's description hinted at potential advantages from the fire mage, thus enhancing its value significantly. Mimin Diaozha, I shall remember you, thought Lun Yin. And there will be ample opportunities to draw closer in the future. Infuriated by her words, Mingmin Shuidiaozha retorted, Who are you calling a scoundrel? I am still a virgin. Humph, sneered the temple madman from the sidelines, that has hardly a point of pride. No need to declare it so loudly. Mimin Shuidiaozha raised his middle finger. You're just envious of my wealth. I want to stoop to your level. Thus, the 1 million bid had exceeded the expectations of everyone present, and Mingmin Shuidiaozha successfully acquired the staff. At that moment, Lenny spoke again. Shall we continue? Lo Shenlunyin suddenly clutched her chest. Wait, let me catch my breath. Observing the startled expressions around him, Lin Yi chuckled softly. There are only a few exceptional items left. The rest are merely ordinary equipment, so there is no need for alarm. Following this, the items revealed included Hero S Greatsword, Rare LV9, Hunter S Longbow, Rare LV10, Elemental Robe, Rare LV10, Mystic Boots, Rare LV8, Sylvie Gloves, Rare LV7. The crowd was left speechless. You dare to call these ordinary? P.S. Here's a lengthy chapter of 3,000 words. Wishing everyone a fulfilling life, is that too formal? Regardless, a formal tone conveys the importance of the matter. Chapter 25, The Invitation. Why don't you come to my sacred hall? I could offer you the position of president. Lord Aosi gazed sincerely at Lenny. Lenny had no doubt that if he agreed, this nobleman would indeed relinquish his title to him. However, for Lenny, who was accustomed to solitary pursuits, joining any guild was out of the question. Moreover, he harbored his own ambitions, and aligning himself with any of these guilds would create a conflict with his plans. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the goddess of time, the drunken monarch, the temple of madness, or even the present Lord Aosi, Lin Yi's stance remained resolute. Collaboration was acceptable, but guild membership was out of the question. As he watched Lord Aosi lead the members of the Aosi guild into the dungeon, the drunken monarch approached Lin Yi with a hint of concern. Aren't we going in now? The unspoken implication in his words was clear, given that Lin Yi had sold them so many exquisite pieces of equipment. Was he not worried they might seize the first kill? Worried? Not in the slightest. In his previous life, this was, although the simplest and most rudimentary of team dungeons, still one that had taken the major guilds 2 arduous days to conquer, ultimately yielding the first kill to the Shishir dynasty. Despite equipping them with superior gear, Lenny knew that without employing the right strategies, even if they leveled up, they would not secure the first kill. Glory of the Gods was no ordinary online game. Every plant within this world held its own significance and value, let alone a dungeon. If one approached a dungeon with a mindset akin to traditional MMORPGs, Lenny could only say, the designers of this dungeon, or perhaps this game, were exceedingly cunning. Of course, it was not to say that one must find the correct method to complete the dungeon. With sufficiently powerful equipment and a high enough level, brute force could also yield results. Yet for the eager guild striving to claim the first kill and prove their might to the world, while average players might wait, they could not afford to. Furthermore, securing the first kill was crucial to their guild, as it pertained to the most significant asset, the guild establishment order. A guild only truly solidifies its presence in the game upon acquiring its own guild residence. The guild establishment order allows the guild leader to petition the city lord for a guild base. In theory, guild bases can be established in any visible location. However, before establishing a base, a wave of monster siege battles must be endured. Only by triumphing in these battles can a true base be established. Failure results in catastrophic consequences. The level of monsters appearing during the siege is determined by the location of the guild base. The higher the monster levels surrounding the base, the more formidable the siege monsters will be. Certainly, one could request the city guards for assistance in defending the base. But this involves the guild leader's rank within the city. The higher one's honor, the greater the rank one can achieve. Linny, now possessing a commendable 100 points of honor, should undoubtedly be poised to ascend to the rank of captain. Yet, he finds himself in contemplation, weighing whether to utilize this honor for promotion or to reserve it for acquiring a rare set of honor gear later on. Regardless, there is no immediate rush, and Linny does not dwell on the matter extensively. Concerning the apprehensions of Shueidioja, Linny remains unfazed, reassuring her, rest assured. This first kill is not as easily attained as they might think. He settles himself upon a prominent boulder before the dungeon, inquiring, didn't you mention having a friend? Has she arrived? Observing Lin Yi's calm demeanor, Shueidioja inexplicably feels a wave of reassurance wash over her. She is mere moments away from reaching level 10. Indeed. Lin Yi acknowledges, promptly activating his communicator to send a voice message to Huanqing Xiahe Tang. Please meet me at the entrance of the dungeon shortly. I shall await your arrival. Meanwhile, within the confines of the dungeon, as Shengshi Zigui elects to enter, the scene shifts dramatically. Once all have regained their bearings, they discover themselves ensconced in a dense forest. The surroundings are tightly encircled by thick branches and vines, with only a narrow pathway, scarcely a meter wide, leading toward a distant cave. At present, this path is beset by a number of green-skinned creatures wielding wooden clubs. Secret Realm Guardian LV-11. Shushi Zuegue addresses Shengshi Maxia beside him. Let us commence. From here on, we shall heed Maxia's directives. The group responds in unison, understood, naturally assuming the role of commander. Shengshi Maxia instructs, I will initiate the encounter. Main tank, Zuegue, you must secure the aggro immediately, while off-tank, Shui provides assistance. Ensure the creatures remain under your control. Understood, replies Shengshi Zuegue. Got it, affirms Shengshi Shui Tuesday. Your task, Super Healer, is to closely monitor Zuegue's health. It must not fall below 30. Should your healing falter, remember to alert everyone to disengage from combat, commands Shengshi Super Healer. All right, she responds. Gu Biqing, as a rogue, lie in wait for the opportune moment. If the adversary exhibits any signs of casting, be ready to interrupt. Also, be cautious not to steal Zuegue's aggro, Shengshi Maxia advises. Understood, acknowledges Shengshi Gu Biqing. With the pre-battle strategies firmly established, Shengshi Maxia takes a deep breath and declares, I shall begin now. Fireball. Boom. -135 -5 -5 -5 The patrolling green-skinned creature, upon being struck, suddenly screams and charges towards Shengshi Maxia, brandishing its wooden club. To the astonishment of the group, another green-skinned creature, having just turned, witnesses its companion's frantic rush towards Shengshi Maxia and joins the fray, echoing a similar scream as it advances. Shengshi Maxia's voice rings out once more, Zuegue. Secure the first guardian. Shui, you take hold of the second guardian. In the twilight of a prosperous era, Shengshi Maxia surveyed his surroundings with mounting anxiety. You two, pull them to the corners on either side. These minor foes possess sight and must not witness the movements of their companions. At the precise moment when the third guard turned, Blood Butcher deftly maneuvered the second guard into the right-hand corner. Gu Biqing and I will assault this guard. Blood Butcher, Super Healer, you must simultaneously monitor both of their health levels. If anyone appears in peril, allow Gu Biqing to absorb some damage. Understood, Super Healer replied. A damage figure floated above Blood Butcher's head, -89. He gasped in astonishment, such high damage. To think that my health is barely over 900. Do not panic. Follow my instructions, and we shall prevail, Shengshi Maxia reassured him. Shield bash -65, throat slash -161, critical hit. Splendid, Blood Butcher exclaimed. Fireball -127. The Mystic Guardian raised its wooden staff and emitted a shriek. Eek! Blood Butcher swiftly retreated, exclaiming, I'm repositioning. Bang! -109. Blood Butcher stood in bewilderment. Goodness. This creature's attacks are still locked on. Healing is here. Super Healer called out, Rejuvenation 210. Thank you, Brother Xie, for the healing. Blood Butcher expressed his gratitude. Stop joking around. Hurry up and strike, or I won't last much longer, urged Shengshi Drunkard. President, Hold on. I'll provide you with the next healing. Super Healer assured him. Get lost. P.S. Gratitude is extended to friends such as the feeling of love, 111, Rain on a Sunny Day, The Lonely Traveler, Sue, by Han, Living for You, and who go for their votes of support. Additionally, heartfelt thanks to those who pointed out my errors within the text. Your assistance is invaluable. Chapter 26, The Fate of the Four Great Guilds Ding. An item has dropped. The exuberant drunken master, having narrowly escaped peril on several occasions, exclaimed, Forget about the dropped gear. Quickly dispatch this loathsome creature, or I shall be struck down. Understood. The group, having discerned the Guardian's attack patterns, unleashed a relentless barrage upon it. 2 minutes later, another Realm Guardian succumbed to its fate, collapsing with a lament. Ding. Another item has dropped? Is the drop rate truly this high? Drunken Master picked up the equipment and shared its attributes. Rough Wooden Stick Jungle Realm Guardian exclusive Strength 5 when attacking a target with a melee weapon. There is a 5 chance to stun the target for 1 second. Upon witnessing the attributes, the group was left speechless. What manner of equipment is this? Drunken Master equipped it without hesitation, subsequently occupying the designated Slot 4 exclusive gear. It turned out that this slot was reserved for exclusive equipment. Drunken Master relayed his discovery to the others, and their eyes lit up. Indeed, there is exclusive gear. This is becoming quite intriguing, remarked Shining North City. Yet, I wonder about the drop rates, pondered Shining Late Summer with a furrowed brow. At that moment, Shining Bloodslaughter shared another equipment attribute. Take a look at this. Green equipment? Jungle Guardian Armor, Armor Grade. Set Physical Defense, 21 to 31 Magical Defense, 15 to 28 Constitution, 5 Armor, 3 Required Level, 11 Set Bonus, 2 pieces, Constitution 4 pieces. Health 306 pieces, both defenses increase by 10 originating from the standard set components of the Jungle Realm. Collecting the entire set grants astounding attribute bonuses. In that instant, everyone felt their breath catch. Such formidable set attributes. Who would have thought that there would be set drops here? It seems this dungeon will soon be bustling with activity. For the group, Glory of the Gods felt like an entirely unexplored mystical realm. The joy of continually unearthing the secrets of this enigmatic land may very well be the essence of the game. Suddenly, Shining North City remarked, This is clearly suited for warriors. I wonder if there exists a set for rogues here. If so, once we secure the first kill, I shall farm for gear right here. Shining Bloodslaughter handed the equipment to Drunken Master and said to North City, We shall do it together then. That would be ideal. Drunken Master accepted the equipment. However, I believe your first priority should be to level up. I suspect this set may not be uniform in level. And remember, as for dungeon drops, we shall adhere to the old rules. Everyone was seasoned adventurers and had no objections to this. Very well. After the consecutive drops of 2 items, the group now regarded the green-skinned guardian with newfound reverence. In the waning summer of a prosperous era, I observed that they would engage in visual interaction every 5 seconds, which meant we had to eliminate a guard within that time frame. I initiated the encounter once more, this time allowing the solitary guard in the northern city to be drawn into the left blind spot, while the drunkard swiftly accumulated enmity. What followed was a test of our mutual understanding. I commenced the engagement. Meanwhile, at the side of Luoshan Lunyin, after vanquishing the final secret realm guard, the enchanting Luoshan expressed astonishment, stating, 6 minor monsters yielded 5 pieces of equipment. Among these, there was a unique item, a set component, and a rare piece of gear. Based on Luoshan's extensive gaming experience over the years, such a drop was nothing short of terrifying. Could it be attributed to the initial exploration? Luoshan Daiming glanced at Luoshan Lunyin, pondering, given the exceptional drops here. Why do I feel as if we were deceived by that Feng Hua? Reflecting on the nearly 2 million spent outside the dungeon on several pieces of equipment. A look of distress clouded Luoshan Daiming's adorable visage. Luoshan Ci Dao remarked, Feng Hua truly knows how to time his moves. Had we not been eager for the first kill, the total value of his equipment would barely exceed 1 million. Luoshan Lunyin shook his head with a knowing smile, suggesting that sometimes the value of an item lies not in its inherent worth, but in the additional value it brings us. Do you think we could have progressed smoothly without his equipment? The group had witnessed the ferocity of the previous monster's attacks firsthand. To be frank, had it not been for the shield purchased at great expense, the initial 2 guards could have easily obliterated our party. Observing the silence among the group, Luo Shenlunyan remarked with a light-hearted tone, "If securing this first kill for our faction requires us to pay double, what of it? The money spent will inevitably find someone eager to settle the bill." Standing at the entrance of a dim, damp cave, Luo Shenlunyan's gaze held a profound significance as he declared, "As long as it elevates our faction to the pantheon, any amount is worthwhile." The group responded in unison, "Understood." At that moment, Luo Shenyao spoke up, "Si Dao, you should stealthily explore the situation." Luo Shenlunyan patted Luo Shen Dao on the shoulder, advising caution, "This is not a conventional online game. Be careful as you enter." Luo Shen Dao flashed a confident smile, saying, "Watch my performance." With that, his figure vanished into the void before the eyes of the onlookers. Sensing a gentle breeze brushing past, Luo Shenlunyan shook his head in resignation but said nothing, opting instead to wait at the cave's entrance for Luo Shen Dao's report. "If given another chance, how confident are you in eliminating that Feng Hua?" The Temple Madin inquired of the Temple Red Fox, who stood to the side after dispatching the last guard. Upon recalling the exquisite counterattack orchestrated by Feng Hua, Shindian Shihu still felt a lingering trepidation. To speak candidly, had it not been for him, I would likely still be ensnared within the confines of traditional online gaming concepts. Should a similar situation arise again, Shindian Shihu pondered, my chances would barely exceed 50%. Such a low probability? It was the first time Shindian Kuang-tu had witnessed his guild's foremost assassin express such apprehension towards a mage. A dual-wielding guardian of the Shindian questioned. "Even if he possesses a hidden class, he is still fundamentally a mage, is he not? If it were an ambush, wouldn't you, Brother Chihu, have the means to eliminate him?" The Shindian butcher wondered, is he truly that formidable? Shindian Chihu was compelled to concede that this individual's gaming acumen was indeed exceptional, irrespective of his equipment. At that moment, Shindian Yingying shared a piece of green equipment, stating, "Kuang-tu, take a look at this item." Kuang-tu accepted the equipment, a glimmer of fervor igniting in his eyes. To think a full set has dropped, this is indeed a delightful surprise. Noticing that the required level was 13, Shindian Kuang-tu stowed the item away, his expression gradually turning ominously cold. "No one has ever repeatedly rejected me and emerged unscathed. Yingying, instruct the brute to expedite the investigation into his real identity. If I cannot touch him in the game, I refuse to believe I cannot handle him in reality." Shindian Yingying replied, "It would be simpler if he had not altered his appearance. However, if he has, the investigation will be considerably more challenging." Shindian Kuang-tu waved his hand dismissively. "Do not burden me with such details. What I desire is results. The substantial sums I provide annually are not intended to enhance their livelihoods." "I understand," said Yingying. "Very well, we shall discuss this matter later. For now, our priority is to secure the first kill. Otherwise, the financial consortiums will become quite troublesome. Yingying, you continue to direct operations." "Understood, Kuang-tu." Shindian Yingying added, "Next, I will need to rely on you, Brother Chihu." Shindian Chihu responded, "Speak, and I shall follow your instructions." On the side of the Holy Hall, the priest known as Aosi Fingye suddenly inquired, "What is the status of the reconnaissance?" A figure gradually materialized before the gathering. Aosi Tianxing's expression grew grave as he remarked, "The creatures in the cave are rather formidable." P.S. Update complete. Chapter 27. The Fright from Crimson Eyes. How could it be you? The strikingly handsome Shuidio Jia looked with surprise at the gracefully approaching Xia Haidang, and then teased, "Oh, is this not the enchanting president of the Ice and Snow Society from Illusion City?" Seeing Shuidio Jia here, Xia Haidang was equally astonished. "What brings you here?" Given that both were in the same novice village, Xia Haidang was aware that Shuidio Jia had reached level 10 well before her. However, she never anticipated encountering him here. In response to Xia Haitang's bewilderment, Shuidio Jia felt a sense of pride, though he feigned modesty as he replied, "I merely came to secure a first kill." "Just you?" Xia Haitang nearly thought she had misheard. If such a statement had come from the drunken members of the prosperous guild, the royal dynasty, Xia Haitang would have found it rather unimpressive, perhaps even expected. As a long-standing major guild in the gaming realm, The royal dynasty certainly possessed such capability. Yet hearing the same words from the man before her felt as surreal as a fantastical tale, leaving her incredulous. Observing Shuidio Zha's smug demeanor, Xia Haiteng regarded him with disdain. Are you here to amuse us? You are mistaken, Shuidio Zha retorted confidently. If my esteemed guild cannot achieve this first kill, then no other guild stands a chance. Do you believe that? Huh. When will you learn to temper your boasting? Xia Haiteng was all too familiar with Shuidio Zha's true abilities. Curiosity piqued, she continued. Is it true that no one else in your esteemed guild can take on this leader role? Blast it. Shuidio Zha, who had intended to maintain an air of nonchalance, suddenly lost his composure. Why must you always strike at my weak points? Just as Shuidio Zha was about to retort, Linny interjected, Do you two know each other? Not at all, they exclaimed in unison. Xia Haiteng wore a look of disdain. Why would I want to know him? Shuidio Zha's expression darkened. Mu Haiteng. Don't go too far. Ignoring Shuidio Zha's complaint, Xia Haiteng was captivated by the enchanting Aphula that perched in front of Lin Yi. Wow, she is so beautiful. As Xia Haiteng reached out to touch her, Aphula gracefully evaded her attack, settling on Lin Yi's shoulder instead. Wrapping her arms around his neck and casting a wary glance at Xia Haiteng. As a woman, Xia Haiteng found it difficult to bear such a sight. Is this your pet? How much? I'll buy her from you. Shuidio Zha remarked, such a vulgar woman. Lin Yi promptly interrupted Xia Haiteng's possessive intentions. She is not a pet. She is my summon and is not for sale. Summon? Xia Haiteng looked at Lin Yi, perplexed. Are you a summoner? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. I suppose I am, at least partially. Xia Haiteng and Shuidio Zha simultaneously inquired. What does it mean to be half? Lin Yi, reluctant to linger on this question, turned to Shuidio Zha and said, Did you not mention that a friend was coming? Where are they? At that moment, Shuidio Zha recalled the matter of the dungeon's first kill. Let me ask, he replied. What do you mean? Xia Haiteng asked, her expression one of confusion. Is he joining us? It was only then that Shuidio Zha realized, no way. Lin Yi, with an air of certainty, stated, We need to gather 5 people. Since you have no one, I will call 2 for you. He then pointed his chin towards Xia Haiteng, indicating that she would be one of them. Shuidio Zha paused, and the other. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi responded, That one has been here for a while. We are just waiting for your friend. Been here for a while? Shuidio Zha looked around, bewildered. Where is he? Lin Yi called out to the space behind Shuidio Zha, Come out. Since the financier is present, you ought to show yourself. In the astonished gazes of Shuidio Zha and Xia Haiteng, a figure materialized abruptly, startling Shuidio Zha into retreating 2 steps. What on earth? Upon revealing himself, Qitong greeted the two with a stoic expression, Hello, as they beheld this sudden appearance. Shuidio Zha and Xia Haiteng exchanged glances. Had this individual harbored ill intentions? It was likely that both of them would have met their demise multiple times over by now. Such stealth was terrifying. To remain undetected for so long required immense patience and control. Although Shuidio Zha sometimes appeared serious and at other times seemed rather carefree, it was implausible that he could occupy the position of a prominent guild leader for so long without possessing some degree of capability. Shuidio Zha had a fair understanding of a rogue's stealth. How could one truly achieve such silence? Even if it were possible, it was inconceivable to maintain it without the slightest disturbance. This prowess could not be self-deceptive. He recalled Lin Yi's assertion that this person had arrived long ago and asked, When did he come? Lin Yi pondered briefly. He arrived right after that group from the temple. What? Shuidio Zha was instantly drenched in cold sweat. To remain hidden for so long in front of a gathering of guild elites without being discovered was nothing short of mocking their intelligence. Qitong. In that instant, Qitong was classified in Shuidio Zha's mind as an extremely dangerous individual. It was wise to avoid antagonizing such people. In contrast to Shuidio Zha's astonishment, Xia Haiteng was not much better off. However, she expressed herself with far more subtlety. Hello, I am Xia Haiteng, the president of the Illusion City Snow and Ice Guild. May we be friends? Shuidio Zha looked incredulously at the smiling woman, taken aback by her boldness. Ahem. Hello, I am Shuidio Zha, the president of the Mingmen Guild. You may call me Zhagu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Crimson Eyes cast a glance at Summer Sea Cattail, then turned to Handsome as he remarked, I shall not join a guild. With that, he gradually faded from view under the watchful eyes of the group. What a personality. Handsome awkwardly withdrew his hand and smiled at Lin Yi, saying, "Your friend possesses quite the character." Handsome could not help but feel a sense of loss. Such a player of remarkable caliber slipping through his fingers was indeed a pity. Summer Sea Cattail contemplated the spot where Crimson Eyes had vanished. Realizing he had declined her friend request, this thought led her gaze to Lin Yi, marking the second time she had been spurned by a man. And both instances were connected to him. Just then, Handsome's communicator chimed. "My friend is here," he announced. As his words faded, Lin Yi beheld a woman of ethereal beauty approaching from the distance. To his astonishment, upon seeing her ID, he realized that the friend Handsome had mentioned was indeed her. P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to friends such as Rai Yulong Meiying, Chen Xixian, Hai, Han Han, Jiao Long Patsong Chiong, Wen Ro, Qing Tian to you, Sui Yuan, I would have Mei and I to Yin, Shi Lian I to Lian, Ai to Ganju, 111, Gudu to LV Xingxia, and many others for their kind recommendations. Thank you immensely. Chapter 28. The Unchanging Scoundrel. Upon encountering this individual, Lin Yi was immediately reminded of the illustrious beauty who had dominated the beauty rankings for 2 consecutive years, renowned for her irresistible charm even to NPCs, Ming Menyuer. Now, seeing her in person, although he found the accolades somewhat exaggerated, it was undeniable that she, having been designated as the foremost beauty, appeared more enchanting than any woman Lin Yi had previously encountered, save for one. This brings us to the subject of the so-called beauty rankings. Firstly, the list is entirely generated by the system based on extensive data analysis, free from any human intervention. Secondly, to qualify for the list, one must meet a prerequisite. During character creation, no alterations to appearance may be made. Even a mere change in hair color would result in disqualification. Additionally, for privacy and security reasons, individuals are prompted by the system upon ascending the rankings, ensuring that inclusion is a personal choice, thereby safeguarding individual privacy. Moreover, those listed have the option to withdraw at any time. Therefore, while the accuracy of the rankings may not be absolute, it remains the sole official entertainment and authoritative list, serving only to satiate public curiosity without any substantial implications for the game. As Miminweo made her entrance, Shuidioza hurried forward, exclaiming, "Finally, you're here. We've been waiting for you." In response, Mingmen merely nodded, exhibiting far less enthusiasm than Shuidioza. When Mingmen turned to regard Lin Yi, she was initially captivated by the enchanting Aphula before shifting her gaze back to Lin Yi, inquiring, "Are you the one known as Fenghua?" To be candid, upon seeing Fenghua in person, Mingmen felt a pang of disappointment. She had anticipated that the one stirring up such commotion in the game would be a dashing gentleman, only to find him rather unremarkable. Nonetheless, irrespective of his ordinary appearance, Fenghua undeniably held the title of the game's foremost figure. Even his plainness could not overshadow the glory and prestige that enveloped him. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Mingmen stepped forward, extending her delicate hand, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Ware." "Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you," Lin Yi replied, seemingly oblivious to her outstretched hand as he turned to make his way toward the instance. "Now that everyone is here, let us proceed into the instance." Furthermore, Lin Yi declined Mingmen Yuer's friend request. He had no desire to entangle himself with someone of her ilk unnecessarily. It was not a matter of pride, but rather a recognition that such individuals inhabited an entirely different realm from his own, and there was no need for him to force a connection. Lin Yi walked away with an air of nonchalance, leaving Shuidioza behind in a state of astonishment. He actually rejected her handshake? My goodness, has this young man lost his mind? Since the first encounter with the captivating Mingmen, it seems this is the first time a man has resolutely declined to draw closer to her. Astonishing, simply astonishing. Xia Haidang cast a surprised glance at the figure that turned away in haste. Could it be a case of playing hard to get? After all, this Mingmen is a breathtaking beauty, one who could even incite jealousy among her fellow women. Yet, recalling the decisive rejection he had shown her, Xia Haidang felt a strange sense of relief. Truly, it was his style, an unwavering scoundrel. From the moment Mingmen decided to extend an opportunity for him to approach her, she had never anticipated such an unexpected outcome. one that left her utterly mortified. With a somewhat stiff motion, she withdrew her hand, her face ablaze with fury. What do you mean by this? Do you think I am unworthy of a handshake? Or do you believe that by acting thus, you will elevate my opinion of you? If that is your belief, you are gravely mistaken. Having never endured such indignity in her life, Minmin declared emphatically, I can assure you. You have forfeited the only chance to befriend me, and you will undoubtedly regret it. Linny, somewhat speechless, glanced back at the aggrieved girl. It seems I am the one unworthy of a handshake. Nevertheless, once I secure this first kill, we shall part ways. You, Minmin fumed. Sensing the tension, the charming rogue hastily intervened. Calm down, calm down. He is simply that way. Do not take it to heart. At that moment, Linny began to assemble the team, adding Qi Tong to the ranks, followed by Mingmin Shui Jiaozha and Xia Haitang from Huanqing. Lin Yi turned to Minmin. Are you joining the dungeon? Mingmin Shui Jiaozha urged. Hurry and join the group. Do not act on impulse. Still seething, Minmin glared at Lin Yi and retorted, humph. With a reluctant sigh, she joined the team, and Lin Yi chose not to engage further. Perhaps, from a human perspective, no man could resist the allure of a beautiful woman. However, from a rational standpoint, only that which is suitable is truly best. Beauty is but a fleeting fade, and all must eventually face the passage of time. Lin Yi did not wish to forsake the essence for mere appearances. Cherishing the present was the greatest insight he had gleaned since his rebirth. Shall we enter the jungle illusion dungeon? Confirm. In an instant, the five found themselves within the dungeon. Do not move from your positions. Just as Shui Diuzha and the others were absorbing their surroundings, a peculiar sound of Iya echoed. As Shui Diuzha opened his eyes, he beheld Lin Yi vanishing with a cadre of guards. No one noticed as Qi Tong gradually faded from view. Shushirmashia, this supplicant has 5 health remaining. Beiqing, hold nothing back and attack with full force. Shushir Gubiqing, understood. Shadow strike -117, throat cut -142, backstab -123. As Gubiqing swiftly executed a series of skills, Mashia's assault followed closely. Fire breath. Boom. -246. The Abyssal Prayer Guardian exclaimed, You wretched invaders, Captain Octo will avenge us. Mashia urged, Forget about the gear on the ground. Hurry and assist Bloodslaughter. Super Healer, shield Gubiqing. Super Healer replied, 1 second cooldown, wait. Done. Guardian Shield. Just before entering stealth, a radiant shield enveloped Gubiqing. Observing Bloodslaughter's health dipping into the crimson, Mashia anxiously pressed, Hurry, is your recovery skill ready? Super Healer, equally frantic, responded. 2 seconds left. Suddenly, Gubiqing appeared behind the Abyssal Guardian, declaring, Behold, Shadow Strike -87, Throat Cut -112, Backstab -108. The critically wounded Abyssal Guardian immediately abandoned the faltering Bloodslaughter and turned to attack Gubiqing. Super Healer shouted, Healing incoming. Rejuvenation. 259, 1010. Finally able to catch his breath. Bloodslaughter cautioned, This Guardian's attacks are not locked on, but my agility is insufficient to evade. Gubiqing, you might try to dodge. -120. Gubiqing gasped in shock. The damage is so high, good grief. Drunken Master urged, Hurry up, or I'll be the one to collect your corpses. Before Drunken Master, an Abyssal Mage unleashed a relentless barrage. The spell damage was predominantly locked on, rendering any attempts at evasion futile. Thankfully, the gear purchased from Lin Yi provided some reprieve. Otherwise, Drunken Master would have already succumbed. Mashia maintained a steady assault on the Abyssal Guardian while monitoring the health of both enemies, her thoughts racing. Suddenly, she instructed Bloodslaughter, who had regained half of his health. Bloodslaughter, draw the mage's aggro. Drunken Master, you take the Guardians. Use your shield's passive to evade the Guardianess strikes and mitigate damage. Once Gubiqing disengages, unleash everything on the Abyssal Mage. Super Healer, apply the next shield on Bloodslaughter. Heal him 3 times, and Drunken Master once. Once Super Healer has shielded, Bloodslaughter will engage the mage. Everyone responded in unison, understood. Moments later, Super Healer announced, Ready. Guardian Shield. Without hesitation, Bloodslaughter charged towards the Abyssal Mage, Shield Bash. Boom. -35. The passive triggered, stunning the mage for 1 second. Excellent! Ma Xia shouted. Drunken Master, go! Drunken Master immediately pivoted and charged the nearby Abyssal Guardian, Shield Bash. Boom. -53 triggered a passive effect, stunning for 1 second. The crowd erupted in joy. Sure, Ma Xia exclaimed. Gubiching. Sure, Gubiching replied. Understood. Stealth. Handsome yet utterly bored, he sat on the ground, gazing vacantly at the scenery before him. What on earth is Feng Hua doing? Wasn't this supposed to be a first kill? Why are we just left here to cool off? Aren't we supposed to slay monsters? Aren't we meant to battle the boss? No response to my messages. How tedious. P.S. The second chapter has been completed. I extend my gratitude to friends such as L for their votes of recommendation. As tomorrow is the weekend, I wish everyone a delightful weekend. Chapter 29. The terrifying man within the resurrection hall, closest to the jungle secret realm. The temple madman emerged with a grim countenance. He glared at the temple dual-wielding warrior who had just stepped out of the resurrection beam. What is the matter with you? As a warrior, can you not even hold aggro? His gaze shifted to the temple butcher, his fury unabated. Ying has been emphasizing the control of damage. Control of damage. Are you unaware that your damage is excessive? Or are you, a hunter, intending to help the warrior withstand damage? Fuming, the temple madman surveyed the group. You are all elites within my temple. How can you possess such a meager capability and lack any coordination? Do you not feel ashamed? I am utterly embarrassed for you. The temple madman had anticipated a total wipe on their first dungeon run today, though he never envisioned it would stem from such a trivial error. It was worth noting that these individuals were the C-Army de la C-Army of his guild. Had it not been for this reason, he would not have expended so much time and resources to elevate them to level 10. As the principal culprit of this debacle, the temple butcher protested, President, you cannot place all the blame on me. In previous games, there were always damage calculations available. Now, suddenly, I have to remember the damage myself. I haven't yet adapted. And you dare to defend yourself? The temple madman retorted, if you find it difficult to adjust, what of those in Xingshi? What of those in Luotian? And what about the weaker members of AOC? I do not see them struggling. Growing increasingly incensed, the temple madman declared. Everyone must reflect earnestly on their mistakes. If anyone repeats the same error, they shall be expelled. Now move. As he spoke, the temple madman hastened toward the entrance of the dungeon. Meanwhile, perched upon a cliff within a cavern, Lin Yi observed the throng of guards below, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do not rush. There is enough for everyone. He was fortunate to have the heavenly wind boots, bestowing him an additional 7 agility points, allowing him to secure this advantageous position. During Lin Yi's brief pause, 6 magical attacks surged forth, a barrage of damage manifesting above him. -21, -16, -24, -11, -21, -21, -13. A trio of secret realm mages and a trio of supplicants unleashed an assault that inflicted approximately 100 points of damage upon him. Just then, Aphila's melodious laughter rang out, and Linny felt an invigorating lightness envelop him. 220, 10, 10, 10, 10. The health he had previously lost was instantaneously restored to full. Lin Yi calculated that, given the monster's attack every 5 seconds, and Ifura's skills recharge every 10 seconds, each healing for 320 points, if he acted swiftly to eliminate the few mystic mages first, he could certainly withstand the damage dealt by his foes. Once these ranged attackers were dealt with, the remaining enemies would be mere targets. This plan crystallized in Lin Yi's mind as he locked onto one of the mystic mages. Arcane missiles. Bang. -312 damage, quite acceptable. With 1,000 health points, the mystic mage could be dispatched with 3 strikes, supplemented by normal attacks. Additionally, with the replenishment of magical potions, he need not worry about his mana, as long as he could finish off these annoying magical creatures within 2 minutes. He would be left with straightforward damage dealing. Although somewhat monotonous, it was certainly less exhausting than the frantic maneuvering required for monster farming. Once assured of his safety, Linny finally took a moment to examine the equipment worn by the Mystic Guardians. 1, 2, 3, 5. Linny felt a surge of satisfaction. It was no surprise that in an unexplored dungeon, 5 set pieces and 2 exclusive items had dropped. This drop rate was commendable. However, once the dungeon was fully explored, The drop rates would return to normal, and in the next run, it would be fortunate to obtain even a single set piece, with the possibility of none at all. Before reaching level 20, this set would become the mainstream equipment in the game, leading to the dungeon being perpetually crowded 24 hours a day. Importantly, this game imposed no restrictions on dungeon runs. As long as players had enough energy, they could enter repeatedly for 24 hours without limitation. This feature would provide employment opportunities for lower-tier players seeking to earn money within the game. Given the vast player base, the market was unlikely to saturate. Furthermore, most of the game's sets dropped exclusively from major dungeons. Besides these, there were only military sets obtainable through military merit or honor, and a few rare sets acquired via special quests. Just as Lin Yi eliminated 2 foes in quick succession, he suddenly spoke. If I were to send you down to kill that supplicant, would you be confident? Though it seemed he was merely speaking to himself. A voice responded beside him. How did you discover me? I believed my breathing and movements were well controlled. At that moment, on the narrow platform beside Lin Yi, the figure of Qitong gradually became visible. In response to Qitong's query, Lin Yi smiled without answering, instead asking, Can you? Qitong, secretly astonished, glanced at the seemingly nonchalant man beside him. Since their first encounter, it appeared he was privy to everything. A peculiar sense of security enveloped her in his presence, as if he held dominion over all matters. Even her seemingly flawless concealment had been effortlessly pierced by his keen perception. As Aikido pondered, he questioned where he had exposed a flaw, revealing himself. Upon reflection, it seemed that there were no apparent weaknesses. He yearned to inquire how he had been discovered, yet the expression on the other's face seemed to provide the answer. He would not speak. Although a tinge of regret lingered, Aikido recognized his own greed. It was during his time in the novice village that a single statement from this individual had catalyzed a significant enhancement in his abilities. It could be said that his current presence here was entirely due to that connection. What more could he desire? Perhaps he could not derive the answers he sought from Fenghua, yet this was precisely what he needed to realize. His self-assured concealment was not infallible. This realization struck Aikido like a sudden enlightenment, illuminating his understanding. How foolish he had been, moments ago basking in a false sense of security. Though no words were spoken, the most crucial lesson had been imparted. One must never lower their guard, nor succumb to arrogance. Had Fenghua chosen to confront him just then, he would likely have found no avenue for evasion. Given the extent of his prowess, he might not even have comprehended the manner of his demise. As these thoughts crossed his mind, an involuntary chill ran down his spine. What a formidable man! What piercing insight! Lin Yi glanced curiously at the seemingly dazed Aikido, inquiring, What's wrong? Is there an issue? Suddenly jolted back to reality by Fenghua's voice, Aikido quickly gathered his thoughts, responding, Oh, no, nothing at all. He then turned his attention to the supplicant indicated by Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Yi's voice resonated again. You may disregard the guardian. Its hostility is directed towards me. However, you must be particularly cautious of the 2 guardians nearby. They possess short-range sight lock capabilities. Should they detect an attack on their companion, they will readily retaliate against the assailant. With your current equipment, you would not stand a chance against them. As for how to eliminate the supplicant, that depends on your own skill. Aikido fixed his gaze intently on the guardians encircling the supplicant, silently calculating their movements and interaction timing. After a while, under Lin Yi's watchful eye, Aikido vanished from sight. Just then, Lin Yi heard a heartfelt expression of gratitude from Aikido. Thank you. Once Aikido had departed, Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh of relief. Opening the inconspicuous mini-app in the lower left corner, he mused that without the indication of his teammate's position, even he would have been unaware of Aikido's arrival. Reminded of the legends surrounding this individual, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, Truly, he is the king of shadows. What astonishing stealth. P.S. Taking advantage of the lunch break, an additional chapter has been added. The remaining 2 chapters will be updated tonight. Significant event. Congratulations to the reader. Am I being silly for achieving the first reward milestone for this book, resulting in an additional chapter? I extend my heartfelt gratitude to esteemed friends such as Sky, Monica Smile, Hong Ming Yuan, Galaxy, UC Shock Department Reporting Office, Lonely Self-Mockery, I Am Who I Am, X, CJ, Plum, rain on a clear day, Zhao Zhuahong, Chun, Shou, morning, and unknowing your majesty for their generous endorsements. I am truly overwhelmed by your kindness and support. Thank you. Chapter 30. In my jungle secret realms instance, Gu Biqing. Hurry up and deal damage. Watching the precarious health bar of Shishir Shiwetua, Shangshir Ma Xia anxiously shouted while preparing her magic. Gu Biqing realized there was no time to waste, and without waiting for the mere half-second cooldown, immediately launched a basic attack on the secret realm mage. With a crisp sound, a critical hit of -169 emerged, leaving Gu Biqing pleasantly surprised. Under the terrified gaze of Shingshi Shiwetua, the mage's incantation abruptly ceased, and he collapsed with a thud. Hastily canceling her spell, Shangshir Ma Xia shouted, Shiwetua, fall back and heal. Gu Biqing, support the drunken man. While enduring the damage from the secret realm guardian, Shangshir Zigui inquired, is everyone all right? Shangshir Ma Xia replied, that was truly a close call. No one expected the mage to go berserk. We nearly faced total annihilation. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, Shangshir Ma Xia said, now that we're safe, let us swiftly deal with this guardian and then take a moment to recuperate. With Shiwetua back in the fray, the guardian was quickly overwhelmed by the collective might of the group, leading to the unexpected drop of pants. Upon seeing the glowing green light from the equipment, everyone rejoiced. A set piece. Shangshir Zigui picked it up and shared the attributes. Leggings of the jungle sage, armor quality, set physical defense, 18 to 29 magic defense, 11 to 21 intelligence. For spirit, 2 required level, 13 set bonuses, 2-piece bonus, intelligence 5 4-piece bonus, magic value 306-piece bonus. Both defenses 10 originating from the standard set pieces of the jungle secret realm. Obtaining the complete set would grant astonishing attribute enhancements. Shangshir Ma Xiao expressed her astonishment. It's actually a piece of a mage set. At this moment, it seemed everyone could foresee the bustling scene that awaited them here. Gu Biqing lamented, it appears that once everyone's levels and gear improve, this instance will become highly sought after. Shangshir Zigui remarked, that's a matter for the future, let us press on. Meanwhile, 3 other teams were also present within the instance, and there was only one first kill available. Shangshir Zigui was not willing to watch the first kill slip away to another team. Shangshir Ma Xiao quickly adjusted their strategy. Gu Biqing, scout ahead while the rest of us take a moment to rest. Gu Biqing said nothing further and immediately activated stealth. As Gu Biqing ventured deeper, the cave grew increasingly dark. Yet the journey remained eerily calm, with no monsters in sight. Is that the sound of water? Hearing the distant sound of water, Gu Biqing, aided by the faint glow of the crystals in the cave, discovered a large pool approximately 6 to 7 meters wide. The visibility here broadened significantly. Gu Biqing noted that the pool was emanating a discernible green mist. It was obvious even to the most casual observer that this green mist was undoubtedly toxic. However, to forge ahead, one must traverse the water pool. Seeing the peril, Gu Biqing turned back to join the group. Before them lay a pool, shrouded in what appeared to be toxic vapors. We cannot proceed, he declared. Shishir Ma Xiao pondered for a moment, then suggested, let us take a closer look. Upon reaching the edge of the water, the group's reaction mirrored that of Gu Biqing, their brows furrowed in concern. Shangshir Xietu remarked, is this a dead end? Shangshir Chaonai replied, it should not be. I have been vigilant along this path, and there are no alternative routes. At that moment, Ma Xia suddenly interjected. This is not a dead end. There is something in the water. A gasp of alarm rippled through the group. Shangshir Zigui picked up a stone and tossed it into the pool. Plop! The sound echoed, sending splashes into the air as the water roiled like it was being boiled, with enormous bubbles rising to the surface. Before long, a massive figure emerged from the depths. The toxic green-haired turtle, level 12 boss. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It's actually a boss. Meanwhile, in Lin Yi's instance, Shui Jiaozha had begun to show signs of impatience. What on earth is Fengge doing? It's taking too long. Miminuer wore a look of disdain, exclaiming, I'm already dead. Shui Jiaozha was taken aback, then sighed. I had come here eager to showcase my skills, yet I find myself merely dawdling. This narrative seems rather off. At this point, Xia Haiding also exhibited impatience, suggesting, Shall we venture in to investigate? Shuai Diaozha immediately raised his hand in agreement. I concur. He then turned to Menuer, but before she could respond, he added, the majority must prevail. Let us proceed. Menuer was taken aback, casting a fierce glare at Shuai Diaozha, huffing in annoyance. Just then, their team channel was suddenly flooded with notifications. Team leader Fenghua has acquired equipment. Leggings of the Guardian of the Secret Realm. Team leader Fenghua has acquired equipment. Armor of the Guardian of the Secret Realm. Team leader Fenghua has acquired materials. Refined gold 5. Team leader Fenghua has acquired equipment. Rough wooden stick. Team leader Fenghua has acquired materials. Coarse linen 5. Team leader Fenghua has acquired materials. Coarse linen 5. Team leader Fenghua has acquired materials. Page 1. Team leader Fenghua has acquired equipment. Staff of the Sage of the Secret Realm. Team leader Fenghua has acquired equipment. Boots of the Sage of the Secret Realm. Team leader Fenghua has acquired equipment. Ordinary magical wood. As he stared at the lengthy list of notifications, Shuai Diaozha could not help but curse. What is happening here? He exchanged glances with Xia Haidang, wondering aloud. Did we miss something? Clicking on one of the pieces of equipment, he examined the set attributes, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was a full set. And what purpose did the exclusive equipment serve? Due to their distance, the few who had not received experience were unaware that Lin Yi had already cleared a wave of monsters inside. When the handsome and charming individuals arrived at the cave, they happened upon Lin Yi, who was bent over, collecting equipment. Brother Feng, this gear. Noticing their arrival, Lin Yi was not in the least surprised. Without hesitation, he responded to the inquiries of the charming one. It's all mine. The charming one was instantly rendered speechless. No, Brother Feng. That wise set seems quite fitting for me. While the charming one pleaded earnestly, Xia Haitang, although equally tempted, was unable to lower herself to such a degree. Meanwhile, Ming Menuer observed the scene and scolded, shameless. Lin Yi, indifferent to the self-satisfied woman, remarked, I recall stating before our arrival that I would solely be responsible for leading you to the first kill, but the spoils of the dungeon are mine. In that moment, Xia Haidang remembered that Lin Yi had indeed made that declaration prior to their journey. She couldn't help but wonder if he had known from the outset that good equipment would drop. Moreover, was this dungeon truly so simple? How was it that he alone had vanquished such a large number of foes? Despite her curiosity, Xia Haidang refrained from voicing her questions, as she understood that this illustrious figure would never divulge his secrets. Brother Feng, how about you set a price? I'll buy it. Isn't that acceptable? The charming one persisted, unwilling to give up. Menuer suddenly stepped forward to restrain him. Jiege, have you lost your mind? Why beg this selfish and arrogant man? It's merely a piece of equipment. We can have our own members do the fighting later. Listening to Ming Menuer's words, Lin Yi nearly laughed. Selfish and arrogant? My dear lady, have we known each other for less than an hour? Are you so well acquainted with me already? However, Lin Yi refrained from retaliating, instead tossing the staff of the wise from the secret realm to the charming one. I have no use for this, so take it. As for the rest, do not even think about it. She was correct. Once your guild members level up, they can handle it themselves. Although he merely received a staff, the charming one was immensely satisfied and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Yet, Lin Yi's gesture appeared quite different in the eyes of Menuer. What a charade, humph. P.S. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Xiaoxi, Chunsu, calm bystander, a fellow with an expression but no words. This is a descriptive phrase, not a name. And I being silly for their generous contributions. I am deeply grateful to all the friends who have cast their votes of recommendation. No amount of gratitude can match the meticulous crafting of this work. I hope not to disappoint you all, and the second chapter will be delivered shortly. Chapter 31. What constitutes gentlemanly conduct after encountering the boss? Shengshi Maxiao from Shengshi promptly stated, I will initiate the attack. Drunken Master will take the lead. Blood Butcher will gauge the situation to draw aggro and assist Drunken Master in mitigating damage. It is imperative that Drunken Master does not fall. Yu Biqing. You are free to unleash your attacks, but be cautious not to attract aggro. Super Healer. Your primary responsibility is to maintain Drunken Master's health. As for other matters, we shall adjust as circumstances dictate. Are there any questions? The group responded affirmatively, no issues. Shengshi Maxiao continued, From my observations, the boss emits poisonous mist at regular intervals. I will alert you when it is about to release the mist. When I call out scatter, the three of you must immediately cease your attacks and retreat 3 meters. I will draw the aggro. Once it halts the release of the mist, you may resume your assault. Please avoid contact with the toxic gas, as I fear Super Healer may struggle to manage the situation if it spirals out of control. Alright, everyone, prepare yourselves. In a parallel location within a different dungeon, Luo Xinyanyu remarked, "This boss does not appear to deal excessive damage, but be mindful of the poisonous mist surrounding it. When it starts to release the mist, melee fighters must withdraw, allowing the aggro to fall to Mage Daimeng. Daimeng, be attentive to your positioning. Do not let it touch you." At this juncture, Luo Xinyanyu paused before continuing. "That is all for now. Regardless, we must engage to ascertain the specifics. Soon, Daimeng will initiate the attack and draw it outside the pool to avoid any unforeseen incidents." Luo Xinyanyu expressed no objections, agreeing to first engage and assess the situation. The group responded, "Understood." Luo Xinyanyu instructed, "Daimeng, prepare to initiate the attack." Aosi Fengye gazed solemnly at the green-haired turtle boss resting by the water's edge, contemplating the difficulty of the encounter. He turned to Aosi Juai. "Shall we proceed with the fight?" "Of course. Why would we not?" Aosi Juai replied resolutely. "Regardless of the outcome, if we must perish, let us do so with clarity. To retreat without even attempting to fight would be utterly unacceptable." Aosi Chinching inquired, "Then, Brother Fengye, how shall we approach the battle?" Aosi Fengye furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he cast a shield upon Aosi Weiba, instructing, "Big guy, venture into that patch of poisonous mist." The group gasped in surprise. Aosi Weiba grimaced. "Brother Feng, have I wronged you? Why would you wish to harm me?" Aosi Fengye playfully kicked Aosi Weiba. "Stop your whining. Just go as instructed. With me here. What do you have to fear?" Aosi Juai addressed Aosi Fengye. "Are you intending to test the damage of that poisonous mist?" "Indeed," Aosi Fengye conceded. "If the damage from the mist is bearable, we may proceed with our strategy. If the damage is excessively high, we must concede. For this is merely one of the boss's tactics. Who knows what other formidable moves may lie ahead?" Lord Aoshi pondered for a moment and instructed, "Xiao Wei, why don't you give it a try? Enter and exit immediately, do you understand?" Given Lord Aoshi's directive, Aoshi Weiba reluctantly approached the toxic mist by the pond. As soon as he came into contact with the mist, a cascade of damage notifications appeared above his head. -10, -10, -10, prompting Aoshi Weiba to swiftly turn and retreat from the toxic haze. Aoshi Fengye immediately cast a rejuvenation spell, replenishing his health completely. After a brief interval, Lord Aoshi inquired, "How did it go?" Aoshi Fengye lowered his head, seemingly calculating something. However, he soon raised his gaze and declared, "We can fight." Without further ado, Lord Aoshi commanded, "Then let's devise our strategy." Aoshi Fengye promptly began outlining the tactics. Meanwhile, as the 3 major guilds were fervently preparing to vanquish the boss, within the resurrection hall closest to the dungeon, the Temple Madman furiously kicked the Temple Butcher, nearly roaring, "Did I not instruct you to cease your attacks? What on earth are you doing? Is this your first time playing a game? For heaven's sake, you, a hunter, are stealing aggro from me and dragging it towards my direction." The thought of this being the second total wipe ignited the Temple Madman's fury as he pointed at the Temple Butcher, cursing, "Get the hell out of my sight. And do not let me see you again." At that moment, the Temple Butcher was so frightened that he could hardly utter a word. When the Temple Madman commanded him to get lost, the Temple Butcher felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He didn't dare linger and turned to flee. Just then, the Temple Red Fox, the Temple Dual Blade, and the Temple Ing Ing emerged in succession from the resurrection point. The Temple Madman, still seething with rage, struck the pillar with a fierce punch. Bang! -1. Ouch, seriously? Feeling the pain from his fist, the Temple Madman's anger intensified. Damn it, what a disgrace. How can this so-called first hunter unifying the realm be so incompetent? Temple Ing Ing looked at her guild leader and asked, "Shall we continue?" "Continue." The Temple Madman was tempted to curse, but he realized that venting his anger would be futile. He suppressed his rage and instructed, Contact anyone who has reached level 10. Preferably someone who can withstand damage. We will wait for them to join us before proceeding. Temple Lingying said nothing further and immediately began to make contact. Within Lin Yi's dungeon, the dashing yet astonished Shuidioja gazed at the green-haired turtle and exclaimed, "Wow, Feng Ge, is that creature the boss of this dungeon?" Staring at the enormous green-haired turtle before him, Shuidioja appeared utterly flabbergasted. Yet, beneath that astonishment lay a hint of exhilaration. After all, this was indeed a boss. Uncertain of what loot this particular boss might yield, Lin Yi pondered the situation. He already possessed 2 components of the set and a couple of rare items, along with some materials, but that was all. This boss seemed rather impoverished. Observing the illusory equipment appearing on the green-haired turtle, Lin Yi felt somewhat exasperated. Suddenly, Shuidioja inquired, "Brother Feng, how shall we approach the battle?" Lin Yi, ignoring the overly enthusiastic Shuidioja, glanced at the party information, where he could clearly see everyone's health status. Brother Feng, Lin Yi replied impatiently, "What is it?" Shuidioja, undeterred, pressed on. "How are we going to tackle this boss? Please give us some instructions." He brandished his staff, ready to engage in combat at a moment's notice. At this moment, even Xia Haidang turned her gaze toward Lin Yi, curious about how he would strategize. To everyone's surprise, Lin Yi assumed a starting position. Only a fool would challenge such a tough-skinned and miserly creature. With that, he dashed into the poisonous mist, leaping over the pond until he was out of sight. Shuidioja and Xia Haidang were instantly left in a state of shock. What was happening? Did they not need to fight the dungeon boss? What was he doing? Who am I? What am I doing? At that moment, Lin Yi's voice echoed from within the green haze. "Hurry over here. Do you wish to keep the green-haired turtle company?" Meanwhile, Mingmenuer wore a stunned expression. Did this person not understand the meaning of gentlemanly conduct? P.S. 2 chapters have been updated. Chapter 32. Fierce Battle, Why Hasn't Jiren Arrived Yet? Grumbled the temple fanatic, sitting impatiently on the steps of the resurrection hall. Jiren has just reached level 10 and is currently undergoing his job change, explained Temple Lingying hurriedly. However, I have urged him, and he should be here shortly. Never mind. Instruct him to head directly to the dungeon entrance and ensure he understands all the information we possess to avoid repeating past mistakes. With a sullen expression, the temple fanatic rose and made his way towards the dungeon. Temple Lingying exchanged a helpless glance with Temple Chief Fox, then followed closely behind with the Dual Blades trio. Meanwhile, within the dungeon of the Prosperous Dynasty, "Stop, everyone step back," yelled Prosperous Mashia anxiously. Just then, the fireball spell completed its incantation. Boom. -131 -5 -5 -5 After being struck, the green shell turtle roared and charged at Prosperous Mashia. Meanwhile, Prosperous Drunkard and Prosperous Bloodslayer refrained from drawing aggro and instead retreated to the sides, seeking refuge in the gaps. As the green shell turtle pursued Prosperous Mashia, a wave of green toxic mist suddenly enveloped it. In an unexpected turn of events, the once cumbersome figure accelerated with alarming swiftness as it released the poisonous cloud. Caught off guard, Prosperous Mashia was dealt a crushing blow. -231. Whoa. His health plummeted to below half, flashing red. Noticing this, Prosperous Drunkard saw the turtle's next attack poised to strike Mashia. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. Shield Bash. -75. This triggered the exclusive passive ability, stunning the target for 1 second. Overjoyed, Drunkard watched as Mashia seized the moment to retreat swiftly to a safe zone. Once the stun ended, the green shell turtle swatted at Drunkard. -91. Having narrowly escaped, Prosperous Mashia shouted, "Super Healer, shield Drunkard, quickly." Prosperous Super Healer snapped back to reality, casting Guardian Shield as he observed Drunkard's health dwindling. -10 -10 -10 -10. Instantly, Prosperous Super Healer provided healing, rejuvenation. 270, 10, 1010. However, despite the dual onslaught of the green shell turtle's toxic gas and its physical attacks, Drunkard's health continued to plummet below 50. At that moment, Prosperous Mashia anxiously cried out, "Bloodslayer, what are you doing?" "I'm assisting the guild leader," replied Bloodslayer. Before he could finish, Mashia interrupted forcefully, "Isn't it chaotic enough? Stand by and follow my commands. Do not act. But follow the commands." Although his life hung by a thread, Drunkard did not doubt Ma Xia's decisions, stopping Bloodslayer, who had attempted to advance several times. At this juncture, prosperous Ma Xia nervously monitored Drunkard's health. Just as Drunkard's health dipped to 20, the green shell turtle ceased emitting toxic mist. In the late summer, Mo Xia shouted urgently, "Blood Butcher, now." The impatient Blood Butcher activated his skill the moment Mo Xia spoke, leaping forward with a swift step. Shield strike. -61. Drunken one, fall back. Super heal. Provide the next shield to Blood Butcher and heal the Drunken one. Shengshi Chaonai glanced with concern at the flashing red health bar above Shengshi Mo Xia's head. What about you? Before Shengshi Mo Xia could elaborate, he replied, "Just follow my orders." He then added, "Drunken one, meditate to recover." I noticed a brief hesitation in the boss's third attack. It appeared to be possible to dodge. Blood Butcher prepared to attempt it. Erupting flames. Boom. -146 -5 -5 -5. Well done. Shengshi Blood Butcher exclaimed. Shengshi Mo Xia, 1 -86. Shengshi Mo Xia, 2 -79. Move. Blood Butcher could hardly think. He instinctively moved to the left, sidestepping as the green-haired turtle slammed down heavily. It can indeed be dodged. Shengshi Mo Xia exclaimed excitedly. The crowd rejoiced. At this moment, Shengshi Drunken One had regained more than half of his health. I'm coming in, Shengshi Mo Xia cautioned. All right, be careful. Super heal. Your primary focus is on the Drunken One's health. Give the next shield to him. Blood Butcher prepared to let the Drunken One take over. Good. Shengshi Drunken One entered the fray, striking his bone shield with force. Bring it on, Flathead Turtle. Shield strike. -71. Meanwhile, the situation was no less dire for the teams on the other side. Among the three squads besieging the green-haired turtle, it seemed that only the AOC Holy Hall was facing the greatest difficulty. As the green-haired turtle charged towards the mage AOC Yulan, AOC Fingye gasped in alarm. Wei Ba. Hurry up. Observing the toxic mist erupting from the green-haired turtle, AOC Wei Ba gritted his teeth and charged forward, executing a shield strike. -46. As he neared the toxic mist, he began to lose health. -10, -10, -10. AOC Fingye quickly cast a shield on AOC Wei Ba, Guardian Shield. Rejuvenation. 216-10-10-10. This emergency rescue allowed AOC Yulan to narrowly escape the green-haired turtle's attack with a sliver of health remaining. With Yulan no longer a target, the green-haired turtle unleashed its wrath upon Wei Ba. Witnessing Wei Ba's rapidly depleting health, AOC Fingye shouted, Yulan and Lord, unleash all your attacks. Skywalker. Wait for your chance to draw aggro. Do not let it target the mage. The hidden Skywalker responded, understood. As the 4 teams engaged in fierce combat within the dungeon, the handsome yet disheveled figure was on the verge of tears. Yuer, quickly heal me. I feel as though I'm on the brink of death. Despite having escaped the poisonous mist, the character known as Shui Diajia was alarmed to see his health plummeting. He hastily sought the assistance of the only healer present, the renowned Yuer. At that moment, however, Yuer was preoccupied with her own predicament. As soon as she exited the toxic fog, she cast a rejuvenation spell on herself, restoring her health from 60 to over 200 points. With lingering fear, she turned to Lin Yi and exclaimed, Are you trying to lead us to our doom? Meanwhile, Lin Yi stood with his back to the group, seemingly observing something of significance. With a calm demeanor, he replied, Rest assured, you will not perish. Now, everyone, remain silent and do not utter a word. Before Yuer could retort, the ground trembled violently, and a powerful voice echoed from within the cave. Damn intruders. You have disturbed the slumber of Lord Slick. Since you have arrived here, you shall remain as servants of Lord Slick. P.S. An additional chapter will be released over the weekend, with the remaining 2 chapters updating tonight. Wishing everyone a delightful weekend. Special thanks to Hehe, I Miss You and Snowfall Departure for their generous support, as well as to all the friends who have cast their votes. Thank you. Chapter 33, What a Coincidence. Dinglingaling hello, you have a call from reality. Would you like to exit the game to answer? Just as a team was engaged in battling the lemon rabbit, one player announced in the team channel, Sorry, I have something in reality, I'm logging off. You all enjoy. Qingyi Zhijian, The team leader replied, "All right. Remember to find me when you log on next time." The female mage named Lemon Rabbit agreed without much thought. As Lemon Rabbit's delicate figure gradually faded, a male warrior named Chihan approached the male mage Qingyi Zhijian and teased, "Do you like her?" Qingyi Zhijian did not refute, having grown weary of pretentious women. He found that interacting with someone so genuine was far more delightful. Qian asked, "Aren't you afraid she might be putting on an act?" Qingyi Zhijian chuckled nonchalantly. "Isn't it more intriguing to encounter a woman who can deceive me?" Qihan stared at the handsome mage in surprise. "All right, you have a point. Shall we continue leveling up?" Qingyi Zhijian replied, "Let us carry on." After Zhang Xining exited the game, she picked up the phone beside her bed, gazing at the caller ID. She hesitated for a moment, then summoned her courage to answer, "Hello, Mom." Meanwhile, within the jungle secret realm dungeon, the temple madman was shouting at a figure. "Hurry back. What are you doing?" The temple silent replied in despair, "It's too late." Under the furious gaze of the madman, the health bar of Temple Silent plummeted after the green-haired turtle released its poisonous gas, combined with the turtle's sudden increase in attack speed, leaving little health remaining. With its target lost, the green-haired turtle immediately turned towards the madman, who had no time to be angry and fled. At that moment, Temple Yingying cried out, "Double Dagger. What are you doing?" Double Dagger retorted, "Can't you see the boss is attacking the leader?" Temple Yingying shouted anxiously, "Don't engage, fall back." But by then, Double Dagger had already launched an attack on the green-haired turtle, Shield Strike. -58 The green-haired turtle struck, abandoned its pursuit of the madman, and swung its tail, landing a devastating blow on Double Dagger. -371 Everyone gasped in shock as Double Dagger's health instantly halved. Guardian Shield. Regeneration 264-10-10 Temple Yingying shouted in desperation. "Double Dagger, you can't withstand the boss's attacks. I have no skills left. Quickly disengage." However, once entangled by the boss, escaping was no simple feat, especially when no one anticipated the boss would accelerate its speed while releasing toxic mist. Watching from the sidelines, Chi-Hu, hidden away, was equally bewildered, thinking, "What now? What should we do?" As the health of the temple's dual blades dwindled rapidly, and with his healing skill still 3 seconds away from cooling down, it was too late. Temple Yingying let out a faint, bitter laugh. It was over. Emerging from the resurrection chamber, Temple Jirun soon witnessed the disheartened temple dual blades stepping out from the respawn point. "You two have fallen?" he inquired. No sooner had he spoken than the resurrection chamber shimmered with white light. Temple Red Fox, Temple Yingying, and the grim-faced Temple Madman sequentially appeared. As Temple Madman passed a pillar within the resurrection chamber, he instinctively raised his fist to strike it. However, halfway through, he recalled the agony he had just endured and abruptly halted, cursing in furious exasperation. Damn, what a bunch of useless fools. The thought that this first kill might be snatched away by the likes of Shishir ignited his frustration with his team's incompetence, compelling him to mutter, "It's everyone's first time. There's no reason they shouldn't experience a total wipe, right?" Before he could finish, the resurrection point suddenly flashed with white light again. Shengshir Drunkard emerged, his expression dark. Beside him, Gubasheng remarked with a mocking tone, "No wonder I felt something was off. Seems someone has been bad-mouthing us behind our backs." Temple Madman was taken aback. Then his face brightened. "Oh, who would have thought my words would ring true? Ha ha." Shengshir Drunkard paid no heed to the gleeful madman, addressing his teammates instead. "Everyone, let us first tackle some personal dungeons to boost our gear attributes. We'll attempt again later." The group responded affirmatively. At that moment, the resurrection point flickered once more. A furious voice emanating from within, "I was just 30 away from killing it." And then a berserk appeared. "How the hell are we supposed to handle this?" As Luo Shangleonian stepped out of the resurrection point, he was taken aback by the sight of 10 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. What a coincidence. "You're all here." Temple Madman chuckled again. "Quite the coincidence, indeed, huh?" Shortly thereafter, the members of Proud Temple emerged from the resurrection point as well. This completely dispelled any lingering gloom from Temple Madman's face, his joy unmistakable. "Well, we've all returned to the same starting point. How fair, huh?" Lord Aosi stepped forth from the crowd and regarded Temple Madman. "Don't celebrate too soon. If my guesses are correct, there should still be a Fenghua inside. Fenghua? Temple Madman scoffed. What can a lone player stir up? Even with the elite second-generation heirs from Mimin, they are merely a rabble. After saying this, Temple Madman turned to Ying and the others. Let us go. Just then, a crimson message floated across the world channel, startling everyone present. World event. Congratulations to player Tion Ci for achieving the first kill in the personal beginner dungeon, earning experience, 5,000, a random epic equipment piece, honor points, 20. World events. Congratulations to the player Tion Ci for triggering a personal dungeon at 3 difficulty levels, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. We welcome all brave souls to take on this challenge. Upon reading the announcement, the Temple Madman couldn't help but pat his chest, feeling a lingering apprehension that scared me to death. I thought the team dungeon had been taken down. After this scare, the Temple Madman dared not delay any longer. Ying, contact this Tion Ci. Everyone else? Immediately start farming for gear. The drunken master and the goddess of flowing years exchanged glances, surprised that he had also arrived. Although unstated, it was clear to everyone present that Tion Ci was likely to become quite sought after. The moment the world announcement was made, it instantly caused a stir within the game. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and his companions were too preoccupied to be mere spectators, their hands trembling in anticipation as they gazed at the imposing figure concealed beneath the armor. Captain Akshuo, a level 15 boss, would surely be drenched in sweat if he could perspire in the game. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, Akshuo exuded an overwhelming psychological pressure within the dimly lit cavern. I want to go back, said Ming Minuer, seemingly having forgotten her grievances with Lin Yi, instinctively inching closer to him, her face filled with terror and fear towards Akshuo. Even the so-called strong woman, Xia Haitang, was not faring much better. While her body did not show overt reactions, her wide eyes spoke volumes of her dread. At that moment, the only one maintaining composure was Lin Yi, who stood still. Oh, and there was also the invisible crimson-eyed rogue. It seemed that rogues in this game shared a peculiar tendency to activate stealth wherever they went, concealing themselves from sight. Unless necessary, few would witness their figures traversing openly. In the wilderness, they were universally regarded as the least favored class, and rightly so. Every fragile class leveling up in the wild would fear the sudden appearance of a rogue from behind. This situation would only improve after reaching level 30 and advancing to an intermediate class, when every class would possess a scouting skill, thus shifting the fear onto the rogues. The drunken master tightened his grip on his staff, unable to suppress a gulp as he said, Brother Feng, what do you suggest we do? Surely, there must be an opportunity for us to showcase our skills now. The drunken master thought positively, but Lin Yi replied, why should we fight him? Huh. P.S. Thank you to Yin Yin and the others for their support. Wishing your neighbor Wang and the downstairsly a good morning. And thank you to everyone who has recommended and supported us. The second chapter will be presented shortly. Chapter 34. The Great Demon King Shriek? After Zhang Xining exited the game, she sat vacantly on the edge of her bed, staring blankly out of the window, lost in thought. Her enchanting eyes, filled with a myriad of complex emotions, reflected an inner turmoil. Ding dong. She picked up her phone, which lay beside her, revealing a text message from Zhao Ziming. Sorry. I'm stuck in traffic. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Feeling a surge of irritation, she tossed her phone onto the bed and approached her vanity. Having jumped straight into the game after a hasty breakfast, she had neglected her appearance. She absent-mindedly grabbed an expensive foundation, gazing into the mirror at her own reflection. Beneath her beautiful visage lay a profound sorrow. It seemed that, over time, Zhang Xining had forgotten how to smile genuinely. The smile she had managed to muster upon seeing Mu Lingxue yesterday was the pinnacle of her capabilities. Placing the foundation back onto the table, she rummaged through the drawer to find a simple hair tie, loosely gathering her lustrous black hair at the back of her head. The makeup items were all shoved back into the drawer as she stared at her reflection with reddened eyes, fighting back the tears that threatened to spill. Feigning strength, Zhang Xining forced a smile, whispering, the most beautiful version of me is reserved for you. From now on, I shall simply be myself. Yet, the moment the words left her lips, her tear-filled eyes could no longer maintain their composure, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. As 2 streams of warm sorrow traced her face, She hastily wiped them away with her hand, uttering with trembling voice to the mirror, "Lin Yi, farewell." "What is wrong with you?" The dashing Shui Diaozha gazed at Lin Yi in surprise. "Nothing," Lin Yi replied, clutching his chest, feeling as if something had just slipped away from him, causing an unsettling vexation to swell within. Glancing at the time, 13:11, Lin Yi couldn't help but ponder. "Isn't there's still a good 10 minutes left? Could something have gone awry? Damn invaders, prepare to meet your demise." Just then, the colossal figure of Octa charged forth, wielding a massive sword. "Ah, don't kill me." Minuer, upon witnessing the scene, was instantly paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, Xia Haitang looked to Lin Yi. "What should we do?" "Speak up." Shui Diaozha echoed, "Exactly. If you're going to attack, then do it," pushing aside the unsettling anxiety that lingered. Lin Yi resolved to act swiftly. Observing the giant, he realized that they were no match for him. Any attempt to fight would be futile. The crowd gasped in horror. "And you still say you can secure the first kill? Is this a joke?" Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Securing the first kill and defeating him are two entirely different matters. Shui Diaozha, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean?" At that moment, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. "Qihong, to the left, 3 meters high, there's a protruding rock. Have you noticed it?" Meanwhile, Octu approached with heavy strides. Shui Diaozha and Xia Haiding nearly chorused, "Be careful," because Octo's primary target is Fenghua. What appears to be a formidable attack from Octo is, in Lin Yi's eyes, fraught with errors. Were it not for his pressing schedule, he might have considered attempting to eliminate him, for the alluring purple equipment adorning Octo is simply irresistible. Nevertheless, compared to her situation, even the allure of a divine artifact fails to stir Lin Yi's heart. Originally, Lin Yi could have easily evaded the incoming strike with a simple roll. But at that moment, a melodious exclamation sounded from behind him. Damn, how could he have forgotten her? For reasons unknown. Minuer had been consciously positioned behind Lin Yi since the outset, although he initially had little inclination to engage. Evading Octo's assault would inevitably redirect the attack toward Minuer. Lin Yi certainly did not expect her to evade this onslaught. Should Octo's strike connect with her, the fragile priest would undoubtedly perish. Both Shui Diaozha and Xia Haiding instantly grasped this dire reality, yet at this juncture, they were incapable of providing assistance. Cursing internally, Lin Yi swiftly altered his evasive maneuver into a hasty retreat, roughly pushing Minuer aside. The colossal sword crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. Fenghua, brother Feng. Ah. Minuer found herself helplessly seated on the ground, her small face a portrait of astonishment and bewilderment. Shui Diaozha, in disbelief, questioned how the initial plan to secure the first kill had devolved into such chaos. Neither Shui Diaozha nor Xia Haitang believed that a spellcaster like Lin Yi could survive Octo's devastating blow. Foolish human. This is the fate that befalls those who offend Lord Slick. Suddenly, Shui Diaozha's expression contorted with determination. He was ready to fight back. Just as he prepared to unleash a spell, Lin Yi's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind them. What are you doing? Is there not enough chaos already? What? How is that possible? Octo's immense form turned to regard Fenghua, incredulity saturating his voice. How could you? Shui Diaozha was overjoyed. You're unharmed. You scared me to death. At this moment, neither he nor his companion noticed the shared relief reflected on Xia Haidang and Minuer's faces. Observing the cooling teleportation, Lin Yi smirked confidently. It wouldn't be so easy for them to bring about my demise. Just then, a voice from beside him broke the tension. I found it, and now, seeing that Lin Yi was unscathed, ignited an apparent fury within Octo, who once more raised his great sword, bellowing as he charged toward Lin Yi. You shall perish, invader. You will pay for your ignorance. Ignorance. Lin Yi turned to a Kaido and proclaimed, smash that rock, and retrieve the meddlesome gnome within. The group stood in stunned silence, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. With a swift motion, Qitong activated her skill, Shadow Dance. The onlookers barely had time to register the scene before an explosive sound erupted from the spot Lin Yi had indicated, sending shards of stone flying. The formidable Orcto, who had been charging fiercely at Lin Yi, suddenly emitted a piercing scream. Who are you? How did you know I was here? You cannot kill me. I am the great Sirik. Help. Murder. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive figure, a gnome barely a meter tall, burst forth from the crater created by Qi Tong's attack. Running and wailing in despair, the sight left Shuai Yuzha and the others utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is this? A gnome. Lin Yi intercepted Qi Tong, who was poised to pursue the fleeing figure. Don't kill him. This fellow is crucial for our first kill. Lin Yi then turned his gaze toward the gnome. I can spare your life, but you must agree to one condition. At this moment, everyone noticed the name hovering above the gnome's head. Sirik, level 10, cowardly gnome. Sirik halted beside the motionless Orcto, looking at Lin Yi with a mix of uncertainty and intrigue. What is the condition? All eyes were drawn to Lin Yi. Not only Sirik's, but also those of the other four, including the now partially visible Qi Tong. With a slight smile, Lin Yi replied, It's quite simple. P.S. Both chapters have been updated. Chapter 35, the first kill of the dungeon in the game Glory of the Gods. Each dungeon is accompanied by a corresponding backstory. Take, for instance, the Jungle Secret Dungeon, where the narrative unfolds with the city lord dispatching a figure named Octo to delve into the mysteries of the realm. However, not only did Octo vanish without a trace, but so too did the subsequent mage who followed in his footsteps. Thus, the saviors, summoned by the wise, represented by the players, embarked on a quest to uncover the truth hidden within the depths of the secret realm. As a trailblazer in all matters, Glory of the Gods continues to innovate, even in the realm of dungeon completion. Players may choose to methodically vanquish all the creatures within the dungeon before confronting the ultimate boss, Octo, thereby achieving a successful conclusion. A detail worth noting is that many players, upon defeating Octo, remain oblivious to the existence of a gnome named Slick lurking within. Alternatively, a more straightforward approach exists. Before entering the dungeon, one receives a quest titled Discover the Secrets of the Realm. In this case, players need only eliminate the minor creatures at the entrance. The subsequent green-haired turtle and Octo may be bypassed entirely in favor of locating the true mastermind, the gnome Slick, thus also qualifying as a successful completion of the ordinary Jungle Secret Dungeon. However, opting for this route renders Octo invulnerable, preventing players from defeating the boss to acquire loot. In later discussions, many have remarked that such a design appears to be tailored for the first kill. Typically, players venture into dungeons with the intention of battling bosses for equipment drops, making the second option seem merely a formality. Of course, this method serves another purpose. Teams that struggle against the boss may choose this alternative to clear the dungeon, as the minor creatures also yield valuable loot. It is evident that Lin Yi opted for the latter approach. Given the current state of equipment attributes, he lacked the strength to conquer the dungeon through sheer might. When Lin Yi made a request, all eyes turned to him, curious about what he would propose. He pointed at Octo, demanding his restoration to his original form. Chris, gazing at this man before him, felt a sense of reluctance but ultimately acquiesced to Lin Yi's directive. Nevertheless, even in defeat, Chris could not resist a parting threat. Do not rejoice too soon. Lord Carl will surely avenge me. With that, Chris leaped into the toxic waters filled with poisonous mist. At that moment, the world began to glow crimson. World event. Congratulations to the team led by Captain Fenghua, with members Mingmin Shuai Jiaozha, Qi Tong, Huan Chengxia Haidang, and Mingmin Yuer, for achieving the first kill of the Jungle Secret Team Dungeon. Rewards. Each member receives one random epic piece of equipment. A special reward for the captain. Guild Establishment Order. The captain earns the title of Explorer of the Secret Realm. World event. The Jungle Secret Dungeon now opens Nightmare level 14 and Hell level 17, inviting all brave souls to take on the challenge. The emergence of these announcements sent shockwaves throughout the game. Once again, it was Fenghua. Surely he must be cheating. This time, it is not merely Fenghua alone. Unexpectedly, that affluent heir from a prestigious family is also present. Oh my goddess, Xia Haidang. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought she actually knows the esteemed Fenghua? How splendid. I'm just about to join her in the ice and snow fantasy city. It appears that no one anticipated that this fierce competition would not be among the top 3 guilds, but rather claimed by Fenghua. Indeed, I suspect that the members of the Prosperity Guild must be seething with frustration. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, an astonishing message suddenly emerged on the World Channel, captivating everyone's attention and imagination. World, Temple Madman. I will offer 100 million for the Guild Establishment Order. Sell it to me. World, goddess of flowing years. The goddess will bid 200 million. World, prosperity drunkard. I will offer 300 million. World, temple madman. You all possess remarkable audacity. World, goddess of flowing years. Haha. Then congratulations to prosperity for establishing a guild. World, prosperity drunkard. Thank you. World, heavenly gift. Brother Fenghua, why do you refuse to add me as a friend? Just as everyone was taken aback by this unfolding spectacle, Lin Yi, after completing the dungeon, exited the game without a moment's delay, leaving the remaining players in utter astonishment. System, Captain Fenghua has exited the game. The team has disbanded. System, dungeon exit countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was only at this moment that the strikingly handsome player, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Incredible!" Hastily logging out of the game, Lin Yi stood before his door. Upon sensing the familiar aura emanating from the adjacent room, he secretly sighed in relief. Thank goodness you are safe. Calming his tumultuous heart, he glanced at the clock on the wall, 13:26. Leaning gently against the door, he became entranced, observing the irregular arcane lights flickering at his fingertips. It truly reflected the character information from the game. Does this imply that he has indeed transformed into a summoner? Can summoning techniques be applied in reality? Lin Yi was eager to experiment immediately, but just then, a voice called from outside. Is anyone there? Lin Yi's brow furrowed suddenly, his heart racing. This energy is... Having just exited the game, Mu Lingxue heard someone knocking at the door downstairs. However, upon realizing the voice belonged to a male, she assumed it was Lin Yi's friend and went downstairs to answer the door. Who is it? As Mu Lingxue stood at the threshold, a well-mannered gentleman awaited her presence. Hello, may I inquire if Miss Zhang Xining resides here? Xiaoying? Mu Lingxue's brow knitted in suspicion as she scrutinized the man. Who are you? And what do you want with my littling? Before the man could respond, Chen Wei's voice chimed in beside Mu Lingxue. He is Zhao Ziming, the second young master of the Zhao group in Binhai City. With this reminder from Chen Wei, Mu Lingxue's memory was jogged. Oh, so you are the renowned young master of the Zhao family. Renowned? Zhao Ziming was perplexed by this renowned statement. However, given his own fame, there were indeed few individuals in this small coastal city who were unaware of his presence. Mu Lingxue glanced at Zhang Xining's room and then addressed Zhao Ziming, suggesting, Xining has not been feeling well these past few days. I believe it would be best for you to visit another time. At that moment, Zhang Xining stood hesitantly behind the door, ultimately summoning the courage to open it and allow him entry. Mu Lingxue was taken aback when she saw Zhang Xining emerge from the room, her expression shifting from surprise to alarm. Xining, what has happened to you? Zhang Xining managed to smile, reassuring her, I'm fine, don't worry. Your eyes are so swollen. How can you say you're fine? Suddenly, Lin Yi's door swung open, startling everyone with the unexpected commotion. Mu Lingxue erupted in anger. Are you trying to destroy the door? Will you compensate for the damage? P.S. In order to ensure that some friends can enjoy a restful night, I have specially added a chapter. This has made my already limited stock of drafts even more strained. Nevertheless, as long as you are happy, I do not insist on recommendations. Just a little jest. Thank you to Tianliang for the generous reward, and I wish everyone a peaceful night as sleep and the realization of their dreams. Chapter 36. Pursuit. Mu Lingxue turned her head, looking at Lin Yi with a face full of disbelief. Wearing a motorcycle helmet at home. Are you out of your mind? I'm hot. Lin Yi stammered. What? Mu Lingxue replied, rolling her eyes. You're feeling hot, yet you're wearing a fully enclosed helmet? Lin Yi instinctively reached for his head, only to have his fingers collide with the rigid helmet, producing a crisp sound. Mu Lingxue quickly interrupted Lin Yi, who was about to explain, you don't need to say anything. If you like it, just keep wearing it. I have no use for this helmet anyway. At that moment, Zhao Ziming suddenly spoke up. How come all sorts of random people can live here? Mu Lingxue turned to Zhao Ziming in annoyance. This is my own business. It's really none of your concern. Just then, Zhang Xining approached Lin Yi and asked, Are you Yiling? Yes. Yiling was a pseudonym Lin Yi had adopted to conceal his identity. When signing the contract, it was unclear whether Chen Wei intended to or simply overlooked the need for identification. As for Mu Lingxue, she remained completely oblivious. Perhaps due to her unwavering trust in Chen Wei, still believing that Yi Ling was Lin Yi's actual name. Through the fogged visor of his helmet, Lin Yi gazed at the figure before him, so close yet so far. Several times he felt the urge to embrace her. But to ensure the unfolding events adhered to the storyline from his previous life, he had to suppress such emotions. "We should leave," Zhao Ziming suddenly said, moving closer to Zhang Xining. "Leave?" Mu Lingxue approached, asking, "Xining, where are you going?" Casting a lingering glance at the somewhat familiar figure before her, Zhang Xining tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and reassured the concerned Mu Lingxue, "I'm just going out for a walk." Despite Zhang Xining's words, Mu Lingxue couldn't shake her worry. "Are you sure it's safe?" After a moment of contemplation, Mu Lingxue still felt uneasy. "Why don't I accompany you?" Zhang Xining smiled and shook her head. "No need, really. I'll be back shortly." At that moment, Zhao Ziming interjected, "I'll wait outside for you." "Let us go together. I have nothing else to do," he added. With Mu Lingxue watching with concern, Zhang Xining and Zhao Ziming stepped out of the door. Standing on the tree-lined path of the community, Zhang Xining suddenly paused and glanced back, a look of confusion in her eyes. Perhaps recalling something. A subtle smile graced her lips. Noticing the gentle expression that inadvertently surfaced on Zhang Xining's face, a cold glint flashed in Zhao Ziming's eyes. Yet he still asked with apparent concern, "Is everything all right?" Zhang Xining turned around and softly replied, "It's nothing. Let us go." Zhang Xining, lost in thought, failed to notice the fleeting coldness that crossed Zhao Ziming's face as he turned away. Not long after Zhang Xining departed, Mu Lingxue observed Lin Yi, who had just removed his helmet and appeared ready to leave. "Are you going out?" she inquired. Lin Yi replied affirmatively, mentioning he had some matters to attend to. Watching Lin Yi hastily leave, Mu Lingxue couldn't help but mutter, "What a peculiar person." At that moment, Chen Wei, standing beside Mu Lingxue, cast a knowing glance at Lin Yi's retreating figure and then suggested, "Let us go for a meal. Xiaoling will be fine." "How do you know she will be fine?" Mu Lingxue questioned. "Do you wish for her to be in trouble?" "Of course not." "No, she will certainly be fine," Chen Wei reassured. "Then it is settled. Let us dine. We have played all morning." Suddenly, Chen Wei recalled something. "By the way, do you know Feng Hua?" As the two women exited the community, they saw Lin Yi quickly flag down a taxi. Upon entering the vehicle, a middle-aged man inquired, "Where to?" Lin Yi pointed at the conspicuous black luxury car ahead, stating, "Follow that car. I will pay triple the fare." The driver's eyes lit up at the prospect. "Money is not the issue. The main concern is not to delay your important business, my friend. Hold on tight." He promptly accelerated to pursue the vehicle, causing Lin Yi to stumble slightly. The two cars weaved through the urban streets, and at that moment, Zhao Ziming's driver suddenly remarked, "Young master, shall we shake off the tail?" Zhao Ziming, seated in the front passenger seat, cast a cold glance in the rearview mirror and replied calmly, "No need. I am curious to see which fool dares to follow us." After more than half an hour, the vehicles finally halted in front of an opulent clubhouse in the city center. Upon exiting the car, Zhao Ziming cast a sardonic glance at the taxi parked a short distance behind before leading Zhang Xining into the grand establishment. "Sir, shall we continue?" the driver asked. "No. Thank you." Just as Lin Yi was about to pay, he noticed the driver's cap and sunglasses beside him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi handed the driver 500, saying, "I will take these," and swiftly grabbed a mask from the driver's possession before hastily exiting the vehicle. The driver, watching Lin Yi's departing figure, couldn't help but sigh, "A big client indeed. I should have asked for his WeChat." As Lin Yi approached the entrance of the clubhouse, he was stopped by the security guard. "Halt. Do you have an invitation?" Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't this a clubhouse? Why do you need an invitation?" The guard looked at Lin Yi with disdain. "Listen carefully. This is a private clubhouse. No invitation, no entry. Move along. Don't cause a disturbance." Observing the guard's condescending demeanor, Lin Yi furrowed his brow. In his previous life, upon hearing the unfortunate news about her, it took him a long time to locate Mu Lingxue, her best friend. In the narrative recounted by Mu Lingxue, Lin Yi learns that in his previous life, Zhang Xining exhibited profound dissatisfaction with Zhao Ziming immediately after their departure on this very day. Upon her return, Zhang Xining expressed her aversion towards Zhao Ziming. Yet reality offered her no avenue for compromise. It was only on the eve of her wedding, in a desperate bid to preserve her honor from tarnish, that she precipitated a tragic fate. The genesis of all these events can be traced back to this departure. Had it not been for the discovery of his ability to synchronize game skills and attributes, Lin Yi would never have permitted Zhang Xining to take such a perilous risk. Following the revelation of this newfound capability, this day became one Lin Yi had long awaited. What transpired on this fateful day? Lin Yi's sole intention now is to ensure that those who have wronged her bear the consequences, even if it is merely to disrupt her peace. As he senses Zhang Xining's presence receding further away, he stands resolutely before the club, ignoring the guard's taunts and shoves. A surge of wrath rises from the depths of Lin Yi's heart. His eyes gleam with menace as he intones in a deep, resonant voice, "Stand aside. Who dares to challenge me? Get lost. It seems the ones courting death are you." Just as Lin Yi prepares to unleash violence and force his way in, an elderly man with a youthful visage, clad in a Zhongshan suit, suddenly appears at the entrance of the club, gazing at Lin Yi with terror. His heart pounding in trepidation. "Everyone, cease immediately." Chapter 37. The Wrath of Lin Yi. A group of reckless individuals, utterly oblivious to their impending doom. Just as Lin Yi was about to take action, an elderly man suddenly dashed out from the side, pointing an accusatory finger at the vociferous guards and bellowing, "Had I been a moment later, you wouldn't even know how you perished." The once arrogant security guards, upon seeing the elder, transformed into models of deference, resembling mice confronted by a feline. "He Lao, what brings you here?" The elder, he Hai, huffed disdainfully at the guards before turning to Lin Yi with great respect. "May I inquire the identity of this young friend?" Lin Yi, observing the elder before him, furrowed his brow slightly. On the surface, he appeared to be an ordinary old man, well-preserved at best, indistinguishable from any regular individual. Yet, to Lin Yi's discerning eyes, there surged an inexplicable energy within the elder's being. From Zhao Ziming to this elder, Lin Yi suddenly realized that this world was far more intricate than he had previously comprehended. At that moment, Lin Yi had no interest in inquiring about the elder's identity and was disinclined to respond to his query. Instead, he stated directly, "I intend to enter. Will you obstruct me?" "Obstruct?" He Hai waved his hand hastily. "I am here to assist you. Please trust in my sincerity." Disregarding the veracity of He Hai's words, Lin Yi strode purposefully toward the establishment. The two guards attempted to intervene, but He Hai interjected fiercely, "I dare any of you to hinder him." As he spoke, a palpable aura of menace emanated from He Hai. One guard, though trembling with fear, persisted, "He Lao, this is against protocol." Sensing that Zhang Xining's presence was receding further away, Lin Yi, consumed by urgency, roared, "Get out of my way." Without warning, he kicked the guard standing in his path, sending him flying. Crack! The guard soared several meters before collapsing, his fate uncertain. "You dare!" Another guard gasped in shock, but at that moment, He Hai seized the alarm device from the guard's hands, declaring, "The events that transpire here today shall be solely borne by the He family. Arrange for someone to transport him to the hospital. The medical expenses will be covered by us. Hurry." With that, He Hai hurried after Lin Yi, leaving the guards in a state of bewilderment. From a corner, a manager rushed out. "Quick, call an ambulance." "What are you waiting for?" "Oh, right. I'll do that now." Trembling, he took out his phone to dial for emergency assistance. As Lin Yi entered the establishment, he was immediately approached by an attendant who began to inquire, "Excuse me." Yet, before he could finish, Lin Yi brushed past him. The attendant felt a gust of wind rush by, accompanied by an unexpected sting on his face. The attendant muttered to himself, "What a wasted question." Watching Lin Yi, his face a mask of fury as he advanced toward the VIP section, the attendant was about to call for help when He Hai rushed in, exclaiming, "That is my friend." The waiter, upon seeing He Hai, immediately lowered his guard, realizing he was a friend of the elder He. However, He Hai appeared to be in a rather foul mood. "Would you like me to arrange for some attendants to serve you?" He Hai quickly declined, insisting it was unnecessary, and hurried after Lin Yi. Observing Lin Yi's menacing silhouette, He Hai's heart was tumultuous. He was both astonished and furious. Astonished by the emergence of such a formidable ability user in Bihai City, of whom he was utterly unaware, and furious at the fool who had provoked such a terrifying presence. Now, He could only hope for a chance to salvage the situation, for he understood the immense influence Lin Yi's destination held over Binhai City. If Lin Yi truly intended to go there, peace would be a distant memory for Binhai. In a resplendent corridor, a group of elegantly dressed men and women were engaged in lively conversation. You have no idea. One of my friends holds a high position in the Shengshi dynasty and has met Feng Hua in person. It is said that Feng Hua is nothing like the arrogant and disdainful figure portrayed in rumors. Rather, he appears quite amiable. Indeed, I too believe Feng Hua is not the brutish type that people claim. Those who spread such rumors are truly despicable. Just then, a figure approached, demanding, "Step aside." The group barely had time to discern whether the individual was male or female before being rudely shoved aside, resulting in a chorus of startled cries and utter disarray in the corridor. The woman who had just spoken pointed at Lin Yi's retreating figure and yelled, "You uncouth brute! Did your family never teach you what manners are?" She then collapsed onto the ground, screaming, "Where are the security guards?" Meanwhile, deep within a luxurious private room of the club, a group of stylishly attired young men and women were vociferously discussing, "Damn it, where did this freak Feng Hua come from? He snatched the first kill that I had set my sights on. It's outrageous." "You had your sights set on it? Please. If it weren't for Feng Hua, that first kill would undoubtedly have belonged to Luotian. My father has poured nearly 200 million into Luotian. What does that matter? I've heard that several prominent families from the capital have gotten involved, yet they were still outpaced by someone else. No amount of money can substitute for strength. All right, enough boasting. The first kill is gone. What is the point in discussing it further? It's not like we're the ones who will suffer." A man with a delicate gaze suddenly interjected, "Has anyone managed to uncover Feng Hua's real identity?" "Difficult. From what I know, this person has altered their appearance in the game. We've compared it with the identities of several similar individuals in reality, but none match. For now, we can only investigate those around him. It will be quite tedious." Just then, the door to the private room swung open unexpectedly. Zhao Ziming entered with Zhang Xining, and someone jovially teased, "Oh, isn't this our esteemed Zhao family heir? You finally graced us with your presence." However, at that moment, regardless of gender, everyone's gaze was fixated on Zhang Xining beside Zhao Ziming. "Zhao family scion. Are you not going to introduce her?" Zhao Ziming smiled and replied, "This is my friend, Zhang Xining." A voice from the crowd chimed in, "Friend? What kind of friend?" Observing the teasing glances around him, Zhao Ziming remained unfazed, quipping, "In a while, she will be my fiancée. What type of friend do you think it is?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. Amidst the raucous atmosphere of the private room, Zhang Xining furrowed her brow slightly, just as she prepared to turn and leave. Zhao Ziming swiftly closed the door. Noticing Zhang Xining's displeasure, he remained oblivious and said, "Now that you're here, stay a while before you leave." "Indeed, since you're here. Why rush?" A man exuding an air of affluence approached, attempting to grasp Zhang Xining's hand, but she deftly evaded him. At that moment, her eyes reflected disdain and disgust for the surroundings. "I don't feel well. I'm leaving," she stated. Zhao Ziming reassured her, "Everyone here is like family. There's no need for such formality. Just relax." Zhang Xining glanced at the lecherous man nearby and suddenly recalled, "You are Qiu Shaojie from the Dalton family." The man was taken aback. "You know me?" Zhao Ziming interjected, "She is Zhang Yu's daughter, the chairman of Shentong Logistics. Your family is one of its major shareholders." Upon hearing this, Qiu Shaojie's eyes lit up. "I didn't realize we had such a connection. In that case, we must share a drink together." He moved to drape his arm around Zhang Xining's shoulders, while Zhao Ziming felt a surge of anger, though his expression remained calm. After all, their relationship did not warrant a confrontation over such trivialities. As Zhang Xining prepared to sidestep Qiu Shaojie, a sudden loud crash echoed from behind her, shattering the luxurious wooden door into splinters. The crowd in the private room was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. At that moment, a figure appeared at the doorway, casting a cold gaze at Qiu Shaojie, their tone icy as they declared, "You are courting death." Chapter 38. Intimidation. Within the opulent VIP room of the Shuiyun Gorge Club, all present stood as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, their gazes fixated on the figure that had just burst through the door. Suddenly, laughter erupted from the crowd, soon joined by a chorus of mirth, transforming the atmosphere of the room into one of joviality. "Qiu Shaojie, with keen interest, regarded the intruder, mocking, "What is it? Do you aspire to be the hero rescuing the damsel in distress, blind knight?" His laughter was infectious, prompting even more laughter from those around him. Yet, amidst the revelry, only a handful, including Zhao Ziming, remained solemn. Before them stood a man clad in a cap, sunglasses, and a mask. "You are the one who tailed my vehicle, aren't you?" Qiu Shaojie remarked, his laughter faltering as a note of surprise crept in. "You followed me." The laughter subsided, tension rising. "You possess quite the audacity," Qiu Shaojie declared, striding forward with the intent to remove Lin Yi's mask. "Let me behold your true visage." In an instant, Lin Yi seized Qiu Shaojie's outstretched hand. "Which hand did you just use?" he inquired, catching Qiu Shaojie off guard. "What?" he stammered. However, Lin Yi suddenly seemed to come to a realization. "Never mind. The outcome remains unchanged." A sharp pain surged through Qiu Shaojie's arm, his pupils dilating in horror. "What are you doing? Let go." A cry of agony shattered the silence of the room. "Ah, someone help me." The sound of cracking bones accompanied Qiu Shaojie's harrowing screams, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Zhao Ziming, noticing the shift, paled significantly. "Stop this at once." Without hesitation, he lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Lin Yi. Amidst the expectant gazes, Lin Yi deftly sidestepped Zhao Ziming's assault, retaliating with an elbow strike to Qiu Shaojie's abdomen. The sound resonated like thunder, sending Qiu Shaojie crashing to the ground, rolling twice before coming to rest against the wall, lifeless. In that moment, a palpable chill enveloped the wealthy heirs and heiresses, their faces etched with shock and terror. The heir of the Dalton family is left in such a state? Zhao Ziming's fury ignited. "How dare you? You seek death." As Zhao Ziming charged once more, Lin Yi advanced, equally enraged. "I reckon it is you who courts death." This time, Lin Yi withheld no mercy, engaging Zhao Ziming in a series of powerful exchanges. A resounding impact echoed as an arcane light flickered in Lin Yi's hand. Moments later, the tragic fate of Qiu Shaojie repeated itself. Zhao Ziming's arm erupted in a spray of blood, sent hurtling backward, colliding with a group of unsuspecting men and women. "Silence," Lin Yi commanded, standing firmly as the entire room fell into a profound hush. The sound of a pin dropping audible. In the span of mere minutes, the atmosphere shifted from astonishment to derision, culminating in sheer terror. Within the confines of the private room, the young masters and mistresses appeared as if they had undergone a harrowing cycle of life and death. Their faces etched with terror as they beheld the figure they had previously disregarded. In the oppressive silence, Lin Yi suddenly addressed Zhang Xining. "Are you all right?" Strangely, amidst the collective dread, only Zhang Xining maintained an air of calm. "I'm fine." Instinctively averting her gaze from him, they were interrupted by He Hai, who stood in the doorway, his expression one of shock. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene within, He Hai could not suppress a gulp. "What has transpired here?" Spotting He Hai, someone cried out in desperation, "Old He, save us." These pampered young elites, accustomed to a life of ease, had never encountered such a spectacle. The man, clad in a cap and mask, appeared to them as a harbinger of death. The ruthless manner in which he dealt with the Dalton world and the Zhao family was beyond their worst imaginings. All they desired was to flee. Yet Lin Yi stood at the threshold, and none dared to act. At that moment, Zhao Ziming, who seemed destined for doom, weakly spoke from the couch. "Young Master Shao, weren't you interested in acquiring my shares in the Temple Guild?" Among the crowd, the one man who had remained composed suddenly expressed interest. "What do you propose?" He Hai's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Zhao Ziming's words. "You little rascal, what are you up to?" Bloodied and battered, Zhao Ziming managed a vicious smile. "Eliminate him. And these shares will be a gift for young Master Shao." "Oh, is that so?" Sha Yunhan rose from his seat, and He Hai, incensed, warned Sha Yunhan. "Don't say I didn't caution you against foolishness." "What do you mean?" Sha Yunhan inquired, glancing at He Hai. "Is this person a friend of yours, old He?" He Hai cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi, disregarding whether he was concerned, and replied, "Indeed, if you dare to act, you will bring trouble upon the He family. Consider your next move carefully." This revelation made Sha Yunhan more cautious. After weighing the consequences, he quickly smiled and said, "Regardless, I must honor old He's face." He then turned to the begrudging Zhao Ziming and remarked, "It seems I shall have to forego your gift." Zhao Ziming struggled to sit up, but the others, intimidated by Lin Yi's presence, hesitated to assist him. Lin Yi suddenly chuckled. "You truly have a remarkable fate." As he moved towards Zhao Ziming, He Hai could not help but interject, "Stop." Ignoring He Hai's plea, Lin Yi's cheap sneakers struck the ground, echoing like a drumbeat upon the hearts of those present, rendering them breathless. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Zhang Xining sighed, "Forget it." With a snap, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from Lin Yi as he faced the grimacing Zhao Ziming. At this moment, even a fool could discern that this individual was truly prepared to resort to extreme measures. Just then, He Hai approached Lin Yi and whispered in his ear, "I can assist you in settling matters of public injury, but should it escalate to public murder, you will undoubtedly find yourself in a labyrinth of troubles. This nation is far more intricate than you perceive. If you wish to eliminate him, there will be ample opportunities in the future, but certainly not now. Do not act impulsively." Observing Zhao Ziming, who lay unconscious and drenched in blood, He Hai's words served as a poignant reminder to Lin Yi. This was not a game, and one could not simply kill whomever they wished. If he were to actually take Zhao's life in front of so many witnesses, it would only lead to incessant complications, for the Zhao family was not to be trifled with. Yet, the thought of sparing him left Lin Yi feeling conflicted. After a brief moment of hesitation, it was clear that this man must die. However, He Hai was correct. Now was not the time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi suppressed his bloodthirsty instincts and cast a long, contemplative glance at Zhao Ziming. Then, he surveyed the people in the private room, only to find that each person averted their gaze, instinctively avoiding eye contact with him. Even with his oversized sunglasses, no one dared to meet Lin Yi's eyes. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Xiao Yunhan, who, rather than showing fear, smiled faintly at Lin Yi and suggested, "Perhaps we could spar sometime." Approaching him, Lin Yi patted his shoulder and advised, "If you value your life, do not seek death recklessly." With that, Lin Yi turned and exited the private room without a backward glance, followed closely by Zhang Xining. He Hai addressed the relieved young gentlemen and ladies in the room. "It would be wise for you to act as though nothing has transpired. Otherwise, do not blame me for the troubles that may ensue. I will speak with the Dao Ertenqiu family and the Zhao family. You must hasten to the hospital with the injured." At this moment, Xiao Yunhan stared in astonishment at the direction Lin Yi had departed, his body numb with fear and disbelief. He Hai caught up to Lin Yi and suggested, "Why not exchange contact information? If you require assistance in the future, feel free to reach out." Lin Yi glanced at He Hai, hesitated, then ultimately exchanged contact details, acknowledging the help this elder had provided, albeit unrequested. After acquiring Lin Yi's information, He Hai escorted them to the intersection, stating, "I will handle the remaining matters here. Rest assured." Lin Yi turned back to this serendipitous elder and expressed sincerely, "Thank you." However, just then, a voice from beside him interrupted, "You are Yi Ling, aren't you?" Lin Yi was taken aback. How had she recognized him? Zhang Xining, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, smiled and remarked, "Did you leave in such haste that you didn't change your clothes?" Lin Yi inwardly chastised himself for having forgotten such a detail. She did not dare to turn around and glance at Zhang Xining's expression, nervously replying, "I am not Yi Ling. You have mistaken the person." After speaking, she swiftly hailed a taxi and fled. Observing Lin Yi's somewhat disheveled figure, He Hai pondered, "Do you know this young friend?" For He Hai, there were perhaps few in Beihai City who did not recognize him. Zhang Xining, however, did not exhibit the same casual demeanor as Lin Yi and sincerely addressed him with respect. "Grandpa He." The usually serious He Hai's face now broke into a warm smile as he said, "You must be the daughter of that young man, Zhang Yu. If you do not mind, you may call me Grandpa He." The additional chapter concludes here. P.S. Grateful thanks to Tian Liang, Devil, and A for their generous contributions. My heartfelt appreciation goes to all the friends who have cast their votes of recommendation. Thank you. Chapter 39. The ownership of the guild establishment. Order Mu Lingxua sat on the sofa, her heart heavy with worries, while Chen Wei beside her watched a melodramatic show on television with a smile. "Sister Wei, I'm extremely anxious, and you still have the leisure to laugh. You Haven T answered my calls. I have no idea how things are going. Observing Mu Lingshue's furrowed brow, Chen Wei suggested, why don't we play some games? It's the perfect time for various guilds to recruit members. We could seize this opportunity to attract more newcomers with our recent first kill fame. Suddenly, Chen Wei picked up her phone, which displayed a message. She glanced at the door behind her and then handed the phone to Mu Lingxue, saying, look, the funds have arrived. Although this news should have delighted Mu Lingxue, she felt no excitement at all. This matter, please let Sister Wei handle it. I'm in no mood at all. Chen Wei, seeing her friend's state, could only shake her head helplessly. Then you stay here for a while. I'll log into the game to manage the guild establishment. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Wei. Chen Wei playfully tapped Mu Lingxue on the forehead. If you know it's tough for me, hurry and come help. Holding her forehead where she had been playfully tapped, Mu Lingxue smiled, once shouting returns. I'll join you in the game. Then I'll go ahead. All right. Not long after Chen Wei left, Zhang Xining returned, beaming and carrying a paper bag. Mu Lingxue leapt from the sofa with joy, shouting, you're back. She then noticed what Zhang Xining was holding, her eyes lighting up, shark fin porridge from Yudingji. Without allowing Zhang Xining a chance to speak, she excitedly hugged her, you're simply wonderful, shouting. You've eased my worries after all this time. As Mu Lingxue reached for the takeout bag, she noticed Zhang Xining's awkward smile. A sense of foreboding struck Mu Lingxue. Wait, shouting, is this not for me? After a moment's thought, realizing she had just eaten, she dismissed her concern. Never mind, I'm on a diet anyway. It's just as well it's not for me. Seeing Mu Lingxue's reaction, Zhang Xining felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Xiao Xue. It's fine. We're like sisters, right? Really, it's no problem. Are you truly okay? Zhang Xining asked, her concern evident. Feigning nonchalance, Mu Lingxue replied, of course. Do I seem like the type to be petty? Just then, Zhang Xining asked, have you seen Lin Yi or Yi Ling return? Silence. What do you mean? Mu Lingxue stared in disbelief at her friend. What did you say? Repeat that. Zhang Xining shoved the takeout bag into Mu Lingxue's hands. Please give this to him. Thanks, hee at that moment. It felt as if something within Mu Lingxue had shattered. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lin Yi was about to log into the game, he was suddenly interrupted by an aggressive knocking on the door. Yi Ling, you scoundrel, get out here. Lin Yi was bewildered, wondering who had provoked her. As Lin Yi opened the door, he was met with Mu Lingxue, who handed him a paper bag before storming away, muttering indignantly. What a guy who prioritizes romance over friendship. Humph. Glancing at the still warm shark fin kanji in his hands, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He certainly did not believe this was a gift from Mu Lingxue. In this residence, it seemed only one person would think to procure food for him. He turned his gaze towards the firmly shut door, pondering whether she had recognized his true identity. Surely not. Shaking his head, Lin Yi reasoned that he had concealed himself both times. How could she possibly deduce it was him? Her gesture of bringing him this meal must be a token of gratitude for saving her, he mused with a wry smile. After closing the door behind him, he opened the exquisite takeout box, and an enticing aroma wafted into the air. It dawned on Lin Yi that it was already 5 o'clock, and he had yet to eat since morning. Chuckling softly, he picked up the spoon beside him. This might very well be the most delightful meal he had enjoyed in many years, even prior to his rebirth. Seated elegantly at her vanity, Zhang Xining, in less than half a day's time, found her reflection in the mirror adorned with a captivating smile, a stark contrast to her demeanor earlier. She opened the drawer and meticulously retrieved the cosmetics she had carelessly tossed aside, arranging them with care while muttering to herself. You think hiding your face will keep me from recognizing you? Silly. Some things can be felt without needing to see them, and your unique essence is unmistakable. Though she was oblivious to what had truly transpired with him, such details mattered little to Zhang Xining. As long as he was indeed him, that was all that mattered. Observing her reflection, her smile gradually faded, and she whispered, Lin Yi, I realize I cannot live without you. After savoring a comforting meal, Lin Yi engaged in a bit of physical activity, glancing at his empty wardrobe. He contemplated the necessity of purchasing daily necessities and a change of clothes when he logged into the game that evening. Unbeknownst to him, the forums were abuzz with excitement due to the first kill of a raid dungeon. In summary, 2 main points dominated the discussion. The first was an introduction to the mechanics of the dungeon, which was crucial to Lin Yi's achievement of the first kill, sparking fervent debate among netizens. While many believed Lin Yi had secured the first kill through sheer skill, they were utterly unaware of the underlying mechanics that he had expertly exploited. The most incensed were the major guilds, as they fought valiantly within the dungeon while Lin Yi seemed to be leisurely sightseeing, effortlessly claiming the coveted first kill rewards they desperately sought. This incident aside, another hot topic revolved around the ultimate recipient of the guild establishment decree. Nearly everyone speculated on who would ultimately receive Feng Hua's guild establishment decree, and which guild would emerge as the first to establish a guild base in Glory of the Gods. The one with the highest expectations, of course, is the illustrious Dynasty of Prosperity, followed closely by the charismatic and dashing Min in the enchanting ice and snow city of Xia Haidang. After all, these two have ventured into dungeons with Lin Yi to secure the first kills, making it quite plausible that Lin Yi would prioritize selling the guild establishment decree to them. As Lin Yi logged in, he was immediately bombarded by notifications in his contact list. Given that there were only a few individuals in his contacts, he was surprised to find that the most numerous messages came from Dashing Handsome. Following closely were the messages from Xia Haidang. Although the content of their messages varied, the underlying purpose remained the same: the ownership of the guild establishment decree. At that moment, Dashing Handsome sent a voice chat request. Upon connecting, Lin Yi heard Dashing Handsome exclaim excitedly, "Brother Feng, you're finally online." I was dying of anticipation. Lin Yi, feigning ignorance, chuckled and asked, "What's the matter?" Dashing Handsome, aware that Lin Yi was teasing him, decided to be straightforward. "What's your asking price for the guild establishment decree?" However, to Dashing Handsome's surprise, Lin Yi flatly rejected, "I cannot give you this guild establishment decree." Dashing Handsome was taken aback. "May I inquire why?" He quickly added, "Whatever they offer you, I can match until you're satisfied." Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. "It's not about the money." He then retrieved the guild establishment decree, crafted from a special material. To some, it was a coveted treasure, yet for you esteemed individuals, it was akin to a hot potato, unnecessary to spend exorbitantly on. As he spoke, a knowing smile crept onto Lin Yi's face. "Moreover, I am aware that there is someone who needs it more than you do." Since the game launched, Dashing Handsome had developed considerable trust in this remarkable figure, Feng Hua. Given Lin Yi's assertion, Dashing Handsome decided not to press the issue further. "In that case, I shall go and change to a hidden profession first." "Wait," Lin Yi interjected. "Is there anything else?" Dashing Handsome perked up upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Receiving a favor from Feng Hua was worth far more than any guild establishment decree, at least in Dashing Handsome's eyes. Without hesitation, he replied, "Brother Feng, tell me what you need me to do." After listening to Lin Yi's request, Dashing Handsome patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter." After ending the call, he searched his contacts for Mingmen Wu and promptly sent a message. "Drop what you're doing immediately and assist me with something. You must do it personally." Just after finishing the call with Dashing Handsome, Lin Yi opened the contact profile of AOC Juai, where he found a message. "AOC Juai 3019 September 2nd, 1341 Congratulations, brother. I wish to commend you on securing the first kill in the dungeon." Reading this message surprised Lin Yi. Surprisingly, the matter of the guild establishment order was not mentioned. An ordinary person might assume that the other party is indifferent to this order. But is it truly the case? Lin Yi sent a voice message requesting it, and was soon answered by Lord AOC. "Congratulations, Brother Feng Hua. I knew this first kill would undoubtedly belong to you. That cunning old fox." Lin Yi did not beat around the bush but addressed the crux directly. 100 million. The guild establishment order is yours. Chapter 40. The turmoil in the novice village on the evening of the second day after the public launch of Glory of the Gods. While everyone was fervently grinding monsters to reach level 10, relishing the excitement of the first kill from noon, and speculating which guild would be the first to establish a stronghold, a sudden flash of red in the world channel startled all. At that moment, many might have thought, "What mischief is Feng Hua up to now?" Yet, upon reading the content, shock was etched on every face, a shared expression of disbelief. Indeed, it was beyond imagination. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, few would have believed such an outcome. System message: congratulations to the Pride of the Sanctuary Guild for successfully applying for a stronghold. Stronghold coordinates: Qinglong City 3314, 684. In 3 days, a monster siege will commence. All members of the guild should prepare for defense. Pride of the Sanctuary. A name no one had ever anticipated. In a corner of the novice village, someone suddenly wailed loudly, "It's actually the Sanctuary. My heavens. I bet all my savings on Xingshi. What a disaster." Another voice chimed in, "I too placed everything on Xingshi, and I just made that bet. I feel like I might vomit blood. Thank goodness I hesitated on betting for Luotian. That would have cost me 500. If I had waited a moment longer, I would have lost it all." Amidst the lamentation, a loud guffaw drew everyone's attention. Someone pointed at the male warrior laughing uproariously and asked, "What are you laughing about?" After a fit of laughter, the warrior straightened up, brimming with excitement. "I casually bet 100 on the Sanctuary," a disgruntled voice retorted. "Whoa. A 100 bet at 20 times returns 2,000. You've struck it rich." The warrior replied with a chuckle, "No more talk. I'm off to celebrate with a feast." As everyone was reeling from the unexpected news, Shakespeare Drunkard's face was clouded with frost. How did that kid get linked with the Sanctuary? With a thud, he swung his great sword, cleaving a tree in half, seething, "That damned Fenghua." Just then, Shengshi Drunkard's communicator buzzed. It was Lu Nian from Luotian. Upon answering, Lu Nian's teasing voice echoed in Drunkard's ear, "Let us go watch a good show in 3 days." Meanwhile, in a tavern of Qinglong City, the elite squad of Pride of the Sanctuary was gathered. However, there was no trace of joy on their faces. Rather, each bore a look of concern. Suddenly, Pride Maple spoke. "This siege mechanism has come too unexpectedly. None of us anticipated that establishing a stronghold would require a siege battle. Given our guild's current state, I fear we may struggle to hold our ground." Lord Aoc gazed upon the bustling NPCs below and the desolate Qinglong City, seemingly lost in thought. Aoc Yulan turned to him and inquired, "My lord, do you have something to say? After all, this situation is unavoidable. We cannot simply sit idly by and do nothing." Upon hearing his name called, Lord Aoc withdrew his gaze. After a brief moment, he spoke slowly. "First and foremost, we must implement a dual strategy. One part involves sending level 10 members to personal dungeons to eliminate the low-tier equipment from the novice village. The other part requires us to advertise for recruits. Although the monsters in this siege range from levels 11 to 12, given our guild's capabilities, enduring this challenge under such pressing circumstances will be quite difficult. Simultaneously, we should begin acquiring equipment from the market in large quantities, obtain as much as we can." At this point, Lord Aoc paused, exhaling deeply. "In truth, these matters are not what concerns me most." The others were puzzled, and Aoc Yulan asked, "My lord, could there be other issues?" Sighing, Lord Aoc gazed out at the grandeur of Qinglong City amused. "This siege does not restrict player participation." Aoc Weibo was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The sharpest among them, Aoc Fengya, quickly grasped the implication and voiced his concern. "Are you worried that others may take pleasure in our misfortune?" Lord Aoc did not deny this, instead standing with his hands clasped behind his back, displaying a worried demeanor. "I can only hope that my fears are unfounded." Meanwhile, in the terrifying marshes of Qingshui village, Qingyi Zhijian noticed Lemon Rabbit logging in and promptly reached out. "Hurry over. I've secured a monster spawn point with Qihan." When Zhang Xining arrived at the designated location, he found Qingyi Zhijian engaged in battle against an 8th-level demonic giant lizard. Astonishingly, just a few hours offline had transformed the previously sparse marshlands into a crowded hub of players. Spotting Lemon Rabbit, Qingyi Zhijian waved, "Over here." Zhang Xining, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Why are there suddenly so many people?" Qingyi Zhijian sighed. "Everyone's levels have risen significantly, yet the number of quality spawn points remains limited, leading to fierce competition. Most of the prime spawn locations have already been monopolized by major guilds." With a touch of pride, he added, "This particular spot, capable of spawning 2 monsters simultaneously, was a hard-won victory for Qihan and me." Zhang Xining surveyed the surroundings, noting the overwhelming number of players compared to monsters, and understood just how precious a spawn point had become. As he prepared to cast a spell and join the fray, a group of brash individuals suddenly emerged, declaring, "This spawn point belongs to the evil gang. You should go elsewhere." Faced with the challenge for the spawn point, Qing Jijian would not relent. No way. We were here first. You need to find another location. Another location? The warrior leading the group, known as Qin Yang, chuckled. If there were a better place. Do you think I would come here to compete with you? Qi Han could not suppress his anger, retorting, what do you mean? Are you planning to rob us outright? Upon hearing this, a sinister expression flashed across Qin Yang's face. You are correct. I am indeed here to rob you. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, attack. Suddenly, four towering male players surged forth from behind Qin Yang, two of them subduing Qing Jijian and Qi Han to the ground. Qin Yang sneered. Those who know their place should log off or get lost immediately. Otherwise, while I may not be able to kill you, it will not be pleasant to be beaten for no reason. Witnessing the humiliation of his teammates, Zhang Xining was both shocked and incredulous. We discovered this place first. Your actions are utterly unreasonable. Oh, it seemed that only then did Qin Yang notice Zhang Xining standing nearby, a grin spreading across his face. I almost forgot about you. Do you wish to avenge them, or will you obediently leave? At this point, Qin Yang's smile faded. We are in the wilderness now. There is no self-protection mechanism. You best think carefully. Pinned to the ground, Qing Jijian seethed with fury. Let me go, you bunch of bastards. Qin Yang placed a foot on Qing Jijian's face, impatience etched on his features. Try shouting again. Never having endured such humiliation. Qing Jijian was consumed by rage, yet he was restrained and unable to move. Attempting to cast a skill, he found the target invalid and could not proceed. Overwhelmed by shame, Qing Jijian had no choice but to log off. Qin Yang, I will remember this. Wait for me. Ha! You dare threaten me? Qin Yang stepped down, but missed his mark. Cursing, he muttered. What the hell? Seeing this, Qi Han hastily chose to log off as well. The surrounding players observed the scene as if it were commonplace. While some felt sympathy, none were brave enough to speak up. For ordinary players, this group with a guild resembled a band of bullies, engaging in acts of intimidation against the weak. Though they found it distasteful, they dared not voice their anger. At that moment, Qin Yang turned his attention to Zhang Xining. And you, little rabbit? Aren't you leaving? Zhang Xining gazed at the wicked faces surrounding her, unable to contain her indignation. Even in a game, isn't your behavior excessively outrageous? To Zhang Xining, their actions were no different from those of thugs. However, Qin Yang did not share her sentiment. Excessive? Heh. Qin Yang advanced step by step toward Zhang Xining. Let me show you what truly excessive looks like. What are you planning to do? Zhang Xining, observing the approaching warriors, was preparing to exit the game when an angry voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. I dare you to lay a finger on her. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Yang and his 5 companions found themselves encircled by a throng of individuals. Qin Yang, bewildered, inquired, Who are you? What do you intend to do? Minmin Wabuku, effortlessly weaving through the crowd, disregarded Qin Yang entirely and approached Zhang Xining instead. My apologies for my tardiness, he remarked. Zhang Xining, equally perplexed, gazed at the sudden influx of people and asked, Who are you? Mingmin Wabuku chuckled. That is a matter for later discussion. First, I must deal with this pack of pests before me. As he spoke, a dark expression crossed his face as he turned his ire towards Qin Yang. What a despicable gang you are. If any one of you dares to log off today, I shall return with my men to annihilate your villainous crew by tomorrow. It was then that Qin Yang noticed the name of Mingmin Wabuku, his countenance shifting to one of dread. You are from Mingmin, he exclaimed. Huh. Mingmin Wabuku suddenly bellowed. Beat these scoundrels senseless. Only 2 chapters for today. The update is complete. I am currently preparing more content. In a few days, I will continue to provide 3 to 4 updates consistently. Thank you to all my supporters. I appreciate you. Chapter 41. Secrets of the Werewolf. Well done. It was high time someone taught these scoundrels a lesson. Even so, it was quite satisfying to witness. Only a formidable faction like Mingmin could handle them. Should keep your voices down, lest they overhear and seek revenge. One person nodded in agreement. Indeed, we solitary wanderers are no match for those rascals. Mingmin brothers, we, the evil gang, concede defeat this time. We hope for your mercy. Having been pinned down and beaten for nearly 10 minutes, Zhaniang's once proud demeanor had vanished entirely. The gaze he cast upon me, now filled with desperation and regret. spoke volumes. Although I had dulled my sense of pain to the bare minimum, rendering the blows nearly imperceptible, the inevitable truth remained. The evil gang had lost all dignity today. Zhanyong could never have imagined that in his quest to pick on an easy target, he had instead encountered a porcupine, ultimately ensnaring himself in the process. I, not crying, turned to Lemon Bunny. What do you think, Miss Bunny? Me? Zhang Xining, surprised, pointed to herself. You want my opinion? Yes, indeed, it's you. Zhang Xining observed the scene and felt that they had received their due punishment. She spoke. Let it be. I hope they remember today's lesson and refrain from such behavior in the future. I, not crying, immediately grasped her intent and glared at Zhanyong. Did you hear that? Zhanyong nodded vigorously. I heard. With matters reaching this point, I, not crying, grew weary of further engagement. I delivered a swift kick to Zhanyong, exclaiming, Get lost. I don't want to see you again. As Zhanyong and his cohort scurried away in disgrace, Zhang Xining, who thought the affair had concluded, was taken aback when I, not crying, waved my hand decisively, clearing the area to elevate Miss Bunny's status. In her moment of astonishment, I, not crying, was already ushering people out. This place is on us. You all may go elsewhere. Zhang Xining stood there, dumbfounded. You all. Boots of Fred's protection, armor quality, set magical attack, 41 to 63 physical defense, 45 magical defense, 38 agility, 5 constitution, 8 intelligence, 10 required level, 17 Fred's rare set 2-piece set bonus, 500 health mana 4-piece set bonus, 10 magical attack 6-piece set bonus, 100 magical recovery. Fred was once a prodigious sorcerer of the Shadow Mage clan, and this set was crafted specifically for him in his youth. Upon collecting the complete Fred set, one will trigger the unique passive, Fred's Fury. Fred's Fury, passive attacking a target, has a 10 chance to inflict a state of uncontrollable chaos upon them for 3 seconds. This effect can trigger once every 60 seconds. As I gazed at the equipment bestowed upon me for my first kill, Lin Yi felt a twinge of surprise. To one's astonishment, it turned out to be a rare set piece, a prized item that could significantly enhance magical regeneration. For a mage, the significance of mana is self-evident. Possessing a doubling of mana recovery speed would bestow substantial advantages in leveling, monster hunting, and boss battles alike. The Fred set? Lin Yi felt an uneasy familiarity with the name, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. The equipment required a level of 17, which he currently did not meet. Thus, Lin Yi dismissed it from his thoughts and continued toward his intended destination. Before him stood a group of towering, crimson-eyed werewolves, and Lin Yi sighed in relief. They had finally arrived. He found himself in the Cursed Mountains, far removed from Qinglong City. Legend has it that this land was once the ancestral home of the werewolf clan. Despite their fearsome appearance, the werewolves of that era, like most tribes, yearned for peace. However, one fateful day, the sudden incursion of the demon clan transformed this once tranquil region dramatically. Prior to the demon invasion, this area was not known as the Cursed Lands but was referred to as the Oglan Mountains. As one of the first races to confront the demon onslaught, the werewolves unleashed their innate warrior traits against the invaders, inflicting heavy losses upon the demon vanguard. The demon commander was incensed by this defiance. After several protracted engagements yielded no victory, under immense pressure, the commander compelled the accompanying demon priests to cast a profoundly malevolent spell. This dark magic rendered the beings of this region devoid of self, transforming them into mindless zombies that slaughtered all in sight, wandering endlessly within the Oglan Mountains. Seizing this opportunity, the demon army surged into the land of Rapham, shattering the long-standing peace of the world and heralding the call to war. From that day forth, the Oglan Mountains became a place that instilled fear in all who approached, now recognized as the Cursed Lands. Before the demon assault, no one could have foreseen that an entire race could vanish overnight, leaving behind only soulless husks. The werewolves, among the most valiant of the tribes, fell victim to this catastrophic fate, becoming the first race in the annals of Rapham to be utterly annihilated. The plight of the werewolves served as the greatest catalyst for the subsequent formation of the Alliance of Tribes. Lin Yi's presence here was not to lament the fate of this clan. Deep within the heart of the Cursed Lands lay the ruins of an ancient temple, which was the true destination of his journey. In the mythos of Glory of the Gods, not all werewolves are valiant warriors. Within their ranks exists a singularly extraordinary being, the most exalted figure among them, known as the werewolf prophet. According to legend, the werewolf prophet is an unparalleled entity within the entire werewolf clan, with no possibility of a second existing simultaneously on the continent of Ratham. Only upon the demise of the current wolf prophet shall the next one arise. A cycle that persists unerringly through the ages. In later generations, the wolf prophet acquired an alternative title, the Sage of Words. Indeed, this is an exceptionally rare hidden profession. It is often said that the priest class possesses low health and defense, rendering their survival capabilities rather feeble. In any combat scenario, the priest invariably becomes the primary target for execution. To ensure the priest's safety, one must allocate a portion of their combat power to stand guard, shielding them from the assassinations of rogues or thieves. The advent of the Sage of Words, however, has utterly transformed the conventional perception of the priest. In their normal form, the Sage of Words not only wields the expansive anti-stealth prowess of divine revelation, but also possesses a nearly game-breaking group healing ability. When they assume their wolf form, the Sage of Words boasts substantial health and formidable defenses, along with an astonishing healing capacity. In this form, they become a nightmare for any rogue of equal level. Unless one possesses overwhelming equipment advantages, no individual can slay a Sage of Words in wolf form alone. Have you ever experienced the despair of witnessing your full barrage of skills inflict maximum damage, only to see your target restored to full health with a mere healing spell? In a previous life, as the preeminent healer, known as the Hand of Healing, it was this seemingly overpowered hidden profession that enabled their supremacy. Yet, the Sage of Words is not devoid of shortcomings. Their offensive capabilities are virtually negligible, which means that while you cannot slay them, they, in turn, cannot kill you. The Sage of Words likely possesses less than half the attack power of a standard priest, necessitating assistance even for leveling up. Nonetheless, this flaw does not overshadow the extraordinary nature of this profession. At the very least, during large-scale battles, there is no longer any need for concern regarding their safety. With the Sage of Words' exceptional healing abilities, they undoubtedly serve as the ultimate support that any team could desire. In a previous life, this hidden profession fell into the hands of the Hand of Healing, ultimately benefiting the prosperous dynasty. However, in this life, the Sage of Words seeks a new master. This shall be the first gift prepared for her in this lifetime. Standing at the outskirts of the Cursed Lands, gazing at the pack of level 17 werewolf monsters, Lin Yi addressed Ifura, "Are you ready?" Ifura fluttered before Lin Yi like a playful child, conveying a message of readiness. After spending a significant portion of the day together, Lin Yi had gained some understanding of his summoned companion and smiled. "Then let us begin." Observing the menacing werewolves in the distance, Lin Yi was acutely aware that the only path to the temple ahead was a treacherous one, the path of blood. P.S. The next chapter is set to be updated this evening, and starting tomorrow, I will strive to provide 3 updates for a period of time, doing my utmost to ensure an enjoyable reading experience for everyone. The prelude to the 100 Clans will commence in the next chapter, so please stay tuned. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my friends who have supported me. Your unwavering support is deeply appreciated. Thank you. Chapter 42, The Werewolf Oracle in a Rugged Valley. Strewn with bizarre stones within the cursed mountains, a bloodthirsty werewolf was scuttling towards a shadowy figure. At that moment, a luminous orb struck it squarely on the forehead. Bang! -380 with a helpless howl, the werewolf's massive form collapsed to the ground, behind a large boulder. Lin Yi approached the lifeless body of the werewolf and retrieved a pendant-like trinket, part of the werewolf. Swift Werewolf, exclusive, Agility 8, Constitution 5 required level, 13 special attribute, increases melee weapon attack speed by 10. Once again, he had acquired a melee exclusive item. However, in Lin Yi's view, the heart of the werewolf should rightfully belong to the rogue class. Both the impressive agility boost of 8 and the 10 increase in attack speed would significantly enhance a rogue's ability to swiftly eliminate targets, thereby ensuring a greater chance of escape. Currently, Lin Yi wielded the ordinary Book of the Sage, dropped by the dungeon's mystical mage. Jungle Mystic Mage, exclusive, Intelligence 5 required level, 11 special attribute, increases magic damage by 2. Linny stowed the heart of the werewolf in his backpack and gazed at the dilapidated temple in the distance. With the assistance of Ifura and the passive lifesteal from his weapon, Linny had traversed this area with relative ease, successfully leveling up to 13. Maintaining his position at the top of the leaderboard, 2 levels ahead of the second place. He had also gathered several rare items with commendable attributes, although he could not utilize them himself. Upon entering the temple, Linny was greeted by a thick layer of dust and a multitude of cobwebs. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of visitors, a foul, acrid odor assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. After regaining his composure, Linny swiftly covered his mouth and nose, then opened the windows on one side of the temple to allow for ventilation, using a stick to push aside the webs. He made his way to the center of the temple. If an ordinary player were to arrive here, they would likely leave after a cursory glance. For aside from the desolation, there was nothing of value to be found within the crumbling structure. It was not until a year later, with the arrival of the healer known as the Saint of Medicine, that the hidden secrets of this place were revealed to the world, thus allowing the special profession of the Oracle to resurface and play a pivotal role in the battlefield against the demon race after the expansion of War of the Gods. After surveying the area, Linny moved to a corner and cleared away a pile of decayed furniture. Upon doing so, he indeed discovered a dull, unpolished stone tablet nestled in the corner. Linny picked up the tablet and placed it upright in the middle of the grand hall. He then retrieved the werewolf blood he had collected along the way and poured it over the stone tablet. As the previously dim tablet came into contact with the wolf's blood, it began to emit wisps of blue smoke. With each of the 3 vials of wolf blood emptied, the smoke gradually dissipated. At that moment, a phantom emerged from the stone tablet, hovering before Linny, uttering a chilling phrase, "You have finally arrived." Before Linny stood a venerable white werewolf, its fur as pristine as snow. Idrital, spirit form, the prophet of the werewolf clan, inquired, "Have you come for the prophet's legacy?" Linny could scarcely believe his ears. He hoped this was merely scripted dialogue preordained by the game. Otherwise, it would be truly unnerving. The werewolf prophet gazed at Linny, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of countless stars, imbued with a hint of fervor. "Are you here for the legacy of the prophet?" The prophet he referred to was none other than the hidden class later known as the Sage. Linny had no intention of concealing his purpose and boldly replied, "Indeed." However, the instant his words fell, the color of the werewolf's name shifted dramatically from a friendly green to a hostile crimson. At that moment, the werewolf prophet's title altered profoundly. Idrital, spirit form, LV80 legendary boss. In the face of this sudden transformation from ally to adversary, Linny swiftly retreated 4 or 5 steps, his heart racing with trepidation. In his previous life, he had only known that this encounter could trigger a legacy quest, yet he remained oblivious to its intricate details. Anxiety surged within him. Was he expected to slay this being? An 80-level legendary boss was a transcendent entity, nearly divine, as a mere level 13 novice. A single breath from this creature could extinguish his existence. How could he possibly contend with it? Just then, a radiant burst of multicolored light captivated Linny's attention. It was. He stared in astonishment at the shimmering aura enveloping the werewolf prophet, revealing an ancient tome. An artifact, a concept he had scarcely dared to imagine, materialized in his mind. The prophet possessed an artifact. Before Linny could fully process this revelation, the vibrant light vanished without a trace, and the werewolf prophet's name reverted to green. If the appearance of the artifact had left Linny in a state of shock, the subsequent words of the werewolf prophet plunged him into sheer horror. The prophet fixed Linny with his wise gaze and asked, "Can you perceive the book of prophecy within me?" Boom. Linny stood frozen before the smiling werewolf prophet, a chill racing from his core to the crown of his head. How could this being know a secret he had never divulged to anyone since his rebirth? If not for his inability to defeat the prophet, he might have been compelled to eliminate him to safeguard his secret. Indeed, though he offered no verbal response, Linny's expression conveyed the answer the werewolf prophet sought. Sensing the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Linny's eyes, the prophet remained unfazed, assuring him, "Rest assured. This secret of yours will remain known to no one else." As he spoke, a wave of melancholy emanated from the werewolf prophet. Infected, Linny was compelled to temporarily set aside his thoughts of eliminating the wolves. "How can I obtain the relic of the Sage of Words?" he inquired. "It is quite simple. The werewolf prophet, Idra, revealed a mysterious smile. Locate the soul-calling banner hidden within the demon priest and bring it back. That will complete your task. What? A demon priest? Lin Yi was bewildered. Where am I supposed to find this demon priest? The werewolf prophet did not respond directly, but instead smiled enigmatically at Lin Yi. You will come to know. What? Lin Yi expressed his confusion once more. Suddenly, the werewolf prophet waved his hand, and the surrounding scenery began to shift. To Lin Yi's astonished gaze, the once desolate and dilapidated temple gradually underwent a remarkable transformation. A sanctuary imbued with a sacred aura manifested before him, as if conjured from a dream. Hastily moving figures suddenly caught his eye. As Lin Yi focused on these hurried silhouettes, his pupils dilated in surprise. Werewolves. Moreover, they were not just any werewolves, but those with clear eyes, clad in soft armor, exuding a spirit of determination. The werewolves he beheld now were a stark contrast to those he had encountered in the Cursed Mountains. Furthermore, the previously dim sky outside the temple had transformed into a vibrant deep blue. Gentle sunlight streamed through the windows, enhancing the temple's sanctity. How could there be humans here? Who let him in? Suddenly, a towering werewolf, over 2 meters tall, appeared before Lin Yi, startling him. Werewolf Temple Guardian LV-31. Before Lin Yi could comprehend the situation, a white werewolf dressed in a golden-threaded robe materialized before him. Stand down. The werewolf guardian, who had intended to seize Lin Yi, immediately turned away without a word. Gazing at the smiling white werewolf before him, Lin Yi exclaimed, Werewolf Prophet. Chapter 2 has been completed. Chapter 43. Wait for my return. I have finally awaited your arrival. This was the first utterance of the wolf prophet upon encountering Lin Yi, a statement that sent shivers down Lin Yi's spine, evoking a sense of dread. Was this not merely a game? Were these not just lines of code? Why did the reality of the current experience feel so tangible, inducing such anxiety? In his previous life, Lin Yi had never encountered such a sensation. He opened the quest panel, revealing the inheritance mission, to locate the demon priest bearing the soul-calling banner among the demon army and return it to Idra Taldon, the wolf prophet, spirit. Time remaining, countdown 4:57:23. Quest rewards. Inheritance item for the Holy Word Master, a mysterious reward, level increased by 1. Observing the bustling werewolves around him and integrating the explanations from the youthful wolf prophet beside him, Lin Yi finally pieced together the situation. In essence, his location had not changed. Rather, it was time that had shifted. What he currently witnessed was the werewolf clan's existence before their impending annihilation. Thus, in the blink of an eye, he had traversed from the aftermath of the war against the demons back to the eve of the calamity that would befall the werewolves. He glanced at the young wolf prophet beside him, pondering whether he was aware of Lin Yi's arrival. To Lin Yi, the werewolves all appeared strikingly similar, making it difficult to distinguish one from another. The only reason he recognized this young prophet was due to his distinctive white fur and the title above his head, Idra Taldon, LV-30, Werewolf Prophet. Idra stood beside Lin Yi, observing the hurried movements of their kin outside, a hint of melancholy flickering in his gaze. After a moment, he spoke softly. During the sacrificial ceremony a year ago, I suddenly sensed an unprecedented sense of crisis. Consequently, I was compelled to utilize my clan's sacred artifact, the Book of Prophecy, to forecast our fate, only to discover that we are on the brink of an unparalleled disaster. The time is set for exactly 1 year from today. Intrigued, Lin Yi asked, if you are aware, why have you not led your clan to safety? Idra shook his head. There exists an immutable force in this world, laws. As the guardian of my clan, although I am aware of our impending fate, I cannot reveal it. I must feign ignorance and helplessly watch the prophecy unfold. By peering into the secrets of destiny, I have already attracted divine wrath, and my time is short. However, if I were to disclose this information, it would mean defying the heavens, a consequence that my clan could never endure. Reflecting on the harrowing fate of the werewolves he had witnessed in the future, Lin Yi felt a tinge of sorrow for the race. Yet even if you remain silent, your clan will still be unable to escape the fate of annihilation. Are you aware of this? Idra suddenly turned to Lin Yi, who simultaneously gazed at the young werewolf prophet. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lin Yi seemed to discern a cosmos of stars within the depths of the other's gaze, vast enough to leave one in awe. Do you understand why I choose to heed the call of destiny? As he looked at the young werewolf before him, Lin Yi found himself momentarily lost in thought. Is this truly a game? He murmured to himself. Why? The previously sorrowful Idra suddenly broke into a smile. Because destruction also signifies rebirth. Idra then inquired, might you share the contents of the prophecy with me? Prophecy? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded. It is to locate the soul-retrieving banner hidden on the body of the demon priest. This so-called prophecy was, in fact, the task Lin Yi had undertaken. The werewolf prophet. Idra pondered for a moment and replied, I apologize. He then slowly removed the necklace from around his neck and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, as the guardian of my kin, this is the extent of my assistance. With a sense of confusion, Lin Yi accepted the necklace, the chain of annihilation. A one-time use item with an additional skill, Divine Strike, capable of inflicting 90 of total health damage to demon kin. Upon seeing these attributes, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin Yi. What level is this demon priest? He asked. Idra replied, third transition. That meant the priest was a high-level demon. Above level 60, Lin Yi was at a loss. He had only just reached level 13 in his first transition, although this item could deal 90 damage. The remaining 10 was certainly beyond his capacity to contend with. He feared he might not even be able to breach the creature's defenses. Lin Yi was also curious about how the Saint of Healing from his previous life had obtained that legacy. As Lin Yi pondered the necklace in his hand, the werewolf prophet suddenly spoke in a rapid, unintelligible manner to Ifura, who perched on his shoulder. Strangely, upon hearing the prophet's words, Ifura appeared exceedingly joyful, nuzzling Lin Yi's face with her tiny hands. Did you just speak to her? Lin Yi asked, but Idra merely smiled in response. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the temple. A hurried footfall entered, revealing another werewolf. The prophet, we are under attack. Idra cast a deep glance at Lin Yi before leaving with the werewolf. Come, we must prepare for battle. With little time to contemplate, Lin Yi followed closely behind Idra, eager to assess the situation. As he approached, a werewolf suddenly blocked his path. Human, this is not a place for you. Leave. Idra turned to the werewolf and instructed. Will, from this moment on, you are responsible for his safety, wherever he may go. Without hesitation, the werewolf named Will replied, Understood. Before him, the werewolf, whose name had just been Yellow, transformed into a vibrant green in the blink of an eye, positioning itself directly behind Lin Yi. Will, level 35, elite werewolf, Idra, flashed a grin at Lin Yi before continuing towards the city wall. Following closely behind, Lin Yi ascended the wall. And as he beheld the densely packed black-armored demon army outside, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Perhaps it was due to their prolonged existence in the shadowy realms of the abyss, but these demons appeared grotesque and utterly repulsive. However, what Lin Yi witnessed next was an entirely different spectacle. Countless pieces of equipment and materials, radiating myriad colors, were shifting frantically. The majority were blue rare items, with a notable number of purple epic gear, and he even spotted some demons adorned with a hint of orange legendary items. Yet, upon realizing that these ordinary demons were all above level 30, Lin Yi refrained from further contemplation. Based on his past experiences, demons slain by NPCs would not drop any loot. Only those vanquished by players would yield equipment. Curiosity piqued, Lin Yi wondered where the demon priest was. Idra pointed towards a distant demon encampment and said, There. Standing atop the city wall, gazing at the formidable demon army, Lin Yi felt assured that the system could not assign him an impossible task. Yet, how was he to infiltrate enemy lines, locate the demon priest, and slay him to acquire the soul-summoning flag? As the vanguard of the demon army approached the city, Idra suddenly proclaimed, My kin, fight for the glory of our werewolf ancestors. His voice resonated like thunder across the Obling Mountains. In an instant, werewolves with fierce eyes emerged from every corner of the mountains, their howls piercing the heavens, transforming into a clarion call of war. A throng of werewolves surged forth, like a sharpened blade, plunging fiercely into the ranks of the demon vanguard, resulting in a cacophony of bloodshed and chaos. As Lin Yi's blood surged with fervor at the scene, Idra spoke again. Will, you must infiltrate the demon stronghold through the Forgotten Canyon to the north of the Obling Mountains. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind, instructing him to follow Will, who would guide him into the demon encampment. But from there, it would be up to him. Gazing at Hydra, Lenny saw him smiling, despite being a werewolf. At that moment, he resembled a youthful lad in his early 20s. Regardless of the outcome, you shall forever be a friend of my werewolf kin. Perhaps it was his emotional nature, but at that moment, Lenny felt an unexpected sense of camaraderie. For the first time, his emotions were stirred by an NPC within the game. He smiled and replied, "Wait for my return." The additional chapter concludes here. The remaining 2 will be updated this evening. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Shueluoli, Shimingshi, and Donkey Meat Fire Roasted for their generous contributions. My sincere thanks also go to every friend who has cast their votes of recommendation for me. Thank you. Chapter 44. The shock from the NPC in the demonic encampment on the Tianfeng Plain. A towering figure clad in ebony armor, adorned with 2 horns and a pair of black wings, gazed grimly at the distant battlefield. Clenching his teeth, he muttered, "The werewolf clan." Behind him stood 2 rows of cloaked demonic priests, who, as both sorcerers and the few among the demons capable of wielding magic, enjoyed elevated status. Ascending from mere demons to high-ranking ones, receiving the finest privileges. This assault by the demon race on the continent of Rapham was a meticulously planned endeavor. Samuel, the commander responsible for this front, was the very figure who bore wings. Observing the faltering vanguard of his forces, Samuel raised his hand and commanded, "Initiate the second wave of attack." Yes. In unison, thousands of demons surged forward into the fray, as the second wave of the demon vanguard entered the battlefield. The werewolf clan, who had gradually gained the upper hand, found themselves caught off guard. Countless valiant werewolves fell before the overwhelming numbers of the demon army. Witnessing this scene, Hydra stood atop the city walls, raising his hand and proclaiming, "Let us demonstrate through slaughter that the honor of our werewolf clan is inviolable. Kill." A howl echoed in response. Just as the demon king Samuel believed victory was assured, another throng of werewolves surged forth from the surrounding mountains. The demon vanguard, poised to revel in their triumph, was once again engulfed in the relentless onslaught of the fearless werewolves. Amidst the chaos, Lenny followed closely behind a werewolf named Will, navigating through the Oglen Mountains and entering a dense forest. Without exchanging a word, Will led Lenny to the edge of a steep cliff. Peering over the precipice, Lenny turned his gaze towards Will, only to be unexpectedly lifted by him and leaped off the cliff, pressing against the rock face. As Lenny was struck by shock at this reckless act, Will managed to toss Lenny onto his back mid-descent, exclaiming, "Hold on tight." Lenny was bewildered by how he accomplished such a feat, instinctively clutching onto the werewolf's furry head. Will extended his hands against the cliff wall, using friction to slow their fall. Watching the blood flow from Will's claws as they scraped against the unforgiving rock, Lenny was consumed by horror. If only he could make Will stop. At this rate, his hands would be rendered useless. Yet, suspended in midair, Lenny felt utterly powerless, helplessly witnessing the sparks flying from the claws against the hard surface. Why must it be this way? Lenny lamented. Had he known that this reckless method would be employed, he would never have consented. He possessed ample skills for self-preservation. Even a leap from such heights would not spell his demise. Alas, it was too late. Bang! Amidst endless torment, the 2 individuals finally descended to the ground. Although Will provided some cushioning, Lenny still lost nearly half of his health upon impact. Just as Aphila was about to cast a healing spell on Lenny, he urgently exclaimed, "Heal Will, quickly." Aphila glanced at Lenny but ultimately obeyed his command, directing her healing magic toward Will. However, Lenny noticed a glaring miss above Will's head. Observing Will's mangled hands, Lenny could not help but curse vehemently. How could it be ineffective? "Do it again!" At that moment, despite the excruciating pain from his wounds, Will, having taken a brief respite, dashed past Lenny, urging, "Follow me." Watching the retreating figure of the werewolf, Lenny felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Though heartbroken, he was also quite helpless. Due to Aphila's presence, he hadn't brought any healing potions. And as he was not a priest, he could offer no assistance. After traversing a narrow gorge, they suddenly emerged into a vast expanse. Will abruptly pulled Lenny behind a massive boulder. The demon commander Samuel, sensing something amiss, turned his gaze toward the gorge's entrance. He then gestured, and a squad of demon soldiers cautiously approached the gorge, peering through the gaps between the boulders at the advancing elite demon soldiers, whose levels exceeded 40. Lin Yi felt his heart race. Realizing the imminent threat, Will glanced back at Lin Yi. In that moment, Lin Yi understood, his eyes widening in alarm. No. Before he could utter a word, Will sprinted towards the opposite side of the entrance. Yet, faced with the elite demons averaging over level 40, the injured Will, at level 35, was swiftly overwhelmed, pierced like a pin-cushion, without even a scream escaping his lips. As Lin Yi watched Will collapse helplessly on the ground, the look in his eyes seemed to convey, "I did my best." For the first time, Lin Yi was profoundly moved by an NPC, covering his mouth in disbelief. He struggled to reconcile that what he witnessed was merely a series of data codes. Samuel glanced back at the gorge's entrance and ultimately waved for his squad to retreat. The ongoing conflict between the demons and the werewolves had reached a fever pitch, and Samuel's expression darkened ominously. Must he expend all his power for a single race? If word of this spread, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Yet, the sacrifice of so many demon vanguards left him seething with anger. As Samuel's gaze was drawn back to the battlefield, he remained unaware of another pair of eyes observing him. Lin Yi was startled to see the leading demon's body emanating a faint red glow, an artifact, the strongest gear beneath divine relics. However, upon noticing the level of his opponent, the burgeoning desire was swiftly quelled by reason. Samuel, the level 80 legendary boss and commander of the demon clan, presented a formidable challenge that could only be faced upon reaching level 85 and completing the fourth transition into the divine realm. As for now, it would be prudent to abstain. Samuel, Lin Yi mused, casting a glance at the figure of Will lying not far away, silently committing this name to memory. When the expansion of the battle of the gods commences, it shall herald the demise of Samuel. Even if he were merely a set of data, Lin Yi would ensure that his means of survival were rendered impossible, leaving him to languish in despair. In truth, for Samuel, the act of slaying Weir was but a trivial episode. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly insignificant event that would inexorably determine his fate. Within the glory of the gods, all named NPCs exist as unique entities. Once slain, they remain dead, never to respawn. Even if the narrative necessitated, new characters would emerge to fill the void, ensuring that death was final. Simultaneously, this minor incident, trivial as it may be to Samuel, did not escape the notice of the werewolf seer, Idra. Standing upon the city walls, Idra suddenly declared, "My king." A colossal azure werewolf emerged from a nearby dwelling, striding towards Idra with reverence. "Respected sage, how may I serve you?" Idra replied languidly, "It is your time to act." Beard Ron, level 65 leader of the werewolf clan, let out a resounding howl that echoed through the surroundings, igniting a chorus of wolf howls from countless werewolves, a thunderous display of might. Observing Ron transform into a werewolf and vanish from the walls, the werewolf seer Idra gazed towards the barely discernible entrance of the canyon, softly lamenting, "This is all I can do, my human friend. I apologize for the interruption. I must take a brief leave to address an urgent matter. The third chapter will be postponed until tomorrow, meaning that 4 chapters will be updated then. My sincerest apologies for any inconvenience, and I hope for your understanding. I also extend my gratitude to Nan Feng, Wei Lian, and Devil for their generous contributions, as well as to all who have cast their votes of support. Thank you." Chapter 45, The Decisive Strike. The Soul Summoning Flag. When Lin Yi beheld the spectral apparition of a flag materializing on the back of a demonic priest behind Samuel, he was filled with unwavering confidence that it was undoubtedly the soul summoning flag. Although he had located the flag, Lin Yi was plagued by the dilemma of how to acquire it. An 80-level legendary boss, accompanied by 8 elite bosses at level 60. Surrounded by demonic soldiers all exceeding level 30, it was an impenetrable fortress. No matter how he pondered, Lin Yi could not conceive a strategy to slay the priest and procure the soul-summoning flag amidst such a formidable assembly. The disparity in levels was insurmountable, too vast to be bridged by mere tactics. Not to mention the bosses, even an ordinary soldier could easily dispatch him. Was he to concede defeat or abandon this quest? Yet Lin Yi was unwilling to relent. In the past, when faced with insurmountable tasks, he felt a pang of regret but ultimately remained indifferent to their abandonment. Never had he felt discomfort or distress over such failures. However, this time was different. It was the first instance he yearned so desperately to fulfill a quest for an NPC. The overwhelming gap in strength instilled in him an unprecedented sense of despair. Bang! Frustrated, Lin struck the cliffside with a heavy fist, an instinctive reaction that left Samuel momentarily stunned. Just as Samuel was preparing to send a small squad to the canyon for reconnaissance, an ominous premonition gripped him. The werewolf chieftain, Ron, descended from above, fist clenched. Boom! With a mere gesture, Samuel intercepted Ron's assault, an invisible energy ripple dispersing outward. Weaker demonic soldiers were swept back by the force of the aftershock. Observing the azure giant wolf before him, Samuel's countenance twisted in disdain, seeking death. Yet, at that moment, Samuel's expression shifted dramatically. Trouble was brewing, scatter quickly. But it was too late. A blinding white light radiated from Ron, expanding rapidly. In an instant, a heart-stopping force emanated from the luminous core, culminating in a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the heavens. Though Samuel had anticipated Ron's self-detonation and absorbed much of the ensuing damage, the demonic priest squad nearest to Ron was still affected by the blast. From a distance, Lin witnessed this unfolding scene, barely processing the chaos before him as he saw his target's health plummet below 85. Without a moment's thought, he surged forth from the canyon's entrance. This was it. There was but a single opportunity. Miss it, and all would be lost, even without healing. The priest's regenerative abilities would soon restore that sliver of health. Samuel, aware of Lin Yi's movements, glared malevolently, eliminate him. It was laughable that a mere novice mage dared to charge forward. Did the demon race lack warriors? A squad of 30-level demonic soldiers advanced toward Lin Yi. Just as their assault was imminent, he activated his instant teleportation. Lin Yi utilized his skill to the furthest range of 5 meters, instantly leaving the group of demon soldiers behind. Samuel sneered, teleportation? How intriguing. Just as Samuel prepared to take action himself, a cruel smile appeared on the face of a demon priest behind him. Commander, may I take him? Without a moment's hesitation, Samuel agreed. Just don't let him die too comfortably. The demon priest replied ominously, of course. As he spoke, the priest halted all soldiers attempting to advance and began to chant a spell. Ignorant human, please indulge in the feast from the abyss. Death's embrace. When Lin Yi was still over 100 meters from his target, he noticed Samuel was about to strike, and despair filled his heart. Just as Lin Yi thought he was about to fail, he found that Samuel had inexplicably ceased his movement. Realizing the actions of the demon priest behind him, Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle, even in the face of imminent peril. Truly, heaven is aiding me. As the priest's magic took effect, Lin Yi's health bar did not instantly deplete. Instead, dark wisps began to swirl around him. Suddenly, a piercing pain surged through his body, causing his health to plummet rapidly, -20, -20, -20. The sensation of agony spread throughout Lin Yi, akin to being pricked by countless needles. In the setting of Glory of the Gods, only by adjusting the pain sensitivity to the maximum of 100 could one have a chance of triggering critical damage. Thus, Lin Yi typically kept his pain sensitivity at this maximum. This very setting subjected him to unprecedented torment and suffering, prompting the system to issue a strong withdrawal warning. With the target now less than 50 meters away, surrounded by mocking faces, Lin Yi seized the opportunity during another fall to swiftly lower his pain sensitivity. As the pain receded, his feigned expression of suffering failed to deceive Samuel's keen gaze. Although he was puzzled by the unfolding events, Samuel sensed a hint of unease in Lin Yi's desperate attempt to flee. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Samuel resolved to take matters into his own hands. With a swift motion, as the surrounding demons continued to jeer at Lin Yi's plight, a beam of black light pierced through his body. The system announced, triggered, Phantom's Heart of Mercy, immune to this damage. At that moment, Aphla suddenly unleashed her skill. Healing spell 360-10-1010. An elf? Samuel seemed to finally notice Aphla, who was clinging to Lin Yi's neck. The onlookers were equally astonished that Lin Yi had survived Samuel's strike. All laughter ceased, and the faces of the demon soldiers were filled with disbelief. Who exactly was Samuel? That is indeed an extraordinary being, one of the 10 commanders under the demon lord. Few within the entire demon race can withstand a blow from him and remain unscathed. Yet now, what has everyone witnessed? A mere first transformation human mage. astonishingly unharmed after enduring his strike. Were it not for their own eyes, who would dare to believe such a reality? Even Samuel finds it hard to accept. Could it be due to that elf? At this moment, the approaching Lin Yi appears to Samuel as a personal affront, darkening his expression considerably. 20 meters. The target lies within close proximity, and Lin Yi gathers his strength to sprint forward. Samuel bellows furiously, seeking death, and extends his hand. A sphere of energy beginning to coalesce within his palm. A terrifying power emanates from this energy mass, prompting even some demons to instinctively retreat. It seems our master has truly been provoked, resorting to such a technique. Indeed, the last demon lord perished beneath this very attack, with not a shred of resistance. And he was a third transformation powerhouse. This human exhibits some skill. Although it was merely an offhand strike from our lord, it is unexpected that he remains unharmed. Perhaps it is due to the elf by his side. Enough of this, look. As Lin Yi senses the energy mass accumulating within the demon leader, a smile suddenly spreads across his face. What he fears now is not the strength of the attack. When the energy reaches a critical point, Samuel's eyes gleam with malice. Die? He roars. Demon flame, celestial curse. In that instant, time seems to halt, and the world around them fades into darkness, only to be pierced by a blinding white light. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions reverberate through the sky, leaving everyone's minds echoing with a dull hum. On the demon's side, all gaze upon the vast trench scorched into the ground by the searing flames, convinced that the human is undoubtedly doomed. System, Afra's protection, activated. Granting immunity to all damage for 3 seconds. System, Boots of the Skywind, passive triggered, increasing movement speed by 50. As all demons focus on the billowing dust. Eager to witness the human's grim demise, a figure bursts forth at incredible speed, charging towards the demon priesthood. Samuel and every demon present are filled with disbelief. How can this be possible? Suddenly, a force emanating from the human instills fear even in Samuel. One of the priests, trembling in terror, cries out, "No." With the target now within reach, Lin Yi's disheveled face twists into a sinister grin. "Die for me," he declares, "Divine Strike." The first chapter has been completed, and the second chapter is on its way. Chapter 46. The birth of a new race. Will you choose to execute the life contract and opt for resurrection? Confirm. Cancel. In the depths of darkness, Lin Yi contemplated the choices before him and decisively selected cancel. In the demon camp on the Tianfeng Plains, he gazed upon the lifeless form of the demon priest and the human mage. An unquenchable fury filled Samuel's eyes. With the death of the human mage, Samuel directed his wrath towards the werewolf clan, commanding all priests to heed his call. The remaining 7 demon priests responded in unison. Samuel declared, "Form the formation. Prepare to unleash the soul-devouring forbidden spell." "What? My lord, this." Without allowing his subordinates a moment to deliberate, Samuel erupted in anger. "Prepare." "Yes." As a blinding white light enveloped the scene, Lin Yi found himself back in the dilapidated temple. The surroundings struck him as if he had traversed through time, an indescribable emotion flooding his heart. The words "wait for me to return" echoed in his mind, yet upon his return, everything seemed to revert to the beginning, or perhaps the end. In the midst of his bewilderment, a voice suddenly echoed beside him. "You're back. I've been waiting for you." Lin Yi gazed incredulously at the ethereal figure. At that moment, the werewolf prophet's apparition spoke in a playful tone. "Regardless of whether you ultimately succeed, you will always be a friend of my werewolf clan." Boom. Lin Yi felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. Frozen in place, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? The werewolf prophet slowly shook his head and said, "Some things need not be spoken, in time. You will come to understand." At this juncture, the prophet regarded Lin Yi with a moment of hesitation and inquired, "Did you obtain the soul-summoning banner?" As he gazed into the prophet's eyes, which reflected both fear and anticipation, Lin Yi seemed to glimpse the youthful version of the prophet standing upon the city walls, revealing a glimmer of hope toward him. Drawing the soul-summoning banner from his backpack, which he had risked his life to procure from the demon priest, he declared, "I have fulfilled my promise." Splendid. The prophet's aged face lit up with an innocent smile reminiscent of a child's upon seeing the banner in Lin Yi's hands. "Thank you, my friend." Seeing the genuine smile on the werewolf prophet's face, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile in return. Is there anything else you require of me? The werewolf prophet Idra gestured toward the dusty altar atop the temple, saying, Would you be so kind, my friend, as to place the soul-summoning banner there? Very well. Lin Yi uttered no further words, first placing the banner back into his backpack, then seeking out a cloth to wipe away the dust surrounding the altar. Upon completing this task, under Idra's grateful gaze, Lin Yi inserted the soul-summoning banner into the altar. In that instant, a radiant light enveloped the werewolf prophet Idra, and a transcendent voice emerged from his lips, Return, O soul. At that moment, the previously tranquil world channel suddenly erupted with a dazzling radiance, leaving players, regardless of their activities, utterly astonished. Alliance of Hundreds. Congratulations to player Fenghua for completing the legendary quest, Return of the Werewolves. Reward, 100 honor points, level increased by 1. Randomly awarded a piece of legendary equipment. World event, new race unlocked, werewolves. All players at level 10 or above are granted a one-time opportunity to change their race. More races will be gradually unlocked in the future. This opportunity is singular, so choose wisely. While the community was in a frenzy over these two announcements, Lin Yi was taken aback to witness the werewolves outside the temple gradually transforming from mere monsters into named NPCs. The previously overcast sky instantaneously brightened. In Lin Yi's line of sight, lush trees sprang forth from the ground, adorned with blooming flowers and verdant grass that spread across the entire cursed mountains. As Lin Yi opened the map of Qinlong City, the area previously labeled as Cursed Mountains had now transformed into Oglan Mountains. Within the Oglan Mountains, where Lin Yi currently stood, a new village had appeared, the werewolf territory. Destruction heralded rebirth. The words of the werewolf prophet, imbued with a tinge of solace amid their weariness, resonated in Lin Yi's ears. At that moment, a throng of werewolves gathered outside the temple, without any need for organization. These werewolves congregated outside the dilapidated temple, kneeling in reverence. Thank you, my friend. Observing his kin regain their consciousness, Idra's eyes brimmed with both comfort and reluctance. At that instant, Lin Yi seemed to have forgotten his original purpose for being there, a smile returning to his face as he remarked, This is all earned through the lives you fought for. You should extend your gratitude to those of your kin who sacrificed themselves in battle. The werewolf prophet Idra sighed. They are the most dauntless warriors of my clan. Wellman, come in. Lin Yi stared in disbelief at the figure entering the temple, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Wellman, level 50, leader of the werewolves. The subsequent words of the werewolf prophet Idra unraveled Lin Yi's confusion. Wellman was indeed his father. Wellman, Lin Yi gasped. You are the descendant of W.L.? Wellman gazed at Lin Yi, his once proud head now adorned with a respectful demeanor as he replied, W.L. is my father. Idra then elucidated the events following Lin Yi's death, revealing that the werewolves now standing before him were, in fact, those who had their souls extracted during that time in the city. Although nearly a millennium had passed, for them, it felt merely as if they had been ensnared in an interminable dream, a dream that spanned the entire history of the Demon War. At this moment, Lin Yi, at a mere level 14, looked upon the 50-level werewolf leader as if through the eyes of an elder observing a younger relative, filled with profound contentment. Although Lin Yi's time spent with Will was brief, the silent yet profound presence of Will left a lasting impression on Lin Yi, evoking a deep sense of shock and emotion. In his heart, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and regret regarding Will's demise. Now, witnessing Will's son ascend to the role of the new leader of this clan, Lin Yi wondered if this could be regarded as a form of solace. It is time for me to fulfill my promise, the werewolf seer Idria suddenly interjected. Lin Yi was reminded of his purpose for this journey, the inheritance of the werewolf seer. The sage of words. Under Lin Yi's inquisitive gaze, all the werewolves seemed to sense something, and in unison, including all werewolves of Wellman's lineage, they prostrated themselves on the ground. Lin Yi even heard the sound of soft sobs emanating from the pack. At that moment, Idria's face broke into a warm smile as she said, As the children of the wolf god, you must ultimately return to the embrace of the wolf god. Farewell, my friend. Suddenly, an ominous premonition flooded Lin Yi's heart. He sensed that he was overlooking some crucial information, yet he could not grasp the elusive thread of thought. A sudden notification from the system snapped Lin Yi back to reality. System, congratulations on completing the task. You have received a Book of Prophecy, a legacy item. You have obtained a Werewolf Clan totem mark. Your level has increased by 1. System, congratulations on reaching the highest level of prestige within the Werewolf Clan, Reverence. System, congratulations on activating the Commander system, gaining the ability to summon the Werewolf Clan. At this moment, Lin Yi did not exhibit the slightest joy upon completing the task. Instead, he stared blankly at the 7-colored artifact, the Book of Prophecy, floating in midair. Lin Yi finally recollected the vital piece of information he had previously overlooked. If time could be rewound, he would undoubtedly choose to forego this inheritance, for in this world, only one seer could exist within the Werewolf Clan. Tears had already filled Lin Yi's eyes in reality. Farewell, my friend. The 2nd chapter has been completed, and the remaining 2 chapters will be updated this evening. Chapter 47. The Crisis of Nightfall within a clandestine base on Earth. A formidable man gazed intently at the expansive screen before him. How on earth did this Fenghua manage to achieve this? If my memory serves me correctly, this task was meant to be a special assignment that could only be completed after at least 3 transformations. How could he have accomplished it? The man's face was etched with disbelief as he pondered. How is this even possible? Before him, a bespectacled individual was rapidly typing on the keyboard. After a moment, he reported, according to the data compilation, all statistics concerning this Fenghua are entirely normal. At that moment, another man entered the room and stated, as long as the data is normal, there is no need for further concern. The homing system operates independently. We merely establish the framework, and the specifics of its operation are beyond our influence. There is no need to investigate this matter any further. However, the uproar on the internet regarding this Fenghua had escalated to a fever pitch. Well, a formal statement will suffice. As for the rest, let them stir as they please. As long as our plans are not disrupted, we need not pay them any mind. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. System, do you wish to confirm the change of race to werewolf? Confirm. Cancel note. The werewolf race only permits the warrior class. Please choose wisely. Cancel. What a joke. I only play as a rogue. Tian Ci grumbled at the race change center in Qinglong City. This Fenghua is truly a source of concern. How long has it been since he achieved a first kill? And now this? Is it even possible to enjoy the game anymore? Indeed, without the official clarification, I fear this Fenghua would be hunted down across the internet. Just look at the level rankings. How many players remain below level 10? Yet he has reached level 15. The speed of his progress is utterly disheartening. What do the level rankings matter? Just glance at the equipment leaderboard. That is truly spectacular. Among the top 10, 5 of them belong to him, and he even possesses 2 legendary items. That is what truly invokes despair. The honor board is even more astonishing. He has left everyone else in the dust, galloping ahead without a care. Sigh, enough of this talk. If we continue, we will lose all motivation to play. You are mistaken. Regardless of his prowess, the ones who should be worried are those venerable guilds. What does it have to do with us ordinary players? Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. True enough, let us go level up. I'm curious to see how this werewolf race fares. I regret choosing the pigman race. It's all meat, and no substance, not at all. This nose is quite alluring. Get lost. As the commotion surrounding Lin Yi's action stirred the masses, Lin Yi himself had already exited the game, silently seated atop a rooftop. The early autumn breeze brought with it a refreshing chill. After a brief period of self-reflection, Lin Yi gradually emerged from the narrative of the game. The realization that he had shed tears over a game struck him as somewhat amusing. It is no wonder that Lin Yi is so sentimental. The profound impact of his recent experiences is simply overwhelming. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Yi gazes at the distant twinkling lights, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a radiant glow reveals his features against the backdrop of the night. Observing the pulsating arcane energy in his palm, a thought strikes him. The summoning spell, this ability, which conjures Ivra in the game, makes him wonder whether it could be utilized in reality and what it might summon. Resolute, Lin Yi extinguishes the arcane energy in his hand and silently chants, "Summoning spell, activate," just as he anticipated a grand spectacle akin to that in the game. He finds himself waiting in vain for a response. Doubt creeps in. Could it be that this skill is inapplicable in the real world? However, in the next moment, a familiar, tinkling laughter resonates in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. Linny exclaims in disbelief, "No way. Greetings, master." The sight of Ivra standing before him is akin to an apparition. Is this merely a figment of his imagination? Shaking his head, Linny focuses again, and indeed, it is Ivra. Wait. Suddenly, realization dawns upon him, his eyes wide with astonishment. "You can talk?" Ivra flits around him joyfully. "Just as she does in the game. Of course, I can speak." Even now, Linny finds it hard to believe. How is this possible? Since you can talk, why didn't you do so in the game? Game? Oh, do you mean on the continent of Rapham? Ivra expertly lands on Linny's shoulder, playfully dangling her feet. "For some reason, when you summoned me to the continent of Rapham, it felt as though a gaze was always upon me, making me too timid to speak." How mystical. Linny ponders. Could it be that the game's rules restricted Ivra's ability to converse? Ivra tilts her little head. "I'm not sure, but this world feels so much more relaxed." She takes flight again, playfully inquiring, "Master, is this the real world you inhabit?" "Yes, it is beautiful." Ivra hovers gracefully, flapping her translucent wings while admiring the city's nightscape, exclaiming, "It's far more magnificent than our nine." Observing Ivra's petite form, Linny suddenly smiles. "By the way, given the significant difference in my appearance compared to Rapham, how does Ivra recognize us as the same person?" "No matter how your appearance changes, Master, your essence remains unchanged. I can sense it," she giggles. Just then, Linny's brow furrows. "Ivra, return." Linny swiftly melded his form into the enveloping darkness. After a brief moment, several figures came rushing from the distance and subsequently halted around Mu Lingshue's villa. Observing these clandestine individuals congregating nearby, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Linny's eyes. "Truly, you have chosen to tread upon a path to paradise while shunning the gates of hell, arriving uninvited." Casting a glance at the pitch-black surroundings below, it seemed the three women remained engrossed in their game, thus sparing him some trouble. Like a feather, Linny descended silently from the rooftop into the villa. Afula, following closely beside him, inquired with curiosity, "Master, what is our intention here?" "We are prepared to greet these distant guests," he replied. "Are you referring to those 11 individuals outside?" Linny asked, somewhat astonished. Our elemental spirits possess remarkably keen senses. Those 11 auras just manifested around us. By the way, Afula, what abilities do you possess in my world?" Meanwhile, behind a hidden greenbelt, Qiu Sheng stared gloomily at the eerily silent villa not far away. "Is this the place that Zhao's young man spoke of?" he queried. "Indeed, that is correct. Zhao Ziming mentioned that the man resides here," came the response. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Sheng asked, "What about the others?" "The Xiao family head and the others are still en route. Currently, aside from the He family, who have not been notified, the other families have made it explicitly clear that this individual must die, and they have all dispatched personnel to assist." "Excellent." In another luxurious villa district within Bihai City, He answered a mysterious phone call, his expression shifting dramatically as he erupted into a furious tirade. "These scoundrels are utterly oblivious to their impending doom." With that, he stormed out of the room, shouting, "Prepare the vehicle at once. The third update is hereby delivered." Chapter 48. Intent to kill. Have they not yet arrived? I just contacted them. They are en route and will be here shortly. Qiu Shenghui stood restlessly in place, memories of his son's grim condition in the hospital flooding his mind. At that moment, every passing minute felt like an agonizing eternity. Turning to an elderly man with a goat beard beside him, he inquired, "Old Zhong, do you believe that the old scoundrel He is telling the truth about the opponent's strength resembling that of a pinnacle internal martial artist?" Zhong Hongju scoffed. "A young pinnacle internal martial artist? It is surprising that He would dare to utter such words." "What do you mean? A person could train from the womb, yet achieving the pinnacle of internal martial arts without at least 30 or 40 years of dedication is utterly impossible." Then, Zhang Hongzhu expressed his speculation, He is lying. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Qiu Shenghui's eyes. Why would he lie? Zhang Hongzhu stroked his beard and chuckled. That is a question only he can answer. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Shenghui declared, "I can wait no longer." With those words, he strode purposefully towards the villa. Those who dare to harm my Chiu family shall pay the price, even if they are internal masters. Master Chiu, will you not wait a bit longer? Our family head will arrive shortly, Zhong Hongzhu called out, hastening to keep pace. Let those who come behind collect the remains. Chiu Shui replied grimly as he approached the entrance of the villa, casting a glance at Zhong Hongzhu. As a guest of the Chiu family, Zhong Hongzhu understood the unspoken message. Just as he was about to knock, the door creaked open slowly. In the midst of their astonishment, a voice emanated from within. Please, come in. Gazing into the darkness beyond the threshold, Chiu Shui and Zhong Hongzhu exchanged bewildered looks. What is this trickery? Confident in his own abilities, Zhong Hongzhu stepped forward into the villa, with Chiu Shenghui following closely behind. Moments after their entrance, the doors silently closed behind them, as if the events that had just transpired had never occurred, enveloping them in an eerie stillness. Onlookers observing from a distance were struck with dread. Where are they? Why did the lights not turn on after they entered, and why is there not a sound? Given Chiu Shenghui's previous demeanor, such silence seemed inconceivable. As they gazed at the luxurious villa shrouded in the night, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. Initially, it seemed innocuous, but now, the villa appeared as a predatory beast, lying in wait for its unsuspecting prey. Soon after, a group of imposing men arrived in droves. Under different circumstances, they would likely be laughing and engaging in jovial discussions over drinks. Yet, at this moment, their expressions were devoid of mirth, each face reflecting solemnity and tension. Where's that Chiu Shenghui? Did he not arrive long ago? A bespectacled man, having just approached from a short distance away, remarked. The head of the Chiu family has just entered. Entered? Zhao Ziming's father, Zhao Zijian, cast a glance at the pitch-black villa. How long has he been inside? Despite the evening air still carrying a hint of coolness, the bespectacled man hastily wiped the sweat from his brow, stating, he has been inside for less than 5 minutes. It was not entirely surprising that he felt flustered. After all, the individuals standing before him were titans of Binhai City, each a formidable figure in their own right. Typically, one might consider themselves fortunate to encounter even a single one of these luminaries, yet here they were. A congregation of influence and power that was overwhelming for an ordinary person like him. At that moment, a slightly corpulent man in the crowd raised a question. Why are the lights not on? Others speculated, could something have gone awry? Didn't he mention that the young man's abilities were commendable? Zhao Zijian turned to the bespectacled man, inquiring, did the head of the Chiu family enter alone? The bespectacled man quickly replied, he entered with old master Zhong Hongzhu. Wasn't he the esteemed guest recently sought after by the Chiu family at great expense? It was said that Zhong Hongzhu was also a master of internal martial arts. With him present, surely no calamity could ensue. Zhao Zijian surveyed the assembly of dignitaries and proclaimed, I shall not reiterate the events that have transpired. This audacious youth who dares to wreak havoc in Binhai City and inflict harm upon others must pay the price for his actions today. Do we all agree? The slightly overweight man chuckled. If there were any dissent, we wouldn't be here today. Indeed, our families have always united against a common foe. The Zhao and Chiu families have both suffered this unprecedented humiliation. How can we simply let it pass? Lamented another. It is a pity that Ihai could not join us. Upon hearing that name, some in the crowd expressed their displeasure. That ancient martial arts clan has long since fallen from grace. Why even mention them? Zhao Zijian interjected, let us set aside matters concerning the He family for another time. It is now imperative that we confront this audacious young man. Yes, indeed. To dare to cause a ruckus in Binhai City, he has surely miscalculated, another chimed in. We ought to deal with him decisively to prevent future disturbances. My son was quite frightened by the incident. I concur. If anything were to happen, we could merely compensate for the damages. Spending a little for peace of mind is indeed worth it. Zhao Zijian glanced at the bespectacled man, who appeared timid and hesitant. Lead the way. Me? The bespectacled man, upon hearing Zhao Zijian's directive, looked at the ominous villa, feeling as if he had lost his nerve. He had witnessed the recent disappearance of the Chiu family. If he had his way, he would prefer to leave this place rather than accompany these powerful figures into a situation far beyond his comprehension. However, despite 1,000 reservations, he had no choice but to steel himself and step forward to guide them. As a group of over 10 individuals approached the villa in a grand procession, they discovered a solitary figure already standing before the entrance. Just as everyone strained to discern the identity of this person under the cloak of night, a sudden flash of light illuminated the scene. Instinctively, all present closed their eyes. Lin Yi, with an expression of tranquil composure, addressed them, saying, "I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Once some of them adjusted to the brightness, a startled cry broke the silence. "Master Chiu." At the moment Zhao Zijian opened his eyes, he immediately beheld the figure standing at the villa's entrance, alongside the two lifeless bodies of Qiu Shengwei and Zhang Hongduo at its feet. A sinister grin crept across Zhao Zijian's face. They were truly walking a path to their own demise. Suddenly, from behind, a series of weapons emanating a chilling aura were pointed at Lin Yi. Gazing down the dark muzzles, Lin Yi felt as if he had been transported back to that fateful night before his rebirth. On that day, a similar group had stormed into his residence, each brandishing firearms aimed directly at him. Although the setting had changed, the scene before him was strikingly reminiscent of that harrowing moment. At this juncture, someone scoffed, asserting that no matter how skilled one might be in martial arts, could they outrun a bullet? Lin Yi, unexpectedly, voiced a long-held thought. Do you truly regard human life as so insignificant? To kill at whim? Insignificant? Zhao Zijian retorted, dismissing the rifle blocking his path, and with deliberate enunciation, he replied, "It is not human life that is insignificant, but rather the likes of you, who are ignorant of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, that are truly worthless." With a self-deprecating chuckle, Lin Yi murmured, almost as if to himself, "I understand now." Observing the so-called important figures before him, who were eager for his demise, he felt a wave of melancholy for those still struggling at the bottom, relentlessly striving for survival. At that moment, Zhao Zijian was the first to notice that Lin Yi's palm was emanating a faint glow, which intensified as time passed. Others soon became aware of this strange phenomenon. "What on earth?" Someone shouted without hesitation, "Fire! Shoot!" At this instant, a chill coursed through Lin Yi's heart. It was too late. The 4th chapter concludes. Tomorrow marks the weekend. I wish everyone a pleasant one. Chapter 49, a special takeout. Hurry up, hurry up. Inside an opulent car, Hihai urgently shouted at the driver, "What are we waiting for, a red light? Just speed through. If we don't hurry, it will all be too late." In truth, the driver was merely a conscientious private chauffeur. However, under Hihai's incessant urging, the private vehicle took on the semblance of a racing car, hurtling along the road at breakneck speed. When Hihai finally arrived at the destination, his face bore only one expression, dazed shock. "You arrived just in time. I was about to call you." Observing Hihai's stunned demeanor, Lin Yi set down the phone he had been holding. Hihai glanced at the sprawled bodies on the ground, swallowing hard as he stammered, "Why, you killed them all?" In Hihai's mind, he could already envision the tremendous upheaval that would grip Beihai City when the sun rose the next day. It was crucial to note that those lying here were all prominent figures in Beihai's business circle. Should they perish, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the city's commercial landscape. As he gazed at the calm and collected man before him, Hihai was beset with a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, deeply regretting his earlier warnings. Had he not cautioned them against provoking this individual? Why had they chosen to ignore him? Now he was left to contemplate how to clean up this mess. Just as Hihai pondered how to manage the aftermath, Lin Yi spoke up, "Rest assured, they are not dead. They will likely spend the next few years in the hospital." To be honest, had he not been forced into this situation, Lin Yi would have preferred to avoid such unnecessary bloodshed. He could not bring himself to disregard life as they had. While the death penalty may be evaded, the consequences of their actions would not be so easily escaped, and Lin Yi hoped this incident would prompt some to awaken to their follies. However, if anyone continued to be obstinate, he would not hesitate to make an example of them. Not dead. Upon hearing that they were alive, Hihai was overjoyed. As long as they're alive, that's what matters. In truth, Hihai cared little for their fates. Had circumstances been different, he would have relished their demise. Yet this was a different scenario. If so many were to die simultaneously, it would deal a grave blow to their enterprises and Beihai's economy. After all, many matters required their approval, and should they be suddenly leaderless, chaos would undoubtedly ensue among these families. For Hihai, it mattered not what torment awaited them. As long as they were alive, that was sufficient. He also felt relieved that Lin Yi did not hold him accountable for this incident. Otherwise, Yi would surely have sought vengeance. After speaking with Yi, Lin Yi walked directly out of the community, intending to visit the night market for some fresh clothing and toiletries. However, as he passed by Yi, he did not forget to say, "I'll need to trouble you for cleanup again. Including last time, I owe you 2 favors. If there comes a day when I can be of assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." Initially cursing Zhao Zhijian and others for disregarding his advice and courting trouble, Yi's demeanor brightened instantly upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Of course. Just as Lin Yi had taken a few steps away, he suddenly halted and remarked, "By the way, when you awaken, please convey to them that they are welcome to visit me again." "I shall relay your message," Yi replied. "I appreciate your kindness." "Very well." After Lin Yi departed, Yi pondered Lin Yi's words, feeling inexplicably indebted. Glancing at the disarray of bodies strewn across the ground, his anger seemed to dissipate. "Your kindness is truly... How shall I articulate it?" He then called out, "Directorly, could you arrange for a few ambulances to come to my location?" "A few?" Yi surveyed the scene. How many vacant ambulances does your hospital currently have?" Meanwhile, after concluding her game, Zhang Xining pushed open her door and encountered Mu Lingxue descending the stairs. "Why is it so noisy outside?" Mu Lingxue, glancing out at the line of ambulances, furrowed her brow. Something must have happened nearby. Just then, Chun Wei's voice echoed from upstairs. "I ordered takeout. What would you like to eat?" Mu Lingxue shouted, "Shark fin porridge from Yu Dingji." She then turned to Zhang Xining. "What about you, Xiaoying?" Noticing the glimmer of curiosity in Zhang Xining's eyes, Mu Lingxue's inquisitiveness flared. "Xiaoying, do you have something to tell me?" "Ah." Zhang Xining suddenly snapped to attention. "Shuer, what are you saying?" Mu Lingxue cast a glance at Lin Yi's door, teasingly suggesting, "Shall I inquire about it for you?" Initially a mere jest, Zhang Xining instinctively responded, "Sure." When Lin Yi returned from the night market, it was already past 11 o'clock. Observing the pitch-black villa, he was somewhat taken aback. Everyone is turned in for the night? Given their 14-hour gaming spree, it was evident that their gaming hours had been exhausted. The absence of light signified that they were likely catching up on sleep. As Lin Yi entered the villa, laden with bags, he noticed, illuminated by the faint moonlight, a takeout order hanging from his doorknob. Casually tossing the acquired items into a corner, he sat at the table and opened the unexpected delivery, discovering fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Suddenly, Lin Yi turned to the closed door across from him. In his perception, he could distinctly sense a slightly hurried breath emanating from behind the door. A bittersweet smile involuntarily crept across Lin Yi's face. "Who would have thought you recognized me so swiftly? Was it during the private club incident?" Still, gazing at the enticing boxed meal before him, Lin Yi marveled at the fact that you remembered my fondness for it. Aphula, appearing from seemingly nowhere, curiously eyed the meal and inquired, "Is this the food of your world?" Lin Yi scooped a spoonful of rice infused with the savory essence of fish-flavored shredded pork and offered it to Aphula. "Would you care to try?" Aphula promptly shook her head and then vanished into Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi exhibited little surprise, for he had previously learned from Aphula that she now possessed the ability to traverse between the realms of Rapham and Earth. At this moment, Aphula must have returned to the continent of Rapham. Although he had just dined at the night market, Lin Yi swiftly devoured this takeout imbued with special significance. After finishing, Lin Yi turned to face the opposite direction and softly uttered, "Thank you. Regardless of whether you choose to forgive me for the pain I once caused, now that I have returned, I shall not depart from you again, nor allow you to suffer even the slightest harm." The following day, upon re-entering the game, Lin Yi was greeted by a cacophony of notifications from his contact list. Yet, he remained oblivious to them. For the temple fanatic was gazing at him with a broad smile, saying, "Divine Master Fenghua, we have been waiting for you for quite some time." Lin Yi, taken aback by the presence of a dozen temple members surrounding him, remarked, "Isn't this welcome ceremony a bit too extravagant?" "Extravagant?" The temple fanatic replied with a grin. For the foremost player in the game, it would be unsettling not to make it grand. In an instant, the smile on the temple fanatic's face morphed into a sinister grin. "Now, let us proceed. The first chapter has been completed, and the remaining 2 chapters will be updated this evening." Chapter 50, Encirclement. "Boss, I heard that the madman has taken a group to lie in wait for Fenghua. supposedly to loot his legendary equipment. Should we join in the excitement? In a leveling area occupied by demonic wind wolves, Shuetu of the Shengshi Guild suddenly inquired of Drunken Fool. While skillfully battling monsters, Drunken Fool replied, "The people from the temple are lacking in judgment. Do you wish to follow suit in their folly? Why choose to ambush Fenghua of all people?" Shuetu, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Fenghua, no matter how formidable he may be, is ultimately just one individual. Should our large guild truly fear him?" At that moment, Gu Beijing interjected. "The fools from the temple act on the same misguided rationale as you, which is precisely why they engage in such foolishness. Why provoke Fenghua of all people? They are merely seeking unnecessary trouble." Shuetu, taken aback, remarked, "Is Fenghua truly that powerful? Strong enough to instill fear in a guild of our stature? Fear him?" Gu Beijing sighed in exasperation. "Fenghua's strength is undeniably formidable, yet for our guild, fostering a positive relationship with a rogue like Fenghua holds far greater value than incurring his wrath. However, this does not imply that he can supersede our guild's interests. Do you understand?" Observing the somewhat bewildered expression on Shuetu's face, Gu Beiqing rubbed his temples and added, "Never mind, just focus on drawing the monsters." At this juncture, Drunken Fool posed a question: how many people did the madman bring along? After a moment's contemplation, Gu Beiqing replied, "It seems all the elite members of the temple who have exited the novice village have joined him." Once Drunken Fool dispatched the monster before him, he gazed towards the direction of the Ogren Mountains, lost in thought and remaining silent for an extended period. At this moment, the sentiment shared by Shengshi was not unique. Whether it was the Luo god or the various other guilds, upon learning that the temple intended to target Fenghua, nearly all chose to maintain silence. They either preferred to watch from the sidelines or hoped to gauge the capabilities of the game's foremost player through this incident. As for Linny, he was somewhat taken aback to find himself ambushed. It was indeed his own negligence, as the madman from the temple issued his command. Linny felt a sharp pain in his back. An assassin. -89, -78, -114 critical hit. 3 damage numbers floated above Lin Yi's head, and in an instant, his health plummeted to nearly half. However, just then, Afila's healing spell landed simultaneously, restoring him with 357, 10, 1010. The lost health was instantaneously replenished. The events that unfolded in the blink of an eye astonished everyone. The first shock came from the realization of Fenghua's astonishing defense. The damage dealt by an assassin failed to exceed 100. Was this truly a fragile magic class? Even more surprising was Afila's perfectly timed healing and the formidable amount of healing power she possessed. Meanwhile, the Temple's Ying quickly assessed the current situation, rallying all warriors to engage, striving to eliminate him in one swift strike and prevent his pet from receiving healing. The thief launched a relentless assault while simultaneously preventing any chance of escape. The priest, attentive to the warrior's health, remained wary of Fenghua's counterattack. Before the words of the temple's graceful voice had faded, 4 warriors charged towards Lin Yi from every direction. Should Lin Yi be struck by these 4 shield attacks, if even one of them triggered a passive stun, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the surrounding mage's spells in the blink of an eye. Since his rebirth, Lin Yi had dutifully focused on his own affairs, never intending to complicate matters with anyone, nor did he anticipate a confrontation with these guild members. In his view, the ideal scenario was for everyone to coexist peacefully, collaborating when opportunities arose, and otherwise pursuing their own paths. True to his character, Lin Yi adhered to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. It was certainly best for everyone to live in harmony, but should anyone dare to overstep their bounds, well, everyone has their limits. In an instant, he executed a teleportation. All 4 warriors' shield strikes missed, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances. The subsequent well-planned attacks from the mages also fell short, resulting only in the resounding echoes of magical explosions. Where did he go? Had he logged off? Yet, once in combat mode, logging off was impossible. This was the first thought that crossed everyone's mind after Lin Yi vanished. However, the next moment, a scream pierced the air. It was the voice of the temple's vice president, Ying. In terror, she gazed at Fenghua, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Lin Yi, indifferent to such a Navi inquiry, understood that as the core and commander of the team, she had to be the first to fall. Arcane missiles. minus 401 critical hit. Instant kill. In full view of the crowd, Ying transformed into a wisp of white light and vanished. The temple zealots were struck with shock. You. Seizing the moment while everyone stood in stunned silence, Lin Yi smiled at the zealot. Don't worry, your turn will come. Recovering from the unexpected turn of events, the zealot bellowed in fury. What are you waiting for? Attack. Another thief. Lin Yi executed a roll, narrowly evading a glinting dagger. The four warriors reformed their formation. Encircling Lin Yi, the zealot declared, this time, there's no escape for you. Although Lin Yi successfully dodged the thief's ambush with his roll, he nonetheless endured 3 magical attacks, including one from the zealot, minus 105, minus 69, minus 67. With over 600 health points, Lin Yi was suddenly reduced by more than a third. Just as he regained his footing, one warrior charged at him with a shield, delivering a powerful strike. Minus 41. Lin Yi staggered, nearly losing his balance. As the next warrior's blow approached, Lin Yi deftly sidestepped it, having steadied himself. At that moment, the arcane missiles had cooled down. Seizing a brief opportunity, he directed his attack towards a fire mage within the mage group. Arcane missiles minus 396, once again, delivers a swift and lethal strike. The astounding damage left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. Some began to realize that his magic appeared to be instantaneous. As yet another adversary fell before Lin Yi, the expression on the face of the temple madman darkened to an unprecedented extent, accompanied by a dozen companions to ambush a mere mage. They not only failed to eliminate him, but also suffered the humiliation of losing 2, including a vice president. The thought of how this incident would be ridiculed throughout the temple sent a chill down the madman's spine. Observing the figure, perilously ensnared amidst the onslaught, he could not help but acknowledge the formidable prowess of this Fenghua, which had far exceeded his expectations, having narrowly evaded a warrior's fierce strike. An icy arrow struck Fenghua in the back. System, you have been hit by an ice arrow and your movement speed is reduced by 30 for 3 seconds. Lin Yi cursed under his breath. Damn it. Just my luck. At that moment, a warrior's shield bash was off cooldown, and he launched his attack at the unprepared Lin Yi. Shield bash, minus 31. System, you have been hit by a shield bash and are stunned for 1 second. System, your actions are restricted. Remaining time, 51 milliseconds. System, your actions are restricted. Remaining time, 39 milliseconds. In the fleeting moment of Lin Yi's stun, 5 spells finished casting, raining down upon him instantaneously. The madman, filled with excitement, bellowed, die. Minus 89, minus 75, minus 79, minus 68, minus 115 critical hit. System, Afra's protection, triggered, granting immunity to all damage for the next 3 seconds. Healing 349, 10, 10. System, stun lifted. Akane, friend, apologies for my late arrival. The second chapter has been completed. The third chapter will be delivered shortly. Chapter 51, joining the fray in the fleeting moment when the dizziness subsided. Lin Yi immediately distanced himself from the warrior and sprinted towards the 3 nearby mages. Though curiosity about Lin Yi's survival lingered, it was not the time for such contemplation. One individual sensed Fenghua's intent. Quick, disperse. Scatter. Arcane missiles minus 387. One of the fire mages closest to Lin Yi was instantly obliterated. The remaining 2, 1 ice and 1 fire, fled in opposite directions. Lin Yi swiftly engaged the ice mage with a basic attack minus 201. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. Was this truly a human? His basic attack dealt more damage than our skills. The ice mage, witnessing his health plummet, shouted in panic, "Quick, heal me." But before the priest's healing could arrive, a flash of cold light zipped past the mage minus 286, and he was annihilated. A rogue. The temple berserkers, witnessing this scene, seethed with fury. You worthless fools. Charge at him. After dispatching the ice mage, Chitome rolled and vanished into stealth, leaving the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. When did stealth become so effortless? Shadow Strike, miss. Backstab, miss. Bone Harvest, miss. 3 enormous misses floated above Lin Yi's head, leaving the rogue dumbfounded. How is this possible? Lin Yi smiled slightly. There's nothing impossible. Basic attack, bang, minus 234. The rogue was left with a sliver of health and, in fright, rolled away rapidly. As he turned to gaze at Lin Yi in shock, a flash of cold light appeared behind him. -201. Another instant kill. The temple berserkers were truly on the verge of madness. I advise you not to meddle, rogue. You must understand who you are opposing. System, Afra's protection, effect has dissipated. Feng Hua's invincibility has vanished. Charge now. Capture the thief by seizing the leader. In an instant, as 4 warriors charged at Lin Yi once more. He vanished into thin air again. This scene felt eerily familiar. The mages were chilled with fear. The temple berserkers, sensing a crisis, glared in fury. Feng Hua, how dare you? Arcane missiles, bang. -347. Shadow Blade Dance -181 critical hit. The temple berserker was transformed into a beam of white light, instantly vanquished. Qitong, brandishing 2 short daggers, stood beside Lin Yi. The members of the temple, now devoid of their central figure, stared blankly at the duo, suddenly at a loss. Under the gaze of all, Qitong slipped into stealth. Those timid mages, terrified, abruptly exclaimed, "I'm out. You all can fight if you wish." They then turned and sprinted towards the direction of Qinlong City. This individual's departure felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back, and the remaining members, having lost their resolve, hurriedly fled towards the city. Is this truly a human? This is truly a humanoid boss. Observing the panicked retreat of the temple members, Lin Yi spoke, "Do not pursue them." The figure of Qitong materialized behind a mage, gazing at Lin Yi with confusion. Are we really letting them go? As he watched the group fleeing as if their lives depended on it, an icy chill radiated from Lin Yi. There will be plenty of time ahead. Since Lin Yi had voiced his thoughts, Qitong refrained from further comments. Instead, she approached Lin Yi, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry for being late. I hurried here after overhearing a discussion about this matter." Gazing at the somewhat bashful boy before him, Lin Yi suddenly inquired, "I heard you have a sister?" Qitong looked at Lin Yi in surprise. "How did you know?" Lin Yi continued, "Besides your sister, is there anyone else in your family?" Although puzzled by Lin Yi's abrupt question, Qitong hesitated briefly before choosing to answer truthfully to the person who had aided her immensely. "It's just my sister and me left at home." Lin Yi paused momentarily before responding, "Thanks for earlier." In truth, had it not been for Qitong's timely appearance, he would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. Initially, he thought that driving the madman back would suffice as a means of venting his frustrations, but he had not anticipated Qitong's arrival. As for annihilating the enemy, Lin Yi had never entertained such thoughts. No matter how strong he was, he remained just one individual, and his skills had cool-down periods. No matter how adept his movements, when faced with a barrage of skills from opponents, where could he escape? Especially in this early stage, where skills were still woefully limited, combat felt restricting and confining. However, due to these events, it seemed that the construction of a team had become a pressing matter. Simultaneously, Qitong received a notification from the system. Transfer reminder. Your virtual account has been credited with 100,000 reality coins. Account balance, 100,000. To withdraw, please bind your personal identity information. Failure to act within 24 hours will be deemed as forfeiture, and the amount will be returned via the original route. For inquiries, please consult official customer service. With a mix of 3 parts confusion and 7 parts anger, Qitong looked at Lin Yi. "What do you mean? I'm not helping you for money." Lin Yi was taken aback by Qitong's reaction, but this only solidified his conviction. "I understand. I wish to establish a mercenary group, and this serves as your invitation fee. Thereafter, you will receive dividends based on the group's earnings each month." Observing Qitong's incredulous expression, Lin Yi self-deprecatingly remarked, "What's wrong? Do you look down upon my humble mercenary group?" Qitong stared blankly at Lin Yi, questioning, "Why are you helping me so much?" Lin Yi shrugged and candidly replied, "Because of your potential." Qitong was momentarily stunned. "My potential? Before me stands the first individual since my gaming journey began, who willingly engages in conversation and selflessly offers assistance. Is this truly as he claims, motivated by my potential?" Since Lin Yi encountered Qitong, it was the first instance Qitong revealed a smile before him. "Thank you." From that moment on, Lin Yi realized that his first team member had been secured. Ahem, it's settled. You should log off now and tidy up. I will provide you with an address shortly. Come find me in Benhai City. Come find you? Indeed. In the future. Our mercenary group will gather together for easier communication and collaboration. By the way, you may bring your sister along, as there are plenty of rooms. Thank you. As we are now a team, there is no need for such formalities. Standing atop the hills of the Oglan Mountains. Lin Yi exhaled slowly as he watched Chi Tong log off, murmuring, "You have incurred the ire of the temple on my behalf. How could I possibly disregard your safety in the real world?" Lin Yi had heard ample tales of the temple's shameless tactics prior to his rebirth. Though much of it was mere hearsay, he firmly believed, where there is smoke, there is fire. Gazing towards the direction of Qinglong City. Lin Yi had long known that one day he would inevitably confront the temple. Yet, he never anticipated that day would arrive so abruptly. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a resurrection hall in Qinglong City, a temple fanatic furrowed his brow in concern. After venting his frustration, the fanatic began to contemplate the ramifications of the situation. He had already overestimated this Fenghua, yet reality proved him mistaken. Casting a glance at his death record, the temple fanatic instructed his companion, investigate the origins of this Chi Tong. Understood. Beep beep beep. Lin Yi received a voice message from Shui Diaozha. Feng Ge. I have fulfilled my promise. She has reached level 10 and gone to Qinglong City. Lin Yi replied, thank you. Shui Diaozha responded, no need for pleasantries. By the way, is this person Feng Sa? Feng Sa? Lin Yi's expression darkened. Forget that. Let us leave it at that. Beep beep beep. In a dungeon filled with flowing lava, Shui Diaozha paused, pondering, did I say something wrong? Just as Lin Yi opened his backpack to examine the Book of Prophecy, he noticed two items radiating an orange glow nearby. Legendary equipment. It dawned on Lin Yi that he had yet to acknowledge the reward for his quest, along with the newly appeared golden icon on the game interface. Commander. The Knight's Tale concludes here. Chapter 52. The break. Please select the city you wish to travel to. Zhuke City, Xuanwu City, Qinglong City, Baihu City. Please choose Qinglong City, as Zhang Xining made her choice. The scene before her began to transform. When she opened her eyes again, the dilapidated village had been replaced by towering structures of blue bricks and red tiles. Before Zhang Xining could fully acclimate to her new surroundings, a warrior named Shindin Diandin approached her, saying, beautiful lady, would you like to join our guild? Before she could respond, another male mage named Shinshir Jiueching rushed over, declaring, join my Shishir dynasty, the premier guild in the game. You deserve it. Premier? Just then, a refined male mage stepped forward and introduced himself. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Luoshan Haoyan from the Luoshan Guild. We would be delighted to welcome a lovely lady like you. If you join us, I can arrange for someone to take you into a team dungeon and leveling party immediately. What do you say? Zhang Xining stared at the three men, feeling slightly apologetic as she replied, I'm sorry, but I am already part of a guild. Thank you all for your kind offers. Part of a guild? The trio looked at Zhang Xining's game ID. Lemon Rabbit? Luoshan Haotian inquired, may I ask which guild you belong to? You should know that after today, it will be quite challenging to join our Luoshan Guild. Consider joining my Shishir instead. If you miss this opportunity, future entry will require rigorous assessments, he added. This isn't quite fair, Shindin Diandin interjected, glancing at the two. I was here first. There should be some order. Luoshan Haotian scoffed. Everyone relies on their own merit. She won't choose you simply because you arrived first. At that moment, the teleportation array behind them emitted a burst of white light. The group brightened, assuming another player was emerging from the novice village. However, upon seeing the figure stepping out, they gasped in shock. Fenghua. As Lin Yi emerged from the teleportation array, he noticed the familiar figure surrounded by the three men. Nearby, a crowd of onlookers whispered and speculated about the fierce competition among the three major guilds for the newcomer. As established guilds, they were always at odds, vying for players, especially those who could quickly level up and emerge from the novice village. Such players, particularly attractive female ones, were treated with utmost courtesy. With a mere glance, Lin Yi discerned the situation and furrowed his brow. She will not be joining any of your guilds. Leave her alone. After experiencing the ambush from Xindian, Lin Yi harbored no fondness for these large guilds. Noticing the Xindian player standing too close to Zhang Xining, he stepped forward and kicked him aside. Why are you standing so close? Fenghua, it really is Fenghua. Upon the arrival of Fenghua, a wave of astonishment swept through the surroundings. Truly, he is the foremost figure in the game. His flamboyant attire must evoke envy in countless hearts. It is rumored that the temple had just dispatched a team to ambush him, only to find both the madman and the temple's chief strategist outmatched and slain. Incredible. What? They were slain? Is that true? I only just heard from a friend in the chat group. Now, the temple is preparing to issue a bounty on Fenghua. What do you think of that? This is utterly insane. Is Fenghua truly poised to confront the entirety of the temple alone? Who can say? In a few days, when the temple's members emerge from the novice village, Fenghua will likely find himself in dire straits. No need to wait. I believe there will be a spectacle to witness even now. On the side of the three major guilds, the temple's member, Dian, expressed great displeasure at Lin Yi's earlier actions. Whether she joins our guild is none of your business. Lin Yi, indifferent to such trifles, paid no heed to the insignificant Dian and simply walked past, turning to Zhang Xining and commanding, "Follow me." Zhang Xining regarded this illustrious figure of the game with confusion. Questioning, "I don't know you. Why should I follow you?" Lin Yi paused momentarily. Indeed, given the significant alteration of her appearance, it would be peculiar for anyone to recognize her at first glance. Already incensed by being disregarded by Fenghua, Dian could not suppress a mocking laugh at Zhang Xining's words. "How pretentious you are, getting a taste of your own medicine, huh? Ha ha." Lin Yi's brow furrowed once more. Just as she intended to clarify her identity to Zhang Xining and depart, a group of over 20 individuals suddenly encircled her. Upon witnessing this development, Luo Shenhaoyan and Shengshi Jueqing exchanged glances and retreated from the crowd. The temple's madman stepped forward, addressing Lin Yi. "I did not expect our paths to cross again so soon." Observing the throngs of temple members surrounding her, Lin Yi responded with a smile. "Haven't you had enough of being killed? Do you wish for another round?" No. The temple's madman shook his head. "There may have been some misunderstandings between us previously. I am here with utmost sincerity to invite you to join our temple." Looking at Lin Yi, the madman displayed no trace of displeasure from their prior encounter. Instead, he wore an expression of genuine intent. "You should know that you are the first person in my 10 years in this profession to receive such an invitation from me more than once. What do you say? Give it some thought. Who is the temple's madman?" For Lin Yi, the reborn, he is all too familiar. He is a person who can engage in heartfelt conversation one moment, only to ruthlessly take your life for personal gain the next. Even if he were to kneel and beg, Lin Yi would never entertain the notion of coexisting with such a character. To deliberately lay in wait with a dozen individuals. I hardly believe there is any misunderstanding at play. Lin Yi regarded the madman, stating, "From the moment you sought to ambush me, any possibility between us has vanished. Lastly, let us refrain from such pleasantries in the future, lest we waste each other's time." As Lin Yi gazed upon the fierce expressions of the temple members blocking his path, he turned to the fanatic and inquired, "What is the meaning of this? Are you prepared to resort to violence here?" "Ah, Fenghua," the temple fanatic remarked with a sense of nostalgia while observing Lin Yi. "Let me offer you one final piece of advice. The current standing of our temple is not something that can be easily shaken by any individual. I admire your courage. Yet sometimes, stubbornness can not only harm oneself but also those around you." The fanatic regarded Lin Yi with a peculiar smile before casting a glance at Zhang Xining beside him, asking, "What do you think?" Having learned the gist of the recent events from the temple members, the fanatic surmised that someone as enigmatic and arrogant as Fenghua would never show such concern for a stranger. Hence, he speculated that this individual known as Lemon Rabbit must have some connection to Fenghua. As the threat to Fenghua himself was negligible, the fanatic was not averse to employing certain tactics to compel compliance from Lin Yi. However, it was evident that the fanatic did not fully comprehend Lin Yi. While Lin Yi was usually unperturbed, he could easily dismiss matters that were not overly egregious with a mere smile. Yet, when someone crossed the line, Lin Yi approached the fanatic with a serious demeanor, revealing a hint of menace as he stated, "You may attempt it." At that moment, a large group surged toward them. The temple members immediately clashed with these newcomers. "What do you want? Looking for a fight? Come on, who is afraid of whom? Get out of my way." Amidst the chaos, Shui Diozha broke through the encirclement of the temple players and approached Lin Yi. "Brother Feng, I apologize for being late." I was occupied with a quest in the instance and only just learned of your situation. The temple fanatic regarded Shuidiozha with scrutiny, then glanced at the tumultuous scene between the two factions, asking, "What is the meaning of this, President Xia?" Even Lini was taken aback by Shuidiozha's unexpected arrival. "What do you mean?" Shuidiozha retorted, clearly displeased. "I was hoping to inquire with the fanatic leader about his apparent hostility towards Brother Feng, if it were possible." The temple fanatic would have preferred to avoid dealing with this wealthy individual. While the prestigious faction possessed considerable strength, the fanatic held little regard for it. Yet, the sheer number of affluent second-generation members in this guild was overwhelming. Though these individuals lacked genuine skill, their talent for undermining others was unparalleled. If they truly set their sights on him, even if he could retain his core members, he would inevitably have to part with some resources to enhance their treatment. No one desired to incur unnecessary expenses. Ideally, the temple fanatic wished to turn and leave. However, given the circumstances, if he were to retreat, others might assume he was intimidated by the prestigious faction. Such rumors would undoubtedly inflict severe damage to the temple's reputation. As the temple fanatic found himself in a dilemma, Luo Xingliunian arrived with a large entourage, exclaiming, "Well, this is quite the commotion. The first chapter has been completed. Congratulations to the serene beauty, who has become the inaugural helmsman of this book. Heartfelt gratitude to the contributors, Manyan Yihuan, Nanfeng Weilian, Qing Hilai, and Xian Xian. Acknowledgements are also due to the generous support from the Prince of Darkness. Thank you to all the friends who offered their recommendations." Chapter 53, A Twist of Fate. On the Forum of Glory of the Gods, a post suddenly soared into the top 10 trending topics with the speed of a rocket, capturing the attention of all players. Explosive. The temple's berserkers attempted to ambush Feng Hua but were instead countered. The arrival of this post was akin to a deep-sea bomb, instantly igniting the fervor of the entire forum. The number of online users surged from several tens of thousands to over 100,000 in mere minutes. Countless individuals flocked to the post in search of the truth, as a long-distance video unfolded before their eyes. Although the footage was not very clear due to the distance and the clandestine filming, it did not deter the relentless pursuit of the truth by the viewers. When Feng Hua was surrounded, a collective tension gripped the audience. Nearly everyone who witnessed the scene felt assured that Lini was doomed. However, with a single command from the berserkers, Feng Hua executed a series of fluid and perilous maneuvers that astonished all spectators. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, with many exclaiming 666 and so cool, as expected of Feng Hua, expressing their admiration. From the moment Feng Hua decisively eliminated the temple's most beautiful strategist, Inin, the viewers' emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, mirroring Feng Hua's fortunes. Previously, there was a video of Feng Hua defeating a boss. Now, it was a confrontation with the temple. Both videos unequivocally showcased Feng Hua's extraordinary understanding of game dynamics. From the commencement to the conclusion of the battle, every action taken by Feng Hua seemed meticulously orchestrated, delivering maximum damage even in dire circumstances. With the arrival of Qi Tong, the combat transformed into a spectacle, providing a powerful visual impact and an exquisite feast of slaughter. At that moment, the unique allure of Glory of the Gods reached unprecedented heights. As the video drew to a close, this battle introduced Qi Tong, the foremost rogue of the previous life, to the public eye. Feng Hua's hidden class was no secret. Yet it was only then that people realized Qi Tong also possessed a concealed profession. The potency of hidden classes became a hot topic, prompting many to invest heavily in acquiring the legacy quest for such roles, while the audience remained absorbed in the overwhelming shock of the battle. Another trending topic surged into the limelight. The temple encircles Feng Hua in Qinglong City, with prominent figures from the Luotian family entering the fray, creating a tense atmosphere. Ongoing updates. In the heart of Qilong City, upon the appearance of Luo Xingliunian, he addressed the strikingly handsome individual. This matter pertains to the feud between the temple and Feng Hua. Since Feng Hua is not a member of your guild, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from intervening. How dare you? What I choose to do is none of your business. Upon hearing the words of the illustrious Luo Xingliunian, Shuidiozha appeared as though he had stepped on a tail, instantly igniting with indignation. Although Feng Gu was not one of my esteemed comrades, he is nonetheless my brother. To lay a hand on him is to challenge me directly, so consider your actions carefully. The temple madman, maintaining a stoic facade, repressed his fury and remarked, "Ja President, while you may overlook certain matters, you must also consider the welfare of your subordinates. Is it truly worth offending us for the sake of one individual?" At that moment, a resonant voice emerged from the crowd, "And I am here as well." The grand drunkard of the prosperous era, accompanied by a legion of his members, made a grand entrance into view. He turned to Shuidio Jia and stated, "Without rules, there can be no order. The affairs of the temple and Fenghua are their personal matters. Should you insist on intervening, you only serve to disrupt the established norms. If you do not care for yourself, at least consider the well-being of those beneath you." It was then that Lini interjected, halting Shuidio Jia. "I appreciate your goodwill, but this matter originated with me. You should not be drawn into it. However, they are correct. If you disregard your own interests, you must still think of your subordinates. By offending them, how can your people continue to enjoy the game?" Lini reflected deeply. "I will remember your kindness, but rest assured, a mere temple does not intimidate me." Despite his simmering anger, Shuidio Jia had to confront an undeniable truth. While the esteemed clan may not fear a single temple, the addition of Luotian and the prosperous era would render them an insurmountable force. He could remain indifferent. But Shuidio Jia did not wish to endanger the entire guild due to personal sentiments. With this in mind, he glared at the temple madman and declared, "Today's events will not be forgotten by our esteemed clan. You would do well to avoid giving me a reason to act." The temple madman sighed inwardly, realizing he had inadvertently offended this affluent heir. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as long as he refrained from meddling in the affairs between himself and Fenghua. For Fenghua, when shielded by a prestigious clan, represented an entirely different concept. Suddenly, the grand drunkard turned to Lin Yi and said, "If any day you come to your senses, you are always welcome in our prosperous era." Luotian Lunyan, taken aback, cursed the old fox internally but could not help but add, "The doors of my Luotian will always be open to you. With but a word, we shall be your most steadfast support." The temple madman found himself momentarily stunned, unable to voice his thoughts, and could only watch Lin Yi with trepidation. Should this Fenghua truly join their ranks, all his previous actions would amount to shooting oneself in the foot, potentially becoming the unwitting architect of Fenghua's ascendancy within their guild. Observing the expressions of those around him filled Lin Yi with distaste. "I do not aspire to the grandeur of your temples. I am unworthy of your patronage." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the madman's previously elevated spirits finally found respite, reflecting, overreaching, "I wonder what you alone could contend against me." Just when everyone believed that this matter was coming to a close, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lord Aoshur arrived with a retinue and greeted Lin Yi with a smile, saying, "Brother Fenghua, it has been quite some time." The onlookers were taken aback by the Lord's demeanor. The madman of the divine hall pointed an accusatory finger at the Lord, demanding, "What do you mean by this, my lord?" At that moment, even Luotian Lunyan and Aoshur Zue Gui felt a twinge of unease. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lord Aoshur elucidated the confusion in their hearts with a smile. "From today onwards, the enemies of Fenghua shall be the enemies of my Aoshur Sacred Hall." The second chapter has been completed. Chapter 54, The Choice in the Heart of Qi Long City, the bustling square, typically alive with noise, now resembled a scene frozen in time, with nearly every gaze fixated upon a solitary middle-aged man who maintained a faint smile. Moments later, a collective intake of breath resonated through the air. Shushur Zuegue turned to Lord Aoshur, his expression grave, and inquired, "Are you serious?" It was a moment none could have anticipated, least of all Lin Yi, that Lord Aoshur would emerge to make such a decision. In response to Shungshur Zigue's query, Lord Aoshur retained his smile, declaring, "My words represent the Aoshur Holy Hall, without question." Shuidio Jia, recovering from his shock, regarded the Lord with a hint of self-deprecation, admitting, "I fall short of your stature." With that, he despondently turned and led his companions away. Suddenly, Lin Yi called out to Shuidio Jia, "Thank you." Shuidio Jia glanced back at Lin Yi, offering a wry smile before continuing on his way. At this juncture, further discussion seemed futile. Before departing, Shushur Zuegue cast a final glance at Lord Aoshur, murmuring a caution about the folly of impulsiveness, suggesting that it was not too late to reconsider. The members of Xingshi followed their leader out. Luo Xinliuan then approached Lin Yi, whispering, "Choose your position wisely, for it will determine how far you can go. I await your message." Without waiting for a response, she departed with her followers. All that remained were the two factions, the temple and the Aoshi Holy Hall, glaring at one another with palpable tension. After a moment of stalemate, a member of the temple spat out, "You will regret this," before turning away without a backward glance. As he observed the retreating figures, Lin Yi finally addressed Lord Aoshi. "May I inquire why you made this decision?" Lord Aoshi replied, "From the moment I resolved to purchase the establishment order, the fate of the Aoshi Holy Hall was already sealed. I have received word that during the siege, these three guilds will strike simultaneously. They will not permit me to establish a foothold before them." A sly smile crept across Lord Aoshi's face as he added, "Now that we stand on opposing sides, why not seize this opportunity to extend a favor to you?" Gazing at the man later dubbed Mithraea by posterity, Lin Yi pondered the ease with which he spoke. The reality of the situation was well understood by all, yet Lin Yi chose not to unveil the truth, instead stating, "I prefer not to owe anyone favors. In return, the first stronghold will undoubtedly belong to your Aoshi Holy Hall." Lord Aoshi regarded Lin Yi with surprise, uncertain from whence this confidence stemmed. He was acutely aware that the challenges ahead would not solely consist of monstrous assaults, but rather the more formidable threat posed by the three guilds, given their considerable resources. Should they conspire together, Lord Aoshi had little hope for the stronghold's future. However, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, a spark of determination reignited within him. "Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart." Until the proud Lord Aoshiju departed with his entourage, Xia Haidang, accompanied by a group of female players from the Ice and Snow Fantasy City, finally made her entrance. Xia Haidang, also known as Mu Lingxue, approached Zhang Xining with a look of concern and asked, "Are you all right, Xining?" Zhang Xining shifted her gaze from Fenghua and replied reassuringly, "I'm fine, don't worry." Upon confirming that Zhang Xining was indeed unharmed, Mu Lingxue exhaled in relief, grateful that all was well. At that moment, Mu Lingxue noticed Fenghua nearby. "I've heard about your situation. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Lin Yi could discern the politeness in Mu Lingxue's words and smiled lightly, "No need. Thank you." Mu Lingxue was not genuinely offering help, as Fenghua was facing a formidable opponent, against the likes of the prestigious guilds like Xingshi Luoshan. Not to mention the temple, Ice and Snow Fantasy City stood little chance. Although the temple's reckless conduct had long been a subject of criticism, their strength was undeniable, consistently ranking third among guilds. Regardless of personal feelings, one had to acknowledge their formidable prowess. In contrast, Ice and Snow Fantasy City was predominantly comprised of female players, placing them at a natural disadvantage. Coupled with their financial constraints, Mu Lingxue wished to avoid any complications as they sought to develop their guild. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Lin Yi, Mu Lingxue prepared to leave with Zhang Xining. "Wait!" Lin Yi suddenly called out to them. Under the puzzled gazes of the two, he turned to Zhang Xining and said, "Let us at each other as friends. I'll need to reach you later." Mu Lingxue instinctively shielded Zhang Xining behind her, asking, "What do you want?" Lin Yi disregarded Mu Lingxue's concern and focused on Zhang Xining, who was hesitating over the friend request. Ultimately, she clicked confirm and said, "Swear, let us go." Mu Lingxue shot Lin Yi an odd glance before being pulled away by Zhang Xining. As the group of girls departed, Lin Yi stood still, entranced by their graceful silhouettes as they gradually faded from view. It was only after they vanished from his sight that he slowly regained his composure. Just then, Lin Yi spoke, "Come out." Silence enveloped the surroundings. After a moment, Lin Yi chuckled softly, "No need to look around. I'm referring to you." Before him, a seemingly dazed rogue revealed himself. Tian Ci stared in astonishment at the game's top player. "When did you notice I was here?" "When you arrived," Lin Yi replied. "Impossible." Tian Ci immediately refuted. "Then tell me, when did I arrive?" Lin Yi feigned deep thought and replied, "When that group from Xingshi came in." Tian Ci's expression shifted, shock evident on his face as he stared at Lin Yi. "In such a noisy environment, you could still pay attention to my presence. That's quite extraordinary." Tian Ci scrutinized Lin Yi with a look of disbelief. "Tell me, how did you manage that?" Lin Yi chuckled and said, "There exists a phenomenon known as innate talent." Tian Ci, visibly impressed, replied, "Remarkable." At that moment, Lin Yi possessed an orange badge. Wolfman Clan Totem Mark, Honor Badge. Holder, Fenghua. Rank, Legendary. Magical Attack, 20 to 30. Physical Attack, 20 to 30. Intelligence 15. Stamina 15. Strength 15. Required level, 0. Additional feature 1. Wolfman's Eye automatically identifies all hidden units within a 5-5 range. Additional feature 2. Swift Shadow. Increases movement speed by 20. Additional skill, Passive Totem Mark. In a party state, all members gain a 10 increase in attack damage. Just then, the distinguished Lord A.O. Sure, who had not been away for long, sent a voice message. Someone has discovered the Lizard King boss at the Demonic Frenzy Lizard. The folks from the temple have already headed over. Do you wish to join the fray? Lin Yi was taken aback. What a coincidence. Subsequently, he sent a voice application to Shui Diaojia. After a considerable time, Shui Diaojia finally answered, but his first words were, "Brother Feng, I apologize." Lin Yi's feelings towards Shui Diaojia were quite complex. Initially, his understanding of Shui Diaojia stemmed from discussions on forums in his previous life. However, upon truly interacting with him, Lin Yi discovered that this individual did not exhibit the arrogance typically associated with a wealthy second generation, at least from Lin Yi's perspective. All of Shui Diaojia's actions had transcended the bounds of mere friendship, which genuinely surprised Lin Yi. As for his recent choice, he honestly did not take it to heart. After all, for someone like him, the considerations were numerous. Sometimes, a surge of passion does not signify bravery or loyalty. It may also represent foolish valor. Lin Yi, as if nothing had transpired, inquired, "Are you interested in witnessing a grand spectacle?" Shui Diaojia was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the intelligence he had just received. "Are you referring to the Lizard King?" "Correct," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "I have prepared a splendid gift for the 3 guilds. I hope they will appreciate it. A matter has delayed me. The 3rd chapter is now complete." Chapter 55. Reunion with an old friend. Schwer, may I wander about on my own? Zhang Xining suddenly inquired of Mu Lingxue while on a street in Qilong City. Mu Lingxue looked at Zhang Xining in confusion. "Shouldn't I first guide you through the job transition?" Zhang Xining smiled. "No need. There are some matters I can accomplish independently. I wish to attempt them myself. I cannot rely solely on others for assistance." After a moment's hesitation, Mu Lingxue concluded that allowing Zhang Xining to familiarize herself with the game environment was indeed beneficial. Moreover, Mu Lingxue had also received news about discovering a wild boss. As it was Zhang Xining's first encounter with the game, it would be more appropriate for her to explore the city rather than have Mu Lingxue lead her around. "Just be cautious, and remember to inform me of anything that arises promptly. Understood?" "Yes, rest assured. I shall take my leave now." As Mu Lingxue departed with the group, Zhang Xining opened her contacts, where a message from Fenghua appeared. "The fish-flavored shredded pork rice is delightful. To express my gratitude, I await you in the first private room of Qinglong Tavern. Those guilds are scrambling for the wild boss. Aren't you planning to join the fray? You must have seen Summer Begonia from Ice and Snow Fantasy. She is my girlfriend. Isn't she lovely? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like me to have Begonia introduce you to some girls? There are plenty in her guild, and I know a few fine ones. What are we here for? The tavern? Do you still have the mind for a drink? Those guilds. What exactly do you want?" Lin Yi looked exasperatedly at the person beside him. "Tianci, we seem unfamiliar. Why do you keep following me? I, a grown man, am not interested in other men." Tianci appeared unfazed, cheerfully responding, "Isn't it as if we are old friends? I rarely admire anyone, but you are an exception. By the way, do you truly not intend to stir up some trouble? I share your disdain for those guilds. I could assist you." Lin Yi sighed. "Let me have some peace for a moment. You may follow, but please refrain from speaking." With that, Lin Yi turned and entered the tavern, requesting a private room. Tianci, oblivious to the concept of embarrassment, merrily followed Lin Yi into the room. Upon seeing the exquisite decor within, he exclaimed in wonder, "I never expected the game to pay such meticulous attention to detail. Splendid." Tianci seated himself opposite Lin Yi. Feeling somewhat touched, honestly, we could have discussed anything outside. There was no need for such extravagance. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. Lin Yi rose to open it, revealing Zhang Xining standing outside. "Who is it? Have you perhaps mistaken the room?" Disregarding Tianxi's comment, Lin Yi gazed at the enchanting figure before him. "You have arrived." Tianxi suddenly appeared beside him. "Hey, weren't you just with Begonia?" Hey, hey. Why are you pushing me?" Bang. Standing outside the door of the private room, Tianxi wore a puzzled expression, wondering if something had gone awry. Inside the room, "I had come not to extend my forgiveness, but merely to acknowledge your presence. Do not overthink it." Observing the woman before him, who radiated unease, Lin Yi suddenly smiled, saying, "I do not seek your forgiveness. Your mere presence brings me immense joy." Perhaps it was the concern that prolonged proximity would unveil their mutual longing. Or perhaps it was due to other, more complex reasons. Zhang Xining hastily inquired, "What did you summon me for? If there is nothing of consequence, I shall take my leave." To be candid, Zhang Xining had never anticipated that the illustrious figure, renowned as the foremost player in the gaming world, would turn out to be Lin Yi. The revelation of his identity had profoundly surpassed her expectations, leaving her in astonishment. Deep down, she felt a sense of pride in his achievements. However, given their current awkward relationship, she was uncertain how to confront the man she cherished so dearly. At that moment, Lin Yi presented the Book of Prophecies before Zhang Xining, stating, "This is a gift I have prepared for you." Women possess an innate allure towards exquisite things, and the radiant, multicolored Book of Prophecies instantly captivated Zhang Xining's gaze. She yearned to reach out and accept it, yet her feminine modesty rendered her motionless. How well Lin Yi understood her inner thoughts. "Consider this a compensation for the 2 meals you treated me to. It does not imply your forgiveness, does it?" Feigning restraint, Zhang Xining let out a soft huff through her nose. Lin Yi gently placed the Book of Prophecies in her hands, confessing, "I am acutely aware of my transgressions, and I shall spend the forthcoming time atoning for my sins." Upon receiving the book, Zhang Xining instinctively asked, "What is this for? It is so beautiful." However, upon uttering those words, she felt it might be too lenient to forgive him for a mere book from the game. Her expression hardened as she declared, "I do not need your explanation. I will examine it myself." Yet, Lin Yi could not help but chuckle at her demeanor. "This is a legacy item for a hidden class. You must silently invoke its use rather than merely holding it. Do not laugh." Perhaps sensing her own embarrassment, Zhang Xining felt a warmth rising to her cheeks, though thankfully, the context of the game masked her discomfort. Following Lin Yi's instructions, she held the Book of Prophecies and whispered, "Use." Suddenly, a flash of brilliance erupted, accompanied by a familiar voice that froze Lin Yi's smile and startled Zhang Xining. "My friend, how have you fared?" Lin Yi gazed in disbelief at the ethereal figure floating beside Zhang Xining. You, the werewolf seer Idra," he stammered, as Idra smiled warmly at him. "Are you not surprised?" "Surprised? It is nothing short of frightening," Lin Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and delight. As he absorbed the shocking revelation, Idra gradually continued, "In truth, I am uncertain why I have not faded away with the passing of the inheritance. Perhaps the wolf god believes I have yet to fulfill my mission, thus allowing me to remain." At that moment, Zhang Xining, having regained her composure from the initial shock, turned to Lin Yi. "Are you not going to introduce this individual?" Subsequently, Lin Yi recounted his recent experiences, and upon grasping the situation, Zhang Xining regarded the diminutive white werewolf apparition with deep respect. After a moment of pleasantries and reflections, Lin Yi glanced at the time and remarked, "I have some matters to attend to." He then addressed the werewolf seer Idra, saying, "I leave her in your care." Idra responded with a smile, "As the spirit of the Book of Prophecies, safeguarding her is indeed my duty." Although Lin Yi's heart brimmed with questions and confusion, he decided not to delve into the intricacies, especially since events were unfolding positively. With a creak, Lin Yi opened the door to find Tianxi leaning against the opposite wall. "Why are you still here?" he asked. "I was waiting for you. Have you finished your conversation?" Noticing Lin Yi's hurried departure, Tianxi cast a puzzled glance at the girl in the suite and called out, "Hey, wait for me." "Where are you going?" "To stir up trouble." "Stir up trouble? I like that. By the way, who is that girl? Is she your girlfriend?" "Wait for me." As Tianxi's voice faded down the corridor, Idra suddenly spoke up beside Zhang Xining. "I can sense that you hold a great fondness for my friend. Perhaps due to their gaming experiences, Zhang Xining felt no fear towards the spirit of the werewolf seer. Instead, she felt an endearing familiarity because of his past. Regarding the question about the werewolf seer, Zhang Xining candidly expressed her feelings. Yes, I truly love him. The smile on Idra's face began to fade. I see, he replied, a serious expression creeping onto his brow. Tell me, would you wish to assist him should he find himself in peril one day? Of course, Zhang Xining replied without hesitation. However, a wave of frustration washed over her as she added, Unfortunately, I know nothing about the game. How could I possibly help him? Observing the dejected girl beside him, Idra stroked his beard and smiled gently. I can help you grow stronger, but the journey may be arduous. Are you willing? Can you truly? I am willing. The first chapter has been completed. Chapter 56. Each with their own agenda upon exiting the city of Qinglong. Linny hastily made his way to the Evil Marsh, the lair of the Lizard King boss. The Evil Marsh is nestled within a dense rainforest to the north of Qilong City, shrouded in perpetual darkness and dampness, making it an uncommon choice for leveling up. As Linny ventured into the marsh, the towering ancient trees obscured the light, casting a dim glow over the surroundings. Visibility was severely limited, with the landscape dominated by lush foliage and intricate root systems of the ancient trees. Beneath these giants lurked demonized lizards, their hissing sounds amplifying the eerie atmosphere. Although Lin Yi was still some distance from the Lizard King's lair, he could already hear the thunderous roars reverberating through the air, indicating that a fierce battle was underway. Tianci, by his side, swiftly entered stealth mode. Brother Fenghua, let me scout ahead, he said, and with a swift motion, he darted into the marsh. The rogue's stealth granted him enhanced speed, and he quickly reached the boss's location. Upon witnessing the colossal Lizard King, akin to a small tower, Tianci was struck with awe. The trees around the Lizard King had been obliterated, and the ground was littered with the remnants of fallen giants. Surrounding the beast were nearly 100 players, unleashing a dazzling array of spells upon its massive form. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, mingling with the Lizard King's roars and the frantic cries of guild members, creating a scene of utter chaos. Despite the Lizard King's devastating area attacks enveloping the surroundings in blinding light, its health continued to dwindle, exemplifying the adage that many ants can take down an elephant. Lost in the spectacle, Tianci suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Impressive, isn't it? Lin Yi remarked. Startled, Tianci instinctively responded, Indeed, it is. But he quickly realized the gravity of the situation, staring incredulously at Fenghua. How did you find me? I'm in stealth mode, he exclaimed, astonished that Lin Yi had managed to locate him despite his silent approach. Lin Yi chose to remain silent, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Recognizing the futility of pressing further, Tianci shifted the conversation. What is the plan? Just wait. The guild building order is indeed present, Lin Yi observed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he surveyed the Lizard King's loot. Among the treasures, the most coveted was undoubtedly the guild building order. In addition to this prized item, there were 2 pieces of epic gear, a rare accessory ring, and an assassin's dagger. The remainder consisted of several rare-grade equipment and various materials, in accordance with the criteria for loot eligibility from the outdoor bosses in this game. The team or individual inflicting the highest damage upon the boss, along with the entity delivering the final blow, shall jointly possess the right to claim the drops. At that moment, beneath the name of the boss, a line of small text appeared. Boss ownership, Shengshi Huangqiao. This signifies that the individuals from Shengshi Huangqiao are currently the highest damage dealers against the boss. Lin Yi activated the voice chat with the charismatic Shuidio Jia, inquiring, When brother, have you arrived? What should I do now? The Lizard King currently belongs to those from Shengshi Huangqiao. Do we still have a chance? Concealed behind a tree, Lin Yi observed the unfolding situation and asked, Do you have any thoughts regarding the guild establishment order? Shuidio Jia, who was directing the battle, was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Lin Yi replied, The first world boss has a significant probability of dropping the guild establishment order. Some sentiments were difficult for Lin Yi to express too overtly, yet even so, Shuidio Jia immediately grasped the implication. You mean this boss will drop the guild establishment order? It was evident that Shuidio Jia had disregarded the mention of probability. There seemed to be a blind trust in Lin Yi's words. Even the suggestion that this boss could drop the guild establishment order was met with unwavering belief. Linny, feeling helpless, articulated his thoughts. If you were to obtain this guild establishment order, have you considered how those from Shinshur would react? Them? Linny could hear the cold chuckle of Shuidiozha. Perhaps in terms of strength, my Mingmen cannot contend with them, but I am not one to be easily intimidated. Regarding the matter with the temple, it is a personal issue. I cannot risk the interests of the guild. However, if it pertains to the guild establishment order, that holds an entirely different significance. Should they complicate matters with me over this, my many brothers from Mingmen are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Shuidiozha's words, Linny felt reassured and said, "Then follow my lead and put on a grand performance for them." At that moment, the commanding Aoshi Jud, who was orchestrating a frenzied assault on the boss, suddenly received a voice chat request from Fenghua. Without hesitation, Aoshi Jui accepted the call. Linny got straight to the point. "Jui, if I want Mingmen to secure the drops from this boss, what are your thoughts?" Aoshi Jui swiftly exited the combat circle and addressed Aoshi Fenghua beside him. "Fenghua, continue directing the team. I'll be away for a moment." Aoshi Fenghua nodded in agreement. "Holy Hall warriors, fall back to recover health. Mages, maintain your output. Priests, heal quickly." After stepping away from the battle, Aoshi Jud asked, "You claim you have a way to prevent those from Shinshur from acquiring the drops?" Linny responded, "There is a commander at the Anti-Demon Hall in Chi Long City, where one can obtain most of the boss information, including that of the Lizard King." Aoshi Jui understood immediately. As long as it was not claimed by the three families of Shinshur, it mattered little to him who obtained it, even if it might offend the three families. He was unperturbed. The Lord Aoshur chuckled. "Do you believe there is still room for negotiation between me and them?" "Indeed." Linny refrained from further banter, instructing, "Have your people withdraw. Await my instructions." "Very well." Upon ending the call, Lord Aoshur promptly issued a command in the guild channel. "Lord Aoshur, guild everyone. Retreat from the boss's attack range and await further instructions." Aoshur Maple Leaf, guild president. Lord Aoshur, guild follow orders. Aoshur Maple Leaf, guild understood. Meanwhile, Shangshur Drunken was conversing with the temple madman, saying, "When the boss's health reaches 5, we will clear the field together, and the spoils shall belong to the one with the prowess to claim them. What say you?" The temple madman paused before sneering, "The final blow belongs to my temple. Whoever claims the boss's drops may keep them. We shall rely on our respective skills." Shangshur Drunken frowned, pondering the futility of clearing the field under such conditions. The temple madman, with a confident smile, responded, "If a guild establishment decree is issued and we seize it, I can sell it to you. However, for the next decree, your Shangshur must assist my temple in obtaining it." He added, "I trust you wouldn't want this item to fall into the hands of Luo Shun and her band." "Agreed. It is settled." Shenshur Drunken readily acquiesced. At that moment, Shangshur Drunken was the first to notice the unusual behavior from Aoshur Holy Hall. "What does this mean, Lord?" Observing that the boss's health had dwindled to 20, the members of Aoshur Holy Hall opted to withdraw. This maneuver aroused suspicion among the various guilds. At this juncture, Lord Aoshur proclaimed in the public channel, "Lord Aoshur, nearby I, Aoshur Holy Hall. Withdraw from the contention for the boss's final blow." A murmur of confusion swept through the surrounding guilds after so much effort and manpower. With the boss on the brink of defeat, they voluntarily withdrew? What sort of strategy is this? No one doubted the veracity of Lord Aoshur's statement. The withdrawal of a formidable guild was ostensibly advantageous. Yet both Shanshur Drunken and Luoshin Lunyin sensed a twinge of unease. However, the source of their apprehension eluded them. As the boss's health plummeted to 15, the eyes of the surrounding guild members gleamed with fervor, each poised to secure the final strike. Shangshur Drunken and the temple madman communicated discreetly, preparing for the impending moment. The temple madman glanced at the members of Aoshur Holy Hall outside the battle zone, questioning their intentions. Shangshur Drunken replied, "Since they have declared their withdrawal, let us not concern ourselves with them. Lord's word remains trustworthy. We shall proceed as planned." As the boss's health descended to 10, the Lizard King turned a crimson hue. A gasp rippled through the crowd, followed by a shout. "The boss has entered a berserk state. Everyone, be cautious." Linny immediately instructed the warrior, Have the fighters exit the boss's red circle at once. Mages, position yourselves at the maximum range for your attacks. As the boss reaches a mere 5 of its health, all players must vacate the vicinity of its attacks. At this juncture, the boss will unleash a devastating area of effect damage, subsequently succumbing to a state of weakness. Following the boss's ultimate attack, melee fighters are certain to perish. Therefore, the rogue should focus entirely on eliminating the remaining health of the mages and priests, while the warriors form a defensive perimeter to deter any melee classes or rogues from encroaching. All others should direct their full offensive efforts towards the boss. With a commanding presence, Shuai Diuzha promptly relayed Lin Yi's instructions. Lin Yi then addressed Lord Aoshi, stating, when the boss's health dwindles to 5, it will initiate a wide-ranging ultimate attack, likely obliterating most nearby players. He immediately instructed the rogues to position themselves near the robust priests, ensuring that those who survive the boss's ultimate can deliver finishing blows, followed by all spellcasters. The warriors, in collaboration with the elite members, will prevent any melee classes from approaching the boss. Lord Aoshi responded affirmatively. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. Lin Yi turned to Tian Ci, saying, you will be responsible for Lu Nian and Zui Gui. Is that acceptable? Tian Ci's face lit up with an excited smile. Absolutely. He then leapt from the tree branch, vanishing from Lin Yi's sight. As the boss's health plummeted to 6, Lin Yi regarded the exhilarated temple berserker with a teasing expression. The show is about to begin. Shengshi Zui Gui declared, berserkers, prepare. The temple berserker revealed a bloodthirsty smile, exclaiming, it has been far too long since I felt such fervor. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Luo Xinyanya remarked, President, there is indeed something amiss. The temple and Xingshi seem to have surrounded us. Luo Shenlunyan chuckled, let us proceed as planned. Luo Xinyanya affirmed, understood. When the boss's health reached 5, Feng Hua commanded, engage. Ming Men Shuai Jiaozha echoed, engage. Shengshi Zui Gui declared, engage. Luo Shen Lu Nian called out, engage. Lord Aoshi proclaimed, engage. A grand chapter of 3,000 words has been presented. Today's updates are complete. Chapter 57. Chaos standing behind the gates of the Resurrection Hall. Feeling the incessant flickering white light behind him, the expression of Shusher Drunkard darkened to the point of almost bleeding. Just as he anticipated the spoils from the boss's demise to be within his grasp, no one expected that the boss would unleash a devastating area attack, shattering all plans and expectations. As a warrior, Shengshi Drunkard naturally bore the brunt of the assault, succumbing in an instant without even enduring a single wave of impact. Faced with a level 15 world boss, Shusher Drunkard, at level 13, found himself at a significant disadvantage in both level and equipment. Watching his level plummet to 12, his heart bled profusely. Suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt, Shengshi Drunkard opened the guild channel and inquired, is anyone still there? I need to know the status of the boss. Besides Shengshi Drunkard, dozens of players sprinted away, resembling a marathon, each face etched with a complex mix of shock and anxiety. The scene was one of utter chaos, a cacophony of wails and screams blending into a single tumultuous sound. Meanwhile, the boss lay weakly on the ground, barely clinging to life, awaiting its inevitable defeat. Witnessing the substantial losses among his guild members due to the boss's devastating attack, the temple madman glared furiously, commanding, everyone capable, unleash your full power on the boss. Do not hold back. Arcane missiles. Boom. -561 system. You have been slain by Feng Hua. Dazed, the temple madman stood at the resurrection point, nearly roaring, damn it. Feng Hua, I shall not let this go unpunished. Luo Shenlunyan stared in disbelief at the priests who had survived the boss's attack, only to be swiftly dispatched by suddenly appearing rogues. Among them were several members of his own guild. A chill crept up from the depths of his heart. Sensing something amiss, Luo Shenlunyan turned to Lord Aoshi. What do you mean by this? Maintaining a dispassionate smile, Lord Aoshi replied, my subordinates do not understand the gravity of the situation. I shall certainly discipline them upon our return. You, very well. It was evident that this was not the time for petty grievances. Luo Shenlunyan focused on the ailing boss and urgently shouted to those who remained alive, attack the boss, ignore everything else, quickly. just as Luo Xinliuyan felt relief that the 4 or 5 rogues he brought along had survived. The shield warriors of Mingmen and AOC swiftly formed a barricade around the boss. As one rogue approached, a warrior immediately sensed the anomaly and charged forward. Boom. -41 the rogue was sent sprawling, and a torrent of magic descended upon him as if it had been premeditated, resulting in a barrage of damage that swiftly led to his demise. Witnessing this, Luo Xinliuyan was struck with profound shock. At that moment, he realized that the members of Mingmen had somehow managed to remain intact amidst the boss's onslaught. How could this be possible? Before Luo Xinliuyan could ponder further, a flash of cold light appeared. In a perilous twist of fate, Luo Xinliuyan deftly evaded a sudden onslaught. At that moment, Tianci manifested before Luo Xinliuyan, a flicker of surprise evident on Tianci's countenance, revealing an intriguing turn of events. Upon recognizing Tianci, Luo Xinliuyan sensed impending doom. "Priest, heal me quickly." Alas, every individual present was preoccupied with their own struggles, oblivious to Luo Xinliuyan's plight. Under the gaze of Luo Xinliuyan, filled with unwillingness, a dagger inflicted tremendous damage upon him. Instant demise. The enraged marauder at the resurrection point noticed Lunyan's appearance and hurriedly inquired, what transpired? Due to the recent devastating attack from the boss, the marauders had yet to grasp the situation before Lin Yi swiftly ended them. Consequently, the marauder remained utterly uninformed about the current circumstances. Reflecting on the previous peculiarities encountered during the boss fight, a sinister grimace spread across Luo Xinliuyan's face, mingled with helpless resignation. It's over. At that moment, Luo Xinliuyan emerged from the resurrection point, exclaiming, "We have all been deceived." Observing Luo Xinliuyan's unusually pallid expression, Luo Xinliuyan posed the question, "Should we proceed?" Luo Xinliuyan turned towards the boss's location, affirming, "Let us go." Just then, Xia Haidang and a group of players from Ice and Snow Fantasy appeared at the resurrection point. Besides Xia Haidang, a female priest named Huan Cheng Shuangyu remarked, "What a prestigious family. This maneuver is truly unexpected. Sister Wei Wei, are you implying? It seems no one anticipated that the first world boss would ultimately crown the prestigious family as the greatest beneficiary. Shall we still venture forth?" Huan Cheng Shuangyu chuckled. "What purpose would that serve? We initially approached merely for the thrill, only to find ourselves ensnared by the schemes of the prestigious family and the Holy Hall. Thankfully, most of us are merely at level 10. We might as well consider this a lesson in experience. Let us return to town. Indeed, I shall contact Xiaoying to see how her class transition is faring." As the boss's health dwindled to a mere 1, AOC Juyi suddenly commanded, "Stop." All mages from the Holy Hall ceased their attacks at once, perplexed as they turned to AOC Juyi. Shuai Diaozha cast a grateful glance towards AOC Juyi, who, amidst the frenzied output from the members of the prestigious family, proclaimed, "World event. The Lizard King has finally been vanquished under the leadership of the prestigious family Shuai Diaozha. Shuai Diaozha receives an honor reward of 30. One piece of epic-level random equipment, and all guild members are awarded 3,000 experience. Guild establishment token." Shuai Diaozha picked up this most conspicuous item among the spoils, and AOC Juyi approached with a smile, congratulating. "Who could have anticipated that you from the prestigious family would be the second to obtain the guild establishment token?" Shuai Diaozha tucked away the token and replied to AOC Juyi. "Just as no one expected that the first to receive the guild establishment token would be your Holy Hall, correct? Reflecting on the recent assistance rendered by Lord Aoshi, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for this time." "You are mistaken in your thanks," Lord Aoshi replied, gesturing towards the approaching Fenghua. "It is he whom you ought to thank most." At that moment, Tianci emerged from beside them, proclaiming, "My contributions are not insignificant. Why does no one wish to thank me?" Tianci. The two gazed in astonishment at this legendary figure. In every mainstream game preceding this one, his presence was invariably felt. A solitary player, yet endowed with exceptional gaming prowess and an untamed spirit, the name Tianci resonates profoundly within the gaming realm. Neither of them anticipated his involvement in this endeavor. While they were still exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yi's voice interrupted from nearby. "You are celebrating prematurely." The group paused, and Lin Yi continued, Shouldn't you hasten back to the city, lest you wish to be slain? At that moment, upon turning, Shuai Diaozha and Mingmin Zhuai observed that the names of the thieves within their respective guilds had turned a vivid crimson due to excessive killings. In the realm of glory of the gods, a player who kills without reason sees their name shift to a light yellow hue. Serving as a warning penalty mechanism, 10 increased chance of losing equipped items upon death. Killing 2 players results in a golden name. Representing a further warning penalty mechanism, 50 increased chance of losing equipped items upon death. Should one slay 3 or more, their name becomes red. Penalty mechanism, 100 chance of losing equipped items upon death, with random loss of 1, all items from their inventory. Currency required for purchases in shops increases by 10-200. The more one kills, the redder their name, and the harsher the penalties. Following that chaotic skirmish, at least a dozen individuals had exceeded 3 kills. At this moment, Shuai Diaozha and Aoshi Zhuai grasped the gravity of the situation. Everyone returned to the city immediately. It was only after all present had retreated that Shixi Zuegue and Luo Xinlionian arrived leisurely. Surveying the desolate swamp, Shixi Zuegue could no longer contain his inner wrath. Gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Aoshi Holy Hall!" Upon returning to Qinglong City, Lin contemplated the attributes of his weapon. Judgment Orb, sealed. Special weapon quality. Epic magical attack. 26-42 magical defense. 1-10 critical damage. 20 accuracy. 5 required level. 10 additional attribute 1. Intelligence. 20 additional attribute 230 chance to trigger a lifesteal effect upon attack. Converting 10 of damage dealt into health. Additional attribute 310 magical damage bonus against red-named players. It is said that this treasure was lost in the Divine Court during the alliance of the Radiant Divine Court and the myriad clans against the invasion of the demon race. However, it appears to be sealed by some force, long stripped of its former glory. Unsealing progress. 40. When did this progress increase to 40? As if struck by a sudden realization, Lin Yi's heart involuntarily trembled. Could it be? It seemed that during this period, he had accomplished nothing, merely having taken the lives of 4 individuals. The first chapter has been completed. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the generous support from the beautiful show. Be quiet. I also wish to thank all the friends who have backed this book, as well as those who have offered invaluable suggestions. Thank you. Chapter 58. The Dawn of Prosperity. The slaughter of the world boss has left the level rankings in utter disarray, a scene of chaos that is unimaginable. On the game forum, the players were astonished by the upheaval in the rankings. Except for Fenghua, who retained the top position at level 15. The remaining 9 names had been completely swapped. Although no news regarding the world boss battle had yet emerged, the dramatic fluctuations in the rankings hinted at the dire circumstances that had unfolded. As the leader of the Shengshi dynasty, both Shengshi Drunken and Luo Xinlionian had perished once. While the unexpectedly impressive entry of Mingmin Shuai had stirred intrigue, alongside the unchanged level of AOC Duke. What could this imply? Many astute observers immediately sensed something amiss, particularly after the world announcement revealed Mingmin's surprising resurgence. Previously, it was the first kill of a raid dungeon. Now, it was the first kill of a world boss. Undoubtedly. Following these 2 events, Mingmin garnered more attention than the venerable Shengshi Guild. System, congratulations to the Mingmin Guild for successfully applying for a residence. Coordinates, Qinglong City 4715, 968. In 3 days, a monster siege will commence. Members of this guild should prepare for defense. Upon the release of this announcement, a fervent debate erupted within the game once more. At this moment, within both the Shengshi dynasty and Luotian guilds, Shengshi Drunken and Luo Xinlionian shared the same ashen expression upon hearing the system prompt. Even a fool could deduce that this guild establishment decree was undoubtedly dropped by the Lizard King. This realization only fueled Shengshi Drunken's wrath further. With this boss S drop, Shengshi Drunken had confidently secured 50 of the ownership. Had he landed the final blow, it would have been the Shengshi dynasty establishing the residence instead of the affluent assembly of Mingmen. Witnessing the prize slip away, especially as nearly every member of Shengshi had lost a level, some even 2, who could remain calm, who could suppress their fury. Recalling the actions of AOC Holy Hall, Shengshi Drunken messaged Luo Xinlionian. I shall not allow them to establish a single residence. Shortly after sending the message, Luotian Liunian replied succinctly, agreed. At that moment, at the teleportation point in Qinglong City, a radiant light never ceased, as individuals continuously emerged from the portal. Wow, is this Qinglong City? How magnificent! Most of these players had just exited the novice village, and the grandeur of the scene before them was likely overwhelming for all. Damn, this is what a game should be. Compared to what I played before, it feels like childish play. Each figure stepping out of the teleportation array was filled with awe and admiration, akin to an old woman entering a grand estate, with gasps of wonder echoing in the air. It can be said that the realism of the game has undoubtedly surpassed the limits of human imagination. It cannot merely be stated that the players exhibit a lack of competence. Rather, it is evident that every design element within the game has reached its pinnacle. Friends, join my Heavenly Dao Alliance. Although it is a burgeoning guild, it possesses great potential and numerous opportunities, and once you join, you become part of the family. Alternatively, consider joining my Iron Blood Gang, a well-known guild that offers reliable support. The Sword of Heaven Guild is currently recruiting, with no restrictions on level, gender, or dreams. Our brotherhood welcomes every like-minded comrade to collaborate in creating magnificent achievements together. At this moment, the city of Qinglong has transformed from the desolate scene that Lin Yi encountered upon his arrival, particularly in the square near the teleportation array, which resembles a grand job fair, bustling with various calls and shouts. Almost every newcomer without a guild prefix who appears at the teleportation array is surrounded by 4 or 5 individuals, evidently becoming the coveted prize in the eyes of various guilds. In Glory of the Gods, establishing a guild requires merely the payment of 1 gold coin at the Lord's Mansion, allowing for the creation of a level 1 guild that can accommodate 500 members. The low threshold for guild applications has resulted in a flourishing scene where numerous guilds vie for prominence. Should a guild wish to expand its membership, it must continually contribute specific materials and gold to upgrade the guild's sacred relic. A level 2 guild can accommodate 700 members, a level 3 guild can take in 900, and a level 4 guild can host 1100, and so forth. Besides upgrading the guild level, another method to increase membership capacity is by establishing a guild residence. A level 1 guild residence can add 1,000 members, a level 2 residence can accommodate 2,000, and a level 3 residence can hold 4,000. Continuing in this manner. Furthermore, each residence above level 1 is equipped with a teleportation array. Guild members can set their return points, facilitating a quicker and more efficient assembly of members. This is one of the reasons why several major guilds are so determined to establish residences. In the case of the Prosperous Dynasty, which already boasts over 1,000 members, accommodating and managing such a large number necessitated the application for 3 level 1 guilds to incorporate these members. However, this approach has its drawbacks. During large-scale guild battles, the 3 guilds function as 3 separate combat units, making it exceedingly easy to cause friendly fire and other uncontrollable situations amidst the chaos. Consequently, the expansion of guilds has become one of the most pressing tasks for every large guild. Is that the renowned first player, Fenghua? This individual appears rather unremarkable. How could he be considered as handsome as everyone claims? You foolishly misunderstand. When they refer to his handsomeness, they are not speaking of his appearance, but rather his impressive equipment. Isn't he a mage? How does he have a pet? How adorable. It is said to be a summoned creature. Whether that is true remains uncertain. Beneath Lin Yi's forbidding countenance, he found himself the subject of continuous whispers and pointed fingers. Yet, unlike the earlier days in the novice village, he was not besieged by the masses. Perhaps it could be surmised that as the game progressed, the fervor for gameplay had eclipsed the allure of celebrity. Upon encountering novel experiences, the corners of Qinglong City were now teeming with players, some meandering leisurely, others intent on triggering hidden quests. However, the majority surged towards the nearby leveling points, eager to enhance their gear and ascend in power. Thus began the fervent celebration of Glory of the Gods among the populace. In the ensuing period, game currency would, for an extended duration, surpass real-world currency in value, at least for the affluent. For the average player, however, real currency remained essential for survival. Yet, This circumstance created a vast market for those aspiring to earn within the game. It was from this day forth that, as players deepened their understanding of the game, the exchange rate between real currency and gold coins would officially enter public consciousness, leading to more rational consumption. Transactions of the magnitude Lin Yi once engaged in, involving millions, would likely be rare unless encountering exceptionally rare items, such as hidden professions. Glancing at the substantial increase in his account, an impressive 50 million, Lin Yi realized this might be a windfall he seldom encounters again. After all, with the substantial backing of large guilds, ordinary equipment would no longer capture their interest. Once the flourishing guild established their base, the price of guild orders would plummet dramatically. If Lin Yi recalled correctly, it seemed that the first pay-to-win system of Glory of the Gods was on the verge of release. With this thought, Lin Yi set his course towards the auction house in Qinlong City, ready to embark on his money-making endeavors. For it would be a disservice to his reborn identity to do otherwise. The second chapter has been completed, and the third chapter will be delivered this evening. Chapter 59. A glimpse of the team level 5 blue greatsword, 5 gold coins, or 251 real coins. Who wants it? Level 4 rare mage weapon, 8 gold coins, or 400 real coins. Fervent inquiries abound. Goodness, brother, the level 5 greatsword is merely 251, and you dare to ask for 400 for a level 4? What audacity! Have you even considered its attributes? Each strike grants a 10 chance to restore 10 health points. If I weren't in urgent need of funds, I would find 400 quite insufficient. Enough said, I shall purchase it. I offer 450, sell it to me. Wait, how much did you say? As Lin Yi entered the trading hall, the cacophony of voices hawking wares filled the air. It appears that in any game, such vibrant marketplaces are an indispensable element. The arrival of Lin Yi did not go unnoticed. Whispers and murmurs surrounded him, for those freshly emerged from the novice village. The luxurious ensemble adorning Lin Yi was nothing short of astonishing. Undeterred by the curious glances, Lin Yi approached the auctioneer and declared, "I wish to sell my equipment." A hush fell over the hall at the mention of Lin Yi's intent to sell. Every individual seemed momentarily captivated, their previous pursuits forgotten as they gazed intently at him. The details of Lin Yi's transaction with the auctioneer remained a mystery to the crowd. However, when Lin Yi turned to leave the auction house, a wave of excitement surged, and the hall erupted into a flurry of movement. At this early stage of the game, most players could hardly assemble their own equipment, let alone possess surplus items for auction. Even those who did typically resorted to manual selling. For the 5 fee charged by the auction house was a significant burden for players at this juncture. Only those like Lin Yi, who had an abundance of equipment and lacked the time for manual sales, would resort to the auction house. As the players opened the auction interface, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. Most notably, their eyes were drawn to an item radiating with a golden sheen. Slaughter's grief weapon quality, legendary physical attack, 41 to 63 critical hit chance, 10 accuracy, 20 agility, 20 constitution, 20 required level, 18 additional attribute 1, critical damage 50 additional attribute 2 when attacking a target. There is a 50 chance to inflict a poison effect, dealing 10 damage per second for 5 seconds. Can trigger once every 60 seconds. Additional attribute 3, increases movement speed by 30 while in stealth. Additional attribute 4, the first skill after entering stealth applies a special effect, stunning the target for 1 second with a 100 success rate. Slaughter is a revelry hidden in the shadows. Each individual who beheld its attributes was profoundly shaken by the weapon's power. This was their first encounter with the might of legendary equipment within the game. Particularly, the thieves among the crowd felt a suffocating sensation upon beholding the dagger, envisioning themselves wielding this blade, stealthily navigating through enemies, and experiencing the exhilarating thrill of dispatching foes unseen. Their blood surged with fervor. Yet, when the price became apparent, a staggering 1 million gold coins, the shock intensified. Had Fenghua lost his mind? Who could possibly afford such an extravagant sum? A perceptive individual quickly retorted, "I dare say it is you who has lost your senses. Do you genuinely believe you can acquire such a legendary item at this juncture? Rest your dreams." Indeed, not only could they not manage it, but even the largest guilds would struggle to amass that million gold coins in the foreseeable future. It seemed that Fenghua merely showcased this equipment to tantalize the masses. As the astonishment surrounding the legendary gear began to dissipate, attention shifted to some other items behind it. A level 11 rare weapon priced at merely 31 gold coins? Incredible. I must venture to farm some gold. Farewell, everyone. Wow. A level 9 rare shield for only 25 gold coins. I shan't linger. Do carry on with your conversations. And look, Fenghua is purchasing gold at a rate of 1 gold for 100 real-world currency. This game can indeed yield profit. Is it true? Let me verify. Remarkably, it is true. 10 million. Enough said. I'm off to farm gold. Though initially astounded by the price of the legendary equipment, the subsequent allure of several rare blue items quickly captured the crowd's attention. Compared to that exorbitant 1 million gold coins, the mere dozens of gold for rare gear felt much more attainable. Nevertheless, the astronomical price of the legendary item still created a significant stir within the game. Particularly, the news of Lin Yi purchasing gold with real currency skyrocketed in popularity. Countless players flocked to the auction house to behold it, while simultaneously seeking to confirm the reliability of Fenghua's real currency exchange for gold. Upon discovering the truth of these claims, a fervor for gold farming was instantaneously ignited by Lin Yi's actions. All the guilds were left bewildered by Fenghua's bold move. Setting aside the legendary equipment's price tag of 1 million gold coins, it was evident to discerning minds that Fenghua had no intention of selling this item. It was merely a ploy to attract attention. What piqued the interest of the major guilds was Lin Yi's initiative to purchase gold, which had previously been covertly controlled at a ratio of 50:1. However, Lin Yi's intervention doubled that rate, catching everyone off guard. Why would a solo player require such a vast amount of gold? While battling monsters, Loshan Liuyan furrowed his brow upon receiving this report from his subordinates. Should we follow suit? Queried the enchanting Loshan Yao. Liuyan muttered under his breath. Such endeavors ought to be the domain of the affluent heirs from prestigious guilds. What on earth was Fenghua scheming? Given that their faction was in a developmental phase, the rising expenses were multiplying exponentially. The demand for gold would inevitably escalate, leading to an ever-increasing need for gold in the future. Upon reflecting on this, Luoshan gritted her teeth and decided to acquire the item at his price, starting with 5 million. The subsequent actions would depend on the circumstances. Additionally, she ordered someone to monitor the Holy Hall and the notorious figures from the esteemed families, instructing that they should be eliminated the moment they ventured outside the city. Understood. I will take care of it right away. This situation was simultaneously unfolding in several other guilds, and the outcomes were entirely anticipated by Lin Yi. Having completed this task, Lin Yi intended to contact Zhang Xining to guide her through a dungeon for leveling up and acquiring equipment. However, he soon discovered that she was in an unreachable status. What could this mean? Although she appeared to be online, the inability to contact her could only imply one thing. She was likely in a special map or dungeon. A hidden dungeon? Lin Yi immediately suspected that it was the work of Idra, the werewolf seer. Given that Idra was with Zhang Xining, Lin Yi was not overly concerned. After all, the old man would never harm her. With nothing pressing to attend to, Lin Yi prepared to enter a dungeon and complete a few runs to gather his set of armor. For the early stages, a full set of dungeon gear was still quite formidable. But whom should he recruit? He opened his contacts and was met with a sparse list of names, leaving him speechless. It was evident that he needed to quickly assemble a mercenary team. Otherwise, he would struggle to find companions for the next dungeon. He wondered how many levels the steady uncle had attained by now. In Lin Yi's strategy, he had himself as the mage, Qitong as the rogue, the uncle as the shield warrior, and Zhang Xining as the healer. However, he still needed to find a hunter. In his recollection, the most prominent hunters from his previous life were all affiliated with the major guilds. Just then, a stealthy figure appeared beside him. Tian Ci maximized his stealth, even adjusting his breathing to be nearly imperceptible. Just as he was about to press his dagger to Lin Yi's neck, their eyes met unexpectedly. Can you see me? Tian Ci swallowed hard. Lin Yi responded with a teasing grin. What do you think? Looking at the robe before him, an idea sparked in Lin Yi's mind. What if they formed a dual dagger combination? It was well known that this individual was one of the few capable of rivaling Qitong in the realm of rogues. Most importantly, this fellow had always played as a solo player, stirring up trouble everywhere he went. Feeling slightly unnerved by Lin Yi's smile, Tian Ci remarked, "What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you in Dreamland. Truly, as you said, haha." Stop right there. Lin Yi suddenly seized Tian Ci's clothing. "Are you interested in joining me?" "Not interested." Without allowing Lin Yi to finish, Tian Ci's face turned pale with fright. "I'm not interested in men. You should look for someone else." Damn. The third update is complete. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 60. What is the Crimson Eye? In the villa located in the Eugene Garden F block of Beihai City, Lin Yi addressed a boy who appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, saying, "This house has 3 stories and a total of 10 rooms. You are the first to move in, so feel free to choose any room you like." Wang Xijie gazed in astonishment at his surroundings, hardly able to believe. "Am I really going to live here from now on? This is a standalone villa in a wealthy district." Before coming here, Wang Xijie had indeed contemplated what his dormitory might be like. However, he could never have imagined that his future residence would be so opulent. It felt like a dream. No, this was beyond even his wildest dreams. Looking at the incredibly handsome man before him, Wang Xijie couldn't help but confirm again, "You truly are the illustrious divine master?" Lin Yi smiled. "Indeed, I am." In truth, even Lin Yi had not anticipated that the once infamous king of thieves, who had instilled fear in many, would turn out to be a mere youth of 18 or 19. After receiving a call from Crimson Eye, Lin Yi hastily exited the game and rushed over. He had previously noticed that this villa was on the market for sale, located in the same community as Mu Lingshue's villa, and quite close to it as well. Under the astonished gaze of the villa's owner, Lin Yi paid the full price of 90 million and acquired the property. The transfer documents soon found their way into Lin Yi's hands. The reason Lin Yi purchased this villa was that, if possible, he intended to arrange for members of the mercenary group to reside here. This thought stemmed from the unpleasant rumors of his past life, which confirmed that some grievances in the game could indeed spill into reality. Particularly given the conduct of those from the temple, such occurrences seemed almost inevitable. While others might dismiss this as an exaggeration, believing that a game remained just that, a game, with no real-world implications, Lin Yi maintained a different perspective. When an elephant decides to crush an ant, there are countless ways to ensure the ant's silent disappearance from this world. Even if someone were to uncover the truth, who would dare to stand up for the ant and incur the wrath of the elephant? Some might argue that Lin Yi was being overly cautious. Yet, when misfortune has yet to befall oneself, it is all too easy to regard such events as unlikely. However, the moment one finds themselves in such a predicament, the odds become an undeniable certainty. After all, Lin Yi had irrevocably clashed with those from the temple. It was prudent to prepare for any eventuality. "By the way, where is your sister?" Lin Yi inquired curiously upon noticing that Crimson Eye was alone. "Oh well," Wang Xijie replied awkwardly. "I have arranged for her to stay at a hotel nearby." "You are Wang Xijie, correct?" Lin Yi did not feel angered by the other's suspicions. Instead, he expressed admiration, saying, "Being cautious is not a fault. Go fetch her. From now on, this will be your home." "Fenghua, my apologies. But are you truly at ease leaving her alone there?" Lin Yi wore an expression of understanding and urged, "Quickly go and bring her back. This will be your home henceforth." Truthfully, Wang Xijie approached with a mindset of caution. After all, in reality, they had never met, and he did not wish for his sister to take any unnecessary risks. However, upon seeing Fenghua in person, all his concerns vanished. Some individuals can be discerned at a glance regarding their trustworthiness, and Fenghua was one such person, someone who inspires immediate trust with just a look. When Lin Yi saw Qitong bringing her sister over, he finally grasped why she bore the name Qitong. He observed the timid little girl seated in a wheelchair, not shocked by her delicate features, but by her strikingly red and black eyes. Perhaps unaccustomed to being stared at, the girl lowered her head in panic, her hands instinctively gripping tightly. "My sister has had heterochromia since childhood and has been frail and sickly." The villagers regarded her as an ill omen, wishing to sacrifice her to the local river deity. "My parents, pressured by the village, consented to prevent my sister from perishing due to their ignorance. I quietly took her away to live together." After Wang Xijie spoke, he fixed his gaze on Lin Yi in silence. Lin Yi inquired, "What is her name?" "Wang Zixin." Wang Xijie replied proudly, adding, "I chose this name myself." Linny sincerely complimented. A beautiful name. Indeed. My sister also loves this name, he responded. Linny approached the old wheelchair, squatting down beside the little girl, saying, From now on, you and your brother can live here in peace. This is your home. No one here can bully you. Noticing the girl's drooping head, Lin Yi smiled gently. It was ultimately Qitong who explained. My sister has had little contact with others apart from me since childhood, so she is somewhat introverted. I hope Fenghua doesn't mind. Linny stood up and asked Qitong, What illness does your sister have? Has she been to see a doctor? No, Qiang shook her head. A look of shame crossing her face. It's my fault for lacking the means. The money I earn is only enough for our own living expenses, leaving no extra for her medical care. However, with the 100,000 from Fenghua, I plan to take her to see a doctor tomorrow. Without hesitation, Linny replied, I will accompany you tomorrow. He then checked the time and said, For today, settle in and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. The bedding and essentials are prepared in each room. Simply choose a room and make yourselves comfortable. Moreover, you have exerted yourselves throughout the day. Allow Miss Zixin to rest adequately. As for other matters, they can await the morrow. Just as Linny was about to step outside, he suddenly found himself before Qitong at the moment she was about to kneel. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed the distance to her side, grasping her arm as she gazed at him in astonishment. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. If you wish to express your gratitude, then dedicate yourself to your work, he remarked, patting her slightly youthful shoulder. What you must do is prove through your capabilities that my investment is worthwhile. Wang Xijie raised her head defiantly to meet Lin Yi's gaze, her expression resolute as she declared, I will. At that moment, a gentle voice interjected, Thank you. Turning to the girl who finally mustered the courage to lift her head, Lin Yi reassured her, Everything will turn out well. After departing from the villa, Lin Yi returned to his room and logged into the game. No sooner had he entered than he received a voice request from Lord Aoshi. Upon accepting the request, Lin Yi noted the relief on Lord Aoshi's face as he said, You finally arrived. The Demon Clan is set to launch an assault on my base in an hour. Do you have any plans? At this very moment, the atmosphere in the Aoshi Holy Hall's guild channel was thick with tension and apprehension. On the autumn wind plain of Qinglong City stood a rudimentary fortress, its walls towering nearly 5 meters high and constructed of earth. Within the expansive stronghold, several low buildings were scattered about. At the center of the fortress, guild members bearing the Aoshi prefix were densely packed, while atop the walls stood the elite leaders of the guild. In the Aoshi Holy Hall's guild channel, Aoshi Do Ding, guild member, remarked, It is said that the forces of Sheng Shi, Luo Shun, and several incited factions have gathered, poised to launch an unexpected siege against us. Aoshi Qin Ku, guild member, replied, I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but I fear we are truly in grave peril this time. Aoshi Qin Ku continued, Forget the demons. Just the teams formed by these people are enough to overwhelm us. How are we to defend? Sighing, Aoshi Tu Hen Ti, guild leader, interjected, Wasn't it said that the guild leader was seeking external assistance? Does anyone know who it is? Why has there been no word yet? Aoshi Bu Luren, guild member, noted, It seems that apart from the guild leader, not many are aware of this matter. At that moment, 2 notifications suddenly appeared in the guild channel. System, Guild welcome player Feng Hua to the guild. System, Guild congratulations to player Feng Hua for becoming the guild leader. The first chapter has been successfully updated. Chapter 61. Pre-war arrangements. As everyone was still reeling from Lin Yi's unexpected appearance, the system notifications continued to resonate. System, Guild welcome player Mimin Shui Diaojia to the guild. System, Guild welcome player Mimin Yuer to the guild. System, Guild welcome player Qitong to the guild. System, Guild welcome player Tian Ci to the guild. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was conversing with Qitong. You can't just leave your sister alone while you play the game. Can you? It's my sister who urged me to join. If I don't play, she gets upset, and I'm left with no choice. However, she is currently watching television in the living room, and she asked me to express her gratitude to you. Lin Yi chuckled. What is there to thank for? Let us not mention that again. It's fortuitous that you are here. I might indeed require your assistance shortly. After ending the call with Qitong, the guild channel buzzed with a message from Lord Aoshi. Lord Aoshi, guild member from now until the conclusion of the city defense battle. Everyone must unconditionally obey Feng Hua's commands. Any dissenters will be immediately expelled from the guild. At present, the Ao Shi Holy Hall is a level 1 guild, with over 400 members who were staunch loyalists, having followed the guild through various online games. Thus, the atmosphere in the guild regarding Lord Ao Shi's sudden directive was, Ao Shi Do Ding, guild member welcome, Great Feng, to oversee our guild's operations. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Ao Shi Tu Hentai, guild leader Great Feng. Please feel free to issue any orders. Should anyone falter, I shall be the first to hold them accountable. Ao Shi Jianyang, guild member Great Feng. I have long wanted to inquire, do you have a long-lost brother named Ju Dai? Ao Shi Qin Ku, guild member. To be candid, I am indeed that. Ju Dai? Ao Shi Feng Quan, guild member. The name Ju Dai is splendid. I just wonder if your wife approves. Haha. As the guild channel was inundated with playful banter, Lin Yi sighed. Feng Hua, guild leader. The city defense battle is about to commence. Henceforth, no one is permitted to use the guild channel for non-essential matters. Once this message was disseminated, the guild channel fell silent, as if a pause button had been pressed. Lin Yi couldn't help but admire the guild's unique atmosphere. However, at that moment, a message unexpectedly appeared. Minuer, guild member. What's the big deal about being a temporary leader? A hush enveloped the area. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Feng Hua atop the city walls. Beside Minuer, Shui Diaozha felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly gestured for silence. Please, just say a few less words. I managed to bring you here to join the fun only because he agreed. Minuer glanced at the man who had not spared her a single glance since the outset, disdainfully retorting, who needs his assistance? Lin Yi frowned at the remarks circulating in the guild channel. Should I have offended this woman? Why does she seem intent on making my life difficult? Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, Lin Yi chose to disregard her provocations. Shui Diaozha, come here, called Feng Hua. Upon hearing her summons, Shui Diaozha quickly instructed Minuer to cease her sulking, advising her to speak less and simply observe. Had it not been for a particular obligation, he would never have brought this woman along. It was truly exasperating. As Shui Diaozha reached the city wall, Lin Yi instructed, once the siege begins, focus solely on unleashing your skills at the city gate. There's no need to concern yourself with anything else. Do you understand? Shui Diaozha nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Yi elaborated, the siege lasts 30 minutes. As long as we can withstand the initial 20 minutes without the gate being breached, we will have secured a significant advantage. It is highly unlikely they can capture the administrative hall within 10 minutes, making the first 20 minutes crucial. The gate must not fall. Lord Ao Shi inquired about the arrangement for others. Lin Yi responded, all ranged classes should ascend the city walls and concentrate their fire on the members of Shangshi. Every warrior will form a defensive wall behind the gate, serving as a second line of defense should the gate fall. For the first 20 minutes, all priests will primarily heal the mage squad, with one designated to specifically heal Shui Diaozha. Once 20 minutes have elapsed, regardless of whether the gate is breached, they must immediately descend to protect the warriors and establish a defense. All rogues should enter stealth mode and leave the city, targeting the priest for elimination. Our only advantage in this siege is that they have but one life, whereas we can resurrect 3 times. Lin Yi then addressed Tian Xi and Qi Tong, stating, the likes of Shengshi S. Mo Xia, Luo Shun S. Yao Niao, and the Temple S. Ing must be eliminated. I entrust this task to the 2 of you. If possible, send that old rascal Kuang Tu back to the city as well. Tian Xi and Qi Tong exchanged glances. Although this was their first interaction, they sensed a mutual awareness of danger in each other. Let us cooperate harmoniously. Tian Xi extended his hand to Qi Tong, who hesitated momentarily before accepting. Indeed, let us cooperate harmoniously. Little did Lin Yi anticipate that a momentous synergy was unfolding before his very eyes. Upon hearing this, Lord Ao Shi voiced his concern. What about the monsters? Our forces are engaged in combat. What shall we do about the monsters? The others were taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if they managed to hold off Shangshi, what would happen to the relentless tide of monsters? This could very well be the crux of the matter, as monsters do not have but one life. As long as the siege persists, they will continuously assault the city gate. However, This pressing concern was, at that moment, the least of Lin Yi's worries. You need not fret about the monsters. There will be others to handle them, he assured. Observing Lin Yi's reluctance to elaborate further, though puzzled, everyone chose to place their trust in Feng Hua's words. The esteemed Lord Ao sighed inwardly, hoping that Feng Hua would indeed bring surprises to everyone. At that moment, the guild channel was refreshed with a new message. Ming Minuer, guild, why is everyone so silent? It's quite dull. In the plaza, the crowd exchanged glances. Shuidio Jia covered his face, unable to bear the sight. Feng Hua, guild leader, if you find it boring, feel free to return to the city. No one has compelled you to stay here. Ming Minuer, guild member, what do you mean? Feng Hua? Are you trying to drive me away? Feng Hua, guild leader, congratulations, you are correct. Ming Minuer, guild member system. Guild Ming Minuer has been removed from the guild by the guild leader Feng Hua. Standing within Qilong City, Ming Minuer, resembling a woman driven to madness, screamed, Feng Hua, you scoundrel. World, Ming Minuer, Feng Hua, are you even a man? As this message spread, the entire game was thrown into uproar. Just as everyone settled in, ready to witness the spectacle. World, Ningming 2. Whether he is a man or not is none of your business. The second chapter has been completed. Due to certain matters today, only 2 chapters are available. I am grateful for everyone's support. Thank you. Chapter 62. Ready to strike. Resolute in battle, the voice connection is being established, awaiting a response. Connection successful. Feng Hua, you. Lemon Rabbit, don't think too much. It's not because of you. Feng Hua, I wanted to ask, have you completed the dungeon? Lemon Rabbit. Feng Hua, beep beep beep. Linny stood upon the city wall, lost in thought, muttering, what as for lunch? Beside Linny, the strikingly handsome Shuidio Jia appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, gazing at Linny with a playful smirk. Feng Ge, is that Feng Sa? Tian Ci suddenly had a realization. Isnt this. Linny shot him a glare. You talk too much. In that moment, within the stronghold of the Proud World Guild, feeling the weight of hundreds of ambiguous gazes upon him, Linny cleared his throat. Ahem, are you all still defending the city? System, Guild, there are 10 minutes until the demon army approaches. Please prepare, players. Lin Yi ceased his banter and promptly issued commands. Feng Hua, Guild leader, all mages to the city walls. The group that had been joking just moments ago now moved with the precision of trained soldiers. Over 100 mages stepped forward in an orderly fashion, taking their positions atop the walls. Mage 1, ready. Mage 2, ready. Mage 3, damn it, why are you all so theatrical? Stand in line. Shuidio Jia chuckled awkwardly. This bunch just loves to play. Please, don't mind them. Linny sighed. It's fine. It's quite good. He continued to make arrangements. Feng Hua, guild leader, from this moment on, within the next 20 minutes, all priests are to monitor the mage's health, ensuring that resurrection opportunities are not wasted. Any mages unable to be healed should retreat. Jia, find someone to specifically look after Shuidio Jia. All right. Shuidio Jia, Feng Ye, from now on, the responsibility of caring for the handsome Jia rests with you. Feng Ye nodded. Don't worry. Shuidio Jia, somewhat flabbergasted, remarked, I have this privilege? Linny patted his shoulder, saying with a meaningful tone, only by staying alive can you maximize your benefits. Shuidio Jia appeared bewildered. So I'm just a tool? Linny ignored him and continued issuing commands. Feng 1, guild leader, open the city gates. All rogues enter stealth mode. Look for opportunities to ambush their priest team. Do not form groups. Act independently. Then Linny spoke privately to Tian Ci and Qi Tong. Your tasks are particularly vital. I need you to eliminate those specific individuals I mentioned earlier, then proceed to ambush the priests and mages. Tian Ci and Qi Tong exchanged knowing smiles before seamlessly entering stealth and leaping from the city wall. Linny observed the team information showing their health had dropped by a third, feeling somewhat exasperated. There is a path laid out, yet they choose to act flamboyantly. Are they out of their minds? With the Totem S team bonus, Tian Ci, Qi Tong, Linny, and Shuidio Jia were now in a coordinated state. A report from Ao Shi Ci Dao, the guild leader. All rogues have exited the city and taken their positions. Feng Hua, the guild president, responded, be cautious. Linny stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance at the thousands assembled from various guilds, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Close the gates. With a tremendous roar, the heavy city gates began to close slowly. Lin Yi then issued his final command. Feng Hua instructed, all warriors, form a secondary line of defense behind the gates. Should the gates be breached prematurely, you shall be our guild's last hope. The longer you endure, the greater our chances of victory. Lin Yi turned to face the square, this time addressing the warriors directly rather than through the guild channel. Do you have confidence in holding the line? Silence enveloped the square as the remaining 100 warriors stared at the man known as the best player in the game. There were no grandiose words or overt emotional appeals. Yet, beneath the simplicity of his statements, something within each individual stirred to life. This was a place where they had all once fought side by side among countless players. Yet, never had they felt such a profound sense of duty awaken within them. They had never imagined that, merely regarded as meat shields, they would now bear such a significant responsibility. As if rehearsed, the over 100 warriors, their faces flushed, shouted in unison, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" The sound was thunderous. The nearby mages and priests were equally inspired, joining the chorus. In an instant, the words "fight to the death" reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the encampment and resonating in each heart. The guild was never the endeavor of a single individual. Everyone present aspired for her to journey further and grow stronger within this game. For her glory. Every effort was worthwhile. Meanwhile, the group of rogues stationed outside the gates refrained from joining the rallying cries, as they could not reveal their positions. Yet, their declaration rang out over the guild channel. Ao Shi Ci Dao, fight to the death. Ao Shi Shi Men, fight to the death. Ao Shi Do Ding, fight to the death. Lin Yi observed the commander icon on his game interface, a fierce resolve swelling within him. Come, let me show you what true despair looks like. Are you truly not considering staying? I believe you would be more suited to this leadership role than I. Lin Yi glanced at Lord Zhu, smiling. I am accustomed to freedom. While I could occasionally take on a role, to commit to it indefinitely is another matter. Anticipating this response, Lord Zhu was unfazed, wearing a knowing smile. From now on, in this game, my sanctum shall be your most steadfast support. Fight to the death. Listening to the distant shouts emanating from the encampment, the temple fanatic wore an expression of disdain. This time, to thwart the establishment of the proud world sanctuary. More than 1,000 individuals were gathered, including those from the prosperous dynasty and the goddess of Luo, adding in several minor factions. The total was no less than 2,000. The temple fanatic was keen to observe how the mere 500 adversaries would defend themselves. Surrounding the temple fanatic were 4 warriors, who had been specially assigned for close protection following the previous lesson learned from Lin Yi's lethal strike. Additionally, 3 thieves stealthily flanked the commanders, Shun Dian Ying, Sheng Shi Mo Xia, and Luo Shen Yao Niao, ensuring their safety. After the encounter with the boss, even Sheng Shi Zue Gue and others had to prioritize their security. As the linchpins of the team battle, anyone could fall, but they were irreplaceable. These individuals were meticulously selected tactical geniuses, for only they could maximize the advantages of their collective strength. Without their leadership, a battle involving hundreds, if not thousands, would dissolve into chaos, severely diminishing their power. At that moment, a black teleportation array materialized within sight, a mere few hundred meters from the city gate. Though the distance was significant, a palpable aura of slaughter surged forth. System, Guild 1 minute remains until the monstrous assault commences. Prepare for battle. The first chapter has been updated. Gratitude is extended to Tong Kaijian, Sad, the all-you-can-eat donkey meat enthusiasts, Tian Yang, and Lurker, for their generous contributions. I appreciate the unwavering support from all my friends. Thank you. Chapter 63, The Rise of Battle Commander. Those who bear the mark of leadership can summon their loyal tribes to partake in the war. Special limitation. The target of the operation must be the demon race. Summonable tribe, Werewolf Clan. System, Guild countdown to the siege of the demonic stronghold. 10, 9, 8. Arise, valiant warriors of the Werewolf Clan. Let the blood of your enemies serve as a tribute to the spirits of your ancestors who dwell in the heavens. Before the incredulous eyes of the onlookers, a teleportation array materialized before the city gates. As figures emerged from the array, every individual atop the city walls fell into a state of stupor. This is utterly outrageous. Is that not the chieftain of the werewolf clan? My heavens! There are so many werewolves! As the sky resonated with the thunderous sound of their charge, the city gates became teeming with werewolves, each boasting a level exceeding 20. Some players transformed into werewolves could not contain their excitement, exclaiming, "I have received a 10 boost to all attributes." Me too. I too. On the city walls, Lin E and Wireman exchanged glances. In that moment, Lin E felt a surge of emotions as he regarded the descendant of Wire. From their shared gaze, Lin E discerned a silent gratitude reflected in Wireman's eyes, a thankfulness for the opportunity to strike down the demon race, even if it were merely the lowly ones. In Wireman's view, every demon bore the stain of the blood of the werewolf ancestors. To cleanse the enmity between their two races, endless slaughter was the only path forward. A long howl erupted from Wireman's lips. Nearly 100 werewolves surged forward like a tidal wave, charging towards the approaching demon forces. The two factions collided. The lowly demons, barely in their teens, stood no chance against the werewolves, who averaged levels above 20. The siege advance of the demons was abruptly halted by the emergence of the werewolves. In that instant, morale surged within the encampment. None had anticipated that Feng Hua still possessed such a trump card. This was undeniably a surprise to all. Damn it! What is the meaning of this werewolf horde? The temple fanatics were nearly apoplectic upon witnessing this turn of events. A mission they deemed certain had already incurred significant losses before it even commenced, leaving Shengshi Zigui and Luoshan Liuyan with expressions of shock and fury. After exchanging glances, the three seemed to arrive at a tacit understanding. Shengshi Ma Xiao, Luoshan Yaonyao, and Xintian Yingying simultaneously shouted, "Kill!" A battalion of thousands, led by shield warriors, rushed towards the encampment. As the enemy entered their attack range, Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. All mages, unleash ranged attacks upon them and be wary of their counterattacks. Use the battlements for cover against their magic. Feng Wan, guild leader all rogues, execute the plan, kill. In an instant, fireballs and ice arrows rained down upon the enemy forces below the city wall. Luoshan Yaonyao, Shengshi Ma Xiao, and Xintian Yingying, almost instantaneously, commanded, "Raise shields." With a resounding clamor, all magical classes shielded themselves beneath their defenses. The rogues breached the city. Others launched a counteroffensive against the mages atop the city walls, striving to annihilate their ranged attacks. The priests focused on healing, with those low on health retreating from the fray to restore their vitality. Orders were issued one after another, and the 1,000-strong battalion advanced in an orderly manner towards the stronghold, mounting a fierce assault. Amidst the cacophony of shouts and the incantations of magic, Lin Yi could only convey commands through the guild channel. Feng Hua, the guild leader, everyone, pay attention to your health. If you are in danger, withdraw to heal. Remember this, only by remaining alive do we hold hope. It is crucial to note that this band of merely over 100 mages represents the sole offensive force within the city. We must protect them at all costs. While 3 opportunities for resurrection may seem ample, the opposing side boasts nearly 1,000 mages. At that moment, the thieves concealed outside the city finally sprang into action. A priest, who believed himself safe beyond the enemy's range, unwittingly strayed from the protective barrier established by the warriors. Suddenly, Shadow Strike. -134 backstab 201 critical hit instant kill. Thief. Beware of the rogue. Charge. -56 The exposed thief barely had time to react before being swiftly dispatched by those who arrived in a flurry. The temple berserker glared at the fallen priest. His face darkened with fury as he bellowed, "I warned you all before we came here. No priests are allowed to leave the protection circle. Are you all deaf?" The ensuing chaos was short-lived, as everyone quickly returned to the intensity of battle. Luo Shun, frowning deeply, declared, "Listen to me. All mages, concentrate your fire on their ranged units atop the walls. Once we eliminate them, breaching their defenses will merely be a matter of time. This time, regardless of whether they belong to Shengshi, the temple, or other guilds." There was a unanimous understanding. Follow the prodigy's lead and advance. -106, -75, -134,213, -69. A mage standing on the walls had no time to react before being obliterated by a barrage of magic. Even the presence of a healer amidst the chaos proved insufficient. Everyone focused on evading skills. As long as they weren't targeted, the wall could help mitigate the enemy's spells. Lin Yi turned to Ifura, saying, "You too. Assist Shui Diaozha with healing shortly." Ifura took flight from Lin Yi's shoulder, gliding over to Shui Diaozha, who had shed his previous frivolous demeanor for a serious expression. "Are we ready?" Lin Yi nodded. "Let us begin." Without further ado, Shui Diaozha activated a special skill from his hidden class, the Infernal Sovereign. Magma Field covers a designated area with a layer of magma in a 4-yard range, inflicting burning damage of 8910 of maximum magical attack per second to targets within the area. Magma Field. As Shui Diaozha completed the skill casting, a torrent of searing magma erupted before the city gates. As the marauding thieves recklessly assaulted the city gates, a cascade of crimson numbers floated above their heads. -118, -118, -118. Some unsuspecting thieves were swiftly eliminated, while the remaining ones fled in terror from the area of skill influence. What sort of skill is this? Such immense damage. Goodness, priest, heal me quickly. Help. In the rear, Lu Nian and others sensed something amiss. What is happening over there? An explanation emerged in the guild channel. A hidden class. This was the first thought that crossed the minds of Shangshi Zhuge and his companions. The fallen players revealed the true culprit in the guild channel, Shui Diaozha. The temple madman couldn't help but curse. How is he here too? Everyone was aware that Shui Diaozha had acquired the hidden class of Inferno Mage. This instance marked the first appearance of skills from this hidden class in the public eye. Who could have anticipated that it would be an area of effect damage spell? Observing the city gate engulfed in magma, it was evident that melee classes could not ascend. Someone inquired, "What should we do next?" At that moment, Xingshi Maxia declared, "That scoundrel must die. Otherwise, his area damage poses too great a threat to us. I noticed he lingered on the city wall earlier. His skill likely requires casting time. We must seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Follow my lead." Just then, Xingshi Maxia sensed something was off and shouted, "Watch out for thieves." However, before anyone could react, a figure suddenly appeared behind Xingshi Maxia. Shadow Blade Dance. -173 critical hit stun for 1 second. Bone removal. -128 health plummeted instantly, yet a sliver remained. Xingshi Maxia, astonished, heard a faint sigh beside him. Was he lamenting not killing him? The three thieves concealed near Xingshi Maxia finally reacted, gritting their teeth as they charged at the figure. Damn it! Yet the figure, having executed a double strike, hesitated not for a moment and dove into the throng. 3 warriors assigned to protect Xingshi Maxia, along with 3 thieves, pursued in a frenzy of frustration and rage. Meanwhile, those around began to attack the figure that had plunged into the crowd. As a warrior aimed to charge at the figure, he could only watch helplessly as it vanished into stealth. The cold system notification echoing in his ears. System, no valid attack target. Skill activation failed. A rogue must not be attacked or attack others within 5 seconds to re-enter stealth. At that moment, a healing spell blossomed with a holy radiance above the nearly depleted Maxia. 241. Maxia's red health status transformed into yellow. Just as Xingshi Maxia prepared to breathe a sigh of relief, a chilling laugh resonated in his ear. You celebrate too soon. In the twilight of a prosperous era, a sense of dread enveloped Xingshi as he beheld a blinding white light streak past him, accompanied by the ominous notification of a -259 critical hit. Instant annihilation. Silence. The onlookers were left utterly astonished by this unforeseen spectacle. The second chapter has been completed, and the third chapter shall follow shortly. Chapter 64. Walking in the Shadows. Artistic Drunkard. Private message. Who killed you? End of summer. Private message. Heaven's gift. Very well. The artistic drunkard exclaimed angrily. Xiao Mo. Take over End of Summer's position and continue the command. Others, maintain the assault. After witnessing the events surrounding End of Summer, the group finally recognized that their opponent's strength was far more formidable than they had initially presumed. At this moment, the lava before the city gates gradually receded. The thieves surged forward the instant the magma disappeared, launching a fierce attack on the gates. Observing the rapid decrease in the gate's health, Shui Diaozha once again ascended the city wall. Luo Xinyanyo, he has emerged. Attack swiftly. In an instant, hundreds of spells ascended into the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Once Shui Diozha completed the casting of his skill, damage notifications emanated from him. -89, -101, -112,269, -172 critical hit, -120,359, 10, -103. Amidst this chaos, the healing spells from AOC Fengyi and AI Fu La enabled Shui Diozha to cling to a thread of life, seeking refuge behind the battlements to evade the remaining spells. That terrified me. I thought I was done for. With the disappearance of a target, spells continued to bombard the battlements, producing a deafening cacophony. Were this not a game, this barrage alone would suffice to demolish the walls of the stronghold. Although many aspects of the game adhere to realism, some elements still follow traditional gaming conventions. At this moment, only the city gate remained the sole viable target for attack. Seeing that they could not eliminate Shui Diozha, Luo Shenyaonyao was incensed. Damn it. As time trickled away, Luo Shenyaonyao was compelled to alter his strategy. All mages, concentrate your attacks on the city gate. Let's breach it first. Simultaneously, the priest team stirred once more. Two thieves launched a simultaneous strike, taking down a priest in a 2-for-1 exchange. Witnessing this, Luo Shenyaonyao urgently reminded, protect the priest. If we lose the priests, we are finished. A sense of foreboding gripped Luo Shenyaonyao. Come quickly, protect me. As the chief strategist of Luo Shen and a formidable first priest within the group, he had reason to believe that he was the adversary's next target following the demise of End of Summer. As Luo Shenyaonyao shifted his focus, the health of the city gate plummeted rapidly. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and then instructed Shui Diozha, for your next skill, disregard the city gate and target the enemy's mage team instead. Understood. Just then, with the skill's cooldown complete, he unleashed Lava Field. -118, -118. None anticipated that Shui Diozha would cast this skill at the feet of the mages, rendering the defensive circle formed by the shield warriors utterly ineffective. Accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries, at least a dozen mages were instantaneously eliminated. Where are the priests? Hurry, save them. Are you fools? Hurry up and retreat. Others, continue the assault. Do not mind this place. The enchanting figure known as Luo Shen shouted, suddenly feeling a chill run down their spine. Be careful. The mesmerizing entity, protected back-to-back by 4 warriors, never anticipated that amidst the chaos, a shadow would seize the moment a warrior paused, finding the perfect opportunity to strike. Shadow Strike. -126 backstab. 159 critical hit. The enchanting figure immediately applied a healing spell, 267. One warrior promptly seized the opportunity, Shield Bash. The shadowy figure was instantly sent flying. The other 3 warriors rushed forward, sensing the anomaly. Capture him. Do not let him escape. Watching as the shadow leveraged the recoil from the Shield Bash to dart into the crowd, the enchanting figure felt a cold dread wash over them. Do not pursue. Protect me, you fools. Shield of Guardianship. Just as a luminous shield formed before the enchanting figure, another shadow sprang forth from an unexpected corner. Shadow Blade Dance. -102. Triggering the shield-breaking attribute, rendering the opponent's buff ineffective. Bone Shatter. -194 critical hit, causing a tearing effect. Basic Attack. -67. Devastating Strike. Luo Shen, filled with resentment, transformed into a beam of white light and returned to town. Meanwhile, witnessing this scene was Luo Shen Lunyan, whose eyes widened in fury. Everyone, return. Fenghua, guild leader all rogues, attack their priests. Suddenly, without warning, dozens of rogues emerged around the priests, recklessly charging towards them. Quick, protect the priests. Shield Bash. -31. The commander of the temple, Shun Dianying, shouted urgently, all warriors, clear the area around the priests and knock the rogues away with your skills. All mages, switch to basic attacks. Even a single basic attack from each of you can obliterate them. Rogues, come assist in clearing them out. But be cautious of friendly fire. Luo Shen Lunyan promptly warned the temple's madmen. There are 2 rogues. Be careful. Now, I shall command Luo Shen. Everyone, withdraw from the range of their mages and ensure the priest's safety. At that moment, the temple's madmen wore a sinister expression. Those who dare to move against me will find it far from easy. The opposing side unexpectedly retreated from the attack range, and all mages turned their gaze towards Lin Yi, seemingly awaiting further instructions. This maneuver was something Lin Yi had not anticipated. Initially, he intended to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos created by the rogues to claim more kills. Everyone, remain still. Let us observe the spectacle. As he surveyed the tumultuous scene, Shangshi Zuegue could not contain his fury. Everyone, stand by for orders. Do not panic. There are only a few dozen rogues. What is there to fear? Although Shangshi's side boasted over 1,000 members, seemingly an effortless task to deal with a mere handful. The reality was a scene of utter chaos, a crush of bodies. Those standing on the periphery had no clear understanding of the unfolding events, rendering their attempts to provide support futile. Furthermore, as the inaugural significant battle in the realm of Glory of the Gods, the chaos and mismanagement of personnel were laid bare at this moment, particularly following the upheaval instigated by the thieves. The blind obedience and selfishness inherent in human nature were magnified to their utmost extent. After sacrificing over a dozen priests, every single thief was purged. By this time, a mere 10 minutes had elapsed since the siege commenced. A little over 1,000 remaining individuals, positioned 100 meters away from the camp, prepared to mobilize once more. Warriors surrounded the priests, standing in a state of readiness. In the unseen shadows, a group of thieves lingered, poised to confront the impending resurgence of adversaries. Amidst the gathered priests stood the esteemed goddess of the temple, receiving particular attention. The three guilds were well acquainted with one another, harboring no doubts regarding the capabilities of the tacticians nurtured by each faction. However, following this skirmish, the three guilds came to a profound realization. To fortify and expand their guilds within the game, a singular strategic talent proved insufficient. Through this confrontation, numerous issues previously unrecognized in traditional online games were unveiled. Yet, these matters could be addressed later. In the eyes of the intoxicated revelers, such as Shangshi Zuegue, today's conquest of the city was imperative. Allowing the AOC Guild to establish a base first would be excessively disadvantageous for them. Under the protection of layers of guardians, the goddess of the temple narrowed her gaze. I propose that we must seize the city gate at all costs and breach the city. Otherwise, we will be left in a passive position. The rogue's area attack skill lasts 30 seconds, with a cooldown of approximately 40 seconds. He must be prioritized for protection, making him difficult to eliminate swiftly. We can only utilize our numerical advantage now. Just as everyone was quietly absorbing the goddess of the temple's tactical analysis and deployment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A thief revealed himself from the periphery, exclaiming, "Beware!" A thief. As all eyes instinctively turned toward the rogue, someone noticed the prefix OC attached to his name. It was unclear who shouted, "He belongs to AOC. Quickly focus fire and take him down." Luo Shun Lionian felt a surge of alarm and quickly called out, "Do not engage him." Yet, the already frightened crowd, not waiting for Lu Nian to react, launched an assault against the rogue. The previously tight defensive circle suddenly displayed a hint of disarray. Red-eyed, who had long been lying in wait, seized the opportunity. The goddess of the temple, originally under heavy protection, found herself with no chance to evade upon realizing the peril, as the surrounding defenses were too stringent. In her gaze, a pair of emotionless eyes emerged through the singular flaw in the defense. It was over. Shadow Strike. -134 backstab, -145 critical hit, throat slit, -167 critical hit, instant kill. Amidst the astonished priests, Tian Ci waved nonchalantly, smiling as he greeted, "Hello everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. Chapter 3 has been completed. Chapter 65, is he not a mage?" Tian Ci stood bewildered at the resurrection point within the encampment, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. This group truly had no patience. They could at least wait for my introduction to conclude. As the suffocating rogue was swiftly eliminated, a collective sigh of relief emanated from the onlookers. One cannot deny that this rogue, Tian Ci, instilled immense pressure in the hearts of others. Several priests took the opportunity to vent their frustrations by stomping vehemently on the spot where Tian Ci had fallen. At this moment, not everyone could find joy, particularly the temple fanatic, who was seething with rage. He had boasted that no one could dare to slay their own under his watchful eye. Yet, there lay Shun Dianying, slain mere steps away from him. Witnessing Shun Dian Ying's demise ignited an uncontrollable fury within the temple fanatic. By all that is sacred, he could not let this transgression go unpunished. Temple fanatic, guild leader, everyone from the temple, follow Ying's orders and assault the city gates. Do not concern yourselves with anything else, understood? Temple dual blades, guild elder, understood. Temple executioner, guild member, understood. Under the scrutinizing gazes of Luo Shun Lun Yin and Sheng Shizhe Gui, the temple members charged towards the city gates, their anger palpable. Luo Shun Lun Yin sighed internally, instructing, "Everyone, exert your full strength in the assault on the city. Shield warriors, form a defensive circle." Sheng Shizhe Gui furrowed his brow. At this moment, the foremost commanders of the three guilds were falling under heavy protection, a disgrace indeed. However, there was no better course of action that could only lead their forces onward, press forward, perhaps due to rage clouding their judgment, or perhaps in a desperate gamble. The temple fanatic, once closely guarded, unwittingly mingled with the ranks of the warriors during the assault. Just as everyone surged towards the encampment in a fury, a ghostly figure materialized behind the temple fanatic. Shadow Blade, critical hit, -186. The temple fanatic, whose face had been twisted in anger, did not exhibit fear upon being attacked, but rather, disdain. "I was waiting for you." Shield bash. Bang. -78. Qi Tong barely had time to execute his next skill before being sent flying by Sheng Shizhe Gui. Flame impact. Bang. -201 as Qi Tong landed. He was struck by a skill that Luo Shun Lun Yin had long prepared. Caught in a trap. At this moment, even a fool would realize he had been ensnared. With his health dwindling, Qi Tong charged recklessly into the nearby assembly of mages. A mage aimed at Qi Tong, normal attack. -41. Another mage targeted Qi Tong. Determined not to let him escape this time, we have no pride to uphold. -21 with barely 20 health points remaining, Qi Tong, knowing his doom was imminent, lunged towards the astonished temple fanatic. Whether it was due to negligence or the audience's engrossment in the spectacle, no one realized that the temple madman was being replenished. As the severely weakened Crimson Eye charged towards him, the temple madman wore a sinister grin, proclaiming, "Let me handle this." At that moment, a mere basic attack could spell doom for Crimson Eye. The onlookers were all too eager to witness the demise of Crimson Eye. The temple madman raised his staff, unleashing a small fireball towards Crimson Eye, exclaiming, "Die." Even aware of his impending death, Crimson Eye resolutely advanced towards the temple madman. Just as the fireball was about to strike him, 356 -61 1010. In the horrified gazes of the spectators, Crimson Eye reached the temple madman. Delivering a devastating blow, Shadow Strike -169 critical hit, Bone Shatter -201 critical hit, instant kill. The Grand Drunkard was a mix of fury and astonishment. Charge. -58 triggering a stun effect, lasting 1 second. After a brief daze, Crimson Eye found himself at the resurrection point. Lenny approached him, patting him on the shoulder, and said, "Well done." However, instead of feeling elated by Lin Yi's affirmation, Crimson Eye wore a look of dejection, lamenting, "I should have sensed that it was a trap and sought another opportunity, then I wouldn't have to die. I was too impulsive." Lin Yi, seemingly anticipating this reaction, smiled and said, "Everyone must undergo a process of growth. A single failure does not define you. What matters is learning from it. As a rogue, your aim is to instill fear in your enemies rather than allowing yourself to fall into their rhythm and become their puppet." After imparting this wisdom, Lin Yi turned to ascend the city walls to continue directing the battle, confident that Crimson Eye would grasp the essence of his words. At that moment, Aphula flew back from afar, landing on Lin Yi's shoulder. Not far from Crimson Eye, Tianzi appeared, his expression contorted. Why did his words feel so familiar? It was as if he had voiced the very sentiments that resonated within him. Wasn't he a mage? How could he possess such an understanding of rogues? Temple Madman, Guild Leader, everyone, charge in and annihilate those bastards. Temple Madman, Guild Leader, from today onward, place a bounty on Crimson Eye and Fenghua. A reward of 1,000 real currency for each kill. Listening to the frantic messages from the Temple Madman in the Guild channel, every member could vividly imagine his current hysteria. If they failed to thwart the construction of Aoshi, the three major guilds would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss of face. With over 2,000 members against 500, they had not even breached the city gates, while several key members on their side had been assassinated one after another. One might excuse a moment of carelessness, but initially, they had fortified their defenses against a select few, yet still could not hold their ground. Such an outcome is unbearable for any individual, particularly for the dominant figures such as Shengshi Zigu and Luoshan Liuyan, who have long held the top two positions within the gaming guild. This result is indeed a blatant disgrace. If they could successfully thwart the establishment of the opposing camp, at least their objective would be accomplished. However, should they fail, such a result is simply inconceivable. Shengshi Zigu roared, urging everyone to charge forward. Over 1,000 voices erupted in a deafening battle cry as they launched a full-scale assault on the gates of the stronghold. Lin addressed the flamboyant strategist. Forget about the gates. Unleash all skills upon the mage squad. Understood. Fenghua, the guild leader, commanded the resurrected rogues to continue hunting the priest team. Fenghua's squad instructed. Qizhong and Tianci seized the opportunity to eliminate Liuyan and Zuigil. Tianci responded confidently, no problem. Leave it to me. Qizhong affirmed, all right. Observing Tianci and Qizhong leap into the fray on the map, Lin experienced a fleeting moment of uncertainty regarding his chosen profession. It cannot be said that this hidden class lacks strength, whether it be Aphula's formidable healing prowess, alongside her two life-saving skills, or the arcane mage's exceptional single-target damage, not to mention the miraculous abilities of teleportation for both entry and escape, all underscored the potency of this class. Yet, in one-on-one confrontations, it possesses a significant advantage. However, in the midst of this chaotic group battle, its effectiveness becomes minimal. Suddenly, Lin recalled the visions he had seen during the inheritance ceremony. What if his summoning technique? He realized that he had not utilized this skill since summoning Aphula. The cooldown had long since elapsed. Could it be? Filled with anticipation, Lin activated the skill, summoning technique. Would you like to summon a new 9 nether spirit beast to replace the existing one? Confirm, cancel. Upon seeing this prompt, Lin hastily selected cancel. What nonsense. Although Aphula lacks offensive power, her supportive capabilities are on par with any priest. Lin harbored genuine affection for Aphula. How could he possibly abandon her? From this perspective, the summoning technique could only summon one creature. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Lin. Aphula possesses the ability to traverse between the realms of Lapham and Earth. Lin instructed Aphula to return to his reality. Although Aphula was puzzled, she complied with Lin's request and returned to the real world. Now that Aphula resided on Earth rather than Lapham, could it be? Lin once again employed the summoning technique. This time, no prompt appeared. Instead, a hexagram summoning array manifested before him. Surrounding observers were left utterly astonished. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd and Lin's eager anticipation, a thunderous roar of a beast erupted from the summoning array. What an imposing aura! What could this possibly be? The handsome individuals surrounding the scene, including the esteemed gentleman, instinctively took a step back. Is he not a mage? What trickery is this? Though his form remains unseen, his voice precedes him, striking fear through his formidable presence. Chapter 66: The calm before the storm in an atmosphere laden with oppression. A towering palace stood out conspicuously, evoking both astonishment and disbelief. Within the palace, atop a lofty platform, sat Samuel, one of the 10 demon lords. With one hand propped against his head, he appeared to be lost in contemplation, or perhaps in doubt. Suddenly, Samuel spoke. Crom, has the Father God opened a temporal passage? From the previously empty grand hall, a wisp of black mist coalesced into the form of a gaunt old man. Yes, Your Highness. Though it is merely a low-level one-way passage, I have already dispatched some lesser demons through it. Samuel abruptly rose, his wings unfurling behind him, emanating an overwhelming aura. Yet, why do I sense a trace of the werewolf clan within? Did I not annihilate them centuries ago? The old man hesitated. Withdraw. Samuel commanded. Understood. Samuel's gaze lifted toward the upper recesses of the palace, his eyes filled with a somber intensity. Those centuries had elapsed. The memories of the battle against the werewolf clan remained etched in his mind. He could never forget that diminutive human who had audaciously slain a demon priest before him. On the continent of Rapham, Amidst the stronghold of the arrogant sanctuary, the clamor of battle echoed around. Yet the inhabitants were astonished by the sudden appearance of a colossal creature. Before Lin. A detailed description of this creature materialized. Earth Dragon Summon Mount Race. Subdragon level. 18 health points. 2,800 magic points. 800 physical attack. 220 to 310 magic attack. 0 to 0 physical defense. 415 magic defense. 350 movement speed. 30 skills. Barbaric charge. Charges in a straight line for 10 yards. Inflicting physical damage on targets along the way, with a 10 chance to induce a stunning effect lasting 0.5 seconds. Skill cost, 80 magic points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Lifelink, damage sustained by the master is entirely transferred to the Earth Dragon. Damage ratio, 100, until the summon is slain, effective during riding. Gazing at the towering, fearsome creature with its exposed fangs, Lin struggled to swallow, thinking, is this creature not excessively magnificent? All eyes turned toward Lin, seemingly awaiting an explanation. With satisfaction, Lin patted the Earth Dragon's rugged and robust muscles. This is my summon. He then mounted it, and the system announced, lifelink activated. This is also my mount. The crowd around him was left in utter astonishment. This game actually includes mounts? They murmured. I thought there were no mounts in this game. Lin could hardly contain his excitement, envisioning himself galloping across the map on a splendid mount. What should he do? Observing the few individuals surrounding him, Lin could not help but exclaim, have you all forgotten that we are still besieging the city? Startled, the dashing Lord AOC turned and sprinted towards the city wall. Enough, he called out to the players whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Return to your positions. Any matters can be discussed once we have secured our base. The crowd dispersed in a flurry. Lord AOC cast a meaningful glance at Lin before following suit up the wall. At this moment, only Lin remained seated atop the Earth Dragon, familiarizing himself with the mechanics of riding it. As he mounted the dragon's back, a surge of grandeur emanated from within him. Frankly, even Lin, as a reborn individual, was astounded by this magnificent creature before him. Not only was its appearance strikingly impressive, but its level 18 status boasted a staggering health pool of 2,800, truly terrifying. Even the mightiest shield warriors would barely exceed 1,000 in health. With an attack power exceeding 300 and defense surpassing 400, Lin could only sigh in admiration. No wonder it possesses a trace of dragon blood. Such extraordinary attributes are indeed characteristic of beings related to dragons. As for the lifelinking property, there had long been rumors of certain special mounts possessing it. While he was surprised, it was not wholly unexpected. Even if this was Lin Yi's first encounter with a mount bearing the lifelink attribute. Ifura, summoned by Lin, traversed time and space to appear before him. It was evident that Ifura was equally astonished by the Earth Dragon beneath Lin, her mouth agape in wonder. Seeing that Ifura remained unaffected, Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Undoubtedly, through this special means, this summoning spell might become a formidable asset in his arsenal. Listening to the chaotic sounds of battle outside the base, Lin mused, since heaven has bestowed such a grand gift upon me, would it not be a pity not to use it to entertain our guests? Gripping the reins, he sat firmly upon the dragon's back. His gaze fixed upon the thousands of soldiers beyond the city gates. The Earth Dragon advanced with heavy steps, each movement resonating deeply within the hearts of onlookers, instilling a profound sense of awe. When something that exists solely in myth is brought into reality, the visual impact is beyond the imagination of most. As Lin prepared to approach the city gates, the 100 or so soldiers stationed there instinctively parted to create a path. In that moment, not a single word was uttered. Each individual eyes reflected not only respect for the legendary figure of Feng Hua, but also an unwavering resolve encapsulated in the rallying cry. Fight to the death. Observing the city gate's health plummet to a mere 10th, and noting that only a little over 15 minutes had passed since the siege began, Lin realized the enemy's fervor surpassed all expectations. At this moment, two extremes were forming within the base. On the city walls, mages relentlessly cast spells downward, the sound of explosions filling the air. Illuminated by the magic, every face bore the mark of fervor and madness. Beneath them, a throng of invaders, poised to obliterate their hopes, amassed. Only the demise of their adversaries could quell this profoundly unjust war from its inception. At the foot of the city walls, Lin Yi, mounted upon his earth dragon, came to a halt before the city gates. Rows of warriors encircled the gates like an iron bastion, their faces etched with determination. Their silence spoke volumes. They understood that this moment was merely a fleeting calm before the tempest. What lay ahead was a battle entwined with the honor of the guild. A contest of life and death. In the interplay of motion and stillness, the collective resolve for victory was palpable. Do you wish to kill me? It won't be that simple. Luo Xin Lu Nian cast a disdainful glance at the thief who had been unceremoniously revealed by a drunken man. Eliminate him. The thief, adorned with an arrogant prefix, was instantly beset and slain by a nearby cluster of players once he was exposed. Luo Xin Lu Nian gazed at the dwindling health of the city gate, a fierce expression adorning his face. No one shall thwart our advance today. Suddenly, Luo Xin Lu Nian executed a clumsy roll. The drunken man, a thief, emerged from where Luo Xin Lu Nian had once stood, and Sheng Shizue surged forward. Charge. Bang. -84. The thief was sent hurtling away, yet Sheng Shizue refrained from pursuing the kill, retreating instead to Luo Xin Lu Nian's side. Having gleaned insights from previous encounters, the others understood the enemy's capabilities. Someone would inevitably claim the bounty on the airborne thief. Sheng Shizue's duty was to safeguard Luo Xin Lu Nian. Though reluctant, both shared a common interest now. Sheng Shizue felt compelled to make certain sacrifices for Luo Xin Lu Nian's prowess. Such assassinations had occurred no less than 5 times, each time effortlessly thwarted. Observing the thief succumb to the crowd, Sheng Shizue scoffed, a gaggle of sneaky rogues, overestimating their prowess. Is that so? A voice of derision whispered in Sheng Shizue's ear, startling him. Show yourself. Shield bash. Bang. -59 as the thief was sent sprawling. Sheng Shizue glared with fury. Tianxia. If memory serves, it was this man who killed Shen Shimoxia. Luo Xin Lu Nian hastily intervened to prevent the enraged drunken man from spiraling into a frenzy. Be cautious. Do not fall into their trap. Focus on the siege. Unlike other thieves, Tianxia evaded the subsequent attacks, deftly utilizing his extraordinary dodging skills to vanish once more. Just then, an ominous intuition struck Luo Xin Lu Nian. Be careful. Before anyone could react, a dagger materialized from the void, striking fiercely at Sheng Shizue. None anticipated that the thief's target would be the drunken man, who stood merely a step away from Luo Xin Lu Nian. Several warriors, poised to assist Luo Xin Lu Nian, immediately altered their course to provide support. Shadow Blade Dance -75 triggered a 1-second stun. 211 due to the cooldown of both the rampaging drunkard's charge and shield bash skills, compounded by the unexpected realization that the target was none other than himself, a tank. The rampaging drunkard was forced to endure the blow. However, with the timely assistance from the priest at the rear, his lost health was instantly restored. After landing a successful strike, the enemy swiftly melded into the crowd. At this moment, everyone was intensely focused on attacking the city gate. By the time someone realized the need to pursue the enemy, they had already deftly slipped back into stealth. Witnessing such an enigmatic maneuver, everyone stood in stunned silence. As the rampaging drunkard's stun wore off, he recalled the fleeting encounter with the rogue. An ominous premonition suddenly welled up within him. Before anyone could react to the series of events, a glint of cold steel once again caught their attention. Be careful. As they saw the dagger aimed at the rampaging drunkard, the 2 warriors guarding beside the goddess of flowing years froze in shock. Shadow Strike -76 backstab -98 critical hit. Throat slash 112 critical hit. The 2 warriors exchanged glances and instantly made their decision. Support the guild leader. The goddess of flowing years sensed the situation, cursing the fools. Don't go, protect me. The rampaging drunkard also recognized the gravity of the situation and shouted in fury, don't worry about me. He can't take me down in an instant. The 2 warriors, momentarily taken aback, immediately turned back. Just when the goddess of flowing years thought the departure of those 2 warriors would create an opening for an ambush, she could hardly anticipate that the figure emerging from the mages of her guild would charge directly at the 2 distracted warriors. When the goddess of flowing years finally reacted, she felt a chill run down her spine. It was over. Bone shatter minus 134 critical hit. Triggered bleeding effect. Kidney strike minus 210 critical hit. Minus 15 shadow blade dance minus 158 critical hit. Minus 15 instant kill. In the distance, the rampaging drunkard let out an enraged roar, no. Meanwhile, a tremendous roar erupted nearby. As someone excitedly exclaimed, the city gate has fallen. Charge. Here concludes today's final chapter. Chapter 67, the finale? Before the gates of the Proud Sanctuary were breached, the guild channel buzzed with fervor. Lord Proud, guild member, the dark clouds loom over the city, threatening to crush it. The armor glimmers like gold scales in the sunlight. Lord Proud, guild member, the moment has arrived to demonstrate that the Proud Sanctuary is no less than any other. Standing atop the city wall, Lord Proud bellowed to the crowd. When the triumphant melody resounds, we shall share in the glory. Upon witnessing this, Lenny couldn't help but smile slightly. No need for such theatrics. It suffices to say, kill. A palpable aura of death emanated from Lin Yi, expanding outward. The warriors behind him, forming a shield wall, were poised and ready, awaiting the thunderous crash. At last, the heavy gates fulfilled their final purpose, collapsing with a resounding roar between the two armies. The once magnificent empire, upon seeing the imposing figure of the Earth Dragon and its elegant rider, was momentarily struck dumb. What are you all dawdling for? Charge in. What is wrong with those in front? Why are they not moving? Forget it. Push through. What on earth are you doing? The drunken sovereign of the empire squeezed through the throng, reaching the gates. Yet, upon witnessing the colossal Earth Dragon and its rider, he too was left speechless. What on earth? Seeing the drunken sovereign before him, Lenny couldn't suppress a chuckle. I didn't expect to see you again. Only then did the drunken sovereign come to his senses. The rider? But it was too late for words. Any further discussion was merely a waste of time. With a fierce shout, the drunken sovereign assumed an offensive stance. Kill. At the sound of his enraged command, the warriors behind him finally remembered their purpose. Shock and confusion could wait. The immediate priority was to thwart the enemy's fortifications. In an instant, a roar erupted. Every player bore a fierce expression, charging towards Lin Yi like a tidal wave of steel. Charge in. Countless individuals surged through the gates, having endured far too much for this moment. What they craved most was an outlet for their pent-up fury. Only slaughter would suffice. The drunken sovereign led the charge, shouting, "Come and meet your death." He raised his shield before him and lunged toward Lin Yi. With reins in hand, Lin Yi's countenance darkened. Excellent timing. The Earth Dragon roared, unleashing a barbaric charge. Striding forth like an out-of-control truck, it barreled toward the outside of the city. Under the massive form of the Earth Dragon, the players rushing through the gates were swiftly transformed into beams of white light. It is important to note that the Earth Dragon's attack power exceeded 300, and most magic users and thieves here likely had defenses barely reaching 200. The Earth Dragon tore through the ranks, leaving behind chaos and countless expressions of shock and dismay. They may have calculated that this Earth Dragon would be formidable. Yet the dismal scene before them deeply rattled everyone's nerves. What strength was this? It was sheer annihilation. Sheng Zuigui was the first to react, his remaining health fueling his fury. What are you all dawdling for? Charge. The others quickly followed suit, some shouting, "Kill Fenghua. He is all alone. Let us focus our fire and take him down." The awakened crowd launched an assault on Lin Yi. Fireball. Ice arrow. Charge. Flame impact. Shadow strike. In an instant, dozens of attacks rained upon the Earth Dragon, with damage readings of -9, -8, -11 critical hits, -1, -6. Each number that appeared above the Earth Dragon's head left everyone in shock at the pitiful damage dealt, overwhelmed by its defenses. Despair washed over some. How could they possibly defeat it when they couldn't even breach its defenses? Expressions of disbelief marred their faces. Seeing this, Sheng Zuigui, exhausted in spirit, exclaimed, "Forget about Fenghua. We must break through. If we take down the administrative hall, we win." Yet, a fortunate surviving warrior, low on health, cried out, "Where's the priest? Our priest. Someone heal." The warrior's words were cut short as he vanished in a flash of white light, leaving behind a haunting scream. That very scream marked the commencement of the battle's final act. Tian Ci stood where the warrior had just been, gazing at the distant Shinshir Zuegue. Didn't Tiu just say we were merely petty thieves? Shinshir Zuegue, filled with rage, retorted, You. Under the furious gaze of Shinshir Zuegue, Tian Ci slipped into stealth. Kill. Charge in. Forget about Fenghua. Where's our priest? Heal me quickly. Where the hell is everyone? The priests are being slaughtered, and yet we still have priests. Where are our rogues? Protect the priests. Protect the guild leader. Everyone, charge with me. As he witnessed the chaotic throngs outside the city gates, the imposing figure dominating the crowd, and the constant rain of magic from above striking down among them, Sheshirve turned back to see the resolute warriors within the gates, flanked by rows of solemn priests. Suddenly, a profound sense of helplessness surged within him, perhaps from the moment the commanders, including Xingshi Maxia, were successively assassinated. The outcome of this battle was sealed. Observing the scattered, leaderless soldiers who were without the advantage of time, place, or morale, the remaining 1,000 or so troops seemed devoid of any glimmer of victory. Perhaps defeat had already been determined, and Fenghua's emergence was merely the final straw that broke the players' resolve. Fenghua, the transcendent being who has been deified by the entire network in glory of the gods. Shinshir Zuegue could not help but smile wryly. Can one individual truly surpass an entire guild in strength? This time, Shinshir Zuegue was not so certain. A cold light flickered, and a pair of emotionless eyes appeared before him, as Shinshir Zuegue stepped out of the resurrection point. A lingering phrase from that figure echoed in his mind. We are thieves, not petty rogues. To his surprise, upon exiting the resurrection hall, he found the esteemed members of Shinshir, including Luo Xinliuan, Yao Niao, and the madman of the temple, already waiting for him. The madman of the temple hurried forward, asking, How could you be killed as well? What is the situation? Shinshir Zuegue ignored the inquiry and addressed Xingshi Maxia. Cancel the upcoming siege war of the prestigious guild and devote all efforts to locating the whereabouts of the guild establishment order. The rest of you, organize into groups for dungeons and refrain from participating in any actions for the time being. Having said this, he departed, leaving a bewildered crowd in his wake. Watching Shinshir Zuegue's retreating figure, Luo Xinliuan sighed softly. This time, we have truly lost face. Let us leave as well. With Luo Xinliuan's departure, the madman of the temple stood in a state of confusion. What does this mean? The operation has failed, responded Yingying of the temple. After witnessing the fall of Shinshir Zuegue and the ensuing chaos among the siege players, Lenny issued his final command. Fenghua, guild leader everyone. Advance. System, guild congratulations to Lord AOC for becoming the guild leader. A line of warriors, previously restrained, finally unleashed an unprecedented fighting spirit, charging recklessly towards the enemy before them. Everyone, maintain order. Push forward. Where are the warriors? Shield bearers, why are you hiding at the back instead of taking damage? Protect? The priests have all been slain. I am left with but a sliver of health. How can I endure? Mages, unleash your attacks. They've emerged from the city. Strike. Who will deal with those damn thieves? We need to focus on output while also guarding against those rogues. How can we fight? I quit. You all can continue. I'm quitting too. If we're all going to die, what is the point? As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. When one player chose to exit the game, more and more began to realize that continuing was utterly futile. Rather than losing a level for no reason, it would be better to return to town early. Seeing the situation had reached a conclusion, Lord AOC finally wore a relieved smile. Meanwhile, Lin Yi rode his earth dragon to the side of the wolf clan leader, Weirman. Noticing Weirman staring blankly at the endlessly emerging monsters from the teleportation array, Linny inquired in surprise, What's the matter? A hint of human-like bewilderment crossed Weirman's face. I can't shake the feeling that there's a disquieting presence emanating from within. Linny cast a bewildered glance at the nearby Weirman. After all, this was a level 50 Lord boss. The only entity capable of unsettling him would typically be a legendary boss of level 60 or higher, wouldn't it? Was it conceivable that a legendary boss lurked behind this portal, which continuously spawned low-level demon creatures of merely a dozen levels? The very thought elicited an involuntary smile from Lin Yi. Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the portal, Samuel addressed the shadow enveloped in dark mist beside him. You have a mere 10 minutes to complete your task. Upon the expiration of that time, you must return immediately. With that, a sinister smile crept across Samuel's face as he continued, locate the human I sensed and bring them back. The first chapter has been updated. My heartfelt gratitude extends to Wei, Tongjiankai, and Watam Al-Lugumi for their generous contributions. I am thankful for every friend who is able to see this and offer their support. Thank you. Chapter 68. A new Tide the System, Guild. Announced, there are 11 minutes remaining until the end of the fortress defense battle. Upon receiving this notification, everyone in the proud sanctuary could not help but smile. Gazing at the desolate expanse outside the city, it was hard to imagine that mere minutes ago, this place was engulfed in the smoke of warfare. As the last opponent disconnected, a resounding cheer erupted within the stronghold. Though merely a game, each individual here felt a profound sense of pride and accomplishment for this hard-won victory. Just 11 minutes left. In 10 minutes, the first stronghold of Glory of the Gods would soon make its grand debut. This was a moment of glory for all members of the proud sanctuary. While everyone was ecstatic, their excitement did not cloud their judgment. They understood precisely who was responsible for this triumph. Observing the figure standing alongside the leader of the werewolf clan outside the city, the dying rays of the setting sun elongated that silhouette, which, though not particularly imposing, marked the end of the struggle. Shuidioza approached Lin Yi, watching the tirelessly hunting werewolves. Tomorrow, I shall defend the city. I trust you won't abandon me in my time of need? Lin Yi chuckled. Everything is negotiable. It merely depends on the price. Surely you jest? Shuidioza replied with a mournful expression. The guild has just begun. Everything requires funds. I am quite broke. How about I owe you for now? Seeing the pitiful look on Shuidioza's face, Lin Yi couldn't help but be amused. Who would have thought you'd ever find yourself in such a financial predicament? Then, Lin Yi continued, I was only teasing. Let us not dwell on money. It tarnishes our camaraderie. At that moment, Lin Yi noticed Lord Proud and a group from the Proud Sanctuary approaching from behind. Lord Proud stepped forward and clasped his hands in gratitude. Brother Fenghua, your kindness is beyond words. From now on, should you need anything from our sanctuary, just ask. As soon as Lord Proud finished speaking, a chorus of agreement arose from behind. The president speaks wisely. Henceforth, any enemy of Brother Fenghua shall be our enemy. Anyone who dares to trouble you shall contend with us. Indeed, the crowd responded with fervor. Why should we fear? It's merely a game. If it comes to it, we shall fight. Though our sanctuary may not possess the vast resources of the prosperous goddess, we are far more united, regardless of which game they suppress. We have grown accustomed to it. Ha ha ha. To speak of it, they have been undermining us for years, yet we have thrived. Haven't we? Observing the lively banter and camaraderie among them, Lin Yi realized that this was perhaps the very reason he chose to assist them. In his past life, among the top 10 guilds with the best reputations, the Proud Sanctuary was the most trustworthy. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, Wilman suddenly tensed, his fur bristling, a menacing expression crossing his face. Noticing this change, Lin Yi looked curiously towards the teleportation array. At that moment, a dark mist seeped forth from the portal. Lin Yi focused his gaze and was struck with dread. The Mist Demon, a level 65 demon general boss, loomed ominously. Lin Yi had no time to marvel at the resplendent, colorful legendary equipment. He felt a fleeting shadow materialize before him. Through the murky haze, a pair of icy eyes locked onto Lin Yi. A surge of terror coursed through him as a thought flashed through his mind. It was targeting him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yi felt as if his body was ensnared by some unseen force, a powerful tug pulling at him. Just as confusion and shock gripped him, a resounding thud echoed. A wolf's claw struck fiercely against the black mist, and the pull on Lin Yi dissipated simultaneously. However, he was jolted back several steps by the aftershock of that blow before he could regain his balance. Meanwhile, the urgent voice of Wildland pierced through the chaos. I can sense its target is you. Run. Targeting me? What on earth? At that moment, the others, including Lord Ao Shur, finally snapped out of their astonishment. They were all bewildered, questioning the absurdity of a level 60 boss seeking trouble with a mere novice. Was this scene not reminiscent of a theatrical performance, forcing a male protagonist into the limelight? Would the hero not rise to the occasion, displaying valor and prowess to subdue the foe? Before they could finish their internal musings, a chilling laugh echoed nearby. The dark mist, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, transformed into a towering, 2-meter-high creature, cloaked in dark purple and bearing a terrifying visage. Did not my king extract your soul centuries ago? Were you not annihilated? How have you come back to life? Wildman gazed gravely at the figure before him. In the darkest recesses of his memory, he vividly recalled witnessing his kin being mercilessly slaughtered by this very creature before his soul was extracted. He had thought that this haunting memory would fade into the annals of history with the passage of time. Yet, here it was, unfolding in the most unforeseen circumstances. It is you. A torrent of hatred erupted from Wildland, who instantly transformed into a blur, charging at his adversary. The others stood in a state of utter bewilderment, grappling with the surreal situation. Linny, in particular, felt entirely disoriented. No one was more eager than him to comprehend the unfolding events. What did the demon general's words signify? How did it know of the annihilation of the werewolf clan? Could it be that the king it spoke of was the very demon he had encountered in his visions, the one adorned with 2 wings? And why? Wait. Its target was himself? A chilling realization struck Linny, sending a shiver down his spine. Could it be this sinister? Just then, a figure suddenly landed nearby with a thunderous crash, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. A frail voice emerged from the swirling dust. My lord, flee quickly. He has come to capture you for the demon clan. Without a moment's hesitation, Linny instinctively thought of logging off immediately. Bang. The system responded. You are in a special state and cannot disconnect. Please exit the current scene. What nonsense is this? In that fleeting moment, the sensation of confinement enveloped him once more. Beside him, the dashing figure of Shui Diaojia was ensnared, leaving no time to ponder the absurdity of the situation. He could only react instinctively. Fire dragon breath. A fiery blast, marked by a dragon's silhouette, struck the demon commander, but it missed. Seeking death, the demon commander merely raised a hand, and Shui Diaojia vanished in a flash of white light before he could even respond. Lord Aoshur, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Save him!" Aware of the vast disparity between their strengths, the nobleman refrained from using skills, opting instead for a simple melee attack. As a spell hurtled toward the demon commander Mississippi. Meanwhile, nearly 100 spells fell like raindrops upon the demon commander Mississippi, annoying pests. Charge. Shield bash. Warriors unleashed their skills, relentlessly assaulting the demon commander. Linny felt his body loosen as the demon commander released him and turned toward the nobleman and the others, exclaiming in annoyance, "Die, all of you." A cloud of black mist enveloped them instantly, and the next moment, the nobleman and his companions found themselves at the resurrection point. Exchanging bewildered glances, freed from his bindings, Linny immediately commanded the Earthwalker to unleash its skill, brutal charge. Just moments ago, the Earthwalker had been a formidable presence, but the demon commander effortlessly halted it with a mere gesture. Overestimating yourselves. Minus 66,666 instant kill. The Earthwalker, which had brought Linny much pride, was so easily obliterated. Without time to lament, Linny hastily clicked to return to town. The system chimed, "You are under special lock and cannot use the return function. Please leave this area." What utter nonsense! Linny felt on the verge of insanity. Unable to return to town, he thought, I can at least die here, right? Arcane missile. Bang. -1. The demon commander touched his head where the missile had struck, a cold smirk crossing his face. Wanna die? Not so easily. The demon commander lunged toward Linny. At that moment, the werewolves, originally hunting low-level demons, turned to confront the demon commander. Humph. Those werewolves, averaging barely over level 20, were no match for the demon commander, falling prey to him effortlessly. Willman appeared before Linny, declaring, I promised the seer to protect you. Now go. Linny was unperturbed by the deaths of Shui Diaojia and the others, but upon witnessing the werewolves charging to their demise, his eyes widened in horror as he shouted, Stop! You will die, though the charismatic figures may be resurrected after their demise. The werewolves succumb to a finality that is irrevocable. In the name of ancestral glory, what is there to fear in death? With a resolute declaration, Wallman charged towards the demon commander. In that fleeting moment, Linny found himself transported back to that ominous canyon. His father had once exhibited the same reckless courage, knowingly advancing towards his fate. Witnessing Wallman being struck violently by the demon commander, witnessing the werewolves perish one after another like moths drawn to a flame. And observing the malevolent glee etched upon the demon commander's face, Lin Yi's expression was steeped in helplessness as he lamented, "I will follow you. Spare them from further slaughter." In a deep pit, Wildman struggled to rise. "No, you cannot follow him," he insisted, wiping the blood from his lips. "We may perish, but you must live." He implored a fellow werewolf, "Quickly, escort our benefactor to safety." Trying to escape? The demon commander materialized before the werewolf, dispatching him with lethal swiftness. Then coldly declared, "It is time to conclude this farce." At that moment, a radiant light enveloped Lin Yi. Sensing the anomaly, the demon commander seethed with fury. Damn it. Just as he rushed at unprecedented speed to seize Lin Yi, he found only emptiness. Lin Yi, under the gaze of many, transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the void. System, summoning the entity Aphula through sacrificial means to employ the secret technique Stellar Shift. System, connection established, initiating transfer. System, transfer completed. Amidst a dizzying whirl, Lin Yi seemed to hear Aphula's melodious laughter, accompanied by the words, "Master, farewell, Aphula shall miss you." The final chapter of today's update has concluded. Gratitude is extended for the generous rewards from the future. Chapter 69. Undercurrents in the turmoil. Upon emerging from the resurrection point, Shuedioza wasted no time and sprinted toward the outskirts of the base. Even though his expression remained dazed, he pondered the inexplicable favor bestowed upon him by a level 60 boss. What could Feng Hua have done to elicit such extraordinary attention? It was utterly beyond reason. Before long, the voice of Lord Aoshi resonated behind him, urging, "Quick, save him." Turning back, Shuedioza's astonishment deepened. My goodness, have they all been eliminated in an instant? That was over 400 individuals. Truly, the terrifying might of a level 60 super boss. As Shuedioza stepped outside the city gates, he witnessed the astonishing scene of Lin Yi's disappearance, leaving him speechless. The hundreds of members from Aoshi Sacred Hall stood equally astounded. Is returning to the city always this spectacular? Some glanced at the Lord, inquiring, "Shall we proceed?" Observing the demonic commander roaring in fury after Lin Yi's vanishing act, Lord Aoshi shuddered at the thought of confronting such a foe. How are we to engage? The readers will surely report us for handing out free kills. After the demonic commander sent Wildman flying once more, he swiftly approached the crater where Wildman had landed, ominously declaring, "The only reason you are spared this time is that when we meet again, I want you to witness your kin's extinction from this world. I shall return to the continent of Rapham." With that, the demonic commander transformed into a swirling black mist and vanished into the portal. As they observed the commander's disappearance, Shuedioza and his companions felt an inexplicable chill creeping down their spines. The realism of this game was astonishing. I suddenly sensed that the intelligence of the NPCs was alarmingly high. At that moment, Qitong and Tianxi materialized nearby. Shuedioza, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Where have you two been? We didn't see you at all." Tianxi, with a grave expression, responded, "We were ensnared by an unknown force, rendering us immobile." Meanwhile, Qitong voiced her concern. "We have no idea where Brother Feng Hua is gone. We can't reach him in the game, even though he appears to be online." "Is that so?" Shuedioza pulled out his contact list and attempted to message Lin Yi, but all efforts were met with failure. Could it be that a special instance has been triggered? Lord Aoshi interjected, "I hope everyone keeps this matter to themselves. What just transpired is too incredible. Regardless of the outcome, let us bury this secret within our hearts. We can address any concerns once Feng Hua exits the instance." The others voiced no objections. After a considerable pause, a system notification echoed through the air. "System, congratulations on successfully fending off the demonic assault and safeguarding the base." Simultaneously, the World Channel began to light up with excitement. World Event. Congratulations to Aoshi Sacred Hall for successfully establishing a base. As the first guild to do so, rewards are as follows. Aoshi Sacred Hall Guild Level 1. The guild leader receives the title, Lord of the Mighty City. All members gain 10,000 experience. Once the system's announcement emerged, the entire gaming world and forums erupted in excitement. Was it not said that the three major guilds, Mingshi Dynasty, Luotian, and the Temple, had assembled thousands to thwart this endeavor? How then did it come to fruition? What is the meaning of this? I initially dismissed my friend's claims of failure, but to my astonishment, it turned out to be true. It was utterly unexpected. When did the strength of the sanctuary reach such heights? They actually managed to withstand the assaults of the three major guilds. The sanctuary? A mere jest. It is said that two god-tier thieves emerged during the siege, relentlessly assassinating the senior members of the three guilds, ultimately leading to their collapse, which the sanctuary seized upon. No, that is not quite right. It is rumored that the credit lies with the illustrious guild leader, whose hidden profession is extraordinarily formidable. You all are mistaken. I heard from a friend who participated in the siege that the success was entirely due to the prowess of the esteemed Feng Hua. At that moment, Feng Hua rode a colossal dragon, descending like a celestial being, and with a mere gesture, bam, within the temporary office of the Luotian Guild. Luotian Liunyin's expression darkened as he listened to the report from the prodigy. He slammed his palm onto the table beside him. Are you saying that the elite players we scouted have all defected to the sanctuary? Yes, guild leader, the prodigy replied, observing the somber countenance of Luotian Liunyin. The prodigy sighed. The implications of this sanctuary affair are too significant for us. I recommend that we, like Mingshi, focus on the development of our guild. Even we, Luotian, cannot endure many more upheavals like this. The prodigy paused momentarily before continuing. According to official news, there may be major developments in the game soon, and we should amass our strength to adapt to any changes. Additionally, I have already set the wheels in motion regarding the guild-building decree. We should receive news shortly. Upon hearing this, Luotian Liunin pondered for a moment and replied, let us hold off for now. Prepare yourself. We shall enter a dungeon shortly. The sudden rise of the proud sanctuary, though surprising to all, upon reflection, seemed almost inevitable. While the proud sanctuary had never achieved the renown of the Mingshi, Luotian, and temple guilds, it nonetheless ranked as the foremost guild in the second tier beneath them. To assert its inferiority would be misleading. After all, with the years of accumulation behind the proud sanctuary, an explosive emergence was not an impossibility. Regardless, the momentum of the proud sanctuary's ascent was unmistakable. Just as everyone anticipated a more intense crackdown on the sanctuary, even a guild as notoriously aggressive as the temple opted for silence. It was as if a collective acquiescence had been reached regarding the sanctuary's rise, with the major guilds outwardly exercising remarkable restraint. However, astute observers would notice that beneath the surface, while they appeared to coexist peacefully, they often crossed paths in dungeons, high-level training spots, and even at the auction house. Their competitive spirits ever evident. Yet, those are tales for another time. In a realm suffused with light and shadow, where the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms intertwine, two graceful figures stroll amidst this enchanting scenery, occasionally bursting into joyful laughter. It is said that in merely 2 months, the seal that envelopes our forest will be lifted. And Leah, as the saintess, are you aware of this? A girl with fair skin and a sweet visage nodded and replied, I only heard the elder mention this matter yesterday. It must be true. Upon hearing her saintly friend's response, Siana's face lit up with astonishment. Is that so? Does that mean we can finally leave the elven forest? How wonderful. The girl named Anlia gazed at her excited friend and inquired, Siana, do you truly wish to leave this place? It seemed she had just noticed the unease reflected in her friend's countenance. Siana paused and approached her, saying, Anlia, are you worried that the outside world, as Elder Emo described, is fraught with malevolence? Aren't you concerned? I'm not worried, Siana declared, her hands clasped behind her back as she stood upon the verdant grass, gazing at the tranquil village nestled below the hillside. Compared to this monotonous existence we lead day after day, year after year, I yearn for the vibrant and perilous world of the 100 races that the Elder speaks of, but such a place is also accompanied by unpredictable demise. A hint of sorrow crossed Anlia's face. Our kin can no longer withstand any further turmoil. At that moment, a flash of light darted before them, descending into the serene village below. The two exchanged glances, and Siana grasped Anlia's hand, exclaiming, Come, let us investigate what is happening. The first chapter has been completed. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Mo Xianha for the generous donation. Chapter 70. The First Whisper of Secrets, Afera. Lin Yi jolted upright, his face a mask of terror. Just moments ago, he had been ensnared in a horrifying nightmare. In the dream, a pharaoh was gradually drifting away from him, and when Lin Yi attempted to pursue her, he found himself utterly immobilized. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as a pharaoh vanished from his sight. Was it merely a dream? Gazing out at the warm sunlight streaming through the window, Lin Yi barely had time to exhale in relief when he suddenly sensed something amiss. He was still within the game. The surroundings were not the familiar confines of his reality. Shaking his somewhat dazed head, Lin Yi recalled the system notification he had heard just before losing consciousness, a wave of unease creeping into his heart. A pharaoh? Scanning the area, Lin Yi found no trace of the familiar figure. A pharaoh, come out, stop playing games. Trembling, he pulled up the attribute list and focused on one particular line. Summon creatures. 0. Boom. The moment that number registered in his mind, it was as if his brain had been struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Lin Yi opened the public screen, scrutinizing the system notification records. Thus, the reason he had managed to escape the clutches of that demonic boss was due to Ifer's sacrifice? Overwhelmed with sorrow, Lin Yi lamented his own foolishness. He was merely a player in this game. Death meant nothing as he could always respawn. Why had it come to this? As Lin Yi sank deeper into despair over the loss of a pharaoh, an elderly voice echoed from the doorway, "You are awake." No sooner had the words left his lips than an astonishing old man entered the room. What left Lin Yi in utter shock was not merely the appearance of this elder, but rather his subsequent remark, "Adventurer, you seem unscathed." "You." Lin Yi was rendered completely speechless. "You know me?" The old man smiled knowingly. "I did not expect you to truly inherit the legacy of Karsar. I indeed did not misjudge you." How could Lin Yi possibly know of the hidden class of Spirit Summoner? Indeed, the reason he was aware of how to attain the Spirit Summoner's legacy was due to this very elder before him. Gamplov, level 70, Elder of the Elven Clan. Lin Yi had received information regarding the Spirit Summoner's legacy from him after inadvertently completing a hidden quest. Had this been a conversation from Lin Yi's life before his rebirth, he would have found it entirely plausible, even natural. Yet now, the pressing question was, how could this NPC be privy to events from his past life? Could it be that this old man had also been reborn alongside him? Wasn't that absurd? For the first time since his rebirth, Lin Yi felt that this experience might not merely be a matter of coincidence. What profound and earth-shattering secrets lay hidden within this occurrence? How absurd. This was far too kitsch, like something out of a television drama. Did it truly need to be so trite? Lin Yi thought helplessly. It was clear that this elder before him surely held some knowledge of the truth. Lin Yi, uninterested in pleasantries, directly addressed the elder. "Elder, do you have anything you wish to share with me?" He raised a hand to halt Gampulov, who was about to speak, insisting on brevity and clarity to avoid wasting anyone's time. With a gesture inviting Gampulov to proceed, he encouraged him to speak freely, unperturbed by Lin Yi's straightforwardness. Gampulov chuckled while stroking his white beard. "In truth, I possess limited knowledge, so why don't you share what you know that I am unaware of?" Gampulov hesitated. Taken aback, "You mean?" Lin Yi dismissed the concern, stating, "We are all sensible individuals here. Let us speak candidly for our mutual benefit." Gampulov swallowed his initial response and, with a wry smile, said, "Very well, I'll share what I know. In this world, for you chosen ones, it is merely a game where death can be circumvented through the resurrection halls of the divine. However, for us, this is the land we have inhabited for generations. And our lives are singular. Unlike you, we lack the opportunity for rebirth." What? Lin Yi was taken aback by such assertions, even though he had harbored suspicions. Hearing it aloud left him astonished. "Are you implying that this continent of Rapham is a genuinely existing world? How can that be?" After the initial shock, he pondered. "But wait, you claim you lack the chance for rebirth, yet what of the repeatedly respawning corrupted creatures and dungeon monsters? Surely, they cannot be real entities?" Gampulov merely chuckled, not addressing Lin Yi's inquiry, and adopted a sage-like demeanor, stroking his beard with a smile. "Reality and illusion intertwine. What is true may be false, and what is false may be true. Who can truly discern the difference?" "Speak plainly," Lin Yi retorted, frustrated. "I don't know," Gampulov replied. "And yet you voice a multitude of questions." Lin Yi then pondered another query. "How do you remember me? Don't tell me you two have been reborn alongside me." "In fact, your appearance is as surprising to me as it is to you," Gampulov admitted, his expression now tinged with confusion. During a moment of employing the great Brahman transformation, I inadvertently entered a node 2 years into the future, where I fortuitously encountered you. Upon discovering that the legacy of Karsar had yet to be uncovered, I took the liberty of exchanging your rewards for this. As for why you returned to this present with memories intact, I am equally curious to discern the cause. After hearing the old man's words, Lin Yi was left dumbfounded. He had initially hoped to resolve his inner questions through Gampulov's insights. However, as the elder spoke further, his original queries remained unanswered, and new uncertainties arose, particularly concerning the relationship between the game Glory of the Gods and the continent of Rapham. The sudden appearance of the old man 2 years later, coupled with his revelation of the spirit summoner's legacy, raises the question of whether this is mere coincidence or an inevitable fate. What does my rebirth signify? Lin Yi thought, somewhat amused and exasperated. Would it not be better to be an invincible, reborn slacker rather than engage in such cerebral challenges? The mastermind orchestrating all of this must be quite deranged. It is evident that my arrival here is no mere happenstance. Old man, to enlighten me, have you encountered some trouble? Gampulov, visibly astonished, retorted, you are aware of this? At that moment, Lin Yi wore an expression of confirmation. Although rebirth has bestowed upon him numerous benefits he had never dared to dream of, the realization that his fate is entirely manipulated by others left him feeling quite discontented. Let them do as they please. There is no way he would allow this so-called destiny to lead him by the nose, whether in a game or the real world. He was there to play, not to be played by anyone. As for saviors, every player in this realm is a potential savior. It is not imperative that he assumes that role himself. Once everyone reaches level 80, all can attain divinity. Why should he exert himself unnecessarily? He wondered if the auction house's equipment had all been sold. He would check how many gold coins he possessed. Lin Yi decisively clicked the Return to Town button, thinking, I cannot assist with this trouble. Seek someone more capable. As he contemplated his plans for returning to town, Gampulov stepped back, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the teleportation array forming beneath Lin Yi's feet, seemingly muttering to himself, if that is the case, it is indeed a pity for that elemental sprite. Lin Yi, flustered, hastily canceled his return, eyes wide with excitement as he stared at the elder. What did you just say? Elemental sprite? No, take me to see it at once. Finally, I have completed the second chapter. Today, I have posted 2 updates. Special thanks to Don't Speak for the generous reward. Chapter 71. The elven chieftain nestled between the cities of Qinglong and Xuanwu lies the vast and boundless misty forest. To reach this enchanted woodland from Qinglong City, one must traverse the autumn wind plains, navigate through the sinister marsh, scale the ogling mountains, and cross the Demusa River. Continuing eastward from the misty forest, one encounters an area perpetually shrouded in toxic fumes, known as the fabled Elven Forest. Once, the Elven Forest was home to a serene community of nature's beloved, known as the Elves, renowned for their exquisite beauty, both male and female alike. They possess uniquely pointed ears that signify their noble lineage. However, what truly distinguishes the elven race among the myriad of beings is their innate and extraordinary prowess and unparalleled understanding and application of nature magic, particularly in the realm of archery. Elven druids, as masters of wood magic, stand as the sole profession among spellcasters capable of encompassing control, healing, and damage output, with the exception of water mages. In contrast to the gentle nature of water magic, wood magic excels in its commanding and restorative capabilities. Elven druids have elevated their mastery of wood magic to its zenith. Equally remarkable is their archery talent. It is said that every elf is born a natural sharpshooter. Even the most ordinary bow, when wielded by an elf, can unleash a staggering amount of damage, sometimes exceeding even double that of its potential. During the era of the alliance against the demonic forces, the elves were undoubtedly among the most despised races by the demons. Even as the demon horde retreated to the abyss, they did not forget to encase the elven forest in a magical barrier, isolating the elves from the rest of the world. The might of the elven race is indisputable. It is precisely their strength that incited such deep-seated loathing from the demons. Consequently, during the war against the demons, they were often thrust into the vanguard, nearly facing annihilation akin to that of the werewolves, albeit narrowly escaping such a fate, despite the passage of centuries. The elven race has yet to regain even a fraction of its former vitality. At this moment, within the elven village, it is perhaps the most bustling day the elves have experienced since being ensnared by the magical barrier. This liveliness is not attributed to any festival or event, but rather to the presence of an individual, a mage capable of breaching the magical barrier, arriving from the outside world. He is the first non-elven being the elves have encountered in centuries, a human reputed for his cunning and treachery, as recounted by their ancestors. The elven village is nestled amidst dense woods, where every tree harbors a beautifully crafted pavilion, serving as the abode of the elven folk. At the heart of the village lies a bright and polished square, dominated by a resplendent elven sacred tree, as pure and dazzling as jade, capturing the attention of all who behold it. Countless points of azure, orange, red, and green light encircle the sacred tree, imbuing this vital entity of the elven race with an air of solemn sanctity. This sacred tree serves not merely as a revered object for the elves, but resembles a maternal figure to them. Unlike humans, who nurture life through their physical forms, the elves are birthed from the essence of nature, as the sacred tree gathers the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to give life. At this moment, nearly all the elves have gathered, their gazes captivated by the proud silhouette standing beside the sacred tree. Is this the human race? His ears appear rather unseemly, so short. Did not the elder proclaim that all humans are grotesque? Yet, this individual does not seem as repugnant as one might envision. Amia. The elder spoke of the human heart's ugliness, not of their appearance. The heart is invisible to us. Oh, then how did he manage to enter from the outside? This barrier of magic is said to be impenetrable, even to the Grand Elder. Could he possibly be more formidable than the Grand Elder? I do not know. He seems to have appeared alongside that elemental spirit. I wonder if that elemental spirit. While the elves engaged in animated discussion regarding this unexpected visitor, Lin Yi's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the small, unconscious figure beside the sacred tree. Ifura. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Lin Yi, having confirmed that this elemental spirit was indeed Ifura, finally spoke up. What has happened to her? How can I save her? Beside him, the elven Grand Elder, Gampulov, sighed and replied, as I suspected, she must have resorted to the forbidden spell Star Shift to save you, thereby bringing you here. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, urging, get to the point. Very well, Gampulov continued. The reason this spell is deemed forbidden is that any elemental spirit who employs it will ultimately face the end of their life due to the depletion of their vitality. I have encountered references to this in the ancient text of my elven kin. Yet this is the first time I have witnessed an elemental spirit willing to sacrifice their life for a human. Lin Yi, feeling increasingly agitated at the elder's words, insisted, just tell me how to save her. She was indeed on the brink of death. However, the only fortunate circumstance is that she fell into the sacred tree. I have invoked the tree's power to preserve a fragment of her soul. But our sacred tree sustained severe damage in the battle against the demon race and has yet to regain its vitality. To save her, the sacred tree must first be restored to its divine power. Only through the sacred tree can her soul be reforged, granting her a chance at rebirth. At this point, Lin Yi discerned a different implication and raised an eyebrow. So, you are asking me to assist your elven kin in restoring the sacred tree? Gampulov appeared to harbor no intention of concealing his thoughts, locking eyes with Lin Yi. This was the sole opportunity to rescue the elemental spirit, which could also be interpreted as my assistance in reviving her, for which you ought to offer due compensation. Lin Yi's gaze was complex as it settled upon Gampulov. What must I do? He inquired. Gampulov replied in a matter-of-fact tone, I have heard that the Lord of Qinglong City possesses a branch from the World Tree. You need only to bring it to me. Wait, Lin Yi exclaimed, astonished as he stared at Gampulov. What did you say? A branch from the World Tree. What exactly is the World Tree? It is said to be the very foundation that sustains the entire Rapham continent. Setting aside the question of what the World Tree was and its overwhelming nature, for those matters felt too distant, Lin Yi had a vivid recollection of the branch Gampulov mentioned. In his previous life, following the update of the expansion Demon Race Descends, nearly 1 million demons had launched an assault on Qinglong City. At that time, when the players and the Lord's forces were on the brink of succumbing to the formidable onslaught of the demons, it was ultimately the Lord of Qinglong City, Babylon, who intervened. Armed solely with that seemingly inconspicuous branch, he decimated the hundreds of thousands of demons, leaving devastation in his wake. They were utterly powerless to retaliate, and countless commanders perished. In light of Babylon's terrifying prowess, the demons were compelled to retreat just as Qinglong City was on the verge of falling. That battle marked the first time Babylon showcased his absolute strength as the lord of Qinglong City. According to popular conjecture at the time, Babylon's power was at least on par with the top 10 demon lords. What further intrigued everyone was the special weapon wielded by Babylon, the branch from the World Tree. It remains unclear who disseminated this information, but descriptions of Babylon's World Tree branch were scarce. However, one consensus remained: this branch was undoubtedly of artifact-level quality. Otherwise, how could it possibly befit the identity of Babylon, the lord of Qinglong City? Contemplating this, Lin Yi felt as though Gampulov was jesting with him, asking him to procure an artifact from the lord of Qinglong City. Was this a reasonable request for any sane individual? Noticing Gampulov's earnest expression, Lin Yi could not help but ask, "Is there truly no other way?" Gampulov replied bluntly, "This is the only method." Lin Yi rolled his eyes in disbelief. How could this possibly be accomplished? Are you jesting? At that moment, Gampulov added, "If it were anyone else, even myself, it would be utterly impossible. But if it is you, what do you mean? Do you think my influence exceeds yours?" Lin Yi retorted, "It is not you, but Karsar." Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Did the lord of the city truly have any connection with the god Karsar? Gampulov suddenly stated, "Because during the anti-demon war, Karsar once saved Babylon's life." Lin Yi found it somewhat unbelievable. Is it really possible that they would willingly give me that fragment of the world tree based on this alone? Surely, it must be a jest. Of course, it cannot be so. Gampulov, with a cheerful expression, remarked, "While your status as the heir of Karsa may not suffice, what if we consider your position as the leader of the Elven clan? What on earth?" Apologies for the delay in updates today. I have been quite occupied. Once I finish my current tasks, I assure you that I will catch up on the updates. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 72. The event begins in a special chamber within the Elven village. Lin Yi gazed at the equipment handed to him by Elder Gampulov and inquired, "Are you certain this is meant for me? You do not want it?" Without hesitation, he seized the item from Gampulov's teasing grasp, thinking only a fool would refuse such a gift. Clutching the gear in his hands, he beheld a dark golden cloak. Upon inspecting its attributes, he read, "Hidden Cloak of the Elven King. Armor, exclusively for wind elegance. Physical defense, 113 magical defense, 89 constitution, 20 intelligence, 20 agility, 20 strength, 20 required level, 0 as the ruler of the Elven race. One need not possess overwhelming power, but must certainly exude elegance." Lin Yi was taken aback by the flamboyant description at the end of the equipment's details. Setting aside the attributes for the moment, he marveled at how ostentatious the description was. At that instant, Gamplov's voice echoed beside him. "This was once left by the Elven King himself. Upon donning it, your appearance will transform, and only those who have transcended to the 6th tier can see through your disguise. Once removed, your true visage will be restored." By this time, Lin Yi had already exchanged his previous cloak for the one bestowed upon him. As he stood before a grand mirror, he was astounded by the reflection that greeted him. What? In that moment, the mirror revealed not the visage of Lin Yi from the game, but rather that of a male elf, whose every gesture radiated a divine aura, possessing a countenance so captivating it could enthrall the masses. Moreover, the title above his head had transformed into Elven King Elvi, leader of the Elven clan. Confusion washed over Lin Yi as he turned to face Gampulov. Why was I chosen? How could a player be made the sovereign of the Elven race? Either I am mad, or this game has lost its senses. Even now, Lin Yi felt as though he were ensnared in a dream, utterly incredulous. This was far too logical. He longed for a rational explanation as to why such an extraordinary occurrence had befallen him. Standing by the window, Gampulov observed the elves below, who cast peculiar glances in their direction. "It is not I who have chosen you, but rather the god of Karsus. I merely honor the covenant established with the god of Karsus long ago." Gampulov regarded Lin Yi with profound significance, stating, "Becoming the Elven King is not merely a matter of glory, it is a grave responsibility. The choice to accept this burden rests with you. With that, Gamplov slowly retreated to the door of the chamber. If you are willing to embrace this identity and all the consequences it entails, then take the Elven King's cloak and depart. Should you choose to refuse, simply leave the cloak upon the table within this room. As the door closed gently, Gamplov's voice resonated from outside. The sacred tree can only sustain its energy for 7 days, meaning you have but a week to save her. This is her sole opportunity. With a soft thud, Gamplov stood reverently outside the door, and after a moment, a brilliant light flashed within the chamber. When Gamplov once again pushed open the door, the figure of Lin he had already vanished within. His gaze fell upon the barren tabletop, and a bittersweet smile graced his features as he murmured, "I hope you can truly lead the elven race back to glory, as foretold, guiding the myriad tribes to victory in the new round of the battle against the demons." In the game, with the establishment of the Aoshi's Holy Hall's outpost, its renown surged to unparalleled heights. Countless individuals flocked to the stronghold, named Holy City by Lord Aoshi's, seeking allegiance. This influx swiftly filled the guild's quota of 700 members, compelling Lord Aoshi's to request 5 additional branches to accommodate all who sought to join. For the Aoshi's Holy Hall at present, personnel was no longer a pressing issue. The focus shifted to enhancing the main guild's stronghold and elevating its rank, subsequently absorbing branch members into the main body. Witnessing such a spectacle, even the likes of Shengshi Luoshan and others could only seethe with envy, helplessly swallowing their discontent. If their displeasure was merely a fleeting annoyance, the subsequent system announcement rendered their expressions utterly grim. World event. The number of established guilds has reached 500. Triggering the guild strength ranking. Players may access the leaderboard for examination. As the system divulged this information, throngs of players eagerly opened the rankings to peruse. Guild strength ranking. 1 Aoshi's Holy Hall All Members title. Unrivaled 2 Shengshi Dynasty All Members title. Noble Family 3 Luoshan All Members title. Disciples of the C4 Famous House 5 Snowy Illusion City 6 Brotherhood Pavilion, a newly inducted member of the Aoshi's Holy Hall. Upon receiving the system notification, was immediately greeted with a message, "Congratulations, you have earned the title, Unrivaled. Would you like to display it?" Confirm, cancel, naturally. The choice was to select Confirm. At that moment, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted around him. Wow, what a magnificent title. This individual is from Aoshi's Holy Hall. I envy him immensely. I just turned down an invitation to join Aoshi's Holy Hall due to my cousin. Now I regret it. Sob, sob, sob as the player glanced up. He beheld a title radiating golden light above his head. Unrivaled. In that instant, he was nearly moved to tears, overwhelmed by its splendor. Such scenes unfolded across various corners of the game, marking perhaps the first widespread display of titles. Instantly, countless members of the Aoshi's Holy Hall felt an immense swell of pride for belonging to this esteemed group. A profound sense of belonging was ignited by a mere title. In contrast, the titles of the second and third-ranked guilds appeared considerably diminished, with some members even disdainful of revealing their own titles. Among the factions, the members of the prosperous dynasty are the most unwilling to accept their fate. After all, in every game, the prosperous dynasty has always been the most illustrious guild. How could they find themselves trailing behind this time? In the hearts of every member of the prosperous dynasty, only the first place is deemed worthy of their glory. Just as the discussions surrounding this ranking intensified, another system announcement followed. Order of the Lord of Qinglong City. Recently, demonic creatures have rampaged outside Qinglong City, severely disrupting its tranquility. The Lord's decree, within 24 hours, rewards will be allocated based on the number of demonic creatures slain by the Chosen Ones. Guild leaders may apply to the Lord to participate as a guild, with final rewards distributed based on guild rankings. Note: members participating in the guild battle will not accumulate personal kill rewards. Targets must be level 10 or above. Reward details: personal kill rankings, first place, 1 flame steed, mount, 1 random epic equipment of the same class, 100 gold coins. Second place, 1 wine chaser mount, 50 gold coins. Third to 10th places, 1 brown warhorse token, 50 gold coins. 11th to 50th places, 50 gold coins. Guild kill rankings, first place. The guild leader will receive 1 guild establishment token, 1 snow leopard, mount, 1 random epic equipment of the same class, and 1,000 gold coins. Members will receive 1 white warhorse token and 100 gold coins. Second place, the guild leader will receive 1 guild establishment token, 1 bison, mount, and 500 gold coins. Members will receive 50 gold coins. Third to fifth places, the guild leader will receive 1 guild establishment token, 1 black warhorse token, and 300 gold coins. Members will receive 30 gold coins. Countdown to the event commencement, 23:59, 40. Upon the refresh of this system, a tempest of excitement surged through the game. Almost everyone's attention was irresistibly drawn to one particular item, the mounts. Meanwhile, the intoxicated leader of the prosperous dynasty, in a meeting with the guild's senior officials, spoke with a grimace. This time, I shall see who can thwart our rise. What was once a rare guild establishment token now astonishingly appeared fivefold. A development no one had anticipated. While the allure of the mounts captivated many, for the intoxicated leader, the guild establishment token was his utmost desire. No one could have foreseen that just a few days into the game, a fierce contest for fame and fortune had officially commenced. As the renowned guild leaders from the power rankings approached the Lord's Manor to apply for participation as a guild, an astonishing figure emerged from the teleportation array in Qinglong City, leaving everyone in stunned silence. A player exclaimed, That is the Elven King. The first chapter has been completed. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who offered their generous support, Shu, Quiet, and Dio who cannot sleep. I am thankful to all my friends for their unwavering support. Thank you. Chapter 73, An Unexpected Wager upon the release of Glory of the Gods. Discussions surrounding the game have been incessant and pervasive. Whether in bustling urban centers or remote corners, one can overhear conversations related to Glory of the Gods. This groundbreaking masterpiece has swiftly captured nearly every gaming market and headline with its unique allure. With its emergence, it seems that the public's fascination with celebrity gossip and trivial news has waned. Upon opening a daily news app, one finds an overwhelming array of reports focused solely on gaming. For many, life has reduced to a simple cycle of working and returning home to indulge in gaming. After a monotonous day, entering the game to unwind has become the preferred choice for relaxation. Perhaps unbeknownst to many, it is this game that is gradually supplanting numerous aspects of real life. Presently, the most talked about topic revolves around the introduction of mounts. Unlike traditional games, where players merely control characters and the presence of mounts elicited little excitement, often just a few affluent players riding rare mounts with ostentatious designs, Glory of the Gods presents a fully immersive experience. Everything within it mirrors the real world almost seamlessly. How many dream of galloping through the realms atop a noble steed, seeking adventure and justice? Who would not desire their own mount to traverse the vast expanses of Lapham, reveling in the beauty of nature? Few could resist such temptation. Though the game rules indicate that only a select few at the pinnacle of the pyramid may receive mount rewards, this does not hinder the collective euphoria. The vast majority do not believe they possess the means to attain such rewards. Rather, they are exhilarated merely by the confirmation that mounts exist within the game, an aspiration shared by all. The notion that one may not attain a mount today does not preclude the possibility of doing so in the future. The mere presence of this coveted feature is a thrilling prospect. As anticipation builds for the commencement of events, guild leaders such as the illustrious Drunken Monarch, Goddess of Flowing Years, Proud Lord, and others gather outside the city lord's mansion. Babylon, the lord of Qinglong City, is a man in his 50s, though his actual age surpasses several centuries. Beneath an unremarkable exterior lies an aura of authority that commands respect, imparting an almost inscrutable sense of pressure. Seated in the grand hall, Babylon rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought as he gazes down at the floor below. At his side, an armored general could no longer contain himself and urged, "My lord, the leaders of various factions have gathered outside. Shall we summon them?" The voice of Babylon exuded a languid tone as it casually remarked, "Let them wait. I must first meet a particularly special little fellow." Upon hearing this, the general displayed a look of astonishment. A particularly little fellow? Outside the door, the dashing figure could no longer restrain himself and addressed the guard. "When will the lord of the city finally receive us? We have been waiting for nearly half an hour." The guard, visibly irritated, retorted, "If you wish to wait, then wait. If not, you may leave. Please refrain from causing a commotion here." Astonished, one individual exclaimed, "Is this NPC truly so formidable?" Just as he finished speaking, he vanished in a flash of white light. The guard stood firm, his blade sheathed, ready to eliminate anyone who dared to make a sound. The onlookers swallowed hard, glancing at the guard's impressively high level of 40. World-renowned character. This game is utterly terrifying. Even an NPC guard can slay at will. How frightening. Unable to voice his thoughts aloud, the dashing figure resorted to venting in the world channel. At that moment, another message emerged from the world channel. "World, Temple Maniac. I merely spoke a single sentence. To be killed is one thing, but to lose a level? By my mother." A collective gasp echoed outside the Lord's Hall as the guild leaders exchanged apprehensive glances. Was it truly this ruthless? They could not help but wonder. The intelligence and autonomy of these game NPCs are astonishingly formidable. Just then, a figure was ushered toward the hall. The previously haughty guard now wore a fawning expression, declaring, "Honorable Elven King, our lord has been awaiting your presence for quite some time. Please step inside." The Elven King. The sudden appearance of this aloof figure left the gathering dumbfounded. In traditional games, the Elven race is indeed one of the most frequently encountered. Thus, it was not unusual. However, witnessing an Elven King in person was an unprecedented experience. The women accompanying Huanqing, such as Xia Haidang, were especially mesmerized. At that moment, everyone's initial reaction upon seeing the Elven King was so breathtaking. This elf resembled a work of art, every part of him perfectly harmonious, without a single excess. Flawless and impeccable. Observing the dazed expressions of the crowd, Lin Yi, transformed into the Elven King, had initially intended to tease them. Just then, a voice resonated from within the hall. "Your Excellency, the Lord has been waiting for you for quite some time." Reluctantly, Lin Yi set aside his mischievous thoughts and turned to enter the hall. Upon stepping inside, he heard a deep voice exclaim, "It is indeed remarkable that the Elven race has appointed an outsider as their chosen leader, truly a historical marvel." Lin Yi lifted his gaze toward the elevated platform, where Babylon, the level 75 Lord of Qinglong City, was seated. Before Lin Yi could utter a word, Babylon rose in surprise, exclaiming, "So you are the heir of the sage Karsar. I see now, I see." As one of the few mythical figures among the human race, it did not surprise Lin Yi that he could see through his true form. For such an exceptional powerhouse, who had survived from the era of demon resistance to the present day, Lin Yi felt a deep-seated reverence and performed a solemn gesture. "I pay my respects to the lord of the city." "Ha ha ha, spare me that." Babylon laughed heartily as he descended the steps, approaching Lin Yi. "Today, you come as the Elven King, and as such, our statuses are equal. Let us dispense with these formalities from now on." Babylon, familiar and amiable, draped an arm around Lin Yi's shoulder and continued, "I am already aware of your purpose for coming today." Babylon produced an unremarkable twig from somewhere, stating, "This item holds little significance to me. As we were once the closest of allies, I cannot stand idly by while the Elven race is in distress." Upon hearing this, before Lin Yi could express his joy, Babylon interjected. However, a chill ran through Lin Yi. But what did that entail? Babylon grinned. "I cannot simply hand it over to you without a challenge. Why don't we play a game? If you win, it shall be yours." A game? Was it really that casual? Lin Yi had anticipated that acquiring this item would involve undertaking some monumental task or facing near-death trials, which would align with the narrative setup. Instead, he was met with the suggestion of merely playing a game. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What kind of game? Pray, enlighten me, Lord of the City." Babylon turned his gaze towards the entrance of the hall. "You are aware of the tasks issued by my lordship, correct?" Lin Yi nodded, having received the system prompt. "Of course. I was just pondering why this event commenced earlier than in my previous life." Babylon chuckled merrily, "Then let us each select a force from those gathered outside. The one whose chosen force claims the top position will be declared the victor. Of course, the proud Holy Hall is excluded from this wager. If you win..." Babylon waved the twig of the world tree. "It shall belong to you." Lin Yi stared in astonishment at this mythical figure before him. That was a branch from the world tree. Was it truly this casual? Babylon observed Lin Yi. "What, afraid? Lin Yi snapped back to reality and declared, "I accept your wager." "Good," Babylon exclaimed, then turned to Lin Yi. "Since we are gambling, there are bound to be winners and losers. What if you lose?" Lin Yi paused, nearly exclaiming, "How could I possibly lose?" Yet, after a moment's reflection, he considered the potential ramifications of such a statement. What if he truly did lose? That would be quite the embarrassment. Perhaps it was wiser to remain humble. Given Babylon's words, Lin Yi recognized that the lord of the city likely had his own conclusions in mind. Babylon laughed heartily, clever indeed. At that moment, a girl clad in splendid attire emerged from the side of the grand hall, gracefully performing a noble salute to Lin Yi, saying, "I greet your highness, the Elven King. Gina, level 30, princess of the 6 cities of Azure Dragon." Lin Yi, perplexed, inquired, "What is this?" Babylon chuckled and replied, "If you lose, you shall marry my daughter." What on earth? Today's update has concluded. Chapter 74, The Rules of the Game Inside the Grand Hall of the Lord's Mansion in Qinglong City. Lin Yi was utterly taken aback upon learning of the consequences of his defeat. He could hardly fathom that his opponent had been waiting for him right here. To lose and be compelled to marry his daughter? Wasn't this reminiscent of the absurd plots found in melodramatic dramas? How could he have found himself in such a predicament? And moreover, within a game, were this to be disclosed, he would surely be ridiculed as a lunatic by all. At that moment, Lin Yi longed to echo a classic line from a television series. "My lord, pray tell, what is it about me that you find appealing? I could change, if that is all it takes." Based on Babylon's series of actions, Lin Yi had ample reason to believe that this was indeed a premeditated wager. To think he had been outmaneuvered by a legendary boss. What a situation to find oneself in. Gazing at the smug smile adorning Babylon's face, Lin Yi could not help but ask, "Are there any other options?" To his astonishment, Babylon readily nodded. "Of course, there are." Relief washed over Lin Yi upon hearing this. As long as there were other choices, he felt immensely grateful. At that moment, he thought that having Zhang Xin was more than sufficient. The idea of marrying a stranger, even if merely a game character, was quite sudden and difficult to accept. As Babylon mentioned the existence of other options, Lin Yi eagerly interjected, "Then I choose the alternative." With a smirk, Babylon regarded Lin Yi. "If you wish to abstain from this game, you are free to do so, provided you can defeat me." With a glance at the branch of the world tree in his hand, Babylon added, "This I will willingly offer." Lin Yi was momentarily speechless. Was this truly what one would call a choice? Staring dumbfounded at the ultimate boss of Qinglong City, he yearned to ask, "Is this even a reasonable proposition? I am but level 15. Even if Babylon stood still, it would be a Herculean task for Lin Yi to inflict any damage upon him." With a sigh, Lin Yi understood that this was merely a reminder to himself that he had no other option. He had to confront the reality. Then let us discuss the wager. Are there any specific requirements? Or are there limitations during the course of the wager? Babylon wore an expression that suggested he had been waiting for this inquiry. The only limitation is that you must engage in the wager using the identity of the Elven King, and during the wager, neither of us can intervene personally. The rest is up to our respective abilities, as long as we achieve a result. At this point, Babylon added, "Oh, and by the way, the data for defeating corrupted creatures only counts if the chosen one himself delivers the final blow. Do not entertain thoughts of enlisting the aid of the werewolf clan." Having heard all this, Lin Yi had no significant objections. "Very well, let it be as you say. If the werewolf clan were permitted to intervene, then the forces of the Lord's Mansion would be equally able to do so. After all, compared to the Qinglong army, it would ultimately be Lin Yi who bore the disadvantage." At Babylon's gesture, Joanna bowed and took her leave. Subsequently, Babylon addressed Lin Yi, inquiring if he required an introduction to the prominent factions. "Do you need it?" "Of course not." Lin Yi was undoubtedly more knowledgeable about the guilds than anyone else. Sensing Lin Yi's intent, Babylon gestured towards the grand hall, spreading his hands. "Then, you may choose first." If Lin Yi's initial wager was merely for the branch of the world tree, Babylon's articulation of the bet introduced an undeniable reason not to lose. At that moment, the most powerful guild in the game was undoubtedly the Pride of the Holy Hall, due to their stronghold. Its members had inexplicably gained over 1,000 individuals compared to other guilds, which translated to a blatant advantage. Following them, the prosperous dynasty was undeniably the next strongest. Being a long-established guild whose starting point was not comparable to that of ordinary guilds. However, the thought of assisting the prosperous dynasty in securing the top position was something Lin Yi could not reconcile within himself. After careful consideration, Lin Yi ultimately set his sights on one choice. I choose the noble clan. The noble clan? Babylon expressed surprise. Are you certain? As the lord of Qinlong City, Babylon had some understanding of the strengths of various guilds. Given the progress of their dungeons and contributions to Qinlong City, he could see the standings clearly. Lin Yi's decision to choose a relatively weaker faction caught Babylon off guard. Without hesitation, Lin Yi affirmed, I am certain. After all, it is assistance. Rather than aiding an adversary, I would prefer to support a friend. Most importantly, tomorrow marks the day for the noble clan's stronghold defense. Once the stronghold is established, it will be difficult for me to lose. However, such sentiments remained unspoken. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Babylon pondered thoughtfully before remarking, I had anticipated you would opt for the prosperous dynasty or the goddess of Luo, yet you chose the noble clan. He continued, in that case, I shall not be overly oppressive. I will select the ice and snow fantasy city, filled entirely with girls. What? Lin Yi was taken aback. This was indeed unexpected. Meanwhile, outside the hall, an intense atmosphere of tension had inexplicably arisen. Perhaps it was due to the sudden remark from the prosperous drunkard to the Lord of Pride, stating, the Holy Hall is currently in disarray. I believe you should focus on guild development rather than participating in such trivial events, correct? Upon hearing this, the Lord of Pride initially frowned. Moments later, his face broke into his characteristic smile as he replied, How my Holy Hall conducts its affairs does not require guidance from an outsider. In response, the prosperous drunkard's tone took on a hint of menace as he softly cautioned. Being too conspicuous is not advisable. I trust you understand the wisdom of being flexible, my lord. At that moment, Luo Shun Lu Nian chimed in, expressing that knowing when to withdraw is beneficial for both you and everyone else. It is not worth sacrificing harmony for a trivial gain. Hearing their sarcastic remarks, how could the esteemed Lord Ao sure be unaware of their ulterior motives? Nevertheless, he showed no inclination to compromise, for what storms had he not weathered over the years? If anyone thought him easy to bully, they were welcome to try. The Holy Hall would be ready to respond. How bold! A glimmer of shadow crossed Luo Shun Lu Nian's eyes, yet he praised. It is said that the Lord possesses a naturally proud spirit. I hope one day you will not regret this decision. Just then, Shui Jiaozha also spoke up, questioning whether some were willing to go to extremes to achieve their goals, even risking mutual destruction. Mutual destruction? The temple madman scoffed from the side, dismissing the notion. Those who mistakenly believe they have gained an advantage may not grasp the gravity of their situation. Mutual destruction depends on whether they possess the strength to back it. Truth be told, had it not been for the sudden emergence of Feng Hua, which seized the two guild orders, the three major guilds, Shangshi, Luoshan, and the temple, would never have been reduced to such a state where they needed to resort to threats to secure the top position. Once the event concluded and the major guilds established their bases, that would be the true moment of reshuffling among them. At this juncture, the drunken words of Shang Shizue Gui were merely a probe into Lord Ao Shi's stance. If he had any sense, he would understand what needed to be done. However, it was evident that Lord Ao Shi's reaction did not surprise anyone. Though the guilds were in constant competition, when a new guild emerged to share the spoils, occasional alliances became a necessary strategy for self-preservation. Caught in the whirlpool of conflict among the major guilds, Shui Diaozha felt quite helpless, perhaps influenced by Feng Hua. His discontent with the operational styles of these guilds grew stronger. It seemed they had been dominating online games for so long that even now in glory of the gods, they remained unwilling to relinquish their superiority. From the recent exchanges, Shui Diaozha sensed the impending storm, a palpable crisis in the air. If his instincts were correct, once the opposing side established their base, the Holy Hall might indeed be in peril. Contemplating this, he hesitated. Should he remain uninvolved or extend a hand to the Holy Hall? However, considering the combined strength of Ming men and the Holy Hall, it was likely they would still fall short against their adversaries. After all, on the guild's strength leaderboard, apart from his own Ming men, Only Ice and Snow Illusion City held a neutral position. The other 7 guilds were closely tied to the opposition. He pondered deeply, realizing that even the Holy Hall combined with Ming Min might not stand a chance. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Shui Diaozha found himself at a crossroads, questioning whether to assist or abstain. Suddenly, a voice resonated from within the Grand Hall, summoning the esteemed president of the renowned clan and the president of the Frosty Illusion City to enter the palace. The first chapter has been completed. Gratitude is extended to Infinite, Winter Jasmine, and Domestic Scoundrels for their generous contributions. Chapter 75. Unraveled Heartstrings outside the Grand Hall of the City Lord's Mansion. The crowd was taken aback to learn that the illustrious Shui Diaozha and Xia Haidang had been summoned inside, leaving the others exchanging puzzled glances. Whispers arose. What is the meaning of this? Why were only those 2 guilds invited in? Speculation ran rampant. Who knows? It hardly seems fair for them to be prioritized. Perhaps there is some hidden agenda? Someone scoffed softly. Are you overthinking it? Inside, there is a city lord and an elven king. Do they really need to conspire with us? Do you believe that the prestigious families from the Ice and Snow Illusion City are connected to the city lord's mansion or the elven race? Preposterous. Perhaps they simply selected 2 guilds at random, another conceded. That seemed plausible enough. Meanwhile, the expressions of Xinshi Zuegue and Luoshin Lunyan were laden with intrigue. For these self-important individuals, they had always considered themselves the apex of the pyramid. Yet, since entering this game, they felt increasingly constrained and disconcerted, unable to pinpoint the source of their discomfort. The city lord's sudden summons, excluding their 2 guilds, seemed both illogical and unjustifiable, stirring an unsettling feeling akin to discovering a fly in one's meal. On the other side, upon hearing his name called, Shui Diaozha experienced a jarring sensation reminiscent of being unexpectedly called upon in class. As he entered the Grand Hall, an overwhelming sense of anxiety enveloped him. Why had the city lord summoned him and Xia Haidang? While the others were perplexed, Shui Diaozha was even more bewildered. With a heart full of trepidation, he and Xia Haidang stepped into the hall. In contrast to Shui Diaozha's nervousness, Xia Haidang, being a girl, appeared far more composed. The 2 stood in the hall, and amidst their shared confusion and a hint of tension in his gaze, Babylon revealed his wager with Lin Yi, the Elven King. As Babylon concluded his remarks, Shui Diaozha and Xia Haidang exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. They could hardly fathom that such fortuitous news had arrived so abruptly, taking them completely by surprise. Before long, under the watchful eyes of the bewildered onlookers, Shui Diaozha and Xia Haidang emerged from the hall, their faces radiant with joy, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. After finalizing the details of the wager with Babylon, Lin Yi logged out of the game. The day's experiences had been overwhelmingly abundant, necessitating some time for Lin Yi to process the myriad of revelations. As he removed his helmet, he noted that it was already afternoon. Glancing at his phone on the bedside table, he found several missed calls from Yi. Along with a text message, everyone except Zhao Zhijin has awakened. They all asked me to convey their apologies. Once they recover, they will come to make amends. Lin Yi casually replied, No need for apologies. I do not wish to see them again. If anyone continues to meddle, they might not awaken next time. As soon as Lin Yigong sent the message, he received a reply from Yi. Understood. I will inform them. After a while, another message from Yi arrived. I've noticed the Zhao family has been quite active lately. They likely won't let this go easily, so do take care. Lin Yi set his phone down, his gaze sharpening. The Zhao family? Even if you do not seek me out, I shall not let you escape my grasp. Upon leaving his room, Lin Yi unexpectedly spotted Zhang Xining seated on the living room sofa, indulging in snacks. She seemed to have heard the sound of his opening door, as she abruptly paused mid-bite on a potato chip. However, her chewing resumed shortly thereafter, the crisp sound echoing through the room. Lin Yi offered a wry smile at the girl, who was fixated on the television screen, before taking a seat on a nearby sofa. When did you recognize me? He inquired. Zhang Xining cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi and replied nonchalantly, You scratch your head when you're anxious. Those shoes you've worn for 2 years are in tatters, yet you haven't replaced them. If memory serves, those pants were a gift from me a year ago when I visited Xinhai. The black paint smudge at the hem has lingered since then. and you still haven't washed it off. With that, Zhang Xining raised a potato chip towards Lin Yi. Shall I continue? At this, Lin Yi's smile morphed from one of amusement to one of embarrassment, realizing that the defenses he thought he had meticulously constructed were, in her eyes, riddled with flaws. The thought of his past actions struck him as rather ludicrous. I am unaware of what has transpired in your life over the past 6 months. But since you uttered those words half a year ago, the Lin Yi of old has become a relic of my past. Zhang Xining's words reverberated in Lin Yi's mind. Just as he felt on the verge of suffocation, Zhang Xining extended her delicate hand towards him. Let us reintroduce ourselves. My name is Zhang Xining. You. Lin Yi looked at the girl, somewhat perplexed by the situation. However, Zhang Xining smiled and said, Before me stands my roommate, Lin Yi. I hope we can get along while moving forward. As Lin Yi grasped her small hand once more, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. In that fleeting moment, he gazed at the girl before him as if transported to another realm. Unconsciously, he returned her smile. Pleased to meet you. I am Lin Yi. In that instant, the realization dawned upon him. Indeed, the timid Lin Yi of the past had caused her enough hurt. Her choice to forget was, in essence, a choice to begin anew. Names are merely labels, after all, and hold little significance. The Lin Yi of your symbolized a painful past, while the present Lin Yi represented a fresh start. Thus, he chose not to dwell on the past, instead gazing at her with anticipation. So, what is our relationship now? Zhang Xining almost blurted out, roommates. Disregarding Lin Yi's expression of disappointment, Zhang Xining sat cross-legged, indulging in snacks as she spoke of another matter. In recent days, I've learned a great deal from Grandpa Idra, and I've also acquired something of significance. He mentioned it might be beneficial for you, so I've already sent it to you via email. You can retrieve it when you log in. As she spoke, Zhang Xining extended her delicate hand in front of Lin Yi, adding, Such gifts are not without cost. I know you have some means now, so a token of appreciation would suffice. Without hesitation, Lin Yi withdrew a stack of money from his pocket and placed it in her pristine palm. This is all I have on me right now. If it's insufficient, I can transfer more to you later. The money was from a previous outing to the night market, where many vendors only accepted cash. Zhang Xining stared incredulously at the pile of cash in her hand, momentarily speechless. Then, she selected a single $100 bill, returning the rest to Lin Yi. I'll accept this, but you can keep the others. Just as Lin Yi was about to inquire about the contents of the package, Mu Lingshue's excited voice echoed from the staircase. Xining, I have wonderful news. She rushed down the stairs, momentarily surprised to see both of them together, but quickly disregarded it, instead embracing Zhang Xining's arm and enthusiastically recounting the day's events at the Lord's estate. Zhang Xining shared in her friend's joy. Really? Does that mean securing first place in the event will be a breeze for you? That's fantastic. I wonder what mounts the top guild will have. With a proud expression, Mu Lingxue declared, I can obtain a snow leopard mount, and all members will receive a white horse mount. Ah, Zhang Xining exclaimed, equally thrilled. Add me to the list. I adore white horses. Observing the two girls lost in their excitement, Lin Yi awkwardly touched his nose, thinking to himself, I fear you may be disappointed. That first place is unattainable for you. After the excitement subsided, Mu Lingxue suddenly suggested, let us go out to celebrate. Today, I'm treating. She turned to Lin Yi, asking, do you want to join us? Lin Yi quickly shook his head. Better not. I have some matters to attend to in the game. Fine, if you want to come, I'll call Sister Weiwei, and we'll go ourselves. The three girls excitedly departed, while Lin Yi returned to his room to log back into the game. He was particularly curious about the item that Zhang Xining had sent him. Given that it caught the attention of the Wolf Prophet, it was likely far from ordinary. Once in the game, Lin Yi changed out of his elven cloak and headed to the mailbox located in the commercial district of Qinlong City. Indeed, there was an unread message from Lemon Rabbit waiting for him. Upon opening the email, he was momentarily taken aback and then couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that just as one falls asleep, someone arrives with a pillow. The update for today is complete. Chapter 76. The startling bad news. 19 hours, 21 minutes. And 18 seconds before the demon hunting event commenced, Lin Yi heard a knock at the door, prompting him to exit the game and answer it. Outside stood Zhang Xining, placing a large bag of items into Lin Yi's hands, who appeared utterly bewildered. There is too much food to consume, and since you haven't eaten, I thought I'd depack some for you, she explained. Too much? Mu Lingxue suddenly darted out from the side, her expression curious. I remember this is your shoe. Zhang Xining quickly covered Mu Lingxue's mouth and turned to Lin Yi. It's just something I brought along for you. Don't overthink it. At that moment, Mu Lingxue managed to break free from Zhang Xining's grasp. I say, Yi Ling, if you're being harassed, just let me know, and I'll help you report it. Furious, Zhang Xining pulled Mu Lingxue up the stairs. Swear, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yi, observing the two girls ascend the stairs, noted their voices gradually fading until they vanished entirely upon entering Mu Lingxue's room. Glancing at the hefty bag of food in his hands, Lin Yi could only shake his head with a wry smile. This is far too much. Turning back, he closed the door and made his way to the villa where Qi Tong resided. Upon entering, he found Qi Tong seated in the living room, watching television with a young girl. Upon hearing the door, Wang Xijie turned and exclaimed, Boss Feng, you're here. Lin Yi placed the food Zhang Xining had packed on the table and inquired, Have you eaten? A hint of embarrassment crossed Wang Xijie's face as he replied, I was just about to go buy something. Perfect timing then. Don't bother buying anything. Just eat this. I could never finish it all on my own. Lin Yi pondered Zhang Xining's thoughts, recalling how he had brought back an entire grilled fish. While he relished good food, this was indeed excessive. Wow, grilled fish. Lin Yi remarked, noticing the girl's excitement. Do you like it too? Perhaps due to the food, the girl seemed less averse to Lin Yi than before, eagerly nodding. I do. Lin Yi smiled back at her. Then let us eat plenty. Before long, the three of them had shed their initial reservations and were heartily devouring the meal. Fortunately, the fish was boneless, sparing the little girl from the worry of choking on fish bones. Has your sister started school yet? Lin Yi inquired suddenly. Before Qi Tong could respond, the girl recoiled, exclaiming, I don't want to go to school. Wang Xijie interjected, explaining, because of her heterochromia. She has faced ridicule from her peers since childhood, so she is now apprehensive about crowded places. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi gazed at the girl's delicate features, burdened with such immense psychological weight. Even as a mere outsider, he felt a pang of sympathy for her. Is she like this when you play games? Lin Yi asked. Wang Xijie nodded helplessly. It's just unavoidable. Lin Yi contemplated, have you considered letting her join the game for a little while? Join the game? Wang Xijie paused momentarily, then suddenly realized, of course, how did I not think of that? Lin Yi continued, she is alone at home, and it must be quite boring. Playing the game might allow her to make more friends. At least in the game, no one would reject her for that. Wang Xijie eagerly nodded, yes, yes. I'll order a gaming headset for her right now. Lin Yi interrupted his actions, not so fast. Let us wait a couple more days until the gaming pod is released. I'll order it for both of you then. With a glance at Lin Yi, a chord deep within Wang Xijie seemed to be struck, and he gazed at him with gratitude. Brother Feng, thank you. Wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes, he continued, how much is a gaming pod? I should give you the money. You've already helped us so much. I can't let you bear the costs any longer. Chuckling softly, Lin Yi picked up a tissue to dab his mouth and then, with a serious demeanor, patted Wang Xijie on the shoulder. One day, you will understand that these are all things you deserve. Just as Lin Yi was about to rise, Wang Xixin suddenly inquired, Big brother, are you leaving? Yes. Big brother has eaten his fill and must return to rest. Wait, big brother. Wang Xixin tugged at the dazed Wang Xijie. Hurry and take me to my room. Oh, right. Wang Xijie, coming to his senses, pushed the girl back to her room. After a brief wait, the little girl was brought back in front of Lin Yi by Wang Xijie. Noticing the shy expression on her face, Lin Yi crouched down and asked, What is the matter? Suddenly, the girl opened her hands and presented a string of pearl bracelets to Lin Yi, her head bowed as she softly murmured, This is for you, big brother. I hope you like it. This is my sister's favorite bracelet since childhood. She wouldn't even let me touch it. It's incredibly precious. Seeing his sister's gesture, even Wang Xijie, as her brother, was somewhat taken aback. Noticing Lin Yi's momentary surprise, Wang Xijie felt compelled to explain, worried that Lin Yi might find it unworthy. Observing the seemingly inexpensive and ordinary pearl bracelet in the little girl's hands, Lin Yi quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. He gently took the bracelet and carefully put it on, smiling as he patted the girl's little head. I really like it. Thank you. Really? Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the girl's face lit up with excitement, her innocent smile shining through. Lin Yi smiled back. Indeed. Hee hee. Then we are friends now. Yes. At that moment, Lin Yi turned to Wang Xijie and said, Join the Ming Men Guild tomorrow. I have plans. With that, Lin Yi left the villa without looking back. As he stood outside the villa, a cold wind swept by, uncertain if it was the wind's influence. Lin Yi's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of brilliance. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, he observed the two siblings inside, beaming with joy as they savored their meal, prompting a faint smile to grace Lin Yi's face. With merely 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 46 seconds remaining before the commencement of the demon hunting event, Lin Yi arose, completed a brief morning ritual, and was on the verge of stepping out for breakfast when he noticed a cup of soy milk, 2 buns, and an egg hanging from the doorknob. Glancing at the closed door across the way, regardless of whether the occupant could hear him, Lin Yi called out, Thank you. After hastily consuming his breakfast, Lin Yi eagerly logged into the game. This wager was of utmost importance. He needed to prepare in advance to avert any potential mishaps. For the sake of the elven race and Aphula, he could not afford to lose. Upon logging in, he received a voice request from the dashing Shuidioza, which he promptly declined, sending a message instead, I have something crucial today. Let us discuss it tomorrow. With that, Lin Yi sought a secluded spot to don the Elven King's disguise. Arriving at Qinglong City, he was taken aback by the unusual hustle and bustle of the area. He witnessed squads of city defense troops rushing toward the city's outskirts amidst a chorus of gasps. Surprised by the commotion, Lin Yi pondered whether the demon clan was launching an attack. The mobilization of the defense forces was alarming. Initially, he dismissed such thoughts and contacted Shuidioza, instructing him to meet at a private room in the city's tavern. Upon their meeting, Shuidioza appeared visibly distressed. Your Majesty, the city lord is treacherous. We are doomed. Lin Yi was taken aback, demanding to know what had transpired. Shuidioza lamented, the scheduled garrison defense battle for today has been postponed. What? Lin Yi, the Elven King, erupted, slamming the table in disbelief. Is this even permissible? He had chosen the prestigious faction precisely because today was the day of the garrison defense battle. Winning that battle would have provided their guild with an additional 1,000 members, making it nearly impossible to lose. Yet, to his utter shock, the garrison defense battle could indeed be delayed? Such cunning from the city lord was astonishing. Just as Lin Yi's indignation toward Babylon's deviousness peaked, Shuidioza revealed an even more despairing piece of news. Furthermore, all level 10 to 12 training spots surrounding Qinglong City have been sealed off by the city lord's forces. Aside from those from the Ice and Snow Illusion City, no one can enter. Lin Yi, the Elven King, what the? The first chapter has been completed. Chapter 77, The Rise of the Wolf Smoke, preview for the 11th release. Time remaining until the demon hunting event commences, for 38:52 as the inaugural official event within Glory of the Gods. The announcement reverberated throughout the entire gaming community. This news particularly excited individuals and guilds eager to secure rewards, each one eagerly anticipating the commencement of the game. According to the event's guidelines, players or guilds simply needed to slay monsters continuously during the event period. Upon its conclusion, rankings would be determined based on the quantity of monsters vanquished. It is evident that this event seamlessly aligns with leveling up, prompting widespread enthusiasm. Moreover, the coveted rewards for ranking are what truly captivate the participants. Guilds covet the guild establishment orders, while ordinary players yearn for the coveted mount rewards. With the debut of the first mounts, who wouldn't wish to be the first to ride a magnificent steed? Basking in the envious gazes of countless onlookers and becoming the center of attention? Undoubtedly, to attain a favorable ranking, targeting lower-level monsters is the optimal strategy. Thus, all low-level monster zones surrounding Qinglong City are destined to become highly sought-after locations. However, what took everyone by surprise was the city lord's decision to deploy soldiers to seal off all monster zones in the level 10 to 12 range. This left many feeling bewildered and perplexed. As the forum buzzed with complaints about the city lord's actions, the responses were monotonously uniform. Game data is entirely normal. Player behavior is autonomous and within reasonable bounds, and the official cannot intervene. Setting aside the public's dissatisfaction, Lin Yi found himself momentarily dumbfounded. What a predicament! Unable to take matters into his own hands, and left to rely solely on one's own abilities, it seemed this challenge awaited him. Lin Yi realized that his intellect had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by that cunning Babylonian. The city lord had a city guard. What did he possess? Lin Yi was again struck with disbelief, seemingly trapped, as the elven race remained ensnared within the barrier of darkness, leaving him with no allies. Was he to simply wait and concede defeat? This was not in Lin Yi's nature. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lin Yi's countenance brightened, since they were playing deviously. He would match their cunning. Lin Yi, the elven king, abruptly instructed the dashing commander, assemble all guild members into formations of 4 damage dealers and 1 healer. And gather 100 teams. Prepare as many mana restoration potions as possible for everyone, readying for a protracted battle. Additionally, ensure that these individuals have at least 13 hours of playtime and can remain online for extended periods. Upon hearing the Elven King's command, the dashing commander immediately activated the guild channel to begin organizing. In an instant, the guild erupted into chaos, with members left bewildered by this sudden decision. Many inquired about the purpose behind such actions. However, the dashing commander had no time for explanations, swiftly transferring all qualifying professions from the branch guild to the main guild. Due to the absence of a base, the prestigious main guild could currently accommodate only 500 members, and through the Elven King's specified arrangement, they would successfully form exactly 100 teams. As the prestigious guild finally transformed its allocation of 500 slots into 400 mages and 100 priests, a wave of fervent discussion erupted within the guild. Name Indrakai, guild leader, what are you planning? ZHLOD? Dog Bewley Chien 2, guild member, what a coincidence. My arrival coincides with the guild's major operation, and I feel quite nervous. Name Shinsher, guild member, I sense that ZHLOD's grand gesture is likely aimed at securing a position in the demon hunting event. Name Hausher, guild member, there seems to be no other explanation. However, I do find myself puzzled. Shouldn't we retain a few tanks to absorb damage? Name Indrakai, guild leader, why so many questions? We shall simply follow the arrangements. After all these years with ZHLOD, he has never led us astray. Naaman who knew in, guild member, it's a pity the base battle has been postponed. Otherwise, securing the first place would have been a sure thing, with second place firmly within our grasp. Naaman Hausher, guild member indeed. Who could argue with that? At this moment, Shuai Diaozha had no time to engage in the guild's discourse, as his attention was fixed on the formidable Elf King. Just then, he received private messages from Qihong and Tianxi, adding to the guild, as per Feng Ji's request. Fenghua? Shuai Diaozha inquired of the Elf King. My friend has arranged for 2 exceptionally skilled rogues to join. What do you think? Shall we replace 2 mages? Agreed. Without further hesitation, Shuai Diaozha swiftly vacated 2 slots to admit Qihong and Tianxi into the guild. System, guild welcome Tianxi to the guild. System, guild welcome Qihong to the guild. With their arrival, the guild channel erupted into a frenzy. Wow, aren't these the 2 legendary rogues? What are they doing here? The leader has managed to recruit both of these titans. How impressive. Their remarkable performances during the siege of the Aoshi Holy Hall had already been recorded and shared on the forum by the keen-eyed. Once these videos were released, the rogue community across the forum was set ablaze. The astonishing precision of their movements, their ghostly stealth, and their perilous yet successful assassinations stirred the adrenaline of every viewer, leaving them utterly awestruck. No one could have imagined that a rogue could be wielded with such breathtaking skill and unpredictability. Through their actions, they demonstrated what it truly meant to vanish like a whisper, leaving no trace behind. Following Fenghua, they became the second pair to achieve legendary status online, the Divine Rogues. Their mere existence was akin to a nightmare for fragile classes, instilling an instinctive fear that at any moment, a shadow might emerge from the darkness to obliterate them. The Naaman had never anticipated summoning these 2 harbingers of death, especially considering the guild was currently composed of fragile mages and priests. Fortunately, they were allies. Otherwise, an encounter in the wild would have been utterly terrifying. Your arrangements have been made as per your request, Your Majesty the Elf King. Excellent. Lin Yi, the Elven King, was the first to emerge from the private room, summoning everyone to gather at the eastern gate of Qinglong City. The illustrious guild leader, handsome to the core, declared, "All members, assemble at the eastern gate of Qinglong City immediately." As Linny, transformed into the Elven King, graced the streets, a wave of astonished gasps erupted around him. "Look, it's the Elven King," exclaimed one player. "This game is truly extraordinary to have conjured such a figure. What marvels could possibly remain?" The Elven King's identity was shrouded in mystery, with all but his name appearing as question marks. Who could he truly be? Speculation ran rampant about whether the game would eventually introduce the Elven race, and excitement filled the air. "Isn't that the leader of the illustrious guild? Why is he trailing behind the Elven King?" murmured another, sensing an intriguing connection between them. Could it be that the illustrious guild had received some hidden quest concerning the Elven race? The possibility was tantalizing. As this was the first time many had laid eyes on such a legendary figure, the atmosphere was electric with exhilaration. Within moments, players flocked to Qinglong City, creating a bustling crowd, particularly animated by the squeals of girls, reminiscent of a superstar fan meeting. Despite the awe and wonder surrounding the Elven King's formidable presence, none dared to obstruct his path. Countless followers trailed behind him, converging at the eastern gate of Qinglong City. At that moment, the 500 members of the illustrious guild had gathered in grand fashion at the gate. When they beheld the approaching Elven King alongside their guild leader, they were rendered speechless. One could not help but inquire, "What is happening? Who knows?" Linny glanced at the members of the illustrious guild. "Is everyone present?" Handsome to the core replied, "Yes, we are all here." Linny instructed, "Have everyone log off the game and return 1 hour before the event to await further instructions." What? Handsome to the core was momentarily taken aback, confusion etched on his face. Linny, the Elven King, reiterated, "Everyone must log off the game and return 1 hour before the event to await instructions. Do you understand?" This time, Handsome to the core grasped the message clearly. Albeit with some reluctance, he promptly relayed the orders. The members of the illustrious guild were equally perplexed, yet compelled to comply with Handsome to the core's directive. One by one, they vanished from sight. Once all had logged off, Linny, the Elven King, turned to the curious onlookers and cautioned, "Should anyone follow us henceforth, they shall be considered enemies of the Elven race." With that, he pivoted and strode toward the wilderness, commanding, "Follow me." Handsome to the core, not daring to protest, hastened to keep pace. Meanwhile, the commotion had reached the ears of various factions, including the notorious NGSH Drunkard and Lu Enlian, who had begun to uncover the underlying intrigue, their expressions twisting into menacing visages. At that moment, both Handsome to the core and Xia Haitang were summoned into the Lord's manor for a private audience. The following day, the Lord's residents dispatched a formidable force to encircle all low-level monster zones, permitting only players from the Ice and Snow Illusion City to approach. Subsequently, the actions of the Elven King and the prestigious factions were so peculiar that anyone unable to detect the underlying motives would have wasted years in the game. Under the bewildered gaze of the protagonist, as the Elven King and the leader of the Wolf clan emerged from a small chamber, a resounding wolf howl echoed, prompting towering and fierce werewolves to emerge from the village, filling the small square at the village entrance. The protagonist calculated that there were at least 100 werewolves within the vicinity, each at levels between 30 and 40, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Onlookers among the players were left momentarily speechless. Some, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Are they preparing for battle?" Others scoffed, "Battle? Against whom? The Azure Dragon City? Please." At that moment, the protagonist yearned to ask what was afoot, yet upon witnessing the imposing presence of the werewolves, he could only swallow his confusion. Just then, he overheard the Elven King muttering, "Do you think you're the only one with allies? I have my own." Upon hearing this, the protagonist was left dumbfounded. Was this truly the demeanor expected of a powerful NPC? The update for today is complete, with gratitude extended to the supporters from the Whispers of Silence and the Seeds of Appreciation. Chapter 78. The storm approaches with only 229.58 remaining until the commencement of the demon hunting event. 8 video feeds illuminated a virtual conference room, each displaying individuals who epitomized success. Among them, the formidable figure of the drunken monarch, a distinguished middle-aged man, stood out. He spoke with palpable excitement, Addressing his fellow board members, esteemed directors, heed my words. Regardless of the agreement reached between the city lord and the Elven King, we cannot afford to remain passive. I have received intelligence indicating that, under the current regulations, the city lord's office has exhausted its capabilities. They cannot directly assist players in battling monsters. With the lower-level monster zones sealed off, we must venture into the higher-level areas. Given the strength of our organization, we are entirely capable of securing a position within the top 2, or even claiming first place. Amir Ice and Snow Illusion City and its prominent factions do not intimidate me. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair interrupted the drunken monarch. I have heard that the higher the monster's level, the more formidable it becomes. Can your efficiency match the speed of those tackling the lower-level monsters? If the situation is untenable, it would be wise to concede rather than pursue futile endeavors. Securing the 5th position to obtain the guild establishment order should suffice. Our initial investments have yet to yield any returns. Let us not engage in frivolous pursuits, for our funds do not descend from the heavens. As his video feed faded, others echoed similar sentiments, lamenting the lack of returns on their early investments while expressing skepticism about further financial commitments. Let us focus on developing the guild first. One remarked before his image vanished from the virtual assembly. The elderly man added, for now, we should prioritize recovering our funds. Subsequently, the remaining video feeds disappeared, leaving the drunken monarch, filled with frustration, muttering, "These fools." After a moment of contemplation, he appeared to make a significant decision and dialed a number. "Hello, Masha? There is something I need you to do for me immediately." Meanwhile, in another setting, the alluring Luo Shen Lu Nian conversed with Luo Shun Yao Niao. From my understanding of the drunken monarch, he will not relinquish his ambitions easily. Luo Shen Yao Niao inquired, "Should we prepare any countermeasures?" With a youthful grin, Luo Shen Lu Nian replied, "We shall avoid direct confrontation and aim for the 5th place. After all, the journey is long, and there is no rush." "Very well, I will make the necessary arrangements." At that very moment, in an exquisitely appointed suite, a strikingly handsome young man reclined on a spacious bed, his hands resting behind his head as he fixated on the clock mounted on the wall at the foot of the bed. 1 hour left. This is torture, he thought languidly. Suddenly, an urgent ringing disrupted his reverie. Startled, he opened his eyes to check the time. "No way," he exclaimed, swiftly donning his gaming headset. With only 0:59:20 remaining until the demon hunting event commenced, the scene before him transformed in an explosion of light, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. Just then, a voice beside him exclaimed, "You have arrived." As his vision restored, the dashing individual turned to see the Elven King standing beside him. The dashing figure inquired, "Your Majesty, what shall we do next?" The Elven King, Lin Yi, responded with a smile, "Naturally, we shall seize territory." The dashing figure glanced back at the fierce pack of werewolves behind him and couldn't help but swallow hard. This was quite the undertaking. Simultaneously, as the event's commencement drew near, a stormy anticipation enveloped the entire Azure Dragon City. The most conspicuous sign of this was the unusually dense and frequent mobilization of personnel from the prosperous dynasty. Outside the western gate of Azure Dragon City, aside from the main guild's 500 members, over 2,000 individuals from its 5 branches were congregating, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Passers-by were left in awe, exclaiming, "Truly, they are the titans of the online gaming realm. Such an assembly is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary guild." "That's an obvious observation," someone retorted. "Those 2,000 individuals are all professional players contracted with the prosperous dynasty, and even their most basic salaries rival those of entry-level white-collar workers in reality. Just consider that." Fortunately, the vastness of the game's world mitigated the overwhelming appearance of 3,000 individuals, as they amounted to merely a small group outside the city. Drunken Prosperity surveyed the gathered crowd and commanded, "All clan leaders, commence the grouping as per the original plan." Beside him, Prosperity's late summer inquired, "Are we truly proceeding with this?" The Drunken Prosperity scoffed, offering no reply. Having reached this juncture, there was no turning back. Meanwhile, the noble lord exited through the eastern gate with 700 members of the proud society, only to find a gathering of individuals from the renowned clan congregated outside the city gate. The noble lord addressed a familiar face. "Where is your guild leader?" A member of the renowned clan replied, "Just received word. He is on his way." The noble lord nodded, preparing to lead his group to the designated location for monster hunting. Due to their base's strategic advantage, the proud society boasted a membership exceeding that of other guilds by more than threefold. Thus, while everyone else was eagerly preparing for battle, the noble lord remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, a terrified voice rang out, "Look! What is that? Oh my! So many werewolves!" The crowd turned to see a formidable group of werewolves, led by the Elven King, marching towards them. "Look, that's the Elven King." At this moment, the renowned clan members also became aware of the situation. Someone with sharp eyes spotted the dashing figure beside the Elven King. "Isn't that our guild leader? What on earth is he planning? Surely, he isn't contemplating a siege?" The noble lord was equally taken aback by the unfolding scene, a peculiar thought crossing his mind. Can the game be played in such a manner? "Linny," the Elven King instructed the dashing figure, "have everyone follow closely. We shall head to the level 10 demonic butterfly." The dashing figure, unable to ponder further, instinctively shouted, "Everyone, follow me. Let's seize the territory." Onlookers were left astounded by the spectacle, exclaiming, "Goodness, am I truly playing a game? It feels as though we are witnessing a clash of the underworld. Come, let us observe the spectacle." A group approaches Lord Aosher. "Should we join in the commotion?" Lord Aosher glanced at the game time and shook his head, saying, "Never mind, we shall adhere to our plan. The narrative at this level is beyond our involvement." Linny, the Elf King, along with his entourage, had scarcely entered the level 10 area of the corrupted butterflies when they were halted by a line of level 30 city guards. One of them stepped forward and declared, "Halt. This area has been sealed off by the lord of the city." Before the officer could finish, Wyman seized him by the collar and tossed him aside. The level 50 Wyman exuded an aura of invincibility, surveying the terrified level 30 city guards around him. "This territory belongs to my werewolf clan," he proclaimed. "Are you werewolves attempting rebellion?" The thrown officer retorted, his face contorted with rage, while man advanced menacingly towards the fearful officer, baring his formidable fangs and uttering a single command, "Leave." The officer, taken aback by the sheer force of his words, reddened with indignation. "You." Unfazed, Wyman commanded, "Surround them." Behind him, the werewolves swiftly encircled the bewildered city guards. The officer, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could only utter, "Well done, werewolf clan. You shall pay for this." With that, he fled. Linny, the Elf King, remained unfazed by the scene, turning to his companion, Handsome Flawless, and instructed, "Clear the area." Handsome Flawless was momentarily taken aback. Clear the area? At that moment, the female players from the Ice and Snow Illusion City had never encountered such a spectacle. They were already retreating in fear, leaving the monster area devoid of players. Due to the city lord's near-total control over the level 10 to 12 monster zones, few players were allocated to the corrupted butterflies. Within the Covenant of the 100 Races, a race's leader holds equal status with the city lord, not determined by strength. Should anyone, emboldened by their prowess, unilaterally breach this covenant, they would be deemed a traitor to their race, becoming a common enemy among the 100 races. No one dares to unilaterally tear apart the covenant without significant provocation from the other party. This was precisely why Lin Yi sought out Wildman. In terms of rank among the 100 races, Wildman, as a clan leader, stood on equal footing with the Lord of Babylon. Likewise, Lin Yi, as the Elf King, held the same status, albeit awkwardly, as he found himself in a position where he had to rely on Wildland for support. Lin Yi instructed Handsome Flawless, "According to our earlier arrangement, let them farm monsters here. With the assistance of our werewolf allies, no one will dare to cause trouble." A monster zone is far more expansive than one might imagine. The corrupted butterflies, grouped in threes, were scattered across the entire falling sunset plain, ample enough for the elite to farm. Sensing the implication in the Elf King's words, Handsome Flawless hesitated. "Are you suggesting I should not remain here?" Linny, the Elf King, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, you have other matters to attend to." Subsequently, Linny stealthily approached Tian Ci and Chi Tong, who were situated nearby. "Along with you too." Tian Ci was momentarily taken aback, but soon revealed himself under the astonished gaze of the dashing figure. Truly, as the Elven King. He could discern my stealth at a glance. I must express my admiration. Lin Yi, the Elven King, wasted no words. Follow me. Within the grand hall of the Lord's mansion in Qinglong City, Babylon erupted into laughter upon receiving his subordinate's report, exclaiming that he had nearly forgotten this matter. A formidable general stepped forward and suggested, "Shall I teach that pack of werewolves a lesson?" Babylon shook his head, replying, "No need, if they desire it. Let them have it." He then rose from his seat, stating, "Let us depart. The game has begun."